Chapter 1 Bangira. Chapter 1 Bangira Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 1 Bangira. Researcher Luo Yuan, you have been officially fired. Your research is worthless. We at Shaloof don't need a researcher who only spends money and doesn't know how to make money. Here's your severance pay. Take it out of Sheriff. Luo Yuan was so confused. He left the headquarters of Sheriff Company and looked back at the towering Sheriff building. What the hell is going on here? He still hasn't figured out what happened. An hour ago, he was sitting in front of the computer to make up for it. Why is he now a former Shaloof Company researcher who was swept out of the house? Facing the pointing of the employee, Luo Yuan was not at all sad that he was swept out of the house. It's really inexplicable. He was still in a daze. He lifted his loose belt, supported the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, and walked towards the home in his memory. Click. Pushing open the door, Luo Yuan threw aside the box containing various research materials and slumped on the soft sofa, groaning from his mouth. So comfortable, Tilda. Is this the world of Pokemon? A beanbag is so comfortable to lie down on. Luo Yuan grabbed the lazy sofa under him with his hand. What a miraculous material. Not only is it so elastic but also has an automatic heating function. Kirby, Tilda. Boom. Luo Yuan was thrown directly to the ground. The lazy sofa, which was originally pressed by him, had stood up at this time, and his eyes were staring at Luo Yuan, who had just climbed up from the ground. Ah, I remembered. I seem to have a little kibble. Obviously, it wasn't the lazy sofa that he pressed down just now, but little Kirby. He took out the prepared Pokemon food from the refrigerator to soothe little Kirby, who was a little exasperated. Luo Yuan sat on the real sofa and carefully thought about what happened. I should have crossed over, and even crossed into the world of Pokemon, and became a researcher of Shaloofu Company. Now I live alone in Kanto and have a small fortune. I was laid off because the research project cost too much money and didn't bring any benefit to the company. Researchers, especially researchers from a cross-regional monopoly consortium like Shaloof, are among the top-notch in the world in terms of social status and income level. This can be seen from the fact that his predecessor could buy such a large house in the Golden City of Gold when he was less than 20 years old, and he could afford a big eater like Kabi. How rich. Speaking of the Big Stomach King, Luo Yuan remembers that little Kabi would eat 1/5 of his salary in 1 month, and now he has no job. With some hindsight, Luo Yuan finally realized the seriousness of the matter. I lost my job as soon as I crossed the border. What kind of trouble is this? Snap. Luo Yuan slapped the diary on the ground. Little Kirby raised his head and looked at Luo Yuan inexplicably, as if wondering why his master was so irritable today. Eat yours. Luo Yuan sent little Kirby and picked up the notebook that he had thrown on the ground. What shall I do next? Luo Yuan was a little confused. His understanding of the Pokemon world was limited to animation, games, and comics. Although he inherited the memory of his predecessor, it was not his own experience after all, and he didn't really see the world. How about being a trainer? Luo Yuan pondered. Trainer is the mainstream profession in this world. It should be able to make money. Trainer is detected. The strongest trainer achievement system is being activated. After the activation is completed, the strongest trainer achievement system, as long as the host meets certain conditions, the achievement can be achieved and rewards can be obtained. The host is welcome to use this system. Congratulations to the host for the achievement. Golden achievement activation to get golden reward. Quote. Silent. I knew that it's unreasonable to just pass through without a system. Luo Yuan said, adjusted his excitement. System. What is the golden reward? Prizes open. Please wait. It better to get a bank card with an unlimited amount of money, as long as he doesn't starve to death, even if the book is renamed to Pokemon the Strongest God. Unfortunately, the system didn't work as he intended. Congratulations to the host for getting the Pokemon Bangira. Bangira. Looking at the Pokeball that suddenly appeared in his hand, Luo Yuan was startled. Does this system have to be so powerful? Bangira, nicknamed Desert Tyrant, a quasi-god of Chengdu with a race value of 600. When he was on Earth, he had always liked Bangira, but he didn't expect that the system would send one directly after he passed through. Now you don't have to worry about work anymore. With a Bangira, plus the knowledge of Pokemon accumulated from watching animations and manga in the past life, you can definitely become a trainer when you become a trainer. Chapter 2 Shigeru. Chapter 2 Shigeru Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 2 Xiaomao. Kirby. Little Kirby tilted his head and looked at the Pokeball in Luo Yuan's hand, wondering when the master found another companion for him. Eat you. Finish. Luo Yuan silently looked at the clean food bowl that had been licked and the little Kirby who seemed to be not full while covering his stomach. Helpless. I can only pour it a Pokemon food. Sooner or later, you will be poor. Luo Yuan looked at the little Kirby who was eating happily with a heartache on his face. Bandera plus little Kirby may become Bandera plus Kirby in the future. Luo Yuan suddenly felt that his future might not be really as good as he imagined. There are 2 big stomach kings in the family, and even if I add a fairly generous severance pay to my savings, it seems that I can't last for a few months. Got to find a way to make money. Dong dong dong. A knock sounded at the door. Luo Yuan was stunned. At this time, who will come to me? Open the door. A guy with a gloating expression stood outside the door. For some reason, Luo Yuan felt unhappy when he saw this guy, and had the urge to hit someone. Who are you? The man outside the door froze when he heard the word, and then looked at Luo Yuan up and down with strange eyes. You guy, isn't it because you were fired from the company? Your brain is broken, and even I don't remember it. Luo Yuan was taken aback. This guy seems to know me. Retrieving the memory, Luo Yuan quickly recognized the person in front of him. Damu Shigeru, why did you suddenly come to me? That's right, the person in front of him is the nemesis of Satoshi in the Pokémon, the grandson of Dr. Ogi, and one of the few rich and handsome men in the Kanto region, Shigeru Ogi. He seems to have a good relationship with him. In my memory, the two met at a summer camp organized by Dr. Damu when they were young. Although Luo Yuan finally skipped a grade to study at Rainbow University, the relationship between the two has always been very good. Didn't I hear that you were swept out of the house to see you? Xiaomao directly bypassed Zhang Yuan and ran into the house, crouched in front of little Kirby, took out 2 energy blocks and stuffed them into little Kirby, who swallowed, showing a happy expression. The well-known genius researcher in Kanto has been dismissed by Shaloof Company, and the news has already spread at the top. It spread. Luo Yuan's expression froze. Yes, those guys are laughing at you, saying that you are obviously engaged in academic material, but you want to engage in applied research, and it really is shriveled. These bastards. Luo Yuan gritted his teeth. So I'm afraid that you can't think about it. So I ran over to see you. How are you feeling? Luo Yuan pouted and closed the door. I'm not moved. Cut. It's a lie. Speaking of which, you were fired by Shaloof Company, so you should be unemployed. What are you going to do next? Xiaomao shoved the last energy cube into little Kirby. If you don't have a place to go, why don't you come to my grandfather's research institute? You know, he never gave up inviting you to be his assistant. Don't go. I want to make money. Although countless scholars hope to study with Dr. Damu, Luo Yuan is not among them. Not only as an assistant to Dr. Damu, but after his predecessor graduated early with outstanding graduate from Rainbow University, many academic research institutes in Kanto invited him to join, but he refused all of them, except that academic research is really boring. One of the most important points is that the salary for being an assistant to Dr. Damu is too low, because academic research is sponsored by the Alliance, and according to the calculation method of the salary of the Alliance, the salary he receives is not enough to buy food for Kakashi. Luo Yuan can't generate electricity with love. He doesn't know how long his interest in research can last without money to support his beliefs, so he finally chose Shaloofu Company, just because the salary given by Shaloofu Company is a sky-high price that other research institute can't give. It is a pity that his predecessor stayed in Shaloof for 2 years, spent a lot of money, and produced a bunch of theoretical research results with high academic significance but no commercial value. In the end, Shaloo was unable to bear it. The husband company was swept out. Luo Yuan said sternly, I have decided, I don't plan to continue to be a researcher. Hearing Luo Yuan's words, Xiaomao was shocked. Even if Luo Yuan was fired by Shaloof Company, anyone who knows some inside stories knows that it is not Luo Yuan's ability that is not good, but that the things he has researched can't make money. Luo Yuan's achievements are very valuable in academic research, but now such a talented researcher actually says that he will not do research in the future. You seem to be kidding me. Xiaomao's face was full of disbelief. If you're not a researcher, what are you going to do? I'm going to be a trainer. Luo Yuan said as a matter of course. I'm thinking, I can make a lot of money as a trainer. Third chapter Become a Trainer. Third chapter Become a Trainer Pokemon Achievement System. Third chapter Become a Trainer. Trainer. Xiaomao's mouth twitched. You want to be a trainer? What about your initial Pokemon? This foodie. He pointed to the little Kirby who was holding up the food bowl and fighting with the food. Kirby. Little Kirby stood up and shouted at Xiaomao that he was very dissatisfied with being called a foodie, although he was indeed a foodie. Kirby is just one of them. I have other Pokemon. Luo Yuan shook the Pokeball with Bangira. It's up to you, as long as you are happy. Xiaomao couldn't dissuade Luo Yuan from seeing Luo Yuan's confident appearance, but he obviously didn't think Luo Yuan could have any powerful Pokemon. In his impression, the researcher should be holding Pokemon like the 3-in-1 Magneto. While, Xiaomao said, the day after tomorrow, our group of rookie trainers are going to leave. If you want to come along, I'll tell my grandfather, and I'll prepare an initial Pokemon for you. Forget it. Luo Yuan didn't want to trouble Dr. Damu. Although Usangia is very good, his Bangira is strong enough, and adding another Usangia is just the icing on the cake, and more importantly, he has to pay an extra Pokemon food. It's okay, this is what you deserve. Do you still remember the agreement you signed when you participated in the summer camp? Luo Yuan thought about it carefully. It seems that there is such a thing. Isn't that a safety code? That's right, the agreement was written. As long as you participate in the summer camp and reach the age of becoming a trainer in the future, you can get an initial Pokemon from the Alliance. Xiao Mao patted Luo Yuan on the shoulder. No, white don't. Okay then. Luo Yuan didn't refuse this time. He just didn't want to cause trouble to others before. Then go quickly. I'll call my grandfather first, and you can take my car to Junshin Town together later. After half an hour, I'm ready. Sitting on Xiao Mao's sport car, Luo Yuan helped his sunglasses. At this time, his attire changed drastically. The white lab coat that was originally a researcher was replaced by an expedition attire that was very suitable for outdoor activity. Exploration. Series of large capacity backpacks released by Shaloof Company in Kanto in limited quantity. On the feet is a pair of booster shoes that Shaloof Company is still in the experimental stage, which can effectively reduce the fatigue caused by walking and climbing. The multifunctional trainer belt hangs around the waist and has the function of automatically recovering the thrown Pokeball. It is also a product still in the experimental stage. How come I feel like my sport car is downgraded compared to you? Xiao Mao looked at Luo Yuan, who was fully armed. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he expressed his thought. Luo Yuan's equipment is very valuable, and many of them are good things that money can't buy, which makes him very envious. We're just going to be trainers, not going on an adventure. Your equipment is too big of a problem. Since you choose to be a trainer, you must be fully prepared. After all, the wild is very dangerous. Luo Yuan said. Anyway, these things are all from Shalufu Company, and they don't cost any money, so you don't need to use them for nothing. Quote. Pretending not to be Luo Yuan, Xiao Mao wisely chose to change the subject. I have spoken to my grandfather on the phone just now, and he said that he would prepare an extra starting Pokemon for you, as long as you register and collect it. Then what are you waiting for? Let go. You said it rightly, as if I suddenly became your driver. Xiao Mao complained while starting the sport car. With the roar of the sport car, the two walked away, leaving the Golden City far behind. Just after the sports car left Luo Yuan's house, a group of people rushed to the street, chasing forward for a distance, but obviously the two-leg couldn't run the sport car. Damn, we're late. The one who took the lead looked at the sport car that had become a little bit smaller, and cursed angrily through gritted teeth. Take out the communicator. Boss, the mission failed, and the target was picked up by Shigeru of the OGI family. What should we do next? A low voice came from the communicator. Your mission is over, leaving some people to monitor the target's house, and the rest to withdraw to the base. Yes, the middle-aged man at the head responded. Unwillingly, he glanced in the direction where the sport car was going away, turned his head and ordered the men behind him. One team will keep an eye on here, and the rest will retreat with me. Hula. The men in black disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the streets that were crowded with men in black were empty. This series of processes made passers-by look confused. Is this a movie? Chapter 4 Emergency. Chapter 4 Emergencies Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 4 Emergency. True New Town. The sky is blue, surrounded by mountains, and the windmill of the Damu Research Institute on the hill in the center of the town rotates slowly with the breeze. Comparing the real new town in his memory, Luo Yuan said with emotion. The real new town has not changed at all. It is exactly the same as before. Some people in the Alliance proposed to expand and renovate Junshin Town, but Grandpa stopped it. Xiao Mao explained on the side. Luo Yuan nodded. The feeling of Junshin Town is harmonious. The town and the surrounding environment are very harmonious. Dr. Damu must have seen this and did not want to damage the surrounding ecological environment, so he rejected the proposal for expansion. Come on, go to the institute. He leads the way. When he arrived, Luo Yuan saw at a glance Dr. Damu, who had white hair but looked very strong. Dr. Damu was squatting down and watering a wonderful frog seed. Grandpa. Dr. Damu raised his head to see the person coming, put down the water sprinkler in his hand, and said with a smile, Xiao Mao and Luo Yuan, you are here. Dr. Oki. In his memory, it was not the first time that he and Dr. Damu met. In the past, Luo Yuan often used video calls to discuss academic issues with Dr. Damu. Dr. Ogi put the frog seeds back into the Pokeball and put them on the table. Xiao Mao told me about it on the phone before. I didn't expect you to choose to become a trainer. Luo Yuan. Don't you really think about it? Come to my research institute to be my assistant. You have achieved a lot of research results over the years. If you apply to the Alliance, you can also apply for a lot of subsidy. Dr. Damu has not given up on inviting Luo Yuan to be his assistant. Luo Yuan shook his head. No, I've already thought about it. I still want to go out for a walk while I'm young. Salary is only one aspect, but firstly, although he inherited the memory of his predecessor, he is not very interested in research. Secondly, since he has traveled to the world of Pokemon, Pokemon, he always has to appreciate the style of this world, and he can't live up to himself to get it. System. Haha, you said it too. Young people should go out for a bit. Dr. Damu laughed. He was a famous trainer when he was young, and he had a deep understanding of this, so he gave up the idea of continuing to invite Luo Yuan. Xiaomao should have told you before that. As a rookie trainer who has participated in the summer camp, you can get an initial Pokemon from me. I have already prepared a Pokemon. Dr. Ogi took the 3 Pokeballs on the table and released the Pokemon inside. You should also know the Fire-type Fire Dragon, the Grass-type Frog Sea, the Water-type Jenny Turtle, and the Yusan family in the Kanto region. Then, choose one. As can be seen from the glossiness of the fur and the bright eyes, these 3 Pokemon are excellent Pokemon that have been carefully selected and bred. As far as Luo Yuan himself is concerned, whether it is the wonderful Frog Sea, the little Fire Dragon or the Jenny Turtle, he likes it very much. But the fact is that he can only choose one of the 3. Choose one of 3. Which one do you choose? Luo Yuan fell into contemplation. Since he wants to become a trainer, he has to consider the matching of the team lineup. His current main Pokemon, Bangira, is evil plus rock, and Kirby, who is in charge of selling cuteness, is a general attribute. Both Pokemon are restrained by fighting-type Pokemon. Although Bangira's strength is not enough for ordinary fighting-type Pokemon to fight with one hand, Luo Yuan cannot ignore this weakness. Luo Yuan made up his mind. I choose. Boom. Before he could say his choice, a loud explosion suddenly came from outside the research institute, and the 3 people in the research institute were stunned at the same time. What happened? Outside the Big Wood Research Institute, Luo Yuan looked at the direction from which the explosion sounded. Black smoke billowed, obscuring the sky and the sun. The firelight reflected half of the sky red. The 2 colors mixed together, full of ominous. It's a forest fire. The Viking forest is on fire. Luo Yuan saw this situation and immediately judged what had happened. But he was very curious. He didn't remember that when the plot started in the animation, there was a fire in Junxin town. What the situation now? Fire. How come it suddenly caught fire? Xiaomao was also shocked by the scene in front of him. Ever since he can remember, there has never been a fire in Victory Forest. How could it suddenly catch fire? Don't worry about it for now. Xiaomao, Luo Yuan, you two, hurry up to Vibrant City to inform Joey and Junsha of the fire here, and ask them to find someone to put out the fire. I'll stop the fire from spreading first. Dr. Ogi responded very quickly. He immediately took out the Pokeball and released his figurine. Let me go with you, Dr. Damu. I should be able to help a little too, Luo Yuan said, looking at the fire in the distance. If it is not stopped, it may spread to Junxin town. Luo Yuan feels that he should stop the fire. Chapter 5 Forest Fire. Chapter 5 Forest Fire Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 5 Forest Fire. Luo Yuan, you. Xiaomao's eyes widened when he heard what Luo Yuan said. Then Xiaomao, go by yourself. Luo Yuan will come with me. Dr. Damu showed his decisive side, and with what he knew about Luo Yuan, he knew that Luo Yuan was not the kind of person who didn't care. In such an emergency, he didn't have time to ask any more questions, so he pulled Luo Yuan directly and sat on Biao's back. Please, Bidiao, take us to the place where the fire happened. Compare. Bidiao's eyes were sharp, and with a high-pitched cry, he carried the 2 of them into the sky. Although Xiaomao was worried about Luo Yuan, it was more important to call someone to put out the fire. He hurried back to the research institute to contact the Vibrant City police station. Approaching the fire site, Luo Yuan only felt a heat wave rushing towards him. In the forest below, the sound of burning trees was heard from time to time, and the Pokemon who usually lived in the Viking forest fled in a hurry. For the Pokemon, the vibrant forest in which they live has become a burning purgatory. Flying Pokemon such as Bobo and Like have already fled, and only Pokemon without flight ability are still looking for a way to escape. Video, let the Pokemon below run to the east. Dr. Damu simply judged the wind direction. The wind blows to the south. If you run against the wind, you will be burned to death. If you run downwind, you will only be exhausted by the flame. You can only escape the flames if you run to both sides. There is a lake in the east, and there is hope of escape. After instructing Bai Diao, Dr. Damu threw out another Pokeball of his own. With a flash of white light, a tall Pokemon with a khaki body appeared in the forest below. I'm sorry to let you deal with such a tricky thing, but I still have to ask you. Create and use the destruction of death light, and create an isolation belt in front. Bag. Looking at the fire scene in front of him, the dragon nodded. Open your mouth. The yellow energy condensed in your mouth, and then a thick destructive death light spewed from the mouth of the bag dragon, sweeping across the front. The trees were cut off by the middle, and the ground was destroyed by the dead light, and a deep plow was plowed out. Gully. In front of the dragon, a fan-shaped isolation area was formed, which prevented the spread of the fire. However, before the two were happy, a gust of wind whistled past, and the fire rose goes again. No, the wind is too strong, the fire spreads too fast, and the dragon can't control it. Dr. Damu frowned. At this time, Luo Yuan, who had been watching by the side, spoke. Dr. Damu, let me try it. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Dr. Omu to stop him, and threw his Pokeball with his hand. Luo Yuan. Dr. Damu was shocked when he saw Luo Yuan suddenly throwing the Pokeball. Now that the fire below can no longer be controlled, even his t-shirt can barely withstand the high temperature below. Sending out Pokemon at this time is simply irresponsible for Pokemon. It's just that the words of his reproach have not been spoken, and only a roar came from below. Dr. Damu looked down subconsciously, and saw a very large Pokemon standing on 2 feet standing in the forest below. The green looks like a body covered with thick armor, with hollow patterns on the chest and leg, and spikes of different lengths on the back of the head, neck, and shoulders, giving it an incomparable sense of strength. Bangira. Dr. Damu glanced at Luo Yuan in surprise. He never thought that Luo Yuan, who was not a Pokemon trainer, could actually send Bangira. But now is not the time to struggle with this. With the appearance of Bangira, the weather in the forest below suddenly changed. It was originally just windy, but now it started to raise a sandstorm. Flying gravel hit the burning trees, stopping the fire. Luo Yuan sat on the back of Pidiao, and he could feel the faint connection between himself and Bangira. Bangira, use rock slide, and use stones to create a continued isolation zone along the trend. Luo Yuan gave an order. In fact, it was not only Luo Yuan who felt the faint connection, but Bangira could also feel that this connection made Bangira very close to Luo Yuan, and he naturally obeyed 10,000 orders given by Luo Yuan. Roar. With Bangira's loud roar, the huge rock was picked up by Bangira and smashed towards the burning tree. Seeing this, Dr. Damu quickly seized the opportunity. Banglong, we continue to use the destruction of death light and cooperate with Bangira. The rumbling sound continued, and with the efforts of Bangira and Sanglong, an irregular fire zone made of rock gradually took shape. The fire has been brought under control. Chapter 6 The Power of Viking. Chapter 6 The Power of Viking Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 6 The Power of Jobin. The wall made of rocks is the dividing line. One side is a blazing flame, and the other side is a lush forest. After Bangira used stones to separate the flames from the forest, although the fire is still fierce, at least it will not continue to spread. Seeing this, Dr. Damu breathed a sigh of relief. The fire has been controlled for the time being. Let go down first. Let Bangira and Fanglong pay attention to the fire situation and put out the flames that cross the isolation zone at any time. Dr. Damu and Luo Yuan landed by the lake. A large number of elves gathered by the lake, all Pokemon who obeyed the instructions of Baidiao and escaped from the fire. At this time, they saw Baidiao descend from the sky, and silently made way for Baidiao to make way for an open space. Thanks to you this time, Luo Yuan. If it weren't for you, the fire would probably continue to spread. Dr. Damu said with emotion. He brought Luo Yuan, originally just wanting Luo Yuan to help him come up with ideas, but he didn't expect Luo Yuan to give him such a big surprise. I just did what I could, and if the fire got bigger, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. You are too modest, Dr. Damu said. Although Luo Yuan said it lightly, at the critical juncture just now, Luo Yuan was able to decisively choose to take action, and accurately issue the correct instructions to Bangira. This kind of love and talent for Pokemon has surpassed the absolute limit. Most trainers. Luo Yuan smiled when he heard the word. How long will this fire last? Luo Yuan looked at the still burning forest behind the isolation belt. I don't think so from the sky, but from the ground, this flame is really terrifying. If no one intervenes, this fire will last for at least a few days, Dr. Damu said in a heavy tone. But Xiaomao has gone to contact Junsha in Jobin City. There is a branch of the Forest Rangers Association in Jobin City. Wait a minute, they should send someone to put out the fire. The Pokemon Rangers Association. There is absolutely no organization in this world that loves Pokemon and forests more than them. When they hear that there is a forest fire in Vibrant City, they will definitely come to put it out. That good. If the fire was left to burn for a few more days, God knows what else could happen. After all, he and Dr. Damu can't stare here all the time. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for preventing the forest fire from continuing to spread, protecting a large number of Pokemon, unlocking the achievement Forest Guardian, and getting the reward Victorian Power. Vibrant Power. A wonderful ability to heal wounds and sense Pokemon's emotion. Can fighting fires also unlock achievement? Luo Yuan didn't think that fighting fires himself would unlock achievement. As for the power of Jobin, he knew that according to legend, a person with special abilities would appear in the forest of Jobin every 10 years. Thinking of this, Luo Yuan asked, Dr. Damu, have you heard of the power of Vibrant Fan? The power of Viking. Dr. Damu, who was appeasing the Pokemon, thought about it carefully and shook his head. I haven't heard of the power of Vibrant. What is that? There is no power of Vibrant. Luo Yuan Yuan was stunned for a moment, then thoughtfully, the power of Vibrant is something unique to the Pokémon special comic, and now it seems that the world he travels through is the worldview of the TV animation version, and it is normal to not have the power of Vibrant. It's nothing. Luo Yuan pulled the topic aside. Dr. Damu, let me help you appease the Pokémon. Okay, you can try it too. Dr. Damu stepped aside, and a trembling walking grass appeared in front of Luo Yuan. This walking grass was obviously frightened by the sudden fire. The green leaves above its head drooped down, its bean-sized eyes were tightly closed, and its gray-blue body was shivering. Be gentle when comforting. This little guy was frightened by the fire just now. Pokémon in this state are difficult to communicate with, so be patient. Before Dr. Damu could finish speaking, Luo Yuan leaned down and used the power of Vibrant that he had just obtained to put his palm on the walking grass. Suddenly being grabbed, the grass trembled even more while walking, but soon, the grass stopped shaking when walking, because it felt a close and comfortable breath from that palm. Originally, because of the fire just now, the nerves were tense and the walking grass was vigilant about everything. At this time, he forgot his fear and quietly opened his eyes. Walking grass looked at the human in front of him doubtfully, not knowing why such a comfortable breath came from a human, but it didn't think much. It took 2 steps forward, leaned on Luo Yuan's leg, found a comfortable position, fell asleep. At the same time, many sensitive Pokémon sensed the aura on Luo Yuan that came from the same source as the vibrant forest, and moved closer to Luo Yuan. Dr. OGI. Luo Yuan is really popular with Pokémon. Thanks to book friend *** for the 100-point reward, and book friend Zhang Jiawei for the 1000-point reward. Continue to at the same time. Thank you for your flowers and evaluation support. Chapter 7 Cure. Chapter 7 Cure Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 7 Healed. Among the many Pokémon surrounding him, Luo Yuan suddenly found a yellow figure squatting aside with his head in his arms, looking very painful. That duck. Is it burnt? Dr. Damu followed Luo Yuan's gaze and found the duck. The wound is on the head. It's a serious burn. It needs to be dealt with quickly. With many years of experience in Pokémon research, Dr. OGI immediately judged the situation of Da Duck. Dr. OGI, let me do it. Throwing aside a mosquito coil frog that had to rub against him, Luo Yuan hugged the duck whose head was burnt. The green fluorescent light lit up, and the burnt part of the duck head slowly recovered, and the 3 burnt hairs on the top of the head also slowly grew out. Da Duck didn't feel the pain anymore. He reached out and touched the 3 hairs that had grown back on the top of his head. He was very happy. Dr. Damu was shocked. This is my special ability, Luo Yuan explained. He didn't intend to conceal his own power of vibrant pan. He stretched out his hand and pulled a small Lada, and the green light flashed on his palm, and the scratches on the little Lada's legs disappeared. Is it super power? Dr. Damu immediately thought of the famous Golden Temple in Golden City. Under the banner of the Golden Gym, there is an association of superpower enthusiasts. He has some knowledge of this association, and its members do have some magical power. Luo Yuan has long thought of explaining. This is not the kind of mind power of the Golden City. It is a special ability that I awakened when I was a child. The effect is to make the communication between me and the Pokémon easier, and it can also heal some injury. There are many people in this world with special abilities, such as the power of the Waveguide and the power of the dragon. Even the learning and training methods of mind power have been mastered by humans. There is a special ability that can make Pokémon closer and have healing power. Although it is rare, it is not a big deal, which is why he did not choose to hide it, because it's totally unnecessary. It's a shame you didn't do Pokémon research, Dr. OGI said with emotion. If you are a researcher, this ability will be very helpful in studying the living habits of Pokémon. In his opinion, Luo Yuan's affinity for Pokémon was simply born for Pokémon research. If Bangira had not shown Luo Yuan's talent as a trainer before, even if he fought this old face, he would have Luoyuan become his assistant. Forget it. I think it's more fun to be a trainer. It is impossible to engage in academia, and it is impossible to engage in academia in this life. The duck held by Luo Yuan tilted his head full of question mark, completely unable to understand what the two were talking about. Seeing Da Duck dazed appearance, Dr. Damu and Luo Yuan laughed at the same time. The fire brigade led by Junsha and rangers quickly arrived at the fire scene, and the Pokémon rescue team led by Joey also arrived at the same time. The rangers who came with a lot of water-type Pokémon. The fire brigade, which is mainly based on Kami turtles and water arrow turtles, supplemented by Tyrannosaurus Carposaurus, has begun to do targeted firefighting work in response to forest fires. Dr. Damu has worked hard for you. Just leave the next thing to us. The director of the Chengpan branch of the Forest Ranger Association and Junsha came over to thank Dr. Damu. It's okay, then I'll leave it to you. Dr. Damu nodded and took back the bag dragon. Luo Yuan also withdrew Bangira. Come back, Bangira. As a former champion of the league, it is not a secret that Dr. OGI has a powerful thylacine in the league. But who is this young man beside Dr. OGI? Got a Bangira at a young age. What a great young man. Luo Yuan, who had not been noticed just now, attracted a lot of attention. This is Luo Yuan, Shalu. Dr. Damu introduced subconsciously, but halfway through his word, he remembered that Luo Yuan had resigned from Shalufu Company. Luo Yuan took the words of Dr. Damu and introduced himself. I am Luo Yuan, the current Alliance registered researcher, and will soon become the Alliance registered trainer. Trainer and researcher. This is the identity that Luo Yuan defines himself now. As for the researcher of Shalufu Company, that is the black history of the predecessor. Let go with the wind. In the previous fire, Luo Yuan's Bangira played a key role. Without Luo Yuan's help, I'm afraid the fire could not be controlled at all. Dr. Damu was indifferent to fame and fortune, but this did not prevent him from taking credit for Luo Yuan. As that's so, no one would doubt the words of Dr. OGI. With Dr. Ogi's status in the Alliance, there is absolutely no need to tell lies. As a result, everyone's impression of Luo Yuan became a responsible and powerful researcher. The Forest Rangers Association took the lead in expressing gratitude to Luo Yuan. On behalf of all the members of the Joban City Forest Ranger branch, I would like to thank you for your action. Otherwise the fire will spread and cause unimaginable damage to the Joban forest. Just a little effort. Dash 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 dash. Thanks to bookfriend Lulu for the 300-point reward. There will be a chapter later, at least 3 changes a day before the shelf, and will be added from time to time. Please collect Hilda. Chapter 8 Usangia. Chapter 8 Usangia Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 8 Usangia. Helping to put out the fire is really not a big deal in Luo Yuan's view, but for the rangers who regard protecting forests and wild Pokemon as their lifelong goal, what Luo Yuan has done means a lot. The two sides chatted for a few more words. Luo Yuan and Dr. Damu saw that the fire was gradually decreasing, so they left in advance. The matter of fighting the fire is left to the forest rangers and firefighters. There is no need to worry about the treatment of Pokemon with Joey and Gili Egg and Junsha to investigate the cause of the fire. These are professionals. It is meaningless for him and Dr. Damu to stay here. It was getting late, and when he returned to the research institute, Luo Yuan saw Xiaomao standing at the door. Grandpa, Luo Yuan. Seeing that Luo Yuan and Dr. Damu were safe and sound, Xiaomao breathed a sigh of relief. He is not particularly worried about his grandfather. As the grandson of Dr. Damu, Xiaomao has a deep understanding of how strong his grandfather is. What worries him more is, what do you mean by this expression? Luo Yuan said speechlessly. It seems like I'm weak. I'm just going to put out the fire. Are you strong? But I'm better than you. Luo Yuan said as a matter of course. Xiaomao, this guy doesn't have any Pokemon yet. You bastard. Being choked by Luo Yuan, Xiaomao opened his mouth and found that he couldn't refute it. Do I need to worry about this guy? Xiaomao asked himself. The answer is absolutely not necessary. And now he really wants to smoke Luo Yuan. Okay, stop arguing. Both of you, come in. Dr. Damu said with a smile, and at the same time he felt a little emotional. Young is good. Okay, Luo Yuan, let's continue with the previous choice. 3 Pokemon, Little Fire Dragon, Jenny Turtle and Frog Seed. Have you decided which one to choose? Dr. Damu placed the 3 Pokeballs in front of Luo Yuan again. Think about it. I choose Little Fire Dragon. It doesn't need to be considered at all. What he chooses has been decided before. As for the reason why he chose the Little Fire Dragon, it was not just because the Little Fire Dragon looked cute. What he valued more was the flight attributes of the Little Fire Dragon's final evolutionary fire-breathing dragon. He needs the flying attribute of the fire-breathing dragon to help him make up for the weakness that his current lineup is restrained by fighting Pokemon. Then, the Little Fire Dragon is entrusted to you. Dr. Damu didn't say anything about taking care of the Little Fire Dragon, because after the previous event, he believed that Luo Yuan would be able to take good care of the Little Fire Dragon. Open the Pokeball. White light flashed, and a small fire dragon with orange-red skin and an orange-yellow flame on its tail appeared in front of Luo Yuan. Wow, Tilda. When Xiao Hualong saw Luo Yuan, he rushed up and hugged his thigh. Luo Yuan was stunned by the coherence and smoothness of his movement. Luo Yuan shook his leg, but he couldn't get rid of this guy. Luo Yuan had no choice but to look up for help to Dr. Damu. Ah, this little guy may be a little sticky. Dr. Omu was also very strained. When he checked the 3 initial Pokemon, why didn't he find that this little guy was so sticky? Xiaomao looked at Luo Yuan and Xiao Hualong. Grandpa, where is my Pokemon? Xiaomao looked at Dr. Damu expectantly. It stands to reason that Pokemon should be handed out to you tomorrow morning. When Xiaomao heard Dr. Damu's word, he looked at Luo Yuan and the little fire dragon holding Luo Yuan's thigh, and his mentality exploded. However, since Luo Yuan has already got a Pokemon today, you can choose one too. Dr. Damu's words made Xiaomao ascend from hell to heaven. The alliance does not stipulate the day when Pokemon are distributed, and Dr. Ogi is not that rigid old stubborn, and there is no need for Xiaomao to get Pokemon tomorrow. Anyway, Xiaomao and Luo Yuan will definitely live here tonight, and they will definitely be the first to pick up the Pokemon tomorrow morning. It doesn't matter if it's earlier or later. Excellent. Xiaomao was excited like a child. Suddenly I feel ashamed to be standing with you. Luo Yuan, who couldn't get rid of it, had to put the little fire dragon back into the Pokeball, covering his face, not wanting to see this scene. Xiaomao didn't care at all. He hesitated and struggled in front of the two Pokeballs for a long time, and finally chose the Jenny Turtle. Holding the Pokeball of the Jenny Turtle, Xiaomao rushed to Luo Yuan and said, "Let's fight with the Pokemon that we just got, and prove who is stronger between the two of us. You bastard, be intentional." Luo Yuan still hasn't figured out why his little fire dragon is holding onto his thighs as soon as he comes out. How can he fight Pokemon? It's okay, you can use another Pokemon. Xiaomao pretended to be generous and authentic, but in fact his heart was already blooming with joy. In his opinion, Luo Yuan's little fire dragon can't fight, and little Kirby is just a foodie who has never been in combat, so he will win. Are you sure? Luo Yuan glanced at Xiaomao with a subtle expression. Dr. Damu hesitated, and his expression was also very strained. Of course, Xiaomao was full of confidence. Then, Dr. Damu, please help prepare the venue. Luo Yuan smiled brightly. Seeking collection tilde seeking flowers seeking evaluation tilde. Chapter 9 Battle. Chapter 9 Battle Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 9 Battle. There is a small battlefield built in the backyard of the Big Wood Research Institute in the early years, and the battle site between Xiaomao and Luo Yuan is selected there. Dr. Ogi served as the audience and referee for this battle. Standing on the training ground, Xiaomao threw his hand, a white light shot out of the Pokeball, and then a Jenny Turtle appeared on the field. With its red tortoise shell, blue body, and bright bald head, the Jenny Turtle stood out on the field. Seeing the appearance of the Jenny Turtle, Luo Yuan looked at Xiaomao and the Jenny Turtle, and finally came to the conclusion, you two really look alike. Jenny's turtle was on his hip, his expression tugging, exactly the same as when Xiaomao was pretending to be coercive. Come on, Luo Yuan. Xiaomao and his Jenny Turtle are very imposing. He had already thought about it, and when Luo Yuan released little Kirby, he immediately ordered the Jenny Turtle to do it. First come with a set of water guns plus foam light, and then let the jerky rush up to fight with Kobe. Kobe is definitely not a foodie, and he will definitely win. On the side, Dr. Damu, as a person who clearly knew Luo Yuan's rank, listened to Xiaomao's confident appearance at this time, and really didn't know what expression he should show. Then I'll do it. Luo Yuan held back his laughter and threw his Pokeball. A white light that was much brighter than the previous appearance of the Jenny Turtle flash. In Xiaomao's expression of disbelief, boom, Bangira, like a heavy tank, appeared on the field, and the spikes on his body looked extremely ferocious. Because the body is too heavy, Bangira's feet stepped on the field with deep mark. Jenny Turtle was done. It looked at the enemy in front of it, and its heart was broken. The battle was still at heart, and the Jenny Turtle chose the latter, and then it resolutely retracted into its shell regardless of Xiaomao's order. Snap! I'm so stupid. Xiaomao covered his face. He should have thought long ago that Luo Yuan had to rely on the fact that he dared to go to the fire scene to fight the fire before, and he was foolish enough to challenge. He also remembered at this time, when Luo Yuan told him in Golden City that he had other Pokemon, he didn't take it to heart. Now it seems that that Pokemon is not Bangira. How is it? Xiaomao, do you want to continue fighting? Luo Yuan waved at Xiaomao. Roar! Bangira roared in protest. Stop fighting. Xiaomao resolutely confessed and took the Jenny Turtle back to the Pokeball. Would you like to try again? Luo Yuan analyzed Xiaomao on the side. Look, your Jenny Turtle is a water-type Pokemon, and my Bangira has dual attributes of evil and rock, and is restrained by Jenny Turtle. Yes, don't fight, don't fight. Xiaomao's brain was not broken. Even if it is attribute restraint, the body size comparison between Jenny Turtle and Bangira is lays here. Jenny Turtle is not as tall as Bangira's thighs, so what to win? Tis tis, what a pity. Luo Yuan regretfully took Bangira back into the Pokeball with a look of regret. Xiaomao, what are you pity for? A battle was over, and although the process was nothing to watch, Luo Yuan still won the battle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the silver achievement, first battle victory, and getting the reward. Exploration. Probe. Use probe to get information about the Pokemon, items, and prop being probe. Sure enough, you can also unlock achievements in battle. Luo Yuan had expected this for a long time. After unlocking 3 achievements, Luo Yuan has some understanding of the system. Well, it's so late. It's time for dinner. Dr. Ogi greeted. Oh, here we come. Before he could check the rewarded guild, Luo Yuan followed Dr. Damu and walked towards the research institute. The dinner was solved at the Damu Research Institute. The food was instant noodles. noodle. Dr. Damu, Xiao Mao, and Luo Yuan each had a box of instant noodles. As for why not cook, the main reason is that neither Luo Yuan, Xiao Mao nor Dr. Damu have ever cooked, so they can only eat instant noodles. As a world-renowned scholar, there is no one like Dr. Damu. I think Dr. Damu, you should find an assistant. Otherwise, when you come to the institute, you will have to eat instant noodles every time. Luo Yuan swallowed the noodles and said, "Yes, Grandpa." Xiao Mao also agreed. Compared with Luo Yuan, who can barely accept the occasional meal or two of instant noodles, he often comes to the research institute and can only eat instant noodles every time, and he hates instant noodles even more. We'll talk about this later. Dr. Damu changed the subject with an embarrassing smile. He is not willing to find a simple life assistant. He prefers an assistant like Luo Yuan who can assist him in his research. Unfortunately, there are very few current researchers who are as strong as Luo Yuan. P.S. The animation worldview Xiao Mao is the only child, so there is no sister living in Junxin Town. Daily Seeking Collection, Flowers and Evaluation tilde. Chapter 10 Sticky Little Dragon. Chapter 10 Sticky Little Dragon Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 10 The Sticky Little Fire Dragon. After finishing dinner, Luo Yuan finally had time to study the little fire dragon. Wow tilde. As soon as he was released, Xiao Huolong was about to pounce on him, but Luo Yuan, who had already prepared, held down Xiao Huolong's head. The little fire dragon's two short hands waved randomly in the air, but it was obvious that the little fire dragon with very short hands couldn't reach Luo Yuan at all. Let me see what the reason is. Luo Yuan threw an exploration technique on Xiao Huolong's body. Small fire dragon. Gender, male. Feature, fire. Skills, bite, smoke green, bark. Specialty, keen perception. Evaluation. The initial Pokemon that the Alliance cultivate for new trainers has excellent potential and special talent. The characteristic is fierce fire. It is not very strange that the skill has mastered the spark, but what is this special talent? Luo Yuan noticed the special talents mentioned by the system. The system gives a quick introduction. Acute perception. Due to the influence of the parent, the little fire dragon is born with a very keen perception ability, and can easily detect the enemy's maliciousness and subtle energy fluctuations. So this is why the little fire dragons stick to me. Luo Yuan roughly guessed why the little fire dragon was so sticky to himself. It was all caused by the power of Vibrant that he had obtained before. Little fire dragon. Luo Yuan tried to mobilize the power of Vibrant, and sure enough, the little fire dragon who felt the power of Vibrant was even more excited. Through the power of Vivian, he could feel that the little fire dragon liked him very much. The enthusiasm of Xiao Huolong made Luo Yuan slap his tongue. What I got is really the power of Vibrant. Isn't it the power of taking drug? The power of Vivian's power should be communication and healing. How did it become like this when it came to Xiao Huolong? Fortunately, the power of Vivian is not really the power of drug addict. Luo Yuan comforted him, and the fanatical little fire dragon finally calmed down. We will be companions from now on. Luo Yuan stretched out his hand towards Xiao Huolong. Wow tilde. Xiao Huolong nodded seriously, then blinked with big eyes, grabbed Luo Yuan's arm and bit his clothes by the way. No matter what Luo Yuan did, he would never let go. My god. Little Kirby, come and help me pull it off. Kirby. Little Kirby pulled his head out of the food bowl, tilted his head and glanced at Luo Yuan, hesitated for a while, and seemed to think that eating was more important, so he continued to eat. The next morning, today's Dr. Damu is in good spirit. It seems that he wants to set a good example for the new trainers who set out. Dr. Damu specially arranged his hairstyle. Luo Yuan, here is your picture book. Dr. Damu handed the Pokemon illustration to Luo Yuan, along with 5 Pokeballs. You should know about the picture book. I won't say more. The Pokeball is a small gift from the league to the rookie trainer. Taking the illustration, Luo Yuan nodded. Pokemon illustrations are not simple. Not only can they guide new trainers to quickly familiarize themselves with the types and characteristics of Pokemon, they can also be used as identification, and they can even stay at the Pokemon Center for free with the help of the illustration. Can also stay at the Pokemon Center for free with his researcher qualification certificate, but it is not as rich as a picture book. Where's that guy Xiao Mao? After putting away the illustrated book, Luo Yuan looked left and right, but did not find Xiao Mao's figure. Xiao Mao, he said he wanted to be the first to set off, so he took the illustrated book and left early in the morning. Dr. Damu said Xiao Mao and shook his head with a smile. You didn't say hello to me. It seemed that the plan to hitch a ride to Vibana City had to be cancelled. Dr. Ogi seemed to suddenly remember something and said, by the way, Luo Yuan, the Forest Rangers Association that I met during the firefighting called this morning and said that they invited you to visit the branch of the Forest Rangers Association in Vibrant City. The Forest Rangers Association. Has the fire in the Viridian forest been put out? It was put out last night, but luckily it didn't cause too much damage. Dr. Damu was in a good mood. food. What about the cause of the fire? Has it been investigated? According to the Rangers Association, it seems that a trainer used the fire of a fire-breathing dragon to roast meat in the Viking forest and accidentally set a big tree on fire. It happened that a double bomb gas passed by and was ignited by the flame. Plus, the weather has been relatively dry recently, and the water-type Pokémon that usually live in the forest all return to the lake to replenish water, and there is no time to stop the fire. Eventually the fire got bigger and bigger, causing a forest fire. Luo Yuan was stunned. Is there such an operation? After I heard it, I thought it was impossible. Dr. Damu said. Actually, the main reason for the fire was the fire-breathing dragon trainer who failed to take measures to put out the fire when the fire-breathing dragon ignited the tree. He ran away when he saw a sudden fire. You should pay more attention to your trips in the future. They've been taught. Luo Yuan made up his mind that he would never be so stupid in the future. Chapter 11 Silly Things and Skin Gods. Chapter 11 Silly Things and Skin Gods Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 11 Silly Thing and Pishin. Just when Luo Yuan was going to ask what punishment the Alliance had for the trainer who caused the fire, a panting brown-haired girl rushed in recklessly, almost hitting Luo Yuan. I'm very sorry. The young girl bowed and apologized when she almost bumped into someone. It's okay. Luo Yuan smiled and turned sideways to make way for the girl. After the girl apologized, she didn't care about anything else and hurried to the front of Dr. Damu. Dr. Bigwood, I'm Xiao Lan. This should be the third trainer besides Luo Yuan and Xiao Mao. It looks a bit reckless. Xiao Lan, you are here to collect the Pokemon. The Pokemon is ready, and there is a picture book. Because there was only one Pokemon left, Dr. Damu directly stuffed the wonderful frog seeds to Xiaolin. Thank you, Dr. Damu. After Xiaolin thanked him, he left happily with the seeds of the frog. But Luo Yuan remembers that Dr. Damu only prepared 3 Pokemon. If that was the third trainer just now, what about the rest of Ash? Luo Yuan cast doubtful eyes on Dr. Damu. Don't worry, I have already reported to the league and asked them to prepare one more Pokemon. It should be time to calculate. Dr. Damu seemed to know Luo Yuan's doubts and said with a smile, quote, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Luo Yuan was really shocked at this time. Could it be that because of his arrival, the fool will miss his destined skin god? The thought just flashed through his mind. Jingle bell. A video call request is displayed on the Institute computer. Dr. Ogi answered the phone, and a nervous young researcher appeared on the screen. The background of the video is messy, and you can roughly see that the opposite side of the video appears to be under attack. This is the Damu Research Institute. What the matter? Dr. Damu suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Dr. Ogi, I'm sorry, but something happened to the initial Pokemon you ordered earlier. The researcher in the video looked ashamed. What the matter? The training center was attacked by Team Rocket, and all the Pokemon prepared for the rookie trainer were taken away by Team Rocket. I'm afraid the initial Pokemon you asked for may not be delivered on time. Dr. Ogi. Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan felt the power called fate. Pishin and Xiaoji were indeed a destined pair. The fourth Pokemon couldn't be delivered, and that's what this video call is all about. The researcher on the opposite side quickly hung up the phone. The incubation center had just been attacked, and they still had a lot to deal with. But Dr. Ogi is having a headache now. There was one less of the 4 Pokemon that were originally prepared. If it was other trainers, it would be better to say that it would be no problem to wait for 2 days. But the rest happened to be Xiaoji, and Xiaoji's love for Pokemon was in his eyes, and he couldn't bear to tell Xiaoji the cruel truth. Before Dr. Omu could come up with a solution, the door was pushed open. Xiaoji ran in. Dr. Ogi, I'm so sorry, I'm up late. After apologizing, Ash discovers that there are other people in the institute. Luo Yuan, why are you here? Forgot to mention that Luo Yuan and Xiaoji also knew each other because of the Pokemon summer camp. I also decided to be a trainer. Luo Yuan shook the Pokeball in his hand towards Xiaoji. Luo Yuan, what did you choose? Little Fire Dragon. Well, has the Little Fire Dragon been selected? Then only the seeds of the wonderful frog and the Jenny Turtle are left. Which one should I choose? Xiaoji pondered. Hearing Xiaoji's muttering, Dr. Damu became more and more embarrassed. In the end, Xiaoji happily got the skin god under the trick of Dr. Damu. Dr. Damu, is this really good? Luo Yuan twitched at the corner of his mouth, looking at Xiaoji who was twitching all over by Pikachu's electricity. Probably no problem. Dr. Damu was also a little unsure, but it doesn't matter. There should be a new batch of initial Pokemon in 2 days. The big deal is to let Xiaoji come back and change another one. This is also Xiaoji's advantage. He likes all Pokemon and is absolutely not picky. Xiaoji, who was numb from the electricity, didn't hear the conversation between the two. He was trying to communicate with the arrogant skin god, but the arrogant Pishin has been ignoring Xiaoji. Xiaoji, calm down the Pokemon and communicate with it patiently. Dr. Ogi, sci-fi. Where do I seem to have heard this? After listening to Luo Yuan's words, Xiaoji tried to appease Pishin. Soon, Xiaoji achieved some result. Although he has not yet received the approval of Pishin, at least he did not continue to be electrocuted. Luo Yuan, your method really worked. Xiaoji was very grateful. Chapter 12 Pocket Money Reaper. Chapter 12 Pocket Money Reaper Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 12 Pocket Money Harvester. It's nothing, these are just some tips, Luo Yuan said. As a trainer, the most important thing is to establish a good relationship with your Pokemon. Good communication is the foundation of everything. If the Pokemon is not obedient, even if the trainer's commanding art is superb, it will be difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. Therefore, Luo Yuan is now very satisfied with his vibrant power and can easily communicate with Pokemon, which is a good start. I see. Whether Ash remembers it or not, his modesty is good. Xiaoji set off with Pikachu in his arms. Luo Yuan saw that nothing happened and planned to leave. But before that, Dr. Damu, I may publish a paper recently, which is about the special ability I have, but because I am traveling, I may not have time to submit the manuscript. I hope you will help me publish it. Luo Yuan's funds are very tight now, so he decided to do his old business, publish papers. Special ability that he wants to publish has no commercial value, but the Alliance has an incentive policy, and it is completely feasible to mix a royalty allowance. No problem, said Dr. Damu. It's just a small effort for him. Thank you so much. I'm leaving too. Luo Yuan expressed his gratitude. Go, remember to catch a few more Pokemon when you have time. Quote. Quote. How did he feel that this sentence had a sense of sight of, have a few more children for me when you have time. It feels like being born. Illusion. It must be an illusion. Luo Yuan released the little fire dragon out of the Pokeball and let it follow him. Let go, let go. Wow. Tilda. Hearing this, Xiao Huolong waved his fist imposingly and followed Luo Yuan towards Vibrant City. Jobin City. Jobin Gym. A man dressed in a red R-patterned suit dressed as the Rocket's little leader stood respectfully inside the room. In front of him was a middle-aged man sitting on the sofa with his back to him. Boss Sakagi, the operation failed. Shall we continue to track it? The little leader asked cautiously. The activities are temporarily suspended, and the Alliance has been alert to us. Sakagi stroked the head of the cat boss. The previous action caused a forest fire, and the impact was too great. The middle-aged man, Sakagi said solemnly. I'm very sorry, Boss Sakagi. The subordinate behind him nodded. However, there is a task for you. Sakagi waved his hand and projected a photo on the screen in front of him. Watch him and find a chance to contact him. With the light of the screen, you can see that the person in the photo is Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan didn't know that the Rockets had been eyeing him, and he was fighting now. Green caterpillars use spinning. Little fire dragon. Use bar. Hula. The little fire dragon opened its mouth and spit out spark that fell on the silk thread bit out by the green caterpillar. Insect element meet fire element, and silk thread meet flame, and under the chemical reaction, fire instantly ignite. The flames burned all the way to the green caterpillar along the silk thread. After the green caterpillar was roasted for 3 years, the game was quickly decided. Looks like I won this game. Luo Yuan smiled and looked at the insect catcher boy opposite. The little fire dragon in the field hammered his chest, spitting out hot air mixed with bark. How could this be? The young insect catcher seemed to have a hard time accepting the fact in front of him. I have already caught the strongest green caterpillar in the vicinity. Snap! Just when he was desperate, the boy suddenly felt something pressing on his shoulders. When he looked up, he saw Luo Yuan's smiling face. Don't be discouraged by one failure. People's life is always full of setbacks. Tian Wengdu once said that as long as there is a dream, even a boy in shorts will one day become a league champion. Hearing these words of encouragement, the young bug catcher seemed to have found his purpose in life at once. I swallowed a mouthful of chicken soup, and my life was up to me. Hi. Saying goodbye to the young insect catcher, Luo Yuan counted the prize money in his hand. They collected enough food for another day. The children are really rich now, Luo Yuan said with emotion. Sure enough, becoming a trainer is also very promising. On the way from Junxin Town to Vibrant City, Luo Yuan really met a lot of trainers who were catching Pokemon in the forest. With his command and Xiao Huolong's excellent perception talent, Luo Yuan will win every battle. Not only has Xiao Huolong's combat experience improved a lot, but he has also made a lot of money. Ding! Unlock the brass achievement. Pocket Money Harvester. Defeat 10 insect catchers short boys in a row, and harvest their pocket money to get the reward. Firestone. I feel like you despise me. System. Luo Yuan looked at this prompt and thought about it with contempt. Naturally, the system would not answer him. A white light flashed, and a stone with flame patterns appeared in Luo Yuan's hand. Forget it. I don't know you in general. The flame stone is very valuable. Since the production of evolution stones is monopolized, the price of each evolution stone in the Alliance is now enough to be worth a month's ration for Kabi, putting the flame stone in his backpack. Luo Yuan looked up at the sudden gust of wind in the darkening sky. I'm sorry, I forgot that there is such a thing. Seeking collection seeking flowers and evaluation. Chapter 13 Flock of Ferret. Chapter 13 Flock of Ferret Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 13 Flock of Ferret. I should have left earlier if I knew it earlier. Luo Yuan looked at the sky that had become completely gloomy. There were lightning and thunder in the dark cloud, and raindrops had already fallen in the sky. Before, he only vaguely remembered that when Xiaoji set off, he would be attacked by a fierce bird, but he forgot that there was still such a thing as rain. Of course, it's actually his fault that he spent all his time fighting against the young insect catcher, otherwise he would have arrived at Vibrant City by now at the speed of his feet. Wowed Tilda. While he was thinking, the little fire dragon next to him let out a whimper. Luo Yuan looked down and saw that the little fire dragon was nervously holding his tail and hiding the flames in his arms, shivering in the rain, and the appearance of winning the game and showing off his power just now was too extreme. Almost forgot. He quickly took the little fire dragon back to the Pokeball. The strength of the little fire dragon is not enough to support it against the cold rain. For the relatively weak little fire dragon, there is no small damage when exposed to the rain. Remove the poncho from the backpack and put it on. Since we met, we can't just stand by and find Xiaoji. Luo Yuan stood at a high place, searching for Xiaoji's trace, and helping him if he could. Pikachu, you must hold on. On the bumpy road, the embarrassed Xiaoji was riding a bicycle at high speed. Behind him, Lai Kei was chasing after him, and being disturbed by Lai Kei, Xiaoji rushed down the slope and fell to the ground together with Pikachu. Xiaoji looked at Pikachu, who was almost unable to open his eyes, and then turned to look at the fierce bird in the sky. Resolutely stood up and stood in front of Pikachu who fell to the ground, Ash who stood up with gritted teeth, and the flock of ferrets swooping down from the sky. The picture freezes at this time. Just at the critical moment, a voice came from the side. Bagheera, stop the sparrows. A huge Pokemon suddenly appeared in front of Ash, blocking Lai Kei. A few unfortunate sparrows slammed into Bagheera's body and were slapped by Bagheera, which immediately deterred the flock of sparrows. From a distance, I see you being chased by a flock of ferrets. How about it? No problem. Luo Yuan walked over from the forest and asked Xiaoji, from being suddenly attacked by Lai Kei to fleeing on a bicycle to the desperation when he fell just now. When he suddenly saw Luo Yuan, he was in a desperate situation, and Xiaoji only felt that his nose was a little sore. Luo Yuan, help me. Pikachu it. Wait a minute. Luo Yuan turned around and looked at the fierce birds in the sky who were still unwilling to disperse. Bagheera, use the destruction deathlight to get rid of these ferrets. Lai Kei is aggressive by nature and often attack humans, so Luo Yuan has no burden at all when he moves his hand. Roar. A low growl came from Bagheera's throat, and then a yellow energy beam swept across the audience. The flock of ferrets in the sky was swept away by Bagheera's destructive deathlight. Half of them were directly hit by the destructive deathlight when they met. Run away quickly. Xiaoji stared at all this in stunned eyes. Isn't Luo Yuan the rookie trainer who started with him? After eliminating Lai Kei, Luo Yuan took back Bagheera. Okay, show me Pikachu. Okay. After returning to his senses, Xiaoji hurriedly picked up Pikachu on the ground and handed it over, and easily eliminated the flock of fiery birds. He taught himself how to communicate with Pikachu before. Luo Yuan was now omnipotent in Xiaoji's eyes. Give Pikachu an exploration technique to check Pikachu's condition. Fortunately, although the injury is serious, it is not life-threatening. Because Luo Yuan came in advance to disperse Lai Kei, there was no scene where Pikachu desperately used the thunder trick. Pikachu's injury was much lighter than in the animation. Reach out his left hand and use the power of Vibrant to help Pikachu heal. Pikachu's injuries were quickly relieved. It shouldn't be a big problem, but wait for the treatment at the Vibrant City Pokemon Center. Luo Yuan returned Pikachu to Ash. Thank you, Luo Yuan. The gratitude in Xiaoji's heart can no longer be expressed in words. It just so happens that I'm going to Vibana City. Let go together, so as not to be attacked by other Pokemon later. Seeing Xiaoji's embarrassed appearance, it is not so easy to become a trainer. Hearing this, Xiaoji was also a little scared. After all, Pikachu couldn't stand the toss anymore, so he quickly nodded. Okay. However, that bicycle. Luo Yuan pointed to the bicycle whose front wheel was twisted and almost detached from the body. It seems that Xiaoji fell off the dirt slope on a bicycle, and fell, although it looks much better than the animation, but it is still broken. In the animation, Pishin definitely took the blame for Xiaoji. The bicycle can turn into the appearance in the animation, at least half of Xiaoji's credit. It's over. Ash looked at the bicycle with the broken front wheel and held his head. Thanks to book friend Feng Renjing for the 2000 points reward, and I am very grateful for the support. Chapter 14 Joey of Jobin. Chapter 14 Joey of Jobin proven Pokémon Achievement System Chapter 14. In the end, Joey from Vibrant City was still holding Pikachu by Luo Yuan, while Xiaoji followed behind him with a look of disappointment, carrying a bicycle that was nearly severely damaged. The price of a bicycle is not cheap. For a rookie trainer like Xiaoji who needs to call home for living expenses every month, it can be called a lot of money. Seeing Xiaoji walking with heavy steps, Luo Yuan couldn't stand it any longer. There should be a bicycle shop in Vibrant City. You can ask if it can be repaired. Yes, you can still repair it. There is still hope for repairs. Hearing this news, Xiaoji's whole body was refreshed. Quote. You've become too fast. Entering the City of Victory, there were significantly fewer wild Pokemon. More buildings appeared around, and the number of trees became less and less. This is normal, and while this is the world of Pokemon, wild Pokemon rarely coexist with humans, except for a few mild-tempered Pokemon. Especially in cities where humans live, the Alliance will send special personnel to capture wild Pokemon around the city every year to prevent wild Pokemon from attacking humans. The establishment of the city is the product of the victory of the struggle between humans and Pokemon. Luo Yuan sighed. Luo Yuan, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Xiaoji asked with a question mark on his face. It's nothing, just some emotion. Luo Yuan never thought that Xiaoji would understand. Maybe he could understand these things in the future, but now Ji is still too immature. Off topic. Let go to the Pokemon Center first. Pikachu's injury matters. At the mention of Pikachu, Ash quickly stepped up his pace. Let go to the Pokemon Center. Luo Yuan and Xiaoji quickly rushed to the Pokemon Center. Perhaps Jun Sha was still dealing with the follow-up to the previous Vibrant Forest fire. Along the way, they did not encounter Jun Sha, who was questioning passers-by in the animation. Miss Joy, we meet again. Luo Yuan greeted Joy. He had greeted Joey when he was fighting the fire in the Victory Forest before, and it was considered an acquaintance. It turned out to be Mr. Luo Yuan. Good afternoon. Joey also remembered this caring and powerful trainer, with a gentler smile on his face. Miss Joy, please look at my Pikachu. Ash was a little anxious holding Pikachu. Any Pokemon injured? Let me see. Joey took Pikachu from Ash, and after careful inspection, a reassuring smile appeared on his face. It's not a big problem. Although I have suffered a serious injury before, it seems that I have received treatment. Most of the wounds have healed. I am still in a coma because of excessive shock and fatigue. Just carry out simple treatment and take a rest. Just fine. Great. Xiaoji let out a sigh of relief. Then, he quickly turned his head and thanked Luo Yuan. Thanks to you, Luo Yuan, I treated Pikachu before. It's okay. Be careful in the future. Just try not to provoke Pokemon that live in groups in the wild. Luo Yuan waved his hand indifferently. It's easy to do it. At most it takes a little time and physical strength, and the right is to exercise ability. Sorry, take the liberty to ask. The treatment you just said. Joey, who arranged Pikachu on the side, asked embarrassedly, with a curious look in his eyes. She has also worked at the Pokemon Center for many years. When she took over Pikachu, it was easy to judge that Pikachu had received serious injuries before, but when she was sent to the Pokemon Center, Pikachu's injuries were almost healed. She had never encountered such a situation. After hearing Xiaoji say that Luo Yuan saved Pikachu, she couldn't help but wonder what kind of treatment can treat such a serious injury in the wild. For Joey, who spends his days treating Pokemon, nothing is more intriguing than a novel cure. Did you say treatment? Luo Yuan thought for a while. Anyway, he was about to publish a paper on the power of Vibrant, and he was not afraid of others knowing about this power, so he didn't hide it, and stretched out his left hand, which was covered with a layer of green light. This is my special ability to treat Pokemon, which is what I used to save Pikachu. There are also healing type special abilities. Joey covered his mouth in acclaim, then realized that his voice was too loud, and quickly apologized. Sorry, I was really surprised just now. I didn't expect that there are really healing type superpowers in the world. Joey explained apologetically. I've been thinking since I was a child that there are so many special abilities in this world. Will there be a special ability for healing? But I didn't expect that there would be. Speaking of this, Joey's face showed a cheerful look, like a little girl who fulfilled her wish. Seeking collection tilde seeking flowers seeking evaluation tilde. Chapter 15 Battle with Stalker. Chapter 15 Battle with Stalker Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 15 The Battle with the Stalker. Luo Yuan and Joey chatted for a while, but because Joey still had work to do, soon only Luo Yuan, Xiaoji and a few trainers were left in the lobby who were chatting. Xiaoji went to report the day's travel experience to his mother and Dr. Damu, while Luo Yuan was looking at the trainers sitting in the hall. There's something wrong with these guys. Perhaps it was a bit of persecution paranoia, but after a brief observation, Luo Yuan found that these trainers had looked in his direction no less than 10 times within 10 minutes. This is a very subtle number. 10 times, once a minute on average. If Luo Yuan hadn't noticed them, he would only think that these few people's behavior was a a little strained, and he wouldn't pay too much attention to them. But he was preconceived and vigilant. How to look at it now? These guys are not normal. Xiaoji, let me go out for a walk first. Since he felt abnormal, Luo Yuan decided to try it out. Holding his pocket, Luo Yuan walked out of the Pokémon Center as if he didn't notice. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the moment he stepped out of the door of the Pokémon Center, the trainers who had not been talking about what they were talking about exchanged glances, and separated two of them to follow. There is indeed a problem. Luo Yuan remained calm, wandering along the street, seemingly aimlessly. It's just that the places he goes seem to be getting more and more remote. Jobin City, a secluded street next to Central Park. Luo Yuan, who was wandering, suddenly stopped. You two, you've been with me for so long, why don't you come out and say hello? The sound of the wind blowing. After a while, two uncharacteristic trainers came out from behind the trees on both sides of the street. I thought you wouldn't come out. Luo Yuan teased. Quote. Two exasperated expressions responded to him. This place was specially chosen by Luo Yuan. There were no forts in the whole street. There were only 2 rows of trees on both sides of the road. The 2 stalkers who were stopped by him had nowhere to escape. I'm curious, who are you guys and why are you following me? Luo Yuan took out the Pokeball from his waist. But if you think about it, you won't tell me, so I'll beat you up first. Before the 2 could speak, Luo Yuan threw the Pokeball directly. Class. As soon as Bangira came out, he roared, stepped on the ground with both feet, and stepped on the cracks in the street, and at the same time, a sandstorm was raised around him. The expressions of the 2 people they followed changed dramatically, and they looked at each other. Both of them could see the horror in the other's eyes. Although they are in Kanto, they can still recognize the quasi-god Bangira in the Chengdu area adjacent to Kanto. The most important thing is that the intelligence did not mention that the target they are tracking has such a powerful Pokemon. Not to mention that the 2 stalkers were screaming MMP in their heart. Luo Yuan started first. Bangira, invisible rock, stopped their escape. Bangira flicked her tail, and countless rock flew out, blocking the other side of the street and blocking the retreat of the 2 stalkers. I haven't had a good battle since I became a trainer. Come on, let me see a real Pokemon battle, Luo Yuan said, standing behind Bangira. This was the first time he had encountered an opponent different from the short boy and the bug catcher. Roar! Bangira roared, and the sandstorm intensified again. The entire street was flooded with sandstorm, and the leaves of the street trees on both sides of the street were smashed by the gravel. The stalkers looked at each other and looked at the formation. They knew that they probably couldn't leave easily today, but they are not without resistance. Aberman, double bomb gas. Come on. 2 stalkers throw their own Pokemon. 2-on-1. There may still be a chance of victory. I knew. As soon as he saw this iconic Pokemon, Luo Yuan instantly confirmed more than half of the identities of the 2 stalkers. Dual bomb gas and Arbor are standard for the rocket. Besides, there are not many criminal organizations in Kanto. Apart from those unruly tyrants and bad boys, only Team Rocket has the leisure and manpower to follow him, a former researcher of Shaloof Company. However, Luo Yuan still couldn't understand one thing. Why did the Rockets choose to follow him, a former researcher of Shaloof Company? But he quickly put the problem behind him, because the 2 Pokemon on the opposite side had already shot. Aberman used the solution. Double gas, mud bomb. The screeching dissolving liquid formed an acid barrier and spilled over, followed by the mud bombs of the double egg gas, hitting Bangira under the cover of the dissolving liquid. Don't dodge, just use destruction death light. In the face of the enemy's attack, Luo Yuan had no intention of evading. As his first battle in the true sense, Luo Yuan will use a crushing attitude to win. Dash 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 dash. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation. Chapter 16 vs Arbor and Double Gas. Chapter 16 vs Arbor and Double Gas Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 16 vs Arbor and Double Gas. As Pokemon obtained from the system, the intimacy between Bangira and Luo Yuan is kept at the highest value. As soon as Luo Yuan opened his mouth, Bangira knew what he was thinking, raised his head and roared, and a destructive death light suddenly spewed out of his mouth, easily smashing the oncoming solution and mud bombs, and directly took Abo Strange and double bomb gas. However, Bangira's attack is fast, but this time the enemy is not a rookie. Destruction death light is powerful, but the disadvantage is also very obvious. That is, the attack trajectory is too easy to judge. According to relevant statistic, in each league competition, the probability of being evaded by the destruction death light is 83%, and it is really difficult to hit the destruction death light unless it is under certain conditions. Obviously, the 2 trainers in front of them also know how to avoid destroying the death light. Aberman, snake in a serpentine position. Get out of the way. Gas bomb. Arbor's slender body twisted and easily avoided the destruction of the death light, but double bounced the gas because the reaction speed was a little slow, and was hit, but it was only wiped by the U-way of the destruction of the death light. Luo Yuan wasn't disappointed either. Abagwai and Shuangdangas were 2 evolution-type Pokemon Yuan after all. If they were solved by one move, it would be a strange thing. However, avoiding the destruction light is their limit. Bangira, shattered rock. The muscle groups in the leg provided a huge thrust for Bangira, and at this moment Bangira showed a fitness that was completely inconsistent with his size. Make a fist and hit. The target was the double bomb gas that had just been wiped by the deathlight of destruction. He punched out and hit the center with double gas. Like an unloaded cannonball, the double bomb gas turned into a purple meteor, smashed a big tree by the roadside, and embedded itself in the wall. Looking at it now, you can vaguely see the fine cracks on the double bomb gas. Its neck. The double bomb gas had lost its ability to fight, and Bangira and Luo Yuan simultaneously turned their attention to the Aber monster on the other side. Chabaku tilde. Arbor raised his head high, and the ghost pattern on his chest became more and more vivid, threatening Bangira in a stern manner. This is not a game. How could Bangira be frightened by the Arbor? Luo Yuan waved his hand. Bangira, sharp don't attack. In fact, in this case, the effect of the earthquake is better, but considering that this is in Vibrant City, if the earthquake is used, it may cause some trouble, so he dismissed the idea. The sharp stone with edges and corners was thrown by Bangira, turned into a barrage and shot at Arbor, blocking almost all directions that Arbor could dodge. Aber monster, shadow clone. The trainer of the Aberdeen tried to use the shadow clone to confuse Bangira's judgment, but the number of stones that Bangira cast was too many. The rain-like stones fell down. The Aber monster didn't even have a chance to resist. The sharp stone pierced into the Aber monster's body, directly causing it to lose its ability to fight. Roar. It was a crushing victory. Under the deterrence of Bangira, Luo Yuan adhered to the oldest trainer tradition and took the bonus he deserved from the two Rockets members. After tying them up with rope, Luo Yuan dialed the police number of the Joban City Police Department. He looked up at the street after the battle, and his appearance had changed drastically. Broken trees, crumbling walls. In addition to the ground that was cracked by Bangira, there was a layer of sand on the ground, and many huge rocks were smashed on the ground and embedded in the road, leaving the entire street in a mess. I shouldn't ask me to compensate. Luo Yuan was suddenly worried. Okay, the transcript has been completed. Thank you for your cooperation. Junsha from Vibrant City, like Joey, is also an acquaintance of Luo Yuan, so the incident was quickly characterized. Team Rocket intended to attack Luo Yuan, a registered researcher of the Kidnapping Alliance. Luo Yuan was in self-defense and was completely innocent. At the same time, the damage to public property caused during the battle was borne by the two Team Rocket members. Everyone is responsible for arresting the Rocket. Luo Yuan said righteously. The head of the Viking City Forest Rangers Association has always wanted to see you. If you are free, please come to the Forest Rangers Association. Jun Sha said. The Rangers Association. I see. Ignoring the two Rockets members who were calling for a lawyer, Luo Yuan said goodbye to Junsha with a smile. The laws in the Pokemon world are not hard. As long as it is not a vicious murder, the sentence is not severe, so it is not terrible for the members of Team Rocket to go to jail. But being responsible for compensation for all public property, that's horrible. That price of fines was enough to keep the two Rockets working for years to come to pay off their debt. Ask for flowers. Ask for evaluation tilde everyone vote for a very good evaluation. Chapter 17 Xiaosha. Chapter 17 Xiaosha Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 17 Xiaosha. Luo Yuan didn't know what would happen to the two Rockets who were following him. Anyway, it was enough for him to be in a good mood now. However, it is a pity that Luo Yuan did not figure out why the Rockets were staring at him. The two people who followed him before looked like grassroots members. They didn't even have the powerful Pokemon, so they couldn't provide anything useful information. However, there is one point that Luo Yuan would like to praise, that is, the bonus they provided to him was very generous, which further alleviated his lack of funds due to the fact that Little Kirby and Bangira were too good to eat. It's a pity that fishing law enforcement can't be used much. If you use it once or twice at most, you will be alert. Otherwise, you can rely on the Rocket to learn about the food for Little Kirby and Bangira. Back at the Pokemon Center, Luo Yuan found that Xiaoji was sitting there with a disappointed face. What wrong? Luo Yuan was a little strange. He just went out for a while. How did Xiaoji become like this? I just went to the bike shop. Quote ellipsis quote. Well, no need to keep asking. Luo Yuan also knows why Xiaoji is like this. It must have been Ash who learned from the bike shop that the bike was either completely scrapped or that it would cost a fortune to fix. That's why he had this look. Looking at Xiaoji, who was calculating how to squeeze out the cost of bicycle maintenance from living expenses, Luo Yuan did not feed. He released Little Kirby, and while feeding on Little Kirby, he looked at the trainer who was with the two Stalkers before. Facing Luo Yuan's gaze and the fact that his companions had not returned for a long time, the Rockets members disguised as trainers felt bad. He didn't find anything, did he? With this thought in their heart, and then looking at the faint smile on Luo Yuan's Yuan's fate, they suddenly became restless. After a while, several people got up one after another, and in Luo Yuan's speechless expression, this group of people actually slipped away. You are the rocket. How bad is this psychological quality? Luo Yuan originally expected that there would be guys who didn't believe in evil rushing up to trouble him so that he could continue to harvest, but unfortunately, a group of cowards finally found you. While complaining, Luo Yuan suddenly heard an angry shout. Looking up, a small-breasted girl with orange hair, tied up at the side, wearing yellow short sleeves and denim shorts with braces, stood at the door of the Pokémon Center. A pair of eyes just stared at Ash. The creditor is chasing the door. Xiaoxia, who was robbed of her bicycle, finally caught up. Luo Yuan looked at Xiaoxia next to her. As the most outstanding female character in the Muji chapter, although Xiaoxia is a poor girl and not so stunning, she has to admit that in all Pokémon series, Xiaoxia the trio of Kai and Xiaogang is the most impressive combination. Of course, now her relationship with Xiaoji is only a relationship between a creditor and a debtor. Seeing Xiaoji, who was still frustrated just now, immediately stood up and was in a hurry to hide the bicycle behind him. But the Pokémon Center was so empty and the bicycle was so big, how could he hide it? You bastard, took my bicycle without authorization. Xiaoxia glanced at the badly damaged bicycle. The anger in her chest grew stronger, and her tone rose again. You even turned my bicycle into a mess. Like this, that, I'm sorry. Facing Xiaoxia's anger, Xiaoji, who was justified, could only shiver aside. People are under the eaves and have to bow their heads. Xiaoji, who has no money to compensate Xiaoxia, has no room for retaliating. Xiaoxia saw Xiaoji's appearance and the anger in her heart was extinguished a lot. She is not a mean person, but Xiaoji rode her bicycle without asking her permission before and broke it. It was so infuriating. Pikachu, how is it? Xiaoxia, who was a little calmer, asked. She remembered that the guy in front of him was still being chased and killed by the flock, and Pikachu's condition was very bad. Pikachu is out of danger, thanks to Luo Yuan. Hearing that Xiaoxia didn't worry about the bicycle problem, Xiaoji wiped the sweat from his forehead. The girl who got angry was really scary. Luo Yuan, who is that? Shouldn't it be the Pokémon Center? Xiaoxia was stunned when she heard the word. Luo Yuan is Luo Yuan. He helped me drive away the flock of ferrets and helped me treat Pikachu's injury, Xiaoji said, pointed to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan was walking over with little Kirby. Hello, I'm Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia extended her hand generously. When Xiaoxia treats other people, she is unreasonably friendly. I'm Luo Yuan, just like Xiaoji. I'm a rookie trainer starting from Junxin Town today. Luo Yuan also stretched out his hand. The two hands were clasped together. Continue to code the next chapter for collection. Thank you all for your vote. Chapter 18 Rocket. Chapter 18 Rocket Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 18 Team Rocket. In the base of Team Rockets in Jobin City, Boss Sakagi, the mission failed. Our follower of Luo Yuan was found, and 2 team members were caught. It was still the last time the Rocket Cadre knelt down on one knee, shivering. He's also been with the Rockets for several years, and knows exactly what it means to lose 2 missions in a row. Sakagi turned his back to him and didn't look back. The air solidified, and after a long time, Sakagi spoke up. Give me a reason for your failure. Hearing that Sakagi was still willing to listen to his explanation, the Cadre was moved to tears and hurriedly said, the boss of Sakagi, Luo Yuan, is the target of our surveillance. He owns a Bangira, and our people are not his opponents at all. They were directly killed when we followed him. I see, you go down. There were no emotional fluctuations in Sakagi's tone. The Rocket Cadre hesitated. He wanted to ask Sakagi what he planned to do with him, but his reason prevented him from doing this to death. Yes, boss Sakagi. He stepped back nervously. Click. The door is closed. From the shadow of the room, a capable woman with glasses, holding a folder and dressed as a secretary, walked out. Boss Sakagi, do you have any plans for him? He is still valuable, so let him go to Fengyuan to organize the construction of the Fengyuan brand. Sakagi stroked the head of the cat boss with one hand, and said slowly, True Bird, collect Luo Yuan's detailed information. One has been working since graduation. The researcher working at Sheriff Company actually has a quasi-god level Pokemon like Bandera. I am more and more curious about him. Quote, Pokemon Center. Because Ash's Pikachu was still being treated, the 3 of them sat in the lobby chatting with nothing to do. Luo Yuan, I didn't expect you to be a researcher. Xiaoxia, who learned from Xiaoji that Luo Yuan was actually a researcher, had stars in her eyes. It's amazing. Xiaoxia was surprised. At first she only thought that Luo Yuan was a powerful trainer, but she didn't expect Luo Yuan to be a researcher. I learned it when I was in school. When I graduated, I took the test casually. I didn't expect it to pass. Luo Yuan smiled. He really didn't think it was difficult. He inherited the memory of his predecessor, and he felt that the knowledge was easy to understand. Quote, Xiaoxia was speechless. Born in Wallan Taoist Academy, she also understands some information. For example, she is very aware aware of how difficult it is to obtain the qualification of a formal researcher, especially at Luo Yuan's age. It is even rarer. You actually said that you just passed the test. Xiaoxia suddenly felt that she was a scumbag who was being scorned by a scholar. Flam! Just when Xiaoxia was about to say something, she heard the sound of glass breaking. 2 Pokeballs fell from the sky. A white light flashed, and a gas bomb and an Aberdeen jumped out from the gas tilde. A large amount of smoke was ejected from the body of the gas bomb, and the center of the Pokemon was billowing with smoke. Luo Yuan knew early on that Team Rocket might come to attack the Pokemon Center, so he made preparations and covered his mouth and nose. Xiaoji and Xiaoxia were choked and coughed continuously. Cough! What is this? Ash asked a historical question. Luo Yuan's mouth twitched on the spot. Then across the smoke, Luo Yuan saw the 3 shadows in the smoke quickly posing, and was really powerless to complain. The smoke dissipated. 2 people, 1 meow, and 3 guys with roses in their mouths appeared in front of Luo Yuan and the others. Since you ask for advice sincerely, the pink-haired woman raised her hand high. I'll tell you mercifully. The young man with short blue hair knelt down on one knee. To prevent the world from being destroyed. To protect world peace. Female voice's tone rose slightly. To carry out love and true evil. The cute and charming villain. Male voices responsible for the closing of the tone. Musashi. Musashi turned his head. Kojira. Kojira followed. We are the rockets in the galaxy. A white hole and a white tomorrow are waiting for us. That's it. Meow. Meow Meow put her paws in front of her with a ferocious expression. Ha ha. After listening to the opening remarks of the Rocket Trio, and seeing their appearance again, Luo Yuan finally couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? When Musashi saw Luo Yuan's appearance, a pound sign appeared on his forehead. Sorry, I suddenly couldn't help it. I wanted to laugh. Luo Yuan apologized insincerely. When I first watched the animation, I didn't think this opening remark was so funny, but when he actually appeared in front of him, why did he want to laugh so much? Sorry, the update is late, and the school has been busy recently. I will make up for this chapter, make up for last night, and continue with the next one. Chapter 19 Destroy the Deadlight. Chapter 19 Destroy the Deadlight Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 19 Destruction of the Deadlight. Musashi was very angry with Luo Yuan's laughter. You bastard is so annoying. We're the Rocket. You know the Rocket. There are still scattered trainers in the hall at this time. They were all watching the excitement just now. Now they hear the name of Team Rocket, and they all turn pale. If it weren't for the gate being blocked, I'm afraid they would have fled in a rush. In Kanto, the name of the Rockets is enough to scare many people. Yes, of course I do. Luo Yuan managed to hold back his smile. The Rocket, the famous criminal organization. How could they not know? Since you know that we are Team Rocket, then quickly hand over your Pokemon. Musashi looked here. Just. Arbor Snake spit out the core to threaten. Kojira on the side was a little confused when he heard Musashi's word. Musashi, don't we just cherish Pokemon? Bang! As the price of interrupting Musashi, Kojira punched in the head, swelled a pack, and burst into tears of pain. Meow Nectomy said, Idiot, if you want to grab a precious Pokemon, of course, you have to grab all the Pokemon first and then pick out the precious Pokemon. Meow tilde. Yes, that's it. Hand over your Pokemon, Musashi said. At the same time as Musashi and Meow Meow were talking, Gazdon and Able Snake had already assumed a fighting stand. It's over. What to do? I just became a trainer and I don't want to die. I bought my little Lada. I haven't fought yet. The trainers at the Pokemon Center panicked when they saw the gas bombs and Aber Snake. Because of the closure of the Vibana Gym, the trainers who could fight all challenged the gyms in other cities, and all the trainers in the Pokemon Center were a group of weak people. Chick. Ignoring the panicked weaklings at the Pokemon Center, Luo Yuan looked at the trio's appearance and wanted to tease them. I have Pokemon, but why should I leave it to you? Meow Meow sneered and gestured twice with her sharp claws. Hurry up and hand over the Pokemon, otherwise you will see how powerful we are. We will not give in. Before Luo Yuan could speak, Xiaoji shouted, I will not give Pikachu to you. Luo Yuan. Boy, you are being self-motivated, and people don't like your Pikachu at all now. Pikachu, we don't care about the kind of electric mice that can be seen everywhere. Meow said disdainfully. I don't plan to give anything else. Luo Yuan responded with a smile. It seems that you are not going to cooperate obediently. Musashi and Kojira looked at each other. Aber Snake Gas Bomb. Put it on me. Get rid of him. Cha. Gas. One to the left and one to the right. Arbor Snake and Gas bounced up. This strength is so weak that I can't bear to start. Although the two Pokemon in front of me, whether they are Arbor Snakes or Gas Bomb, in terms of potential and training status, they are more magical than the two minions I met during the day. Much better, baby. But potential is not rank. The strength of Arbor and Gas Bombs is really appalling in Luo Yuan's view. Stop them. Luo Yuan flicked his hand and threw the Pokeball. A white light blocked the only way for Arbor and the Gas Bomb. Bang! The Arbor Snake and the Gas Bomb collided with the white light and bounced back directly, hitting all kinds of things. thing. Wait until the white light dissipates and the two Pokémon can see clearly the true face of the white light. Cold sweat dripped down. A huge Pokémon several times their size was looking down at them. Their bodies were not as tall as their thighs, and Arbor and Gas were shivering. What kind of Pokémon is this? Musashi couldn't accept the sudden reversal of the situation. Quote, I don't know, but it doesn't look easy to mess with. Meow tilde. Meow Meow has already started to look for a way out. It was Kojira who recognized Bandera. He swallowed. It's Bandera from the Chengdu area, a quasi-god level Pokémon. In the end, he is the young master of a wealthy family, and his knowledge is quite extensive. How about my Pokémon Jane? Don't you cherish it? Do you want it? Luo Yuan watched the three of them play with each other. The Rockets trio are about to cry. Did they go out today and didn't watch the almanac? The quasi-god cherishes it very much, but they have to be good at it. Kojira tried to make a final struggle and said cautiously, if we leave now, can today's events be regarded as a misunderstanding? It's too late. Bangira, destroy the death light. Boom. The sound of the explosion came, and then the rocket team and the Pokémon that were given to them turned into meteors and disappeared into the sky. What a disgusting feeling. The voice echoed in the sky, and it didn't dissipate for a long time. Amazing. Thanks to you. Thank you so much. The trainer who was rescued from the Pokémon Center was grateful. When Miss Joy heard a loud noise and came out of the treatment room, the entire Pokémon Center was only left with the cracked floor and two large holes in the wall. What happened? Joey was a little stunned. He just went to take care of the Pokémon for a while. How did he come out like this? Dash 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 dash. Ask for collection. Ask for evaluation. Ask for flower. Chapter 20 Rangers Association. Chapter 20 Rangers Association Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 20 The Ranger Association. The three of you, Team Rocket, flew away, and the Pokémon Center returned to peace. After learning about what happened, Miss Joy expressed her gratitude to Luo Yuan. If it weren't for Luo Yuan, Team Rocket would have no one to stop them, and I'm afraid the Pokémon in the entire Pokémon Center would be poisoned by Team Rocket. In addition, Pikachu has returned to normal. Joey said. Lucky. Gilly Egg pushed Pikachu to Xiaoji. Pikachu. Ash quickly rushed over and hugged Pikachu. Pika-P tilde. And because of his previous action, Pikachu didn't electrocute him this time. The bond between Ash and Pikachu is basically established. Seeing this scene, Luo Yuan suddenly had a thought. I knocked off the Rocket Trio and Pikachu didn't show up. The three guys in the Rockets wouldn't stop catching Pikachu because of this, just wrap themselves up. When his thought turned to this, Luo Yuan was shocked and quickly shook his head to put this terrible thought behind him. It doesn't exist, and I'm not Ash. If those three guys dare to come again, I'll beat them up again. Well, beat them until they're scared. Thinking of this, Luo Yuan didn't panic. Violence can't solve everything, but it's enough to solve the Rocket Trio. The Rockets can stalk Xiaoji for more than 1,000 episodes. That is because they occasionally succeed and can see the dawn of victory, and is because of Xiaoji's halo of wisdom, so they have been stalking all the way from Kanto to the Chase Allura area. But Luo Yuan is different. He has enough strength to kill the idea of the trio in its infancy. That's it. Stay at the Pokémon Center for one night tonight. Luo Yuan turned back to Joey and said, Miss Joey, can you help us arrange the accommodation? No problem. This way please. After staying overnight, Luo Yuan experienced the feeling of living in a Pokémon Center. How can I put it? I really can't expect anything for free. To be honest, Luo Yuan's experience was not very good. This bad feeling is mainly reflected in the problem of the bed. The bed in the Pokémon Center is very simple. The bedboard is very hard. There is no mattress on it, and it is simply covered with a quilt, which makes Luo Yuan, who is used to mattresses, very uncomfortable. And in order to save cost, the Pokémon Center adopts a multi-person dorm design. This time, he was in the same room with Xiaoji. Xiaoji didn't have any strange habit, but he couldn't hope that every time he went to the Pokémon Center for the night, he would have good luck this time. It seems that we still have to find ways to earn more money in the future so that we can have money to live in hotels. Get up and wash, say goodbye to Xiaoji and Xiaoxia, and leave the Pokémon Center. He didn't choose to follow Xiaoji, although the trip would be wonderful in that case, but it also means trouble, and Luo Yuan hates trouble. It's like traveling alone now, although it seems a little lonely, but more free. Stretching. You mean it? Little Kirby. Quote question mark. Little Kirby, who was walking and eating with a bucket of food in his arms, was full of question mark. Did you speak just now? Luo Yuan walked all the way towards the vibrant City Forest Rangers Association. Yesterday, Junsha mentioned asking him to visit the Forest Rangers Association, and it just so happened that he was free now. Along the way, Luo Yuan saw a lot of Pokemon, but most of them were just cute and were held in their arms as pets, none of which could be beaten. This completely bankrupted his plans to make money through battles along the way. The location of the Rangers Association was very close to the Pokémon Center, and it only took Luo Yuan less than 10 minutes to walk there. The branch of the association is located in a 3-story building with a large area. The main color of the building is green, and a lot of trees are planted next to it. At first glance, it will make people feel that it is a bit out of tune with the surrounding steel jungle, but if you look closely, there is a strange harmony, obviously from the hands of the master. Hello, welcome to the Rangers Association. What's the matter? The receptionist at the front desk had a friendly smile on his face. I'm here to visit Minister Hengchuan. My name is Luo Yuan. I should have made an appointment before. After all, the object of the visit is also a minister, and it can be called a senior official in the alliance. It is very rude to visit without an appointment. It turned out to be Mr. Luo Yuan. Hello, please come with me. After checking the visitor record, the smile on the front desk in charge of reception became more and more cordial. Under the guidance of the reception, Luo Yuan came to the minister's office. Luo Yuan Jun, if you don't see each other for a day, it's like every 3 autumn. The head of the Viridian branch is still the same as the last time we met, but compared to the last time, he has a smile on his face now. Hello, Mr. Minister. They have only met twice, and the two of them are not familiar with each other. Luo Yuan still maintains due courtesy. You don't need to call me minister. My real name is Hengyuan Ginger, and Luo Yuanjin can just call me by my name. Come, please take a seat first. Minister Hengyuan was unexpectedly enthusiastic. Luo Yuan sat down on the sofa. Mr. Hengyuan, I don't know why you came to me. Luo Yuan asked. If it was just Dr. Damu's mention, Luo Yuan might not have noticed it, but looking at the attitude of this Minister Hengyuan and Miss Juncha's mentioning that this Minister Hengyuan is looking for him, there must be something here. Dash 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 dash. Chapter 21 Invite. Chapter 21 Invite Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 21 Invitation. Twice, one after another. Once invited me through Dr. Damu, and time I invited me here through Juncha in Vibrant City. If it was just for chatting, Luo Yuan wouldn't believe it. I invited you to the Forest Rangers Association because of the last fire in the Joban Forest. What? Is there something wrong over the Vibrant Forest? Luo Yuan asked. There is a reason for him to ask this. The fire-breathing dragon barbecue that Dr. Damu mentioned before causing the forest fire is too unbelievable. As far as he is concerned, he is skeptical of the official explanation of Vibrant City, so when Minister Hengyuan asked, he thought of this aspect. Of course not, because of your major contributions to the Victory Forest fire, and after reporting to the Alliance's rewards have already been distributed. Hengyuan Jing'er said with a smile. What? And a reward? Luo Yuan was stunned for a moment. Is there a reward for fighting the fire? Of course there are rewards, and the Alliance has relevant regulation. For trainers who participate in the rescue of major disasters, the Alliance will give corresponding rewards to encourage them. Hearing what Hengyuan Ginger said, Luo Yuan recalled, it seems there really is such a rule. It seems to be a clause specially set up to encourage trainers to participate in maintaining social stability, but because of the good weather in Kanto these years, few people get it. Then Luo Yuan saw Hengyuan Jing'er took out a cultivation device from under the table and pushed it in front of him. This is the incubator, contains a Pokémon egg, carefully guarded. This is the reward that the Alliance issued to you, an elf egg. Luo Yuan looked at it. It was a white elf egg with some blue lines on it, but Luo Yuan is not an expert in Pokémon genetics. So, what kind of Pokémon egg is this? From the appearance alone, the blue lines seem to correspond to water-type Pokémon, but he can't be sure. Hearing Luo Yuan's question, Minister Hengyuan was also a little embarrassed. Actually, we are not very clear. Clam, you actually told me that you didn't know what you sent. You are just kidding me. Looking at Luo Yuan's disbelieving expression, Minister Hengyuan shrugged. We captured this Pokémon egg from a group of poachers in the Fengyuan area, but the group of poachers escaped at that time, so I don't know what kind of Pokémon this is, just that it seems precious. So that's how it is. Luo Yuan nodded, and he understood after saying that. Where there is light, there is darkness. Pokémon trainers are sought after, and some trainers are not capable of capturing treasured Pokémon, so the black market and Pokémon hunters that sell Pokémon come into being. Every year, many poachers are arrested by the Alliance, and the predecessors have seen similar reports in memory, and the Alliance often seizes some poached Pokémon from poachers. This elf egg should be one of the seized items, and it was used by the Alliance as a reward and distributed to the trainers who had merit. If that's the case, I'll take it. For what he deserved. Luo Yuan is disrespectful. One more thing, I want to ask, do you have any idea of joining our Rangers Association? After Luo Yuan took the Pokémon egg, Hengyuan Jing'er suddenly asked with a smile. Join the Rangers Association? What is the turning point? Why did you suddenly invite yourself to join the Rangers Association? Luo Yuan was stunned by the sudden invitation. Why did you invite me? Before in the Viking Forest, I saw in you the love and responsibility for Pokémon that young people in the Alliance lack today, so I specially invite you to join the Rangers Association. Hearing this, Luo Yuan wanted to complain. Why didn't he know that he was so magnificent? It is said that only 30% of the words of politicians can be believed, which is true. But that's not the point. If I remember correctly, it seems that you have to go through a strict assessment to become a forest ranger. As a large organization across the region in the Alliance, the birth of every forest ranger in the Forest Ranger Association is subject to strict assessment, Luo said. I've never heard of such an invitation to join. I believe that with your knowledge reserve and strength, you should be able to pass the assessment easily. Hengyuan Ginger seems to be more confident than Luo Yuan himself. It seems that he knows that Luo Yuan graduated from Rainbow University from nowhere. Sorry, I'm afraid I can't agree. Luo Yuan politely declined. I'm currently on a training trip with the goal of becoming a Pokemon master, and I'm afraid I won't be able to join the Forest Rangers Association. Luo Yuan casually borrowed Xiaoji's life goal. Although it is admirable for a ranger to dedicate his life to protecting wild Pokemon, let him be a ranger who will spend half his life in the forest and the wild. Chapter 22 Little Kirby. Chapter 22 Little Kirby Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 22 Little Kirby. Aren't you thinking about it anymore? The Forest Rangers Association is in short supply now. Poachers are rampant, our existing staff is unsustainable, and we urgently need fresh blood to join us. If you can join the Forest Rangers Association, you will have a smooth sailing life in the Forest Rangers Association in the future with the credit of the firefighting work of Vitoria Forest. Move it with love, know it with reason, and promise it with great benefit. If it weren't for the regulations, Hengyuan Ginger would have patted Luo Yuan on the shoulder and told him that he would follow me in the future, and I would guarantee your future promotion and fortune. The intention to recruit Luo Yuan is very blatant. No, I've thought about it very clearly. Facing Hengyuan Ginger's persuasion, Luo Yuan did not waver at all. If it is a hot-blooded teenager, I am afraid that he will be touted and fooled, and he may join the Forest Rangers Association and dedicate his life to protecting wild Pokemon and fighting poachers. But Luo Yuan, as a transmigrator, has a mature mind. How could he tie himself to this for the rest of his life? Luo Yuan could even refuse to be an assistant to Dr. Damu, and there was no temptation for him to become a forest ranger. Okay, but the door of the Forest Rangers Association is always open for you. Seeing that Luo Yuan couldn't be convinced, Minister Heng Yuan looked regretful. Thank you. If it's all right, I'll take my leave first. After figuring out why the other party invited him to come, Luo Yuan had no interest in staying here. After Luo Yuan left with the elf egg, a woman dressed as a secretary walked into the office. Minister, has he agreed to join the Rangers Association? Failed. Hengyuan Ginger leaned on the sofa. The regretful expression on his face returned to calm. How? The secretary opened his mouth in surprise. In her impression, this is the first time the minister has personally invited a person to join the Forest Rangers Association. How many people would refuse? Hengyuan Jinger took a sip of his tea and said, I made a mistake in judgment. I thought he chose to become a trainer because he was kicked out of Shalouf Company and had no choice but to choose to become a trainer. He should not refuse when we extended an olive branch. But now it seems that his idea of becoming a Pokemon trainer is very firm, and it doesn't seem like a choice he made out of desperation. As he said, Hengyuan Ginger smiled. Yes, as a genius researcher, even if he is accepted, Shira Company swept out the door, and it may not be willing to become a forest ranger. I take it for granted. Now I'm somewhat looking forward to how far he can go as a Pokemon trainer. The image of Luo Yuan standing in front of Bangira appeared in his mind. If you have Bangira, you will surely have a place in the league. Everything in the Forest Rangers Association has nothing to do with Luo Yuan. After carefully storing the elf egg in his backpack, he left the bustling city of Jobin with Little Kirby. Walking in the vibrant forest, Luo Yuan threw an identification technique on Little Kirby. Little Kirby. Gender, male. Features, thick fat. Skills, command skill, instant amnesia, sleep, Mount Taishan. Features, overweight. Comment, this is a severely overweight Little Kirby. The increase in weight strengthens its thick fat characteristics and greatly improves its defense. Overweight. Luo Yuan deeply agreed with the evaluation given by the system. Due to the unrestrained feeding of his predecessor, the weight of this little carb is about 1.5 times that of other ordinary little carb, and its appetite is getting bigger and bigger now, and it has to eat nearly one meal. Food that is twice your body weight. Little Kirby, from now on I'm going to teach you how to fight. In addition to the eggs that haven't hatched yet, Luo Yuan only has 3 Pokemon: Bangira, Little Fire Dragon, and Little Kirby. Because of economic reasons, Luo Yuan planned to take the elite route early in the morning and did not plan to capture a large number of Pokemon, so he could only give priority to cultivating Pokemon in his own hand. Kirby. Little Kirby looked confused, as if he couldn't understand Luo Yuan's words. Huh, are you still still pretending to be stupid. Luo Yuan only thinks that little Kirby is stupid and cute, but now it seems that his little Kirby is very shrewd. Looking at the little Kirby pretending to be stupid, Luo Yuan just smiled and said, "If you pretend to be stupid again, I will give half of your future food to the little fire dragon." Little Kirby seemed to think about what his life would be like after the food was turned into half. Then he shivered and understood what Luo Yuan meant in a second. Kirby, patting his chest, little Kirby said that he would definitely complete the training task of Professor Luo Yuan. Then from now on, come with me to Nibby City and exercise your physical strength first. In the desperate expression of little Kirby, Luo Yuan dragged it towards Nibby City. Dash 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 dash. Thanks to bookfriend Kui Enming for the 100-point reward. Please collect tilde. It will be alright tomorrow. There will be more update. Chapter 23 Nibby City, first update. Chapter 23 Nibby City, first update. Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 23 Nibby City, first more. Nibby City, also known as Greystone City, because of its proximity to Mount Tsukimi, the mining industry in Nibby City is very developed, and it is one of the main ore-producing areas in the Kanto region. With little Kirby, Luo Yuan looked at the hurrying crowd on the street. There are so many people. Is this really Nibby City? Before coming to Nibby City, he had thought about what Nibby City would look like. In his impression, Nibby City should be as quiet and deep as a stone, but the reality is completely different from what he imagined. The lively city of Nibby City. The level is about to catch up with Joban City. Is this your first time in Nibby City? A passerby next to him suddenly asked when he heard Luo Yuan's emotion. That's right, but why do you ask that? Luo Yuan looked at the uncle of the mountaineering bag who was talking. About 40 years old, carrying a mountaineering bag and holding a trekking pole. It looks like he is ready to climb a mountain. Because you don't know anything about the situation in Nibby City at first glance. The uncle of the mountaineering bag smiled. You must know that since the discovery of a large number of fossils in Yujanshan 6 months ago, this place has become a fossil enthusiast and an archaeological holy place. Now, everyone has to go to Yujian Mountain to look for fossils, so it has also led to the prosperity of Nibby City. Fossil. It's the fossils produced by the death of ancient creatures. The uncle of the mountaineering bag pointed to a stall beside the road. Luo Yuan saw that all kinds of fossils were being sold at the booth, like cabbage for people to choose from. Seeing the stall owner's indifference to the actions of customers rummaging and picking, Luo Yuan was skeptical of the authenticity of those fossils, but he finally knew the reason why Nibby City was so prosperous. Fossils attracted a large number of people who tried to get rich by digging fossils. These people's consumption in Nibby City led to the development of Nibby City's economy. Why does it sound like a gold rush in the United States? This situation is easily reminiscent of the gold rush in the United States in the 19th century. It's just that the gold rush was caused by the discovery of gold mine, and the upsurge in Nibby City originated from the fossils found in Mount Tsukiyama. By the way, you are dressed like a boy. Are you planning to go to Yujian Mountain to dig fossils when you come to Nibby City? If that's the case, why don't we go together? The uncle of the mountaineering bag warmly invited. Luo Yuan's outfit is very misleading, with booster shoes, expedition suit, and Sheriff's limited edition field backpack. It looks a lot like a professional explorer. Hearing this, Luo Yuan shook his head. No, I came to Nibby City to challenge the gym. Gym? Nibby Gym. That's right, I'm traveling around as a rookie trainer. Luo Yuan said, I'm not here for fossils. Young man, you are actually a trainer. It seems that I can only set off alone. The uncle of the mountaineering bag is a little pity. If you want to find the Nibby City Gym, go straight along this road, then turn left at that building. The building that stands out as the Nibby Gym. Quote, thank you. As soon as I came to Victory, I met such enthusiastic passers-by, which saved a lot of time. You're welcome, boy. Do your best. I hope to see you at the core conference in the future. Saying goodbye to the enthusiastic uncle of the mountaineering bag, Luo Yuan walked all the way to the location of Nibby Gym. Nibby Gym is located in the center of Nibby and occupies a large area. This is the largest gym Luo Yuan has ever seen. Compared with the Golden City Gym, the Nibby Gym is about half the size. Of course, the area belongs to the area, because the land price in Jinwang City is far higher than that in Nibby City, so in terms of value, the value of Nibby Gym is not even half of that of Golden Gym. Luo Yuan thought in a bored way, and walked towards Nibby Gym. Little Rada, hold on. Before Luo Yuan walked in, he saw a teenager running out with a little Rada who was incapacitated. The trainers and passers-by passing outside saw the trainer holding the little Rada running out with a common appearance. Another overthinking guy. This is already the 5th challenger today, and none of them have succeeded. Do you really think the badge is so easy to get? I heard that the Pokemon of the pavilion owner, Xiaoging, is a big rock snake. It's really whimsical that he wants to challenge the Nibby Gym with a small Rada. Who said it wasn't? The trainers are really getting worse from one generation to the next. There was this emotion all around. Luo Yuan heard the discussion and got some information. One is that Ash doesn't seem to have arrived in Nibi City yet, and Xiaogang hasn't joined Ash's team. Is that Xiaogang's strength doesn't seem to be weak. At least for rookie trainers, it is not easy to deal with, and none of the 5 challengers have obtained a badge. What if it's not easy to deal with? Luo Yuan smiled slightly and pushed in the door. Hello, another challenger. I bet he won't last for 10 minutes, said a bored passerby. Another person answered. 10 minutes? I bet 5 minutes. Then take the money. Idiot, it's more than 5 minutes just to read the rules of the game. The first person sneered. Ignoring these gossip, Luo Yuan had already entered the Nibi Gym at this time. Please collect update early today. Please comment and flower. Chapter 24 Nibi Gym Second. Chapter 24 Nibi Gym Second. Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 24 Nibi Gym Second Update. Nibi Gym. After Luo Yuan entered the Nibi Gym, he saw Xiaogang, who was cleaning up the battlefield at first sight. Is it a challenger? Xiaogang put the shovel aside and wiped the sweat from his head. Since Nibi Gym did not employ staff, Xiaogang had to do the maintenance himself. Hello, I'm Luo Yuan from Golden City. I'm here to challenge Nibi Gym today. Luo Yuan said straight to the point. When Yan Xiaogang frowned. Are you sure you want to challenge the gym? I hope you are ready to fight. To be honest, Xiaogang didn't really want to fight. He fought 5 challengers in a row today. He was very disappointed with this group of rookie trainers and was not optimistic about their strength. Although the trainer in front of him looked calmer than those before him, the little Kirby beside him doesn't look like a powerful Pokemon. I've already come. I can't just go back like this. Luo Yuan just smiled and looked at Xiaogang. He didn't brag to Xiaogang how strong he was. That would only push himself down. Anyway, the alliance stipulated that the gym trainer could not refuse the challenge of the trainer without a reason, and Luo Yuan was not afraid that Xiaogang would not accept his challenge. Then please wait a moment. Seeing Luo Yuan insist, Xiaogang did not continue to persuade. Xiaogang put away the shovel and faced the challenger. A qualified gym trainer should show you etiquette, so he needs to change his clothes. Ka. With the sound of the gears turning, the raw field was completely closed under the push of the machine and appeared in the hall. The rules of the gym in Nibi City are 2v2 Pokemon battle. Each side can use 2 Pokemon. The challenger can change the Pokemon during the battle, but the gym trainer is not allowed. When one of the Pokemon loses all combat abilities when the other side wins. Do you understand? Xiaogang explained the rules carefully. I understand. Luo Yuan is not the kind of person who doesn't do any research before challenging the gym. Of course he doesn't know the rules of the Nibi Gym. Then, I'll send out the Pokemon first. Xiaogang threw the Pokeball. Go, little Fistone. A white light flashed, and a small Fistone with a strong body and excellent body gloss appeared on the field, which seemed to be very well cultivated. The first Pokemon, it turned out to be the little Fistone. Xiaogang's Pokemon looks the same as in the animation, and should be the little Fistone and the big rock snake. The opponent is only a small Fistone. Luo Yuan did not send Bangira. That is too big to be of little use. He also did not release a small fire dragon, because there is no actual combat data accumulation. Luo Yuan is not sure what the winning rate of the reverse attribute battle will be. It was his first gym challenge, and naturally he had to ensure victory, so KB became the best choice. Little Kirby, come on, show us the results of our training along the way. On the way from Vibrant City to Nibi City, Luo Yuan trained little Kirby. Today's little Kirby is different today. Kirby, the called little Kirby agreed, walked onto the rock field, and stood opposite the small Fistone. Then the game begins. The challenger goes first. Luo Yuan is also polite. Little Kirby, let go. Use ram. Kirby. Little Kirby let out a cry, then took a deep breath and slammed towards the little Fistone. Luo Yuan had done a test before, and with the blessing of his weight, Hobby used the slamming move, which was more than twice as powerful as the little fire dragon. It is conceivable that if the small Fistone is hit, even if the body of the small Fistone is made of stone, it is enough to cause no light damage to it. Little Fistone, dodge, use roll. In the face of Kirby's imposing impact, Xiaogang didn't plan to let Xiaochuan rock hard. Under his command, little Fistone clasped his arms on both sides of his body, shrunk himself into a ball, and rolled away before little Kirby hit him. Boom! There was no goal in front of him, and because the castration was too violent, little Kirby couldn't stop, and he directly hit the stone in front of him, smashing the stone into pieces. I can accurately grasp the shortcoming of little Kirby's lack of flexibility, and then let the little Fistone dodge by rolling. Sure enough, the gym trainer is not comparable to the short. From Joban City to Nibi City, Luo Yuan defeated countless boys in short, but none of them could grasp the shortcomings of little Kirby. The corner of Xiaogang's mouth twitched when he heard this. He is also a gym trainer at Nibi Gym. Don't compare him to a boy in shorts who is not even a third-rate trainer. Looking at the little Kirby, who was still confused because he hit the stone, little Fistone, take this opportunity ready to use the falling stone. Taking advantage of the victory, Pongo broke the shot. Whoosh! The whistling sound of breaking through the air sounded, and a large number of stones were picked up from the ground by the small fist stone and smashed at the little Kirby. In this regard, Luo Yuan smiled lightly. Little Kirby, don't be afraid. Just like when we were training, protect your head and rush up. What? Under Xiaoging's puzzled eyes, little Kirby held his head and rushed towards the small fist stone, completely ignoring the raindrops of stone. Seeking collection seeking flowers, seeking evaluation. Chapter 25 Time to show your true pedigree. Third more. Chapter 25 Time to show your true pedigree. Third more. Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 25 Time to show your true pedigree. Third more. Actually completely disregarding the safety of the Pokemon and ignoring the falling rock of the little fist stone, the rookie trainers he met were either nervous or in a hurry when fighting him. Those who were a little better would adopt the correct battle strategy. I had never seen such a reckless rookie trainer, but in the next second, Xiaoging knew that his judgment was wrong. I saw raindrops of falling rock hit Kirby's body, which was directly blocked by the thick fur. Blocked by little Kirby's thick fat, the rockfall could hardly cause little damage to little Kirby. Not good. Little fist stone, get out of the way. Xiaoging suddenly realized Luo Yuan's strategy and hurriedly shouted. But, it's too late. Little Kirby, jump up and use Tarzan to push the top. Mount Tai's top is the strongest attacking skill that little Kirby has mastered at present, and this trick is especially suitable for the overweight little Kirby, which add 3 points to the power. With a wave of Luo Yuan's hand, little Kirby jumped high by stepping on a rock in front of him, and then in midair, aimed his butt at the small fist rock, and sat down fiercely. Bang! Smoky! The impact of Tarzan's topping kicked up a lot of dust in the rocky field. Xiaoging's heart was a little heavy. The power of the little Kabi Bee's pressure on the top of Taishan was beyond his imagination. The smoke raised made him unable to judge the condition of the small fist stone that was hit by the top of Taishan. He could only wait anxiously. The smoke dissipated quickly. I saw little Kirby holding a few tree fruit, sitting on the two small fist stones whose eyes had turned into circles and lost their ability to fight, eating one bite at a time, and I don't know where it came from. Lost. Come back, little fist stone. The defeat in the first battle made Xiaoging understand that the trainer in front of him named Luo Yuan was not the guy he met before who didn't even know his own Pokemon. This little Kirby looks silly and cute, but it's actually very strong. If that's the case, then I'll leave it to you next. Big Rock Snake. As the Pokeball was thrown into the field, a large rock snake with a bare head that was more than 10 meters long and whose bare head was bigger than Xiaoka's entire body appeared on the field. Standing behind the big rock snake, Xiaoging's aura climbed to the top. Come on, if you win my big rock snake, you can get a gray badge. Little Kirby, do you want to continue playing? Luo Yuanchang asked Kirby, who had already eaten all the fruit, and took out an energy cube from his thick fur. Kirby. Little Kirby patted his chest and said that he was fine. Although the big rock snake on the opposite side looked terrifying, little Kirby, who had been robbing Bangira for food all day, was not panic at all. Since you're not afraid, let go. Luo Yuan laughed. Although it is more secure to use Bandera to face the big rock snake at this time, Luo Yuan cannot only rely on Bandera to achieve higher achievements in the profession of trainer. Now little Kirby wants to challenge the big rock snake. This is a kind of exercise for little Kirby. Of course Luo Yuan will not stop it. Your little Kirby is well bred, but he will never be the opponent of the big rock snake. Xiaoging waved his hand. Big rock snake, go on a rampage. Charge all the way. Xiaoging made full use of the characteristics of the big rock snake. The body of the big rock snake is full of stone, and the snake-shaped body can support the rapid movement of the big rock snake. The rampage is a trick that relies on weight and speed. The big rock snake uses the rampage like a duck in water. Kirby. Facing the roaring big rock snake, little Kirby threw himself to the side, dangling and dodging, avoiding the fate of being hit and flying. However, although he avoided it, Kirby's situation was still very bad. The big rock snake looked huge and clumsy, but when you really fight, you will find that it is not the case at all. Even though its body is composed of heavy stone, the giant rock snake is still as flexible as a snake. Little Kirby did not dare to approach the big rock snake at all, and the proud Taishan was useless in front of the big rock snake, which weighed far more than little Kirby, and the situation was very unfavorable for little Kirby. Do you have any other trick? If not, my big rock snake will win. Xiaoging said. It's too early to say win. It's time to show real skill. Luo Yuan commanded little Kirby. Use command skill. Commanding skills, a kind of move that can randomly perform all kinds of trick by simply waving a finger, the favorite of Europeans, and the nightmare of African. I saw little Kirby standing on the spot after struggling to escape the attack of the big rock snake with his two short legs, two arms stretched out, exposing two index fingers swinging from side to side. There was a burst of energy fluctuations, and I saw a blue energy shot from the little Kirby's fingertips and landed under the body of the big rock snake, turning a large area of the field into an ice surface. Conducting skill. skills: bursting, freezing light, standing on the ice surface, relying on twisting the body to move forward. The big rock snake has nowhere to borrow, and instantly loses the ability to move. Losing the ability to move in battle is a very dangerous thing. Xiaoging hurriedly shouted, "Big rock snake, use the steel tail to break the ice." Just before the big rock snake could use its steel tail, little Kirby stretched out his fingers again. Dash 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 dash. Chapter 26 Command Power. Command Power. Chapter 26 Command Power. Command Power. Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 26 Command Power. Command Power. Command. Before the big rock snake broke through the ice and regained the ability to move, little Kirby used his command skills again. In normal battles, little Kirby can't defeat the big rock snake no matter what, and the commanding skill, which seems to gamble on luck, can bring a hint of possibility in the impossible. With the swing of his fingers, little Kirby's arm burst into a white light. Kirby. Little Kirby gestured, not knowing how to use this move. This is Tile Split. Luo Yuan quickly recognized this move and shouted, "Little Kirby, rush up, aim at the joints of the big rock snake and attack." Kirby. Little Kabima rushed out with his leg, and his shining white hand slashed hard at the seam where the rock connected to the body of the big rock snake. Boom. Big rock snake. Xiaoging shouted anxiously when he saw that big rock snake was hit. Hoo-hoo. The connection of each rock of the big rock snake is like a human joint, which is its biggest weakness other than attribute restraint. Kirby's tile splitting is a fighting type move through the commanding skill. It has attribute restraint on the rock type big rock snake, plus the weak-click breaking bonus of the split joint. The effect is outstanding. The severe pain made the big rock snake twist frantically. Little Kirby ran away when he saw that the situation was not good, but because of his short leg, little Kirby couldn't run far at all, and was swept away by big rock snake's inadvertent tail flick. Boom. Kirby slapped the entire Pokemon on the rock. "How is it? Is there a problem?" Kirby. Little Kirby scratched his head and shook his head blankly. "The damage seems to be absorbed by the fat." "Very well, then let's continue to use the command skills." After using advantageous move twice in a row, Luo Yuan tasted the sweetness and decided to use the commanding skill next. Little Kirby continued to wave his fingers as he was kind. It's just that maybe all the good luck accumulated before has been used up, and little Kirby, who once again used his command skill, suddenly slammed on the ground, twisting his body on the ground. "What is this operation?" Xiaoging was startled immediately. Could it be that little Kirby was beaten stupidly by the big rock snake? "This is..." Luo Yuan used the exploration technique towards little Kirby. "Water splash. It's usually a trick, not attacking, just jumping. Nothing will happen." Quote ellipsis quote. "This must be hilarious." Xiaoging refrained from laughing. Although commanding skills can sometimes produce powerful effect, if the luck becomes worse, the negative effects are also very fatal. While speaking, the big rock snake had already shattered the ice surface created by the freezing light. Big rock snake, use iron head gong. Big rock snake head hit little Kirby. Without Luo Yuan's command, little Kirby knows how to use command skills while evading. Wag the tail. Luo Yuan covered his face, only to see little Kirby turned around and pointed his butt at the big rock snake, and then began to twist his butt. Perhaps because of the lack of a tail, the great rock snake's defense did not drop, but instead became furious. Little Kirby was pumped away again, but little Kirby didn't give up and stretched out his finger again, and this time the commander's trick is Dragon Star Group. Luo Yuan guessed whether his persistence touched the sky. It was really not easy, and finally it wasn't a trick of those tricks. A yellow light hit the ceiling and then scattered. "No, big rock snake, dig a hole to hide." Xiaoging gave the order in a panic. No wonder he was so flustered. It's just that the Dragon Star Group is the most powerful move of the dragon element. Flatten a mountain. The big rock snake obeyed Xiaoging's instructions and was about to dig a hole. Boom. The head was only halfway down and it was blocked. Xiaoging's expression changed. "Ooh, I forgot that the battlefield in the gymnasium is under the steel plate." Nibi City uses a modular battlefield, which is released when in use and put away when not in use. So although the surface is a rock field, the real rocks and mud have only a small layer of neither deep nor shallow. The small stone can burrow into the ground, but the big rock snake can't. The fallen yellow energy condensed and formed in the sky, and the energy wrapped the stone and fell from the sky, hitting the big rock snake, who had no time to avoid it. The big rock snake howled in pain, and was about to turn his head to dodge when his head was hit by the dragon stars again. Boom boom boom. The continuous meteorite fell from the sky, and even the entire Nibi gym trembled violently. The head of the big rock snake slammed heavily on the ground, and there was no movement. "I lost." Xiaoging sighed when he saw that the big rock snake lost his ability to fight, took back the big rock snake, and rushed to Luo. "Very powerful little Kirby. Dash 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 dash. Ask for collection. Ask for flowers and evaluation. Of course, it would be better if there is a reward." Chapter 27 Gray Badge. Chapter 27 Gray Badge. Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 27 Gray Badge. You can nurture little Kirby to this point. point. Your strength has already distanced yourself from those rookie trainers. For Xiaoging's compliment, Luo Yuan just smiled. It wasn't easy for him to win this battle with his aura. He used the weak little Kirby to forcibly fight the big rock snake, using a metaphysical move that was sometimes ineffective and sometimes ineffective. The process was ups and downs, and Luo Yuan was also confused. Some nervous breakdown. I'm sorry for ruining your venue like this, Luo Yuan said. After the dragon stars smashed down, the entire rock site had completely changed, and it should now be called a meteorite site. Quote, ... It doesn't matter, I'll just sort it out. What Xiaoging can do, of course, choose to forgive him. This is your gray badge. Xiaoging handed the badge to Luo Yuan, and the moment he received the badge, Luo Yuan remembered the reminder. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the silver achievement, Nibi Gym, and obtaining the silver item, Lucky Turban. Lucky Turban. The turban produced in Europe has mysterious power. It can't change your life, but with it, things may develop in a good direction. Is it because I won the gym challenge by luck? Luo Yuan was in a very delicate mood. Just put away the headgear. This thing is a treasure. Whether it is for yourself or for a Pokemon, it is very useful. Saying goodbye to Xiaoging, when he pushed the Nibi Gym away, there were still many people around. Luo Yuan was startled. It took him more than an hour to challenge Nibi Gym, and these people still hadn't dispersed. These guys are also idle enough. Luo Yuan was very speechless to this group of guys watching the fun. In fact, this also reflects from the side how prosperous Nibi City is now. So many people don't go to work and gather here just to watch the excitement. It must be financially well off. And the passers-by who were watching outside all looked at Luo Yuan after seeing Luo Yuan come out. Come out. The shock of the gym in Nibi City before the battle was here. Look, the one on him. After seeing the gray badge hanging on his clothes, the expressions of these people became more exaggerated. I actually defeated Xiaoging. Isn't it? Xiaoging actually lost. Can such a powerful big rock snake be unable to suppress this young man? It's terrifying that a rookie trainer has such strength. Everyone started talking again, but this time most of them were amazed at Luo Yuan's strength and guessed his rank. Quote, ... Quote. Hearing the continuous amazement in the crowd, Luo Yuan almost got goosebumps. Just got a badge. Are you so good at blowing it? Fortunately, it's me. If I were to change to a trainer with a slightly less useful mind, I might be inflated by you guys. After Luo Yuan found that he couldn't understand the thoughts of this group of people at all, he slipped away decisively. He was afraid that if he stayed here any longer, his IQ would be pulled to the same level as them by this group of people. The Pokemon that went to Nibi City treated little Kirby's injury, and then Luo Yuan came to a restaurant in the center of Nibi City according to the map he searched on the internet. Blackstone Cuisine. It should be the very famous restaurant mentioned in the Kanto Food Forum. In front of you is a restaurant with a sign made of stone, which is also one of the top 10 most delicious restaurants in Nibi City recommended by the forum. Pushing the door into the restaurant, the first impression of this restaurant is thick and simple. The environment is very nice. Quote, but in the next second, Luo Yuan's feelings about this restaurant were completely destroyed. At the seat not far away, Xiaomao was talking and laughing with his large group of girlfriends, completely destroying the style of the restaurant. At this time, a waiter came up and rushed Luo Yuan out in an apologetic tone. Sorry sir, the restaurant has been reserved today. I'm afraid there is no way to entertain you. I'm very sorry. Hearing the waiter's word, Luo Yuan showed a kind smile on his face. Sorry, don't be sorry. I'm not here for dinner. I'm here to find someone. Huh, looking for someone. Before the waiter could figure out what Luo Yuan meant, he saw Luo Yuan walking past him. Sir, the waiter shouted from behind. Luo Yuan ignored him, walked straight to Xiao Mao's table, pulled out a chair, and sat down under Xiao Mao's surprised eyes. Xiao Mao, I haven't seen you for a few days. It seems that you have been doing well recently. Luo Yuan smiled. Luo Yuan, why are you here? I'm here to eat. Luo Yuan said as a matter of course. No, I'm asking how you're in Nibi City. You don't have any technical content in your question. You can't come to Nibi City for tourism. Of course, I'm here to challenge the gym. While speaking, Luo Yuan took an empty glass and poured himself a glass of juice. I took a bite. Hey, it tasted really good. Challenge gym. Haha, Luo Yuan, I have already challenged Nibi Gym. Xiao Mao showed off his gray badge. Ask for collection. The next chapter will be updated during the day tomorrow. Chapter 28 Catty Dog. Chapter 28 Catty Dog Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 28 Cutie Dog. Seeing Xiao Mao's appearance, Luo Yuan's mouth twitched. This should be what it looks like after inflation. He was not surprised that Xiao Mao could get the badge, because with Xiao Mao's IQ, there is no reason to think of using attribute restraint to challenge Nibi Gym. Of course, even if he didn't expect it, with the Jenny Turtle, Xiao Mao would have absolutely no difficulty in challenging Nibi Gym. Luo Yuan, you are going to challenge the gym next. Would you like me to give you some information about the gym trainer Xiaoging? Xiao Mao said to Luo Yuan with a smile. No need. Luo Yuan pointed to his chest. Without much nonsense. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark. Seeing the gray badge on Luo Yuan's chest, Xiaomao was choked up. You have already challenged Nibi Gym. But also, I almost forgot that you have a Bangira. Quote, Xiaomao remembered the Bangira that Luo Yuan had shown in front of him before. If it was Bangira's shot, Xiaoging's big rock snake would definitely not be Luo Yuan's opponent. What are you talking about? There's no need to go to work Jilla at the Danabi Gym. Luo Yuan asked the waiter to serve him a steak and said while eating, the steak tastes very good. It is not synthetic meat at all. It tastes like real beef. Then how did you win? With the little fire dragon. How is that possible? Xiaomao has a deep understanding of how strong Xiaoging is from Nibi City. He only won the game by relying on the attributes of the Jenny Turtle and his support team to attract Xiaoging's attention. To say that Luo Yuan won the gym challenge without using Bangira, he would not believe it. In response to Xiaomao's doubt, Luo Yuan smiled and said, don't you believe it? Do you want us two to have a try? Putting the last piece of steak into his mouth, Luo Yuan wiped his mouth. Hearing Luo Yuan's proposal, Xiaomao was inevitably moved. When he was at the Damu Research Institute before, he wanted to have a battle with Luo Yuan to prove himself, but Luo Yuan's Bangira was too terrifying, and he was forced to surrender before he fought. Now there is another chance. In battle, it's okay, but you can't use Bangira. In the last battle, Bangira left a lot of psychological shadow on Xiaomao. Although he wanted to win Luo Yuan in the battle, he also didn't want to send it to Luo Yuan to abuse him. No Bangira, no problem. Luo Yuan agreed immediately. Even if Xiaomao didn't mention it, Luo Yuan didn't plan to use Bangira to abuse vegetables. That would be too low. Then come with me. I know there's a private battleground nearby. Xiaomao heard Luo Yuan's agreement. His eyes lit up, and he immediately greeted Luo Yuan and walked out. Stable this time. At this time, Xiaomao was full of self-confidence, and unconsciously recalled in his mind the amazement of the melon-eating crowd around Nibi Gym at his strength after he obtained the gray badge. Today, this young master will prove that he is the strongest rookie trainer. This competition is a private battle, and both trainers can use 2 Pokémon each. The rules of the game adopt the general battle rules of the trainers, and the Pokémon cannot be changed during the battle. When all the Pokémon of one side lose their combat ability, the other side win. Any questions from both trainers? The referee read out the rules of the game carefully. Ready? No problem. The referee waved the flag down. Then the game officially begins. I'll strike first. Xiaomao, who is already gearing up for shame, threw the Pokeball into the air. Go, Katie. A Katie dog with white fur and fiery red fur jumped into the arena. Wong Wu. Xiaomao's catty dog has bright eyes and has been bred quite well. Habitually dumped an identification technique in the past. Catty dog. Gender, male. Ability, intimidate. Skills, bark, bite, dare. Features, loyalty, strong sense of smell. Evaluation. Xiaomao got a gift from his father when he set off as a rookie trainer. Although his level is still low, his qualifications are very good. Excellent catty dog. Luo Yuan acclaimed. Katy dogs are very precious Pokemon. Wild Katy dogs are difficult to catch, and Katy dogs are very suitable as police dogs, so it is difficult for ordinary trainers to get Katy dog. But since it was given by Xiaomao's father, it's easy to say. As far as Luo Yuan knows, Xiaomao's father holds a high position in the alliance, so it is still easy to get a catty dog as a gift for Xiaomao. How is it? My Katy dog is very good. Xiaomao was overjoyed when he heard Luo Yuan's compliment. To be honest, he was also happy for a long time when he got the catty. Luo Yuan didn't pick up Xiaomao's word. He threw the Pokeball. Go, little fire dragon. Your battle is here. Wow. The little fire dragon turned a somersault in the air and landed firmly on the field, shouting demonstratively to the catty dog on the opposite side. Not to be outdone, the Katy dog roared to demonstrate to the little fire dragon. Little fire dragon versus Katy dog. The battle is imminent. The first one. Please collect it. Ask for a review of Flower. Chapter 29 Little Fire Dragon vs Katy Dog. Chapter 29 Little Fire Dragon vs Katy Dog. Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 29 Little Fire Dragon vs Katy Dog. There is a reason for Luo Yuan to choose Little Fire Dragon. At present, he has 3 Pokemon in his hand. Except for Bangira, who cannot play, there are only Little Kirby and Little Fire Dragon. Although the speed of the Katy dog sent by Xiaomao is not as exaggerated as that of its evolutionary wind speed dog, it is obviously an agile Pokemon. If you send a clumsy Little Kirby, in the absence of long-range attack method, the battle will be very difficult, and it is easy to be dragged to death by the kite by the Catty dog. So the Little Fire Dragon became the best choice. Of course, another reason why he sent the Little Fire Dragon is through exploration. The characteristic of the Catty is to intimidate rather than start fire. Otherwise, Luo Yuan would not let Xiao Huolong go up to fight no matter what. The Little fire dragon and the catty dog faced off in the field. The two Pokémon refused to give in to each other. I don't know if the newborn calf was not afraid of tigers, or if they were used to Bangira's coercion, and the intimidating properties of Cadre lost their effect on the little fire dragon. Both the little fire dragon and the catty dog are keeping an eye on the opponent, trying to find the opponent's flaws. Come on, Master Xiaomao. The support team behind Xiaomao all cheered on Xiaomao. This should be in another sense. The salted fish who can only call 666 neck to the boss. Luo Yuan looked at Xiaomao's support group and thought while rubbing his chin. In the competition of patience, Xiaomao was the first who couldn't hold back, and his inflated mentality made him very impatient. In his opinion, as long as Bangira is not used, Luo Yuan, who is a researcher, will definitely not be his opponent, who has been determined to become a powerful trainer since he was a child. Catty, let go. Xiaomao couldn't wait to give an offensive order. Use the spark. The catty dog heard the order and rushed towards the little fire dragon with its limb. The flames surged, and the catty dog opened its mouth and spurted a piece of spark from its mouth. The large spark gathered together and turned into a net, covering the little fire dragon. Interesting trick. Ordinary Pokemon can only use moves mechanically, and Catty can use special skills to make sparks without Xiaomao's explicit instructions, obviously after special training. But wanting to use such rough moves to deal with himself, Xiaomao really thinks too much. Little fire dragon, calm down, look for weak spot, and rush out. Wow. The little fire dragon flicked his tail when he heard the word, and his eyes glanced at the sparks that shrouded him. With its eyesight and reaction speed honed by stepping on the corpses of countless green caterpillars and unicorn, and from countless spinning tricks, the little fire dragon quickly found its weakest point. The leg muscles exerted their strength, and the little fire dragon jumped and rushed to the front of the fire curtain. Turning around, the tail flicked the sparks away, and the little fire dragon passed through the gap of the spark vigorously. Perfect dodge. The result was not what Luo Yuan expected. Your move design is not bad, but you have overlooked one thing, that is, the power of sparks is too weak. Little fire dragon is a fire-type Pokemon, even if you don't need to swing the tail to open the spark, but if seeing the opportunity early, before the sparks are fully gathered, as long as you take a small amount of damage, you can escape from the encircling net. Before Luo Yuan finished speaking, he saw the little fire dragon that passed through the spark flicking its tail again. Catty, Z dodge. With its foreleg, the catty dog, which had fully moved its body, turned into a red and white lightning bolt, which was bypassed from the side before the spark fell. Just avoiding the attack could not satisfy Xiaomao, and he continued to order, target the little fire dragon. Catty, use a flash of electric light. Wong Wu tilde. The already fast pace of the catty dog surged again. Little fire dragon, avoid it. At the moment when the dog came to the side, the little fire dragon pounced to the side and rolled to avoid it. However, the catty dog's attack did not end, and the catty dog, who rushed out far away, turned back and charged towards the little fire dragon again. It's meaningless to dodge alone. Xiaomao raised his mouth and smiled confidently. At the speed of a catty, I don't believe that little fire dragon can dodge every time. Just as he was talking, the little fire dragon jumped up again, avoiding the impact of the catty dog, but this time he avoided it too hastily. The tail could not balance the body of the little fire dragon, and fell to the ground when it landed. Good chance. Cutie, use bite. Wong Wu. With a low growl, Catty pounced towards the little fire dragon, opening his mouth to reveal his sharp teeth, biting towards the smooth head of the little fire dragon. Holy crap, so cruel. Little fire dragon, aim at Catty's mouth and use the smoke screen. At the critical moment, the little fire dragon opened his mouth, and the billowing black smoke spewed out of the little fire dragon's mouth, and poured straight into the mouth of the dog that bit his head. Cough 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 cough. Dash 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 is to ask for collections and evaluation. Chapter 30 Surprise Win. Chapter 30 Surprise Win Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 30 Surprisingly Winning. Kekekekeki. Luo Yuan suddenly slapped him like this, causing a lot of trouble for Xiaomao. Catty was completely unprepared for this attack, so it was unprepared and filled with black smoke. This black smoke is full of weight and unusually rich, filling the belly of Catty, making Catty roll his eyes. After being plotted again, Catty's offensive is naturally unsustainable. The little fire dragon quickly got up, took advantage of the time when Catty had no time to look after him, turned around, measured Catty, and used a steel tail. The catty dog was powerless to resist. The situation flipped in an instant, and Catty, who had the upper hand, suddenly fell to the disadvantage, but Xiao Hualong came back, which made Xiaomao feel dizzy. The catty dog that was pulled away coughed and dragged a long black trail in the air and hit the ground. Ah, Master Xiaomao's cutie dog. Xiaomao's support team shouted worriedly. Catty, how are you? Xiaomao ran over, and saw that Catty's eyes had turned into circles, and even if he lost his ability to fight when Catty was breathing, it still spewed black smoke from his mouth from time to time. Win the neck game. Luo Yuan smiled. Hit by the steel tail in the abdomen, coupled with the mental damage caused by the smoke smoke screen. Cadre was incapacitated as expected. If the level is higher, it will spray flame, and the Cadre can completely spray flames against the little fire dragon in one mouthful. But by the same token, if the little fire dragon would shoot flame, Luo Yuan would not let the battle develop to such a situation at all. Cadre lost its ability to fight. In the first round, Luo Yuan won. The referee announced the result of the fight. Why did you lose? Xiaomao still doesn't understand how he lost the battle. Haha, Xiaomao, you are still too young, Luo Yuan said with a smile in the tone of an elder. Surprisingly Wan, Luo Yuan caught the odd word and instantly reversed the disadvantage. You guy. Xiaomao was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. It was really uncomfortable for him to lose this game. It was clear that Cadre Dog was stronger than Little Fire Dragon. Don't get too excited. This is a 2v2 battle. Xiaomao regained his strength and took out another Pokeball. Go, Jenny, defeat your opponent. After a white light path, the light blue-skinned and red turtle shell-balled Jenny Turtle appeared in the field. Looking at the Jenny Turtle, Xiaomao regained his confidence. In his opinion, the battle just now was just a failure caused by carelessness, and now he has sent the Jenny Turtle. The Jenny Turtle completely restrained the Little Fire Dragon in terms of attribute. He has no reason to lose this battle. Please be seated on both sides. Please wait. The referee was about to announce the start of game when Luo Yuan stopped the referee. I want to replace the Pokemon. Luo Yuan was not carried away by the victory. Now the Little Fire Dragon has not even learned to spray flame, and Xiaomao's Jenny Turtle may have learned the water gun. Borrowing from the game's setting, the learning level of water gun is much lower than that of spray flame. If you have to fight, lose is very likely. At this time, it is the best choice to change talent. And Xiaomao, Luo Yuan, you actually changed people. Xiaomao felt very uncomfortable. He had already figured out the tactic for the Jenny Turtle battle. He just waited for a beautiful victory at the beginning of the battle. But Luo Yuan actually took back the Little Fire Dragon. The rules don't say that substitutions are not allowed. Luo Yuan looked at the referee. Is that right? The general battle rules for trainers stipulate that trainers are not allowed to change Pokemon during the battle, but after the battle, they are allowed to adjust the Pokemon according to their strategy. The referee explained carefully. Xiaomao was very uncomfortable. The Pokemon I sent is Little Kirby. Luo Yuan released Little Kirby. He thought for a while, then took out the lucky turban he got earlier from his pocket and put it on Little Kirby's head. Go on, Little Kirby. Hobby with a headscarf stood in the field and looked even cuter. Xiaomao was relieved to see Little Kirby. Fortunately, it wasn't another Pokemon that Luo Yuan caught. If it was a foodie like Kobe, this game would still be played. Although he didn't know how Little Kirby's fighting power was, according to his guess, Little Kirby's foodie should not be too powerful. In this case, as long as he wins the Little Kirby, the Little Fire Dragon is nothing to worry about, and he still has hope of winning. He cheered up. I will win this game. You are free. Luo Yuan smiled lightly. It's time to show the real technology. Thank you Dadu Tianwang for your 588-point reward, and thank you for your support. Chapter 31 Commanding Skill at the Beginning. Chapter 31 Commanding Skill at the Beginning. Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 31 A commanding move at the start. With Little Kirby's weight, his body will definitely not be very flexible. I should adopt a roaming tactic. Xiaomao silently conceived a tactic in his heart, and then gave an order to the Jenny Turtle. Jenny Turtle, run around the Little Kirby. Get up, Jenny. Jenny Turtle was on all fours and ran towards Little Kirby. It's just that he didn't run two steps, and the soul of Jenny's tortoise suddenly slipped and fell. PFF. Luo Yuan laughed on the spot. The power of the lucky turban is immediately reflected, and the opponent can fall on the flat ground, which shows how terrible Kobe's luck is now. The Jenny Turtle fell to the ground on its back, with the shell on its back facing down. Xiaomao's face darkened immediately. He could feel the strange eyes from the referee and his support team. Xiaomao suddenly felt like he wanted to die. In fact, he was also wondering in his heart that although his level of Jenny Turtle was not high, it would not fall on the ground. Xiaomao fell into deep thought, but Luo Yuan didn't plan to give up this good opportunity. He gave the order to Little Kirby. Don't pay attention to the Jenny Turtle. Focus. Use the command skill. When he got the lucky turban, Luo Yuan imagined that if he brought the lucky turban to Little Kirby when he used the commanding skills, it would be very exciting. Now it is showtime. Commanding. That kind of luck. Xiaomao didn't know why Luo Yuan chose to use this move, but Xiaomao was a little overjoyed because taking this opportunity, he was just able to adjust the state of the Jenny Turtle. Fortunately, Little Kirby is not an agile Pokemon. If he encounters an agile Pokemon, that mistake made by the turtle before is enough to lose the whole game. Just as the thought turned around, a black shadow shot like lightning. The Jenny Turtle that had just got up was knocked out instantly. Meow meow. What the hell was that just now? Then Xiaomao heard Luo Yuan's voice. Huh, it's actually a flash of electricity. Can Little Kirby also use a flash of electricity? Quote. Xiao Mao really wanted to slap his mouth. Jenny Turtle, let's use a water gun. Xiao Mao gritted his teeth. There's no way you can attack from a distance. Little Kirby, continue to use the command skill. Luo Yuan responded with the same constant. A water gun shot, and a jet of water that was countless times thicker than the water gun suddenly spewed out from in front of Little Kirby. Water cannon. This time, the commanding skill is water cannon. The caliber is justice. The water gun is against the water cannon, and the Jenny Turtle is instantly submerged in the torrent of the water cannon. Jenny Turtle struggled to break free from the water cannon. At this time, Xiao Mao was already a little over the top. It doesn't matter, Jenny Turtle, even if you can block the water gun, you definitely can't stop this move. It's just that he didn't have time to issue an order, and saw Little Kirby suddenly glowing with green light, and dozens of green leaves emitting a mysterious light shot at the Jenny Turtle like darts. Xiao Mao was caught off guard. Quickly avoid it. The Jenny Turtle was also startled by the sudden attack, and when he heard the size of Xiao Mao, he ran away, just dodging the attack of these leaves. Before Xiao Mao and Jenny Turtle could breathe a sigh of relief, they saw the green leaves that had just passed by in the air draw a graceful arc, turning and continuing to shoot at Jenny Turtle. Jenny, the magic leaf is a grass-type trick, which has a tribute restraint on the Jenny Turtle, causing a lot of damage. After the screams, the tearful Jenny Turtle was already embarrassed. Can you still fight, Jenny Turtle? Jenny wiped his tears and nodded heavily. Pokemon's characters and their masters often have many similarities, so it won't be reconciled to lose like this. Xiao Mao's eyes were firm. Then use that trick. Jenny Turtle, use the last rocket head. Jenny, with all the strength of the limbs, the Jenny Turtle jumped out instantly, and in the piercing sound of breaking the air, it was the Jenny Turtle's head that struck like a cannonball. The rocket head hammer is not a move that can be learned at the level of the Jenny Turtle, but a skill inherited from the Jenny Turtle. Now used here, it shows Xiao Mao's determination to win. Seeing the rocket head of the Jenny Turtle hit, Little Kirby was defenseless. There was a happy smile on Xiao Mao's face. Luo Yuan had nothing to do now. I won this battle, Xiao Mao shouted in his heart, and then saw Little Kirby raised his head blankly. Swish! A transparent wall stopped in front of Little Kirby, just in the way of Jenny Turtle. Bang! Jenny Turtle's head slapped hard on the wall. Jenny Turtle only had time to scream and fainted. Xiao Mao. At the end of the game, Shigeru Ogi's two Pokemon lost their ability to fight, so Luo Yuan won. The referee declared, Master Xiao Mao. All the young ladies from the support group came over to comfort Xiao Mao. The first move is a command, and the winner or loser depends on the fate. It seems that my luck today is not bad. Luo Yuan smiled and took the Little Kirby back to the Pokeball. From the beginning to the end, Little Kirby's footstep did not move at all. Please collect it. Chapter 32 Tsukiyama 1. Chapter 32 Tsukiyama 1 Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 32 Tsukiyama 1. I lost. Xiao Mao put away the Jenny Turtle. I lost to you again. Originally, he thought that with his Katy Dog and the Jenny Turtle who had mastered the rocket headbutt, he would definitely be able to easily win against Luo Yuan and establish his status as the #1 newcomer trainer in the true new town. But the result was that he didn't even defeat one of Luo Yuan's Pokemon, and the gap between ideal and reality made Xiao Mao begin to doubt his life. Although there are many factors for failure, such as luck or something, but Xiao Mao is not a person who will find reasons for himself. If he loses, he will lose, and he will not be defeated by a single failure. Next time I must defeat you. Xiao Mao rushed to Luo far away. Got it. Don't you go to the Pokemon Center. After all, the situation of Jenny Turtle and Katy Dog is not very good. Luo Yuan said perfunctorily. You are a good listener. Luo Yuan's perfunctory attitude made Xiao Mao's mind explode. Okay, I see. Hurry up to the Pokemon Center. You might be in line if you're late. Handing the injured Pokemon to Miss Joy, Xiao Mao gets bad news. For some unknown reason, the supersonic bats in Ujanshan suddenly and frequently attack trainers who entered the mountain. Due to the large number of injured Pokemon, the treatment speed may be slow. Please be patient. Quote. Xiao Mao turned his head stiffly to look at Luo Yuan. What do you think I do? I just said it casually before. Luo Yuan said innocently. God is pitiful. Luo Yuan really just said it casually before. Who would have thought that things would turn out to be true? Can you blame him? Probably. Until when? This depends on the recovery of the Pokemon. Tomorrow morning at the latest. Xiao Mao breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that he would be fine tomorrow. If it's tomorrow, then I won't wait for you. I'll take a step first and see you in the next city. Luo Yuan smiled and said to Xiao Mao, as if he suddenly remembered something before leaving. By the way, I'll let you know I went to Victory City with Ash before, and he should set off before me. I don't know why Ash hasn't come to Nibby City yet, but count the time. It should be here soon. I hope you don't get overtaken by him. After he finished speaking, he waved at Xiao Mao, who was thoughtful, with an inexplicable smile on his face, and walked away. And just entering Nibi City, Xiaoji, who was talking to Uncle Wu Nang, shivered inexplicably. Lady, what's wrong with you? No, nothing. Xiaoji shook his head. It's just that the cold wind suddenly blew it. Cold wind. Xiaoxia and Wu Nang looked at the sun hanging high in the sky. Where did the cold wind come from? Walking on the road leading to Yujian Mountain, I saw a group of people gathered around in the distance. Luo Yuan walked to the front and took a closer look, and found that it was Junsha who led a set card to block the road and stop those who wanted to go up the mountain. A group of people dressed as climbers are arguing with Junsha about something. Let go over. Even the police have no right to stop us from entering Yujanshan. We just wanted to go up the mountain to dig for fossils, and we didn't do anything illegal. Yes, we are just digging for fossils. Why not let us pass? The voice was very noisy, but Luo Yuan still listened to it. These people seemed to want to enter Yujian Mountain, but were stopped by Junsha. Junsha stood in the middle of the crowd, holding a loudspeaker to persuade citizens. There have been many incidents of supersonic bats attacking humans in Yujanshan, and more than a dozen citizens have been injured and hospitalized. We are doing this for everyone's safety, and please support our work. What? We are also trainers, and we are fully capable of protecting ourselves. Yes, just supersonic bats. The people who are stopped are very dissatisfied, and it is natural to be dissatisfied. Most of these people are coming for the fossils on Yujian Mountain. In other words, they are all for making a fortune. Now Junsha is blocking them from making a fortune. Blue, it would be hell if they had a good attitude. But no matter what everyone said, Junsha would not let her go. And those who clamored were just clamoring. They didn't dare to punch the card. They shouted it would be a crime to punch the card, and they didn't have the guts. The two sides have been at a stalemate. Luo Yuan frowned. It's a little troublesome. Luo Yuan looked at Junsha, who was blocking the road. If you want to reach Wallan City via Nibi City, taking Yujian Mountain is the closest way. If you change road, you will have to take a long detour. But now the road is blocked and can't pass. What should I do? Just as Luo Yuan was thinking of a way, he suddenly heard someone calling him next to him. Hey, brother, this way, this way. Looking up, I saw the uncle of the mountaineering bag that I saw in Nibi City before, waving at him in the crowd. Ask for collection. Ask for flowers. Ask for evaluation. Chapter 33 Uncle Mountaineering Bag. Chapter 33 Uncle Mountaineering Bag. Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 33 Uncle Mountaineering Bag. Luo Yuan was surprised that he could meet an acquaintance here. He just wanted to learn more about what was going on here, so he leaned over. Young man, we meet again. The uncle of the mountaineering bag smiled heartily. What's up with this subtle sense of sight? But Luo Yuan still greeted. Yes, I met uncle again. The uncle of the mountaineering bag set his eyes on Luo Yuan's chest with an expression of amazement on his face. Amazing boy, have you already obtained a gray badge? It seems that the gym trainer Xiaoging can't beat you. Being called by a teenager, Luo Yuan felt very painful. Don't call me a teenager. Get to know me. My name is Luo Yuan, the newcomer trainer who started this year. Haha, it seems that I am rude. The uncle of the mountaineering bag stretched out his hand. My name is Yamada Isao, a mountaineering enthusiast. After exchanging names, the two knew each other. Luo Yuan did not hide his curiosity. What going on here? Why are so many trainers blocked here? Luo Yuan looked at Junsha and the trainers who were still fighting. It wasn't made by the ultrasonic bat in Yujanshan recently. Yamada Yuo was also a little helpless. I don't know why. The ultrasonic bat in Yujanshan suddenly became very irritable and often attacked the path trainer, causing many injuries. Quote, and Mayor Nibi decided to temporarily prohibit trainers and passers-by from entering Yujian Mountain for safety reasons, and also arranged for Junsha to set up cards here to block trainers who want Jinshan. These trainers who want to go into the mountains are all here to dig up fossils to sell. Excavating fossils is a way for them to make a living. This order from the mayor of Nibi City is equivalent to cutting off their economic sources. Both sides have their own reasons. So there is this scene. Quote, Yamada is very detailed. From the two aspects of the official and trainer analysis, the regulations are very clear. After Luo Yuan heard it, he finally knew what was going on here. Mr. Young Nan, do you want to go into the mountains too? Luo Yuan asked. Young Nan shook his head. No, I'm just here to see. Why are the supersonic bats in Yujian Mountain suddenly manic? He was keenly aware of the problem. I don't know, but it is widely spread that the people who came to excavate the fossils destroyed the habitat of the supersonic bat, which is why the supersonic bat is so violent. Yamada Yuo exclaimed. Is that so? That can really explain it. Luo Yuan nodded and said. In the end, Luo Yuan asked the question he was most concerned about. When will traffic be resumed? We can't block the road all the time, right? I heard that the mayor of Nibi City has invited the elites of the alliance to help deal with it. It should be solved soon. Yamada Yuo seems to be very confident in the alliance, and a group of dissatisfied trainers formed a clear distinction. Compare comparison. Mr. Young Nan seems to have a lot of confidence in the league. Haha, that's of course. After all, that's the Kwantung Alliance. Young Nan laughed. But I'm afraid I can't wait. Luo Yuan didn't plan to wait here for too long. Hey, young Luo Yuan, what are you going to do? Yamada Aisao looked at Luo Yuan nervously. There are many ways to enter the moon and see the mountain. Although this road is blocked, I don't have to go here. Luo Yuan smiled. Hello. As soon as Luo Yuan's words came out, Yamada Yuo quickly pulled him aside. Don't say such things in public. If this group of trainers hears them, I'm afraid they will also use this method to enter mountain. There's no need to be so nervous. The trainers who have the courage and ability not to take the big road have already entered the mountains, and Shika can't stop the powerful trainers, and the rest of the group are those who have neither the courage nor the strength. But he refused to give up, and only dared to clamor with Jun Sha, who is a police officer. Quote, seeing the clamoring of the group of people, Luo Yuan knew that they were all guys with little strength. How can a truly powerful person talk nonsense with Jun Sha here? An eagle is enough to fly into the Moonlight Mountain, and would they waste time here? Yamada Yuo was silent, because what Luo Yuan said really made sense. After a long time, he took out a communicator from his pocket. Hey, I'm Yamada Yuo. All unit pay attention. There may be trainers who have entered Yujian Mountain. After encountering them, all units should persuade them to leave immediately. If they cannot be persuaded to leave, they can be temporarily recruited. In short, we must prevent the trainers who enter the mountain from destroying our arrangement. Quote, question mark. Luo Yuanjian, who suddenly changed his appearance, was full of question mark. What's happening here? The third. Ask for collection. Ask for flowers. Ask for evaluation. Chapter 34I. Luo Yuan. Upload. Chapter 34I. Luo Yuan. Upload. Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 34I. Luo Yuan. Upload. Mr. Yamada is probably not a simple mountaineering enthusiast. Those words just now should not come out of the mouth of a mountaineering enthusiast. Haha, I was discovered by you. Then I will not hide it from you. In fact, in addition to being a mountaineering enthusiast, I also serve as an alliance prosecutor. Yamada Yuo admitted generously. Union prosecutor. Luo Yuan felt that his luck was really good. Anyone he met on the road was an alliance prosecutor. Yamada Yuo thought that Luo Yuan did not know the union prosecutor, and explained. The so-called Pokemon prosecutors are law enforcement officers directly under the alliance, responsible for supervising and handling various illegal and criminal acts. Of course Luo Yuan knew what the union prosecutor did. What are the union prosecutors doing here? Could it be that Yujanshan's supersonic bats are strong enough to require prosecutors to take action? Luo Yuan felt drained. It is reasonable to leave the matter of dealing with the supersonic bats in the Moonlight Mountain to the Forest Rangers Association, the Nibi City Police Department, and even the four Heavenly Kings who have nothing to do all day long, but it should not be left to the union prosecutors to do this. This has nothing to do with their power. Yamada Yuo did not answer, but instead asked, young Luo Yuan, can I trust you? When you say that, I feel as if I have come into contact with some great secret. Luo Yuan said with a smile, and then took out the Pokemon illustration from his pocket. I'm Dr. Damu. This picture book is presented to Luo Yuan in Golden City. I hope you can achieve success on the road of trainers. The video data of Dr. Damu in the picture book is still very convincing. Handing the illustrated book to Yamada Aisao. If you think it's not enough, I can also show my researcher qualification certificate. Are you still a researcher? This time Yamada Aisao was really shocked. Is this young man named Luo Yuan a monster? As a trainer, you can easily get the gray badge of Nibi Gym as soon as you set out, and even become a researcher at such a young age. Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan. I seem to have heard it somewhere. Yamada Aisao murmured twice, and suddenly his eyes lit up. By the way, I remember. You are the so-called Union Genius researcher. To Luo Yuan, who spends 1 billion yuan in research funds of Shalufu Company every year, but was kicked out of Shalufu Company because it did not bring economic benefits to the company. Quote, Luo Yuan's head was full of black line. If you remove the paragraph at the end of the genius researcher, I will happily admit that it is me. Haha, sorry, I accidentally said something rather rude. Yamada Yuo scratched his head. Since you have been admitted by Dr. Ogi, it's nothing to tell you about it. The Alliance dispatched prosecutors to come to Yuanyanshan because we found the rocket traces in Yuanyanshan. They seem to have some big moves in Yuanyanshan, so they sent us to stop the rocket conspiracy. And my task is to assist Junsha at the foot of the mountain to stop the trainers who want to go up the mountain and prevent them from being accidentally injured during the battle. Yamada Yuo did not hide it, and went directly to Luo Yuan. First, Luo Yuan knew Dr. Damu, and he was more trustworthy. Second, these messages did not involve the Alliance's arrangement for the rocket, so they were not classified as secret. That's why he would talk to Luo Yuan. Team Rocket Conspiracy. Hearing Yamada Yuo's word. Luo Yuan was not so surprised. The Rocket, who have covered 80% of the entire Kanto crime incident, have few conspiracies, but this time, it was because of Yu Jianshan, so the Alliance paid so much attention to it. So what about the supersonic bat attacking human? Luo Yuan also had a vague guess in his heart. It's not that the bat habitat has been destroyed. The bats in Yu Jianshan have been under control before, but not long after the Rocket started to operate, the bat population was out of control, and we don't think this is not coincidence. We presume it's the Rocket. Understood. Luo Yuan expressed his understanding. The culprit that made him unable to cross Yu Jianshan today was the Rocket. Luo Yuan felt that there was a real conflict between him and the Rocket. Vibrant City was first followed by the Rocket, and then he met the Rocket trio who made trouble at the Pokémon Center. What conspiracy is the team doing? Thinking of this, Luo Yuan turned around and left. Hey, young man Luo Yuan, where are you going? Yamada Yuo looked at Luo Yuan who was about to leave suddenly. Go up the mountain. What if you run into the Rocket, then blow them up? Dash 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 dash. Chapter 35 Explosion in Tsukiyama. Chapter 35 Explosion in Tsukiyama Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 35 An explosion in the Moonlight Mountain. Moonlight Mountain. It is well known for its rich mineral deposits and the underground tunnel connecting Nibi and Wallen. At the same time, as the origin of the Moonstone and the main habitat of Pippi, Mount Tsuneyama is also famous among the trainer group. Yamada Yuo failed to stop Luo Yuan. Just as Luo Yuan said, a really powerful trainer will not be stopped by the mere road blockade. With Bangira there, as long as he thought about it, it was only a matter of time before he could chisel a passage through the middle of Yujian Mountain. Walking in Yujian Mountain, Luo Yuan followed the little fire dragon beside him, ready to deal with emergencies at any time. It's just that after walking for a long time, there is nothing around except for the occasional wind noise. It is very quiet, not even a shadow. Why is it so quiet? Didn't it say there were Team Rocket and the prosecutor? Luo Yuan frowned. It has been half an hour since he entered Yujian Mountain, and it stands to reason that he should meet some trainers, but he didn't even mention the Rockets and the prosecutors. He didn't even watch the legendary supersonic bat that often attack humans arrive. That weird. What about wild Pokemon? Although Luo Yuan had never been to Yujian Mountain before, he was sure that the situation where he couldn't even touch the small fist stone like this was definitely not normal. Just because of the lack of key information, he could not guess what happened to Yu Jianshan. Just as he was about to give up his exploration, when he was about to leave Yujian Mountain and head directly to Wallen City, suddenly a violent explosion came from a distance, causing Luo Yuan's eardrum to hurt. There's an explosion in the southeast. Luo Yuan quickly locked the direction of the sound. Go, little fire dragon, let go and see. He was really curious as to what happened to Yu Jianshan. Gah! The little fire dragon followed Luo Yuan and ran in the direction from which the voice came. Running all the way, Luo Yuan finally saw the wild Pokemon he couldn't find. Little Fistone, Ultrasonic Bat, Hylas, and even Luo Yuan saw a few big rock snakes. It's just that these Pokemon are covered in scars and fall to the ground, in a coma. Incapacitated wild Pokemon. This injury doesn't look like it was caused by a Pokemon. Luo Yuan walked up to a seriously injured supersonic bat and used the power of Vivian. Under the treatment of Vivian's power, the supersonic bat quickly woke up. What happened to Yu Jianshan? With the power of Vivian, Luo Yuan passed his question to Ultrasonic Bat. CC. The supersonic bat vibrated its wings and gestured in the sky. You mean, a group of people, armed with some strange equipment, attacked your clan? CC. The supersonic bat nodded vigorously. This should be the Rocket. Although there are many problems in the league today, they still can't do things like attack wild Pokemon for no reason. You go on. CC. The supersonic bat continued to gesture. You mean someone got into a fight with the guy who attacked you before? The supersonic bat continued to nod. Luo Yuan and Ultrasonic Bat asked and answered one by one. Soon, based on the information transmitted by the supersonic bat and his own brain supplement, Luo Yuan figured out what happened here. First, a group of Rocket passed by and attacked the Superbat for some reason, and then the people from the league rushed over to fight the Rocket, and then it seemed that the Rocket caused the explosion, and then what happened? Because the supersonic bat was blown up and stunned. I don't know. Quote, it's a typical Rocket style, Luo Yuan complained. Turning his head to the side, he looked at a tunnel that seemed to be artificially dug out. Where does this passage lead to? Tsukimami Yamashita. The dispute between the trainer and Junsha is still going on. Junsha seems to be too lazy to talk to these guys. She just keeps her face straight and blocks on the road, not allowing anyone to pass. Yamada Aisao hid in the crowd and paid attention to his surroundings to prevent emergencies. I don't know what happened to Luo Yuan. Yamada Aisao frowned. I hope he doesn't touch the Rocket. He has been brooding over the fact that he failed to stop Luo Yuan, but soon he didn't have the heart to think about it. In the beeping sound of the communicator, communicator. Yamada Isao answered the phone. Hey, I'm Yamada Yuo. What? I've already played against the Rocket. Two teams lost contact. I understand. Please wait a moment. I'll go to support right away. Hang up the communicator. Yamada Yuo stood up and walked in front of Junsha and whispered a few words with Junsha, and then quickly ran towards Yujanshin amid the dissatisfaction of countless trainers. For update, please collect I want some flowers and evaluation ticket. Flowers are now a little more than 4,000. If it break 5,000, there will be more. The evaluation vote is now 920, and if it exceeds 1,200, it will be added. Chapter 36 The Purpose of the Rocket Third More. Chapter 36 The Purpose of the Rocket Third More. Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 36 Team Rocket Purpose. Third update. In the dark cave, Luo Yuan slowly moved forward with the light of the fire on the tail of the little fire dragon and the ultrasonic wave of the supersonic bat. The tunnel is really long and I don't know where it leads. Almost all of the tunnels in Tsukiyama are marked on the map. This tunnel is not drawn on the map, and it is obviously newly excavated, which looks like the handwriting of the rocket. I don't even have any lighting equipment. It's too infiltrative in such a deep mountain. When Luo Yuan was walking in the tunnel, he always felt that something was following him behind him, but when he turned back, there was nothing there. If it wasn't for the sensitive little fire dragon who didn't respond, Luo Yuan would have thought that he was being targeted by a ghost-type Pokemon. After walking for a while, a light suddenly appeared in front. It finally here. Luo Yuan cheered up because there might be enemies ahead, so in order to prevent exposure, he took the little fire dragon back to the Pokeball and replaced it with Little Kirby. Little Kirby, keep quiet, he warned Little Kirby. After doing all this, Luo Yuan took out Bangira's Pokeball, squeezed it in his hand, and touched the tunnel exit with Kirby and the supersonic bat. Near the exit of the tunnel, you can faintly hear the noise from outside. Luo Yuan hid himself in the shadows and looked around. As far as I can see, it is a huge open-air cave, which is very lively. At the center is a large group of rockets in black uniform. They are busy around a huge machine. Next to the machine is a huge stone with a volume of about 2 people's height, with a faint silver-gray luster, part of which has been fixed by the machine. At the edge of the cave, a group of scarred Pippi and Piety were packed in cages like cargo. There are also several trainers wearing Alliance uniforms in the corner who are in a coma and are guarded by a few strange forces. It seems that the Alliance team that encountered the rockets has been wiped out. Luo Yuan shook his head. The group of guys who were tied up were obviously the trainers sent by the League to deal with the rockets this time. Everyone has been arrested, and this Alliance's operation can be said to be a complete failure. This stone looked familiar. It should be the moonstone that appeared in the animation. Ignore these captured trainers. His main attention was on the stone in the center of the cave. Pippi, Piety, huge stones, open-air cave. These keywords flashed in Luo Yuan's mind, and he immediately determined that this was the moonstone that appeared in the animation. After knowing that this is the moonstone, contact the captured Pippi. Could it be that Team Rocket's conspiracy to come to Yujanshin this time is to hunt Pippi and snatch the moonstone? It seems reasonable to think so. Such a large piece of moonstone is very tempting even for the rocket. However, the conversation he heard next made Luo Yuan deny this idea. My lord, the machine is set up and ready to start. A minion reports to the rocket dressed as a cadre. How long does it take for the machine to function? The rocket's officer asked a man who looked like a scientist. It takes about 10 minutes to activate the instrument. After 10 minutes, the energy of the moonstone will be mobilized, and the fluctuations emitted by that time will definitely attract it. The scientist who had been standing beside the instrument replied with great certainty. Are you sure? Of course, as long as it is around the Moonlight Mountain, the fluctuations emitted by the moonstone will definitely attract it. The rocket cadre nodded. Move fast. The previous battle was too noisy. The people of the Alliance won't give us too much time. Then he turned to look at the rest of the rocket. Everyone get ready. It's going to be a success this time. Yes, the rocket's minions answered in unison. Luo Yuan was at a loss when he heard it. Attracting. Attracting what? Can't these people explain themselves one by one? He only knew what the rockets were planning to attract with the moonstone, but he couldn't tell the specifics just by listening to the conversation. Just after figuring out the answer to a question, a new question appeared, and Luo Yuan felt that his head was getting bigger. After knocking on his head, Luo Yuan twisted his slightly stiff neck, and he was about to slip away. It's better to leave it to the Alliance to deal with the rocket conspiracy. He just needs to be an enthusiastic citizen. However, the development of things is often unsatisfactory, and there is a problem with his twisting his neck. Turning his head, Luo Yuan's eyes met the other two. Quote exclamation mark. Luo Yuan was taken aback, and the pokeball in his hand almost threw it out, but fortunately he held back. It took Luo Yuan a long time to calm down. Looking at the guy in front of him, he finally understood the purpose of Team Rocket's visit to Yujanshin this time. In front of Luo Yuan, 1. A petite pink cute Pokémon was lying in a bubble, staring at him curiously with a pair of big eyes. Dream dash 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 dash. The third one is for collection. Chapter 37 Dream Request. Chapter 37 Dream Request Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 37 Dreamy Request. Dreamy, with a pink bipedal kitten-like appearance and tiny fluff on its body. As a legendary Pokémon, dreams rarely appear in front of humans, and it is said that only people with pure heart can see Dream. Now the Dream really appeared in front of Luo Yuan, staring at Luo Yuan with its big watery eyes. For the first time, Luo Yuan found that his divine beast was so close, but what he thought in his mind was, am I a boy with a pure heart, so I can see Dream? Could it be that this is the kind that people often say, I pretend to be coercive, like to cheat people, and often rob children's pocket money, but I am essentially a pure and good boy. As expected of a dream, you can actually see through my essence through my appearance. Luo Yuan's eyes on the Dream were different now. Unexpectedly, the person who understands me the most in this world is actually a Pokemon. Meow. Seeing Luo Yuan looking at him with strange eyes, the Dream was so frightened that he disappeared all of a sudden, and it took a while to quietly appear on the other side of Luo Yuan's body. The ability to stealth. He remembered the feeling of being peeped in the tunnel before. Now it seems that the Dream should be following him. Things are getting more and more complicated. I didn't expect Dream to appear in Yujian Mountain, and the purpose of the rockets is also Dream. Isn't Dream self-inflicted? Luo Yuan's thought turned rapidly. Since the rockets dare to lure dreams here, they must be somewhat confident. Once dreams show up, it will be dangerous. As for what the rockets want to do with Dream, this Luo Yuan guessed that there is some technical bottleneck in the manufacture of Chaomang, and the data of the prototype of Dream is needed to break through the bottleneck. Looking at the Dream, that the eyes were still beside him, lying on the bubble, and exuding the breath of I'm cute all over, Luo Yuan felt a little tangled in his heart. Before encountering the Dream, he would definitely not participate in this kind of thing involving the beast, so as not to stab the hornet's nest of the rocket. But after encountering Dream, if he had to turn a blind eye to it and watch Dream fall into the rocket trap, he would be inexplicably unhappy. Dream is so cute, you actually want to start with it. After thinking about it, Luo Yuan still decided to obey his own heart and add some obstacles to the rocket. He used the power of Viking, and then stretched out his palm. The power of Viridian has the ability to communicate with Pokemon, and Luo Yuan wants to tell the Dream what happened inside. Meow. As soon as he felt the aura emanating from the power of victory, before Luo Yuan could speak, Dream immediately let out a happy cry, and put his head in Luo Yuan's palm. It's often comfortable. This is the feeling that Luo Yuan's palm feeds back to his brain. Luo Yuan felt refreshed all over with a hand of Dream. No, I still have business to do. Holding back the thought of continuing to lick the Dream, he passed the message to the Dream. Dream, be careful, the people inside have bad intentions for you. Meow. Dream tilted his head and looked at Luo Yuan suspiciously, as if he didn't understand what Luo Yuan meant. There are people from Team Rocket in there who use the Moonstone to create a trap for you. Don't go in. Saying that, Luo Yuan grabbed Dream and pointed to the huge machine next to the Moonstone. Did you see? They are going to use that machine to trap you. You must pay attention later. Don't be attracted to it. Dream also looked into the cave from stealth, but its attention did not seem to be on the machine. Meow. Dream returned to the tunnel, looked at Luo Yuan, and pointed his tail at the Pippi group that was packed by the rocket. Through the power of Viridian, Luo Yuan easily understood the words of the Dream. What? You said you wanted to save those Pippi. Quote. Quote. Luo Yuan's mood at the moment is very delicate. He doesn't know what to say. Originally wanted to tell Fantastic to be careful with the rocket, but Fantastic actually asked him to save Pippi with it. To save or not to save? He looked at the Dream full of hope in his eyes, and it was difficult to say what he refused. But to save Pippi, at least there must be a conflict with dozens of Team Rockets and one Team Rocket Cadre here, which is really a bit dangerous. On the one hand, there is a Dream of hope, and on the other hand, there are a large number of enemies, and Luo Yuan is suddenly caught in a dilemma. At this moment, the system that had been silent for a while suddenly sounded a prompt tone. Ding! Found the advanced achievement quest. Assist Dream. Dream wants to save Pippi who fell into the hands of the rocket. Help it to save the poor Pippi. Successfully rescue Pippi to unlock the golden achievement. Dream friendship. Get gold award. Save. Who told me to be a pure boy? Admitted by Dream. Luo Yuan put his hand on Dream's little paw and said with a smile. Meow. Dream also narrowed his eyes with joy. Dash 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 dash. Ask for collection. Ask for flowers. Ask for evaluation. Flowers are still 300 short, and the evaluation votes are almost enough. I will add a chapter tomorrow. If the number of flowers reaches the number tonight, I will add 2 more tomorrow. Chapter 38 Rocket Cadre Carlo. Chapter 38 Rocket Cadre Carlo Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 38 Rocket Cadre Carlo. Carlos is a mid-level cadre of the Rocket. rocket. He is also considered a powerful cadre in the rocket, and he has good strength. The day before yesterday, he was called into the house by the leader of the rocket, Mr. Sakagi. The boss of Sakagi gave him a very important task: to go to mission to deal with the beast dream, and get the blood and hair of the dream. Carlo is naturally very excited about the trust of Sakagi boss. He felt it was a sign that he was about to be promoted. If this matter is done well, it might be possible to move up his position in Team Rocket and become a senior cadre like the 4 generals and 3 beastmen. Just as Carlo was thinking about a bright future, a violent explosion sounded suddenly. What the matter? Carlo looked up suddenly. Master Carlo, the machine. The machine. A rocket minion pointed to the center of the cave. I saw that the huge machine placed next to the moonstone had been blown to pieces at this time, and the scientists and rockets members who had surrounded the machine before were all overturned to the ground by the explosion, and their life and death were unknown. Carlo didn't care about the lives of those people, but he looked very ugly when he looked at the machine that was blown up and scrapped. The machine was blown up, which means that he could not use the machine to attract dreams. Unable to attract dreams, it means that he could not complete the task explained by the boss of Sakagi, and he could not complete the task. It means that his dream of promotion and salary increase also followed. Shattered. And after this failure, boss Sakagi will definitely be disappointed with him, and the chance of doing something in the future is probably very slim. Thinking of this, Carlo was going crazy. Damn. Who did it? He was already in a rage. The promotion opportunity within your reach has been shattered, and this feeling of giving you hope and then smothering hope made Carlo mad. Seeing this, the rocket's minions quickly lowered their head, and no one dared to meet Carlo's gaze for fear of being angered. There was only a slightly more daring team captain of Team Rocket, who raised his finger and pointed at the passage. Lord Carlo, it seems to be the energy beam shot from there. Carlo cast his eyes to the tunnel with ruthless eyes. Da, da, da. The sound of shoe stepping on the ground sounded, and Luo Yuan took the little Kirby and the supersonic bat and walked into the cave with easy steps. Standing still and looking around for a week, Luo Yuan said, "First meeting, everyone. My name is Luo Yuan." Luo Yuan's appearance attracted everyone's attention. Of course, it also perfectly suppressed the hatred of all the rockets present. All of the rockets realized that it was probably the guy who broke the machine. Just now, is that what you did? Carlo asked in a low voice. If you're talking about that machine, I'm sorry. I was experimenting with moves just now, and I accidentally broke it. Although he was apologizing, he had no sincerity at all. Sure enough, it's you. How dare you break such an important instrument? Give it to me and kill him. Carlo no longer cares about his mission, and now he just wants to kill this bastard who has dashed his promotion hope. The rocket guys looked at each other. The guy in front of him was so young, he didn't look like a powerful character. This was a good opportunity to please Lord Carlo, so they took out the Pokeball. Big-mouthed bat. Use ultrasound. Double gas. Use mud bomb. Aber monster. Use poison needle. A large number of Pokemon rushed towards Luo Yuan with an astonishing momentum. This is the usual trick of the rocket crowd tactic. Use the number to make the opponent feel fearful and lose the ability to judge. If an ordinary trainer saw this battle, he would have been horrified. Who is Luo Yuan? Luo Yuan, who had been prepared for a long time, calmly ordered, "Bangira, use the rock collapse." Roar. He heard a roar from the tunnel behind Luo Yuan, and then saw a boulder fly out of the tunnel. The boulder swept over Luo Yuan's head, blocked the incoming poison needles and mud bomb, pushed it all the way, and smashed a large group of elves flying out, and finally hit the wall heavily. Home run. One move KO. Boom, boom. The dull sound of stepping on the ground came, and Luo Yuan smiled slightly. Meet me, this is my buddy, Bangira. Bangira's tall body walked out of the tunnel, and the oppression brought by the dark green armor-like body made the chests of all the rocket present feel tight. The rocket scoundrels who were knocked out by one move just now are about to scold. You are obviously so powerful. What did you wear just now? We were hurt by you. Carlo, who had been staring at Luo Yuan, saw the expression on the face of Bangira's debut, and then sneered. I think you have something to rely on. Is it Bangira? The word did not seem to put the quasi-god of Chengdu in Bangira's eyes. Dash 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 dash. Ask for collection. Ask for evaluation. Ask for flower. Chapter 39 3-on-1. Chapter 39 3-on-1 Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 39 3 Fights 1. Luo Yuan raised his brows when he heard the words of the rocket cadre in front of him. To be able to say such thing, this rocket cadre named Carlo is either a fool or really has something to rely on. Raising his vigilance secretly, Luo Yuan remained calm on the surface, but Bangira is really angry. As a Pokemon produced by the system, Bangira has a lot of intelligence and can naturally hear the contempt in Carlo's tone. Bangira stood in front of Luo Yuan and also roared threateningly at Carlo, who was talking nonsense. Carlo was not afraid at all. He continued to say to Luo Yuan, although I don't know where you got this Bangira, it will soon be mine. He stared at Bangira with greed in his eyes. In my hand, this Bangira will exert more power. Facing the god-level Pokémon, Carlo did not appear as calm as before. Big-mouthed Bat, King Nido, and Rumble Rock, you all go to me and kill this Bangira. As a Rocket's Cadre, morality has long been forgotten by him, and bullying others with more and less is a must for them. 3-on-1, Carlo has no shame. This Rocket Team Cadre should be a trainer specializing in ground and poison attribute. Luo Yuan looked at the other party and quickly made a guess in his heart. The three Pokémon, Big Mouth Bat and King Nido, have poison attribute, while King Nido and Rumble Rock have ground attributes at the same time. Of course, this alone is not enough for Luo Yuan to make this inference, but the leader of the Rocket, Sakagi, is also known as the Sakagi of the Earth. He also has a super powerful stinger. He is also a trainer specializing in poison and ground. It's not strange for subordinates to imitate the boss. Luo Yuan felt that his speculations were inseparable. The big-mouthed Bat poses the least threat to me here, because neither the poison attribute nor the flying type moves can cause too much damage to Bangira. On the other hand, King Nido and Longlongian, the ground attribute, can restrain Bangira. This is a hassle. This is not the weak chickens that I usually encounter when I abuse vegetables. The few Pokemon in front of me are very difficult to deal with. We go to work. Gila. Preemptive use of Earthquake. More than a dozen. The preferred range of move, because the scoped move is a multi-reward, the most cost-effective. The inside of the cave is shaking. Bangira's own strength is extremely terrifying. At this time, she used all her strength to make an earthquake, and she saw that the entire cave trembled violently. The ground cracked and shook violently, as if the entire Moonlight Mountain was trembling, and the Pokemon and the Rocket tumbled and fell to the ground. Rumble Rock, interrupt it. Use the rolling trick. Interrupt the earthquake. King Nido, stabilize your body. Rush over, and use a double kick on Bangira. Big-mouthed Bat, use poison needles, and harass Bangira. Carlo is commanding three Pokemon to counterattack, but this process exposed a drawback. Using three magic treasures at the same time can form a numerical advantage, but it also has the disadvantage of inconvenient command. There is a limit to the language transmission of information. If you want to command three Pokemon at the same time, unless you have three brains and three mouths, even if you can do three things with one heart, it will never be like commanding a Pokemon like an arm. Luo Yuan was keenly aware of this weakness of the opponent. Here's his chance to win this battle. Looking at Rumble Rock, who was about to rush over, and the menacing King Nido, he decisively gave an order to Bangira. Bangira, use the rock blockade to use King Nido, and then use the broken rock to attack the rumbling rock. Luo Yuan quickly gave an order. Finally, Little Kirby, use the command skill. Use rock blockade to limit the movements of King Nido. Create a one-on-one environment, and then use the fighting style of rock crushing to deal with Rumble Rock. This is definitely the right thing to do. Controlling one first and dropping the other in seconds can relieve a lot of stress. As for the poison needle of the big-mouthed Bat, the thick layer of armor on the outside of Bangira's body is no decoration. The poisonous needle can't even break through Bangira's defense. Luo Yuan's response was very effective. Whether it was King Nido or Longlongian, they were already moving at a high speed. It was obviously very difficult to avoid Bangira's trick. Of course, even if they can avoid Bangira's move, there are real killer moves waiting for them. King Nido smashes the rock obstacles and moves on, and Rumble Rock quickly avoids it. Carlo urgently issued an order. His order was not difficult for King Nido, but he took a big stride to punch at King Nido, who was rushing towards Bangira, and used a million-ton punch to smash the rock blockade blocking the road. Continued to rush towards Luo Yuan and Bangira. However, rolling at high speed on the ground and rushing towards Bangira's Rumble Rock is not so lucky. Rolling itself is a very difficult move to control. Longlongian wants to forcibly change the direction of progress, but how can Longlongian, which already has a strong inertia, be so easy to control? So Longlongian got out of control. Dash 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 dash. The third Flowers broke 5,000, and 2 chapters need to be added at present. As for collection, Chapter 42 on 2. Chapter 42 on 2 Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 42 on 2. Longlongian lost control. The first to be affected was not Luo Yuan, but the rocket scattered in the cave. For this operation, Carlo really brought a lot of people. Even if the machine exploded and took away a lot of people, the remaining rocket trainers on the field are still a large number. Originally, according to Carlo's idea, as long as you bring enough people, even if the Alliance's large troops arrive, it can last for a while, but now, the number of people has become an obstacle. The out-of-control rumbling rock was like a wild horse that ran away along a serpentine trajectory, rolling over it all the way, and everywhere it went, it was a mess. Longlongian, stop! Carlo wanted to stop the rumbling rock, but maybe it was because Longlongian was confused and didn't hear the trainer's order, or maybe it couldn't stop on its own, so Longlongian continued to crush the poor rocket. However, there were a few rocket members who wanted to use Pokemon to stop Longlongian, but as Carlo's main Pokemon, Longlongian's level was was really not low, and those low-level Pokémon were directly crushed as soon as they went up. After going back and forth, no one dared to touch this rumbling rock. In desperation, Carlo had to order the big-mouthed bat to entangle Bangira and let King Nito control Rumble Rock. The chaos was finally stopped. It's just that when I look at the field again at this time, there is a mess around, and there are many Rockets trainers who were accidentally injured and mourning while covering their wound. The previous good situation was broken in half by Carlo himself. Luo Yuan looked at Carlo, thinking to himself, isn't this guy really here to be funny? I said, are you really a cadre of the Rocket? Before I made a move, you ruined 1/3 of your own people. Are you really not an undercover agent sent by the League? Hearing this, many members of the Rockets looked at Carlo. They didn't really doubt whether Carlo was an undercover agent of the Alliance, but Luo Yuan's words were too good for cleaning up, and they looked at Carlo subconsciously. When Carlo saw this, his face was very ugly. These words must not be heard by Boss Sakagi. He screwed up this mission. If he is labeled as an undercover agent, his Rocket career will be ruined. I thought quickly in my heart, I can't explain it. The more I explain it, the more I can't explain it. Thinking of this, he raised his head and said coldly to Luo Yuan, stop talking nonsense. When I catch you, you will know if I am an undercover agent of the Alliance. Carlo gave an order. King Nito, use kick. The two of you, Big Mouth Bat and Rumble Rock, support from the side. Obviously, after the lesson just now, Carlo did not dare to ask Dada to command 3 Pokémon at the same time, so he changed his tactics and used King Nito as the main force, with Big Mouth Bat and Long Longyan assisting. With this adjustment, the main energy is put on King Nito, and the pressure of commanding is relieved a lot. Bangira, use continuous sharp stone attack, aiming at the feet of King Nito. While King Nito was busy avoiding the sharp stones under his feet, Luo Yuan turned to look at Little Kirby. Little Kirby, how's your commanding skills going? Kirby. Little Kirby nodded. Okay, use your command skills with all your might. Little Kirby waved his finger, and a pillar of thunder with the thickness of a bucket fell from the sky, but this position was a bit weird. It was actually behind Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan was wondering why the thunder appeared there, and then saw a purple shadow crash into the thunder and lightning. Gah! The electrical system's unique trick is thunder, and the effect is outstanding on the flying-type big-mouthed bat. The big-mouthed bat fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string, and fell to the ground. It was only at this time that Luo Yuan discovered that he was actually being surrounded by the big-mouthed bat. As expected of the Rocket, it is possible to do something like sneak attack on a trainer in battle. There is no lower limit. Bottom line, we are the Rocket. Carlo sneered, with regret in his eyes. I could almost be beheaded directly if it weren't for that damn Little Kirby. It's a pity that the near success is also a failure, and now I can only fight with Bangira. What a hassle. King Nito, stomp. Rumble Rock, use Rock Crit. King Nito stepped on the ground hard. The hard rock ground cracked, and the oscillating force rushed towards Bangira along the crack. Long Longyan's attack was even more simple and rude, grabbing the rocks on the ground and smashing them at Bangira. Luo Yuan licked his slightly dry lip. The other party was obviously planning to use an attack to hold down Bangira and give the big-mouthed bat time to recover, but he didn't let Carlo do his best. Bangira, the iron wall resists the rock crit, then punch me with 1,000,000 tons, and kill the big-mouthed bat first. The poor big-mouthed bat that fell from the sky has not recovered from the paralysis caused by the thunder, and was rushed by Bangira and punched into the ground, completely losing consciousness. Bangira also resisted the attacks of King Nito and Rumble Rock, showing pain, but the injury was worth it. It's 2-on-2 now, Luo Yuan said, but in his heart he was wondering why the dream was not good. Dash 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 dash. Chapter 41 Tyrant's Might Pokémon Achievement System Chapter 41 The Might of a Tyrant. Before starting, Luo Yuan and Mengmeng had already drawn up a battle plan. He was responsible for attracting the attention of the Rocket, and at the same time containing the main forces of the Rocket. Dream stealthily sneaked into Pippi to rescue Pippi and the captured Union trainers, and then came back to support Luo Yuan. But now the Dream has not returned the news, and I don't know how it is. Big-mouthed bat. Carlo roared. You actually gave my big-mouthed bat. Carlo shouted angrily, pulling Luo Yuan's attention back. Luo Yuan's guess was right. Previously, Carlo's command of King Nito and Long Longyan to attack Bangira was indeed the idea of besieging Wei and saving Zhao, and giving the big-mouthed bat time to recover. Although the big-mouthed bat can't play a role in dealing with Bangira, it has high mobility and can bypass Bangira and attack Luo Yuan at any time. As long as Luo Yuan is attacked, Bangira will definitely return to help, so with King Nito and Long Longyan he can easily win. But he didn't expect that Luo Yuan would actually fight to injure Bangira and kill the big-mouthed bat, which made his whole plan to fail. This guy. Carlo gritted his teeth. Luo Yuan was not the strongest enemy he had ever seen, but he was definitely one of the most troublesome ones, because this guy knew how to choose. Luo Yuan has a strange quality, that is, the more dangerous he is, the calmer he is. Seeing Carlo's momentary loss, he immediately sees the opportunity. Bangira, we take the initiative to attack. Bangira roared happily. It liked to attack. Then Bangira took the initiative and attacked King Nito. He kept directing Bangira to fight King Nito and Rumble Rock 1-on-2. With little Kirby's support, Luo Yuan not only did not fall behind but found a rhythm in the continuous attack and gradually took the initiative. Luo Yuan's more and more courageous battle caused great pressure on Carlo. Bangira roared wantonly on the field, and the power of the desert tyrant was terrifying. During the fight, Carlo even felt a trace of fear in the young man opposite. He felt that Luo Yuan, who was fighting with him, seemed to be able to accurately find the loopholes in his attack every time, then break his own offensive, and then counterattack. In this cycle, the balance of victory gradually tilted towards Luo Yuan. At this time, even if Carlo is reluctant, he has to admit that he is really not the opponent of the guy in front of him. Everyone, give it to me and kill that Bangira. Carlo is cowardly. He was afraid that if he kept fighting, he would really lose. So he made a decisive decision, and before he failed, he summoned people to besiege Bangira. Hearing the call of the Cadre, although the Rockets were reluctant to treat such a powerful Pokemon as Gobangira, they were crushed by the first-level officials. Superior. Yangira, use your mental strength. Naughty Egg, with a big bang. Duck-billed Fire Dragon, use Jet Flame. The attack this time was far from comparable to the attacks of the previous minion. Not only were King Nito and Long Longyan restrained, but many Team Rocket team leaders participated in the siege, and the massive attack fell head-on, causing Luo Yuan's scalp to go numb. Kirby. Little Kirby used his command skills and erected a wall of light in front of him, but there were too many attacks. Bangira, use the destruction light, and hold on. Luo Yuan gave the order that it was too late to escape. Now the only option is to move forward. In fact, according to his assumption, he prefers to use hold rather than hold on. In the game, if the hold is successful, it can resist the move without taking damage, and hold is only forced to retain a trace of physical strength so that the Pokemon will lose the ability to fight on the spot. There is no doubt which of these two moves is stronger, but the reality is not a game after all. Holding is not a keystroke but requires the Pokemon itself to have the ability to block moves to succeed. If he insisted on defending, Luo Yuan was afraid that Bangira would not be able to defend and would be directly killed by massive attacks. So he took the next step, chose not to have any technical content, and held on more securely. Bangira sprayed out the destruction of Death Light, and directly killed a large number of Pokemon with countless moves. Then Bangira took a stance and folded her arms across her chest before she stiffened with the Death Light of destruction. The rest of the attack surged forward, drowning Bangira. Bangira showed pain under these attacks, but its thick outer armor helped him resist a lot of damage. When the attack dissipated, Bangira still stood there and did not fall. Luo Yuan immediately came behind Bangira and put his hand on Bangira's body. Then, under the puzzled eyes of all the Rocket, the power of victory was fully activated. Dash 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 dash. Update 2/5. For the sake of writing a paper for a day and trying so hard to update it, please give some flowers and comment. Chapter 42. The situation is reversed. Chapter 42. The situation is reversed. Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 42. The situation is reversed. Although Bangira's body is very strong, it has been scarred by the baptism of so many attacks. Kill Bangira. Finally won. I didn't expect its final counterattack to be so strong. The destruction just now killed almost 10 of us. When the Rocket players saw Bangira's appearance, they all relaxed and began to laugh at themselves, because only in this way could they hide and vent their fear. Bangira's previous destruction of the Death Light was too terrifying, and several Pokemon lost their fighting ability directly because they were wiped by the destruction of the Death Light. But what about the strong? After all, they won and became the winner. Carlo also rarely showed a smile. Although the mission failed, getting this Bangira, even if he was scolded by Boss Sakagi, was enough to make up for his loss. It's just that before he was happy for long, the voice of a Rocket player suddenly came. Look, what is that? Everyone looked at the talking Rocket scoundrel, and then looked in the direction he was pointing. I saw that, beside Bangira. After Luo Yuan activated the power of Vibrant, Bangira's entire body was surrounded by light green fluorescence. The wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Rocket found that after they were stunned for a while, Bangira's injuries had recovered by most of the time. What going on here? Could it be overdrive regeneration? But Bangira can't learn to super regenerate. Everyone was blinded. They just celebrated a little. How did they come back to their senses? And Bangira was resurrected on the spot. Can't figure it out. Can't understand. With the brains of these Rockets, even if they brainstormed, they couldn't figure out how Luo Yuan could restore Bangira, who was about to be killed almost immediately, to regain his fighting ability. But they didn't need to know that much, because Luo Yuan had already completed the treatment for Bangira. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Luo Yuan smiled at the stunned Rocket. If he didn't have a trump card, how could he agree to help Dream save Pippi? With the strength of of victory. As long as Bangira still has a breath, Luo Yuan can restore his fighting power. This is where Luo Yuan's confidence lies. Bangira plus vibrant power equals super battery life. It's just that the consumption is a little big. Feeling a little weak, Luo Yuan stopped the power of Vivian. Bangira's stamina has now recovered 80%, which is enough. There is no need to put the rest of your physical strength into the pursuit of perfection. Bangira, use the wave of evil. The cold and dark aura swept through the entire cave, causing the Rocket's members present to fight a cold war. Looking at Bangira's violent eyes, feeling the vicious aura, and then thinking about the tragic companion who was hit by Bangira's destruction and death before, fear lingered in his heart, and even some timid people collapsed to the ground as soon as their legs were weak. The wave of evil swept the audience, and many Pokémon were swept away by the aura. All of them turned pale, watching Bangira shiver. Wave of evil, a vicious, terrifying aura emanate from within, sometimes making opponent cringe. This move can cause damage to the opponent. Normally, the fluctuation of evil does not have such a significant effect. Even in the game world where the data is fixed, the probability of the fluctuation of evil being daunting is only 20%. But due to Bangira's deterrence of destroying the light of death before, and the fact that the hardtop can continue to fight with so many attacks, it is difficult for these Pokémon to not be afraid. Carlo finally reacted at this time, and immediately ordered King Nito and Long Longyan to stand in front of Bangira. Don't be afraid, since we can beat him once, we can beat him a second time too. Oh, why don't you try? Luo Yuan was non-committal. Before, Bangira had to resist the Rocket's move, mainly because the Rocket suddenly attacked. Now that Bangira is ready, even if he can't beat it, it's absolutely no problem to run. Just when the war was about to break out, only a light voice sounded in his ear. Meow tilde. The long-lost dream finally appeared again. Luo Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Did you say you have rescued Pippi? This was the best news Luo Yuan heard today. Meow. Dream responded. A large group of Pippi came out of the cave, and in the cave, Pippi's screams were like one. What happened again? Sir, Pippi and the others ran away. A member of Team Rocket said. Someone twisted the door of the cage. Update 3/5. Ask for collection. Ask for evaluation. Ask for flowers. Chapter 43 Dream Debut. Chapter 43 Dream Debut Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 43A Dream Debut. Pippi ran out of the cage in group. Luo Yuan glanced at it roughly. There were at least 50 Pippi in this group, far exceeding his expectations. From Luo Yuan's point of view, it is too much to have 20 or so Pippi, but who would have thought there would be so many? He looked at the cage used for Pippi again, and he really couldn't understand how the Rocket put 50 Pippi into such a small cave. Could it be that the guy who packed the box has Asan blood? The entire cave was filled with Pippi scream, and it was very chaotic. Fantasy, why did it take you so long? Luo Yuan asked Pippi, taking advantage of the Rocket's attention. Meow. Dream replied, wagging his tail. You said that you not only released Pippi, but also stole the Pokeballs that the Rocket stole back and gave them back to their owners. Luo Yuan understood the meaning of the dream, and looked at the bound Union training over there. Family. He was happy to see it. I saw a group of Alliance trainers quietly cutting the ropes tied to themselves while pretending to be in a coma. The appearance of pretending to be in a coma was a bit funny. On the other side, Carlo can no longer control himself. Who was in charge of taking care of Pippi before? Today, he has not heard good news. One bad thing after another. Surging anger rose in his chest. Take care of Pippi. The Rocket players who were asked were immediately sweating nervously. I remember that the two Yokota brothers were in charge of the guard. He was nervous, for fear of being the victim of Carlo's anger. What about them? Carlo's voice can't hear joy or anger, but the more it is like this, the more frightening it is. People. The Rocket swallowed and looked around. Perhaps it was Fuling's heart. He found the two sleeping soundly in the corner of the cave at a glance. Master Carlo, there. It hypnotism. They got hit. A Rocket team captain checked. It became clear that someone first used hypnotism to hypnotize the Yokota brothers who were in charge of guarding Pippi, and then release Pippi. You did it. Carlo directly targeted Luo Yuan without even thinking about it. Among the people present, the only one who has this motivation and the ability to do this kind of thing is Luo Yuan. How can you be so innocent? Luo Yuan replied. Carlo couldn't understand the Lu Shuan terrier from Earth, but he could hear Luo Yuan's playful attitude from this sentence. He immediately gritted his teeth and showed blue veins on his forehead. King Nito, sacrifice your life to charge. Carlo gritted his teeth. His forehead was full of blue veins, and his anger was about to overwhelm his reason. Seemingly feeling the anger in his master's heart, King Nito roared and charged towards Bangira with big stride. Long Longyan rushed to Bangira with King Nito, and the rest of the Rockets looked at each other and ordered the Pokémon to attack Bangira together. Big Dinger, attack with bite. Kuduhua, use the flying leaf knife. Siege quietly took shape in the tacit understanding of the Rocket. Although the number of people participating in the attack this time is not as good as the last time, but perhaps because of the anger bonus, the momentum of this siege is stronger than before. It's just that this time, the rockets are still the previous rocket, but Luo Yuan is no longer the previous Luo Yuan. Dream, help me. Looking at the oncoming attack, Luo Yuan said, meow. Nodding lightly, a blue light rose from the dream body. Then Luo Yuan, Little Kirby and Bangira were shrouded. Massive attack hit the blue psychic shield, and the blue psychic shield dented a pit inward, and then bounced back violently. All attacks are annihilated in the rebound. As for King Nito, who rushed over, after it hit the blue psychic shield, it hit a huge depression, and then the entire Pokémon was bounced out, slapped heavily on the rock wall, and smashed huge crack mark. What is this? The sudden appearance of the blue psychic shield caught Carlo and the rockets by surprise. Drip drip. Before they could think about it, a rapid beat sounded from the detector on Carlo's way. Take out the detector. It shows that dreamy mind power fluctuations have been detected. This is the power of fantasy. The dream he had been dreaming of was right in front of him, but Carlo could not feel the slightest joy at this time. He only felt that his heart was cold and cold, like falling into an ice cave. Dash 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 dash. Update 4/5 seeking favorite. It's 6 o'clock, and the rest of the chapter will wait for me to sleep. I'm so sleepy, so I'll go to bed first. Chapter 44 Retreat. Retreat. Chapter 44 Retreat. Retreat. Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 44 Retreat. Retreat. When the detector detected the dream, Carlo's heart fell into an ice cave. He didn't know how Luo Yuan got together with Dream, but he knew that he was getting cold. As the main person in charge of this capturing Dream operation, Carlo's mission is not to capture the Dream, but to obtain the blood or hair samples of the Dream. Therefore, Carlo has a very good understanding of Dream's rank. If they are in a full state now, they may still have hope to compete with Dream before they cooperated with the machine that was destroyed by Luo Yuan. But now they not only lost more than half of their manpower, but the machine used to trap and limit the Dream has also been destroyed, and this battle is completely impossible. Carlo doesn't think he can fight back at all. In this case, only running away is the right choice. Withdraw. Quickly withdraw. Carlo gave an order. The Rockets players below are naturally good-natured. They have long since wanted to fight, and their only use here is to act as cannon fodder. Look at the Bangira on the opposite side. One beat 10 of them, without taking a breath. When will you not run now? Want to escape? Hee. Luo Yuan smiled oddly when he heard Carlo's order, but didn't make a move to intercept it. Team Rocket released flying Pokemon, one for each person, or one for two people, and they flew into the sky, trying to escape from the sky. I remember you. Wait for our Rocket's revenge. Before leaving, Carlo did not forget to say harsh words. Judging from his appearance, he should be planning to find a chance to trouble Luo Yuan again after returning to the Rocket. It's just that the sparrow under him has just accelerated and is about to leave. Just listen to bang. With a bang, Carlo and the sparrow were stuck in the sky, as if they had hit a transparent wall. How can there be a wall? Carlo couldn't figure it out. His hitting the wall was just the beginning, and then all the members of Team Rocket who flew into the sky all hit the transparent ceiling. There was even the sound of bones breaking, clearly audible. It hurt to hear it, Luo Yuan said with emotion. It was as if he had completely forgotten who gave Dream such a sinister idea. In order to prevent the Rockets from escaping, he had specially asked Dream to add a cover to this open-air cave. In fact, normally speaking, it is no big deal that the sky is blocked. After all, you can't walk in the sky. You can still walk through the tunnel. The tunnels in Yujian Mountain extend in all directions, and there is always a way to go. Just embarrassing. Previously, in order to prevent the Alliance from creating obstacles and delaying time, the Rockets deliberately blew up all the passages leading to this cave. Today, there is only one exit from the entire cave, and that is the tunnel behind Luo Yuan that they dug when they came. Shit. Falling from the sky, Carlo, whose head was still aching, swears the only way to survive was behind the enemy he was trying to avoid, and Carlo tasted the feeling of being in a cocoon. King Nito, Rumble Rock, Arbor, Pharaoh, rush out for me. The release of his own Pokemon was not finished. He turned his head and shouted at the men behind him. I've given it all my strength. After so long, the people from the Alliance will probably come soon. If you don't want to be caught and put in jail, just kill me. Hearing this, the expressions of all the Rocket present changed. Going to prison means losing freedom. On the charge of kidnapping the law enforcement officers of the Alliance, if they are caught, they will be imprisoned for 3 or 4 years. How many 3 or 4 years will there be in life? When there is pressure, there is motivation. So the Rocket threw Pokeballs one by one and charged towards Luo Yuan as if they had been beaten with blood. Maybe they can also be called fighting for freedom. Seeing this, Bangira roared, and was just about to clear the field with Destruction Deathlight. But before Bangira made his move, he heard Pippi for a while, and Pippi's voice sounded louder and louder. I saw that next to the Moonstone, a large number of Pippi danced a mysterious dance around the Moonstone. Their footsteps are cheerful, and their fingers are constantly swaying. This action Luo Yuan watches every day couldn't be more familiar. Command. A large number of falling thunders fell from the sky, targeting the Pokémon in Team Rocket. Obviously, this group of Pippi is very vengeful. They were caught by the Rockets before, and now they will take revenge when they get a chance. Pippi's attack caused a considerable number of Pokémon to give up attacking Bangira in order to avoid the attack of the Thunder. Bangira's pressure was suddenly relieved a lot, and the firepower was full, pouring out the anger accumulated in his heart to the Rocket. Earthquake, shattering rock, and destructive rays of death came out of Bangira's hands one after another. With Pippi in charge of containing the enemy, Bangira, who devoted himself to the attack, showed his super attack power. The ground shattered, explosions sounded one after another, and the cave was in a mess. No matter what kind of grass-type Dumbflower, or fighting-type monster power, or able monster, Double Bomb Gas and other Pokémon, under the attack of Bangira, they are not all enemy. Before God, everyone is equal. Update. First update. It's a bit Calvin. This chapter has been overturned and rewritten several times, so the update is a bit late. Chapter 45 Disadvantage. Chapter 45 Disadvantage Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 45 Disadvantages. The Rockets are unsustainable in the face of double-sided attack. Carlo had no choice but to bite the bullet and let his Pokémon go up to stop Luo Yuan. Let the rest of the Rockets deal with Pippi first and then come back to help themselves. Pharaoh, King Nito, Rumble Rock, and Arbor. 4 Pokémon and Bangira are fighting together. Among the 4 Pokémon, Carlo's main Pokémon, Nito Wong and Longlongyan, are the strongest, while Big Pharaoh and Abel are slightly weaker. Under the siege of 4 opponents, Bangira was in a hurry. Meow. Dream looked at Luo Yuan, as if asking if it could help. No, I can handle these guys myself. Go and help the Peepus. Their situation is not good. Luo Yuan smiled lightly. As long as no one else gets involved, it's only a matter of time before Bangira wins. The newly added Pharaoh and Arbor can play a harassing role, but their attacks are no different from tickling when they land on Bangira. With King Nito and Rumlong as the main attackers alone, Bangira is completely true. Meow. Dream nodded. Pippi's situation was very bad. With Carlo restraining Luo Yuan, Pippi was beaten by the Rockets who were free. Fantasy loves these and his Pokémon of the same color, and certainly can't let them get attacked by Team Rocket. Remaining invisible, the blue light flashed in the dreamy eyes, and the Mind Force grabbed a double bomb gas that was about to explode. Manipulating the mind power and throwing it into the center of the Rocket Pokémon, Dream, like a child who did something bad and was not found, covered his mouth and snickered. Get out of the way, it's double bomb gas. The double bomb gas that was on the verge of exploding was full of deterrent, and the Rocket team's complexion changed greatly after seeing it. Team Rocket fled one after another, but even so, several Pokémon were still thrown away by the aftermath of the explosion. Whose double bomb gas is it? How could it explode here? Damn it, my Aberdeen got blown up. Stop arguing, Pippi is here. Too late to find out why. The Rockets went into battle again, but Dream didn't plan to let them go. The invisible Dream threw a naughty bomb that was about to explode in the center of the crowd for a while, and then used his mind to deflect the direction of Team Rocket Pokémon move. Being hit by inexplicable attack from time to time, the Rockets are completely out of order, and they can't stop Pippi's offensive at all. What's more, there are people who take advantage of the fire. Behind the Rocket, the Union trainer who had been pretending to be in a coma and cutting the rope also took the opportunity. Water Arrow Turtle, Fire-Breathing Dragon, Wonderful Frog Flower. With Sangia as the mainstay, a dozen Pokémon rushed towards Team Rocket from the rear. Damn, how did they break free? And their Pokémon were not confiscated. Carlo glanced at the situation over there. His face changed drastically. He clearly remembers that the Pokémon of these Alliance trainers have been confiscated. So what is the situation now? No one answered him. The addition of the League trainers has put the final nail in the coffin of the Rocket, which has been half cut into the ground, becoming the last straw to overwhelm the Rocket. You dare to be half-hearted during the battle, you are jumping. At this time, Luo Yuan's joking voice came. Not good. As soon as he heard Luo Yuan's word, Carlo knew something was wrong. Sure enough, when he turned around, Bangira's fist had already landed on King Nito's head. At this time, King Nito was still preparing to use the Death Light of Destruction. He was in charge and had no way to avoid it. Million-ton boxing. Boom. The grinning Bangira punched King Nito to the side, and the destructive death light that King Nito was still accumulating exploded, causing it to scream incessantly. Blood dripped from his mouth, and almost all his sharp teeth were blown off. Losing the main attack force of King Nito, the formation of the siege appeared flawed. Stepping on the Arbor who was about to entangle her with one foot, Bangira grabbed the toucan who had been harassing her in the air with her backhand. The toucan suddenly became a bald bird and lost its fighting ability. And then, Bangira picked up the Aberdeen who was trampled under her feet, dragged its tail, and swung it up. Then, like playing golf, he slapped Longlongyan hard. The rumbling rock, which was a ball in itself, slammed hard and flew out immediately. Then Bangira pulled the unconscious Able monster, and slapped King Nito who had just stood up and was about to fight back. In less than 3 minutes, Bangira violently broke the game. For update, I fell asleep last night when I was coding. This is a supplementary update, and I still owe 2 chapters. Egg Collection, Chapter 46 End. Chapter 46 End Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 46 The End. It only took 3 minutes from Bangira's violent attack to the killing of 4 Pokémon including King Nido. Among the 4 Pokémon, the big build feathers were stripped off. Although they were not seriously injured, they had lost their fighting ability. The Arbor monster was dripping with blood. It was first stepped on by Bangira, and then acted as a weapon of Bangira, and it was dying long ago. King Nido was blown up half by his own destruction, and was slammed by Bangira. Various tricks such as tile splitting and rock breaking were used on him, and his strength was not as good as Bangira. The King Nido was completely powerless. Only Longlongyan still maintains a certain combat power. Just thinking of this, Luo Yuan saw Longlongyan, who had been swept away by Bangira, rushing back like a madman. With a mad face on Longlongyan's face, he used a rolling motion to rush towards Bangira. There was a faint light shining through the cracks in the rocks on his body, and a terrifying energy was brewing in Longlongyan's body. No, Bangira, don't let it explode. Luo Yuan did not expect Longlongyan's sudden madness. However, Bangira is worthy of being a Pokémon rewarded by the system, both in terms of reaction and awareness. It is top-notch, and it reacts instantly. I saw Bangira instantly abandon King Nido, who was about to be hammered, and turned around. Bangira, use the Destruction Deathlight. Change the direction in which the Rumble Rock rolled. Upon hearing the order, Bangira did not hesitate at all, facing the Rumble Rock with a Destruction Deathlight. Destruction Deathlight falls on the ground beneath Rumble Rock. Carlo, who was already a little desperate, saw this scene. Did you miss? There was a look of hope on his face. If Longlongyan really rushed in front of Bangira and used a big explosion, he might really be able to kill Bangira. But the reality obviously let him down, and Bangira's destruction of the Deathlight was intentional. Destruction Deathlight exploded in front of Rumble Rock, and the impact of the explosion pushed Rumble Rock uncontrollably in another direction. This rumbling rock has poor directionality and poor control, which were problems exposed in previous battles. Now Luo Yuan seized this weakness again and sent Longlongyan into the abyss. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Rumble Rock exploded in situ, blasting a large pit several meters deep in the ground. Rumble Rock is incapacitated. You lost. Luo Yuan smiled and said to Carlo, the final rumbling rock is also finished, and it can be said that the outcome is already divided. No. Carlo gritted his teeth and stared at Luo Yuan with his eyes. Do you have any other Pokemon? Luo Yuan thought about it seriously. It's really possible, because Carlo has only used 5 Pokemon so far. Maybe he has some trump cards that he doesn't know. Carlo, he just expressed his unwillingness according to the villain's practice. Do you want to be so serious? It seems that there is no more. Luo Yuan knew that he was thinking too much when he saw Carlo like this. Then, little Kirby, knock him out. Kirby, little Kirby, who had been eating melons for a long time, finally had something to do. He threw away the skin of the melon, ran 2 steps forward, jumped high, and sat on Carlo. Abruptly, Carlo, the rocket Cadre, fainted. Luo Yuan took the Pokemon killed by Bangira back into the Pokeball and clapped his hand. Get it done. Not long after Luo Yuan resolved the battlefield at the other end also completed the final battle. More than a dozen rockets were knocked to the ground by the Union and Pippi. After the league trainers tied them up with rope, Pippi stepped on their bodies and danced merrily on them. Sure enough, Pippi is a devil. The corner of Luo Yuan's mouth twitched, wondering if he should stay away from Pippi in the future. These Pippi's cute looks must be hiding the devil. Revenge is wrong. Meow. Dream remained invisible and floated to Luo Yuan's side, thanking Luo Yuan. No thank, we are friends. Luo Yuan slapped a Dream with the feeling of emptiness. Meow. Dream expressed indignation that Luo Yuan took the opportunity to slap himself. Ding! The achievement task is completed. Successfully assist the Dream to rescue Pippi. Unlock the golden achievement, Dream Friendship. Congratulations to the host for getting the golden reward, Fast Dragon. The reward has been delivered to the host in the form of a Pokeball. Quick Dragon. Luo Yuan looked at the Pokeball that suddenly appeared in his hand, and his heart was surging. The rewards of the system, as powerful as ever. This is time that he has won the gold reward. The last time it was Bangira, this time it was Kuailong, and the system really did not let him waste so much effort. Update. Please collect. Counting the chapters that have not been updated today, there are still 4 more. Chapter 47 Fast Dragon. Chapter 47 Fast Dragon Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 47 Fast Dragon. Fast Dragon, Flying plus Dragon Attribute Pokemon, Quasi-God in the Kanto region. It has been ranked the top of the list of the most wanted Pokemon by trainers in the Kanto region all the year round, and it is the #1 Pokemon in popularity. Fast Dragon. Luo Yuan held the Pokeball in his hand. This time, Bangira shortcoming of being easily restrained has also been made up. Fast Dragon and Bangira are both quasi-god, but they are Pokemon stronger than Bangira. This power does not mean that the dragon is stronger than Bangira. It refers to the fact that Fast Dragon has fewer weaknesses than Bangira, has a wider range of applications, and is not easy to be targeted and restrained. In fact, due to the restraint of attribute, if the Fast Dragon and Bangira compete in the same field, without the interference of other factors, Bangira's winning rate is as high as 80%. As for why Fast Dragons with fewer weaknesses have such a hard time dealing with Bangira, mainly because when the Fast Dragon of Flying plus Dragon attack Bangira, the damage will be greatly weakened. When the Raw plus Evil attribute Bangira fights with the Fast Dragon, there will be a damage bonus. The damage was a lot worse when they came and went, and Kuailong was naturally no longer Bangira's opponent. These thoughts flashed through Luo Yuan's mind. He didn't need to think about which one of Kuailong and Bangira was stronger. He had both. After getting the Fast Dragon, the disadvantage in his Pokemon lineup was largely made up for, and after possessing two quasi-gods, his strength has also reached a new level. Now that he is facing the same number of rockets as before, he can easily kill them all. In short, Luo Yuan couldn't be more satisfied with the reward for unlocking the golden achievement this time. Putting the Fast Dragon away, Luo Yuan only heard the sound of rapid footsteps coming from the tunnel behind him. Then, "Don't move, you are already surrounded. Put down the Pokeball and put your head in your hand." With the loud roar, dozens of trainers in Alliance uniforms poured out of the tunnel. This group of people followed the Pokemon. All of them looked like they were facing a big enemy, and they looked very careful. But when they saw the scene in front of them, they were all stunned. The cave was in a mess. Team Rocket was lying on the ground. Where could there be any standing enemies? Isn't the trainer standing there watching Pippi performing the tomb dance? The two teams that were missing from the Rockets before. What's happening here? Luo Yuan, why are you here? A familiar voice came, and Yamada Aisao in the crowd recognized Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan found each other from the crowd at a glance, and said hello with a smile. "Mr. Yamada, we meet again." Yamada Aisao was not in the mood to chat with Luo Yuan at this time. He simply said hello and quickly entered the topic. "Luo Yuan, what happened here? Why are these rockets? To be honest, our goal this time is the rocket." As he spoke, he looked cautiously at Bangira, who was leisurely patrolling the battlefield. "Are you talking about these rockets?" Luo Yuan smiled slightly. "I already killed it." Hearing Luo Yuan's word, before Yamada Yuo could answer, a Pokemon prosecutor next to him couldn't help it. "You know what you're talking about. There are dozens of rockets here. The battle traces left on the field prove that the person who shot is very powerful. Even we can't do it to such an extent. You have to have a limit for bragging." I'm sorry. Seeing his companion questioning Luo Yuan, Yamada Aisao was a little embarrassed, but deep down, he agreed with his colleague, and he didn't believe that the scene in front of him was caused by Luo Yuan. After all, Luo Yuan's age was put there, and he used to be a researcher. "It seems that you don't believe that I did these things." Luo Yuan shook his head. "But what I said is true. It's weird to believe you." Luo Yuan seems to be only 16 or 17 years old. No matter how you look at it, it is impossible to kill so many rockets alone. To tell the truth, no one believes it. This is a lack of trust between people. Everyone. Luo Yuan shrugged his helplessness, and then pointed to the leisurely Bangira. "Come on, let me introduce you. My Bangira." Class. Bangira roared, and the aura of the top predator enveloped these prosecutors, making their livers tremble. As for collection, still owe 3 more. I will code again when I wake up. Chapter 48 Leave. Chapter 48 Leave Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 48 Leave. Is this Bangira yours? After a long time, Yamada Aisao came back to his senses and asked Luo Yuan. This Bangira is tall, almost half as tall as a normal Bangira. The gray-green body is glowing with metallic luster, and the muscles in the legs are even more developed. I lied to you. Is there any benefit? Luo Yuan squinted. No, I just feel a little weird. Yamada Aisao was at a loss for words. However, he is a Pokemon prosecutor after all, and his ability to accept is still very strong. It sounds incredible that a rookie trainer has a quasi-god Pokemon like Bangira, but the possibility is not zero. After all, this is a genius researcher. A genius. Naturally, you can't use common sense to measure it. Thinking of Luo Yuan's sentence, "When you meet the rocket, blow them up." When he was down the mountain, he finally knew what Luo Yuan's confidence was. "I apologize again for my colleague rudeness." Yamada Aisao sincerely apologized. "I'm so sorry." The previous trainer who questioned Luo Yuan also bowed his head and apologized. Luo Yuan didn't hold on to this point. "It's nothing. You should deal with these rockets first." Yamada Aisao nodded. "The top priority now is to take these rockets into custody." Pippi. After killing Team Rocket, after all the gas they were caught was expelled from them. Pippi ran to Luo Yuan's side. Is something wrong? Having seen the revenge of this group of Pippi, he will not continue to regard Pippi as a simple cute thing. Pixie. A Pixie stood up and made a gesture to Luo Yuan. You don't need to gesture, I can understand, Luo Yuan said, and then he showed a puzzled expression. You mean you have a gift for me? Pippi. Pixie nodded fiercely, and then saw the Pippi group separated from the middle, and a few Pippi carried 2 huge stones and placed them in front of Luo Yuan. A stone was silver gray, and Luo Yuan could see at a glance that this stone was the same as the huge stone in the center of the cave. It's a bit big. Luo Yuan looked at the moonstone the size of a washbasin. Although it is known that Pippi is not short of moonstones, the moonstone is their treasure. It can be seen that they are very grateful to themselves for having Pippi send out such a large piece of moonstone. But what is this heat? If Pippi sent the moonstone to Luo Yuan's expectation, then this stone was beyond Luo Yuan's expectation. It appears to be a meteorite. He raised his hand and threw an identification technique onto the meteorite. Meteorites from outer space, with inexplicable fluctuations, have a strong attraction to special types of Pokémon. Looking at the introduction given by the appraisal technique, Luo Yuan was a little confused. Let's put it on first, with the attitude that although he can't use it now, he might use it in the future. Luo Yuan put this meteorite into his backpack. However, the moonstone was too big, so Luo Yuan couldn't put it into his backpack. In the end, Benjiro took action and split the moonstone in half before stuffing it into the space backpack. After Pippi thanked him, a dreamy voice appeared beside Luo Yuan. Meow. Huh, Dream, are you leaving? Luo Yuan heard Dream's voice. Meow tilde. You said that Pippi is too dangerous to live here, and you have to take Pippi with you and move them to a safe place. Luo Yuan heard it completely. After this attack, Pippi and the giant moonstone have been exposed to the eyes of the world. Continuing to stay here, Pippi will probably face endless harassment and arrest in the future. So, Dream, see you later. Luo Yuan smiled. Meow tilde. Luo Yuan felt something fluffy rubbing against his cheek, and then he watched Pippi, Pixie, and Moonstone all lift off into the sky, then became invisible, and disappeared. A white light flashed. Where's Pippi? A trainer from the Alliance found that Pippi had suddenly disappeared and wondered. Pippi, where's Pippi? Didn't you sleep well last night? His companion beside him looked puzzled. Hearing his companion say that, the trainer also seemed to have doubts about his memory. I seem to have misremembered. He shook his head. He murmured to himself, it should have been a hallucination before. Washed the memories of the Alliance trainers. Luo Yuan was a little shocked when he heard the conversation between the two. Although I have seen dreams in animation before that can wash away memory, but after seeing it with my own eyes, I can't help but be shocked by the power of dream. God be. Luo Yuan muttered these 2 words in his mouth. A hint of yearning flashed in his eyes. Update. Counting today's 5 chapters, I feel I owe more and more. Ask for collection. Ask for flowers. Ask for evaluation. Chapter 49 Award. Chapter 49 Award Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 49 Reward. Thank you for your cooperation with our work, and thank you very much for your help in Ujanshan. In the Nibi City Police Station, Junsha solemnly expressed her gratitude to Luo Yuan. This time, the Rockets can be said to be daring, and actually want to start with the dream. Just now, they have analyzed the machine at the scene, and have confirmed that the machine can greatly suppress the ability of super-type Pokémon. Dream is a super-type Pokémon once suppressed by that machine. Fortunately, Luo Yuan stopped in time, otherwise if the Rockets succeeded, the consequences would be disastrous. I just did what any trainer would do. Luo Yuan smiled. He once again showed his humble smile and won the favor of Miss Junsha. You are too modest. If it weren't for you, we don't know how much manpower and material resources it would take to capture this group of Rocket. Junsha said. This is true, but Junsha knows that among the Rocket captured this time, Carlo alone cannot be underestimated. The Rocket senior cadres are elusive. Even if the 4 Heavenly Kings go out, they can't say they can catch the Rocket senior cadre. The middle-level cadres can already be called a great achievement. Stop mentioning this. What will the Rocket League do? Luo Yuan asked. Yamada Isao and others have escorted this group of captured Rocket to Court Plateau, saying that they will be tried on Court Plateau. Under Union law, assault on a public official carries a minimum penalty of 3 years and a maximum penalty of 5 years in prison. And if they intend to capture the beast, destroy the habitat of the supersonic bat, and cause harm to multiple trainers, they will be sentenced to 2 to 3 years in prison. Junsha gave Luo Yuan the law of the Popular Science Alliance. It seems that they won't be able to come out in a short time. 5 or 6 years. These guys are miserable enough. One more thing, Junsha said. Please say. Luo Yuan said. It's about reward. I wonder if you've heard of the League's incentives for brave trainers. Junsha asked. I know. Of course, he only received a Pokémon Egg as a reward from the head of the Vibrant City Forest Ranger Association a few days ago. ago. Since you know, I won't explain more. In short, this time the Alliance will give out reward. Can you leave a contact information? We can contact you to collect the reward. Luo Yuan took down a mid-level cadre of the rocket, which is also a big victory for the Alliance, and it is naturally rewarded. After all, they help catch so many rockets. If the League didn't show any sign, it would be too unreasonable. I see, but I'm traveling and it may not be convenient to pick it up. If there is any reward, please deposit it directly to the Oki Research Institute. After thinking about it, Luo Yuan still felt that it would be too troublesome to make another trip for the reward, so he left the address of the Damu Research Institute directly. Oki Research Institute. Junsha didn't know the relationship between Luo Yuan and Dr. Damu, and was very surprised to hear Luo Yuan say this. Dr. Ogi has a pivotal influence in Kanto, and it is a very honorable thing to have a relationship with Dr. Ogi. Yes, I will ask Dr. Damu to help me receive it, Luo Yuan said. Luo Yuan did not use the identity of Dr. Damu to brag about himself, otherwise he would not refuse the invitation of Dr. Damu. However, invisible pretense is more deadly. Luo Yuan's low-key is a kind of humble coercion in Junsha's view. Okay, I took note. Junsha nodded seriously. After learning that Luo Yuan and Dr. Damu knew each other and had a close relationship, she felt more and more that the young man in front of her was not simple. Saying goodbye to Junsha, Luo Yuan walked on the streets of Nibi City. The city of Nibi is very lively at night. Hey, today's plan to cross the Yujanshan tunnel to reach Wallan City was in vain. Luo Yuan sighed. Originally wanted to rush to Wallan City in one breath, but who knew that the plan would not keep up with the changes. Luo Yuan spent a lot of time in the battle with Team Rocket and the transcript at the Nibi police station. At this time, the sun was setting, and the passers-by on the street hurried to their home. Luo Yuan had no idea of rushing all night. A thought move. Go to Xiaomao. He should still be at the Pokémon Center. By the way, contact Dr. Damu and tell him what happened before. Thinking so, Luo Yuan walked towards the Pokémon Center. Update. 4 chapters to go. Chapter 50 Meet Xiaomao again. Chapter 50 Meet Xiaomao again. Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 50 Meet Xiaomao again. When Luo Yuan arrived at the Pokémon Center, the Pokémon Center was very lively. Lots of people in a circle around the Pokémon Center. Walking over and taking a look, Luo Yuan is a joy. It turned out that in the center of the crowd was Xiaomao, who was fighting with a trainer. Xiaomao is commanding a Bobo, while the trainer on the opposite side is using a mountain rat. Bobo, use your wings to attack. Under the command of Xiaomao, Bobo spread his wings and swooped towards the pangolin on the ground. It seems that he has never experienced air combat, and the trainer on the opposite side is a little flustered. Mouse, use the sand. Losing. Hearing this guy's order, Luo Yuan knew that this guy had no experience against flying Pokemon at all. Sand pulling is a move that disrupts the opponent's vision by raising sand. Although in most of the battles, the sand pulling skill can have a good effect, but most of them do not include flying type Pokemon. After all, sand blasting is just raise sand, with a very small range, not a large-scale weather type move like a sandstorm. Therefore, when Shabu is fighting a flying type Pokemon, it is very easy to be dodged by the highly maneuverable flying type Pokemon. Sure enough, Xiaomao's mouth twitched into a smile. He didn't even need to speak, and he saw Bobo draw a graceful arc in the sky, deftly avoiding the attack range of sand removal. Then a tactical roll. The speed was full, and the wings hit the mountain mouth. The pangolin was so small that it was directly hit by Bobo's wings, rolled on the ground for several weeks, and then fainted. Chamfer. The training opposite quickly picked up the fainted pangolin. Xiaomao put away Bobo and put on a preaching attitude. Although this kind of move is useful, it is not feasible to use it against the Bobo of the flight type. Teach. The mountain rat trainer took out his wallet. This is a bonus. The surrounding melon eaters applauded and congratulated Xiaomao, the winner. Xiaomao had a smile on his face, and he enjoyed the attention. But before he could enjoy it enough, he felt someone tap his shoulder. Is it so happy to abuse the vegetable? Hearing this voice, Xiaomao shivered and almost threw the Pokeball with Bobo. Quote. Turning around, Xiaomao looked at Luo Yuan with a pained face. Didn't this guy Luo Yuan go to Wallan City? Why did he suddenly come back? Can I let myself pretend to be forced for a while? I met dozens of rockets in Yujanshan before. I fought with them, arrested them all, and then went to Nibi City Police Station to make a record, so it was delayed. Sitting on the sofa in the hall of the Pokémon Center, Xiaomao listened to Luo Yuan's story about his experience. Although Luo Yuan said it lightly, Xiaomao could still feel the danger. It can take dozens of rockets shot. How big a conspiracy is this? And the key is that Luo Yuan killed all of these rockets by himself, without even giving them a chance to to escape, and sent them directly to the police station. You're not injured, right? Do you want to go to the hospital? Injured? It doesn't exist. Luo Yuan patted the Pokeball with Bangira. Well, Xiaomao thought of Bangira, and with Bangira there is really no need to worry about Luo Yuan. What about your girlfriend? Luo Yuan looked around and didn't see Xiaomao's support group. Xiaomao's support group had never left Xiaomao more than 20 meters away before. I let them go back, Xiaomao said. Luo Yuan was really surprised. Could it be that this guy, Xiaomao, has suddenly changed his personality? Seeing Luo Yuan's doubt, Xiaomao said, my previous failures made me think about a lot of things. I think I need to calm down and practice, otherwise I'm afraid I'll never be able to surpass you. Staring at Xiaomao until Xiaomao felt uncomfortable, Luo Yuan spit out a sentence. Xiaomao, you have changed. You were not so smart before. Clam. When Xiaomao heard this, why did he feel so awkward? What is it that I was not so smart before? Am I stupid before? Luo Yuan cleverly avoided Xiaomao when he was about to question him. He walked to the communication device and called the Damu Research Institute. Moses, this is the Great Wood Research Institute. Dr. Damu, it's me, Luo Yuan. Update early today, and try to make up for the debt. On the 23rd or 24th, it will be listed on the shelf for 4 updates, and there will be more updates. Please support. Thanks to the book friend's wife for coming home, and the book friend JG's 100 points reward. Chapter 51 Rocket's Reaction. Chapter 51 Rocket's Reaction Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 51 Team Rocket's Response. Dr. Damu's dinner is still the same instant noodle. The badge of the Nibi Gym has been obtained. It is almost as expected, and it is not difficult. Luo Yuan smiled. Xiaomao behind him. It's really not difficult for you. How is it? How does it feel to travel? Dr. Damu was not surprised. Luo Yuan was the least of all the trainers who set out for him to worry about. Even if Luo Yuan's strength goes to participate in the core conference now, he can still get a good ranking. It's relatively smooth, except that you can meet the rockets wherever you go. Luo Yuan told Dr. Damu a little about the recent thing. The rocket. Those guys are dangerous. Be careful. If you get into trouble, tell me. I know some people in the league. When it comes to Team Rocket, Dr. Ogi's face is serious. No wonder Dr. Omu is so serious. The leading large-scale dark organization in the Kanto region is not a vain name, and the existence of Team Rocket is even troublesome for the Alliance. Dr. Oki couldn't be of much help either. It's nothing. There are some troubles, but they are basically solved. 3 encounters with the rocket, and 3 times the rockets were flattened. The rockets should be the ones who have the headache. Anyway, Luo Yuan has no pressure at all now. Before Chao Meng was created, this time I am looking for you, Dr. Damu, because there is something I want to ask for. You said, because I killed a group of rockets before, the Alliance will send out rewards after a while. The contact address I filled in is Dr. Damu's Research Institute. When that time comes, Dr. Damu will receive it for me first. No problem. I'll let you know as soon as there is news. Jobin City, Jobin Gym, the current headquarters of the rocket. Sakagi is reviewing the progress of Mewtwo's production, and as time progresses, the Mewtwo's production plan is drawing to a close, and his ambitions are gradually being realized. Boss Sakagi, the plan failed, and Carlo lost his hand in Tsukimami, and has been arrested. Secretary Ma Bird pushed in the door and reported to Sakagi Wei with a serious expression. Hearing the news, Sakagi turned around and the smile on his face disappeared. This is undoubtedly bad news. Carlo shoulders an important task. Originally, if Carlo can bring back the dream tissue sample this time, the completion of the Mewtwo manufacturing plan will be improved by leaps and bounds. The rockets will save a lot of time and manpower and material resources. But now it failed. Arrested. For what reason? With Carlo's strength, as long as the 4 Heavenly Kings don't take action, the prosecutors of the Alliance should have nothing to do with him. It was Sakagi who sent Carlo, and of course he knew the strength of his subordinate very well. Although Carlo was only a middle-level cadre in the rocket because he mainly attacked the ground department, Sakagi also pointed him, and his strength was close to that of senior cadre. With this kind of strength, they have been arrested. Could it be that which Heavenly King was sent by the Alliance? According to our insider in the league, the one who shot this time was not the league prosecutor, but a trainer named Luo Yuan. When Jen Bird mentioned Luo Yuan, his expression was a little weird. The same is true for Sakagi. Is that Luo Yuan? True Bird nodded. Yes, that's Luo Yuan. That's really interesting. Sakagi closed his eyes and brushed the head of the cat boss with his palm. Boss Sakagi, what should we do? She can make her own decisions about small matters, but Sakagi still needs to make up her mind about such major matters. First of all, we want to make sure that Mewtwo's news is not leaked. Sakagi's tone was calm, without the impatience and panic that his subordinates had after they were arrested. Yes, Carlo knows the seriousness. He will shut up. Offending the the league may mean being imprisoned for a few years, but if you dare to betray the Rockets have 100 ways to make you unable to survive in this world. The Rocket Cadres are well aware of this, and this is the reason why there are few traitors among the Rocket Cadres even under the siege of the Alliance. Secondly, it's this Luo Yuan. Do we have any free senior cadres now? There is no. The 4 generals are responsible for the Chengdu area and can't walk away. On the 7 islands, the 3 beasts are fighting against Hona. The Rockets have invested a lot of manpower and material resources in the Mewtwo manufacturing project in recent years, resulting in instability in many places within the Vision Range, and senior cadres have been dispatched to stabilize the situation. Then just ignore this Luo Yuan and keep the necessary surveillance on him. Sakagi was calm. If there is no certainty of victory, he will not shoot, even if the opponent has just sent one of his middle-level cadres to prison. As the leader of the Rocket, he won't let excess emotions interfere with his judgment. Yes, renew. Ask for collection. Ask for flowers. Ask for evaluation. Chapter 52 The Truth About Wallen Gym. Chapter 52 The Truth About Wallen Gym Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 52 The Truth About Wallen Gym. Silent all night. Luo Yuan set off on the road early the next morning. Nothing happened when I passed Yu Jongshan this time. After the Rockets were eliminated, Yu Jongshan returned to calm. Without the supersonic bats that attacked the trainers, more people entered Yujian Mountain to excavate fossils, and trainers with tools could be seen along the way. The power of money is infinite. Looking at the trainers who rushed to Yujian Mountain early in the morning, Luo Yuan could only sigh with emotion. Then, Luo Yuan dug up the fossils in Yujian Mountain all morning. He can't help it. Who let him raise 2? No, now he is Big Stomach King. Whether it's Little Kirby, Bangira, or Kuailong, they are all foodies, especially the latter 2, who consume more than 10 times as much food as Little Fire Dragon every day. Bangira can eat soil to maintain life, but eating soil alone cannot improve his rank. Its current strength is still far from reaching EPUB, and it needs to absorb energy to grow further. There is not a lot of energy in stone and soil. As for Kuailong, Dragon-type Pokemon have always been very delicate, so don't even think about asking Kuailong to eat soil and grass. Whenever he thinks of this, Luo Yuan can't help but sigh. How perfect would it be if Pokemon didn't eat? With the power of Bangira, Luo Yuan searched wildly in Yujian Mountain. Ordinary trainers need to rely on experience and luck to occasionally obtain a fossil. When it comes to Luo Yuan, it is simple and rude. He directly asked Bangira to cut a whole piece of the wall, then smashed it with crushed rock, and then searched for fossils from it. The efficiency has been improved hundreds of times. In the morning, Luo Yuan even dug a brand new mine in Yujian Mountain and harvested a huge amount of fossils. He didn't stop until he couldn't pack anymore. How many fossils has this guy dug up? Tens of dollars. How is that possible? Didn't you see that he was putting fossils in his backpack one by one? In the envious eyes of the trainers around, Luo Yuan walked away. If these fossils are taken away, he will not have to worry about the food problems of Bangira and the others for at least a month. Wallen City is a famous tourist city. It is famous for its beautiful environment, water ballet, and the weakest gym in Kanto. Under the leadership of Wallen Taoist Hall, there is an international water ballet competition every year. This event and the beautiful water ballet of the Wallen Three Sisters brought a large number of tourists to Wallen City. The whole city is very prosperous. It can be said that this is all brought by Wallen Taoist Hall and the 3 Wallen sisters. Otherwise, with the strength of the 3 sisters of Wallen Gym, which is not as good as that of a rookie trainer, how could they successfully inherit the Wallen Gym? I have long since been deprived of my gym trainer qualification. Luo Yuan even boldly guessed that the current Wallen City should be linked by the water ballet of Wallen Gym, forming a chain of interest. Under the connection of this bond, the senior officials of the Alliance have achieved political achievement. Wallen City has received taxes, and the people of Wallen City below have made a lot of money thanks to the annual competitions and tourists. The trainers are even more happy to say that Wallen Gym is like this, because for them, the Wallen badges are simply grab and go. In this case, those who touch this chain of interest will inevitably be attacked by those with vested interest. So even if the trainers in the whole league knew that the 3 Wallen sisters were pure and fresh trainers, they had to pin their noses to identify them as Wallen Gymnasium trainers. If that's the case, then the current Wallen Gym is a typical product of political compromise. But immediately he shook his head. Whatever you do. Anyway, Wallen Gym has nothing to do with me. 10 minutes later, in front of the Wallen Taoist Hall, Luo Yuan raised his head and glanced at the building that didn't look like a gym at all. In the animation, Wallen Taoist Hall was exaggerated enough, but now the building in front of Luo Yuan is even more exaggerated. In front of you is an oval building covering a wide area with a ceiling made of colorful translucent materials through which you can see the metal building skeleton. It looks more like a performance arena than a gym. It doesn't matter. Let's challenge the gym first. After walking to the door and showing showing the gray badge to the guard. Luo Yuan pushed open the door and entered. Dash 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 dash. Thank you book friends for the 100-point reward. P.S. The appearance of the Cerulean City Gym has been slightly modified. After all, the unprinted chapter was filmed too early, and some places did not perform well enough. I will make up for it here. Ask for collection. Ask for flowers. Ask for evaluation. Chapter 53 Cerulean Gym Challenge. Chapter 53 Cerulean Gym Challenge Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 53 Cerulean Gym Challenge. The Cerulean Gym is very lively. In the central pool, the three Cerulean sisters are showing their bodies in the water. The surrounding seats were filled with spectators, all of them looking very excited, staring intently at the three Cerulean sisters dancing in the water. Although Luo Yuan didn't understand why these people had such high enthusiasm for water ballet, he didn't make a fuss. Everyone has their own hobby, just like some people like to eat sweet bean curd and some people like to eat salty bean curd. If you don't like it, it doesn't mean others don't like it. He sat in the audience and watched a free water ballet show. The performance went on for more than an hour and it wasn't over yet. After reading it, Luo Yuan thought back and found that he didn't remember anything in his mind except the concave and convex figures of the three Cerulean sisters. It seems that I still can't appreciate water ballet. Pat your butt and stand up. At this time, the performance was coming to an end, and Luo Yuan was also ready to challenge the gym. In a round of applause, the three Cerulean sisters ended today's performance. Luo Yuan waited until all the audience had finished, and under the guidance of the staff, he came to the backstage of the gym. Each gym has its own characteristic. The backstage of Cerulean Gym is an aquarium, which inhabits many water-type Pokemon. Ah, are you the trainer who came to challenge the gym today? Seeing Luo Yuan, the three Cerulean sisters frowned. They always had a headache for Pokemon battle. My name is Luo Yuan. I'm from Golden City, a rookie trainer. Golden City, big city. But since you are from Golden City, shouldn't you challenge the Golden Gym? Seeing the gray badge on Luo Yuan's chest, the three sisters were puzzled. From Golden City, you have to go through Cerulean City before you can get to Nibby City. Even if Luo Yuan didn't challenge the Golden Gym, Luo Yuan shouldn't get the Nibby badge first. For some reason, I started the trip from True New Town. Luo Yuan explained one sentence, and then the conversation changed. I saw your performance just now and it was great. Hearing Luo Yuan's praise, the three Cerulean sisters looked surprised. Really? We've met a lot of trainers and you're the first to say that. Gym trainers who pass by usually regard Cerulean Gym as an experience point to use for badges. How can they tell them this? Therefore, Luo Yuan was the first trainer to praise them for their good performance. Of course, it's nice. There's absolutely no point in lying about this kind of thing. Although Luo Yuan didn't remember what they performed, their water ballet was really good in terms of senses. But even if you praise us like that, we won't release water in the gym challenge. Peony looked at Luo Yuan vigilantly. It seems like that is to say, don't close it. I won't release water. Luo Yuan, do you still need to release water just for your strength? As long as a trainer with a little bit of strength can beat you guys. Don't talk about Peony. The three sisters Cherry Blossoms are still very self-aware, and she quickly stopped Peony talking so full now. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if you lose for a while? The trainer named Luo Yuan in front of him didn't look like an easy character to deal with. Since it's a gym challenge, we, as gym trainers, can't refuse. Sakura stared at Luo Yuan and said, the rule of this challenge is 2v2. We will do our best. If you want a badge, just take it from us. What she said was so powerful. If Luo Yuan didn't know their level very well, I'm afraid he would have been fooled. But since that's the case, Luo Yuan hooked the corner of his mouth and took out a pokeball from his waist. Seeing how serious you guys are, I'm embarrassed to let the water go. Hearing Luo Yuan's word, the three Cerulean sisters showed resentful expressions on their faces. Although they are recognized by the league as the weakest gym trainers, they are also powerful. At most a little dish is enough, but when will the trainer who needs to challenge it release water? We don't need you to release water. Go, little sea lion. Defeat your enemy. The shot is the elder sister Sakura. Her expression was serious. Her eyes were full of fighting intent. She wanted to correct the name of Wallen Daoist Hall. Let everyone know that the three Wallen sisters are also qualified gym trainers, but they are just a few dishes. Looking at the will of their sisters, Luo Yuan said that he was very moved, and then he released Bangira. Dash 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 dash. Ask for collection. Ask for flowers. Ask for evaluation. The picture is Wallen Daoist Hall. Chapter 54 Three Sisters. Chapter 54 Three Sisters Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 54 The Three Sisters Who Form a Group. Since you have such a request, of course you have to meet it. So Luo Yuan released Bangira. The moment Bangira appeared, a terrifying aura swept the entire gymnasium, and the murderous aura accumulated in the previous battle of Yujanshan was suppressed like a tsunami. That fierce look in his eyes can evoke the deepest his fear in his heart just by looking at it. Under this heavy pressure, the three Wallen sisters hugged and shivered like fertilized whales. The poor little sea lion was trembling under the water, not even daring to show his head. They finally understood what Luo Yuan meant by releasing water before. How can a rookie trainer have such a Pokemon? It's a foul. What a horrible Bangira. The three sisters were so cowardly that they did not look like they were full of fighting spirit before. Quote ellipsis quote. Luo Yuan had never heard of such a cowardly gym trainer. This look is nothing like before. The three Wallen sisters were very cowardly. The moment they saw Bangira, they completely lost the idea of resistance. They know very well, even if they have the field advantage, even if the water-type Pokemon can restrain the rock-type Bangira, but let them fight Bangira, and their win rate is still 0. Because this was a crushing momentum, the little sea lions didn't dare to move at all, and they wanted to surrender just by looking at Bangira. This is your blue badge. Please keep it. Hand the badge to the quasi-god boss. Handing over the badge to Luo Yuan, the eyes of the three Wallen sisters were full of resentment. In their opinion, using a Pokemon like Bangira to challenge the gym is simply too much. But, I'm really envious. When will they be able to have such a powerful Pokemon? In that case, who would think that their Wallen gym is weak? Luo Yuan didn't know what the three sisters thought. He took over the blue badge and pinned the gray badge together. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the brass achievement, Wallan Gym, and getting the brass reward Water Stone Act 1. As even the system despising Wallan Gym, the rewards are much worse than those of Nibby Gym. It better than nothing. For Luo Yuan, who currently has a large number of fossils and a large moonstone given by Pippi, a water stone as a reward is really inconspicuous. But Luo Yuan didn't expect too much. After all, the blue badge was too simple to get. But when it comes to fossils, Luo Yuan suddenly remembered that he had something to inquire about. Miss Sakura, do you know where in Wallen City to buy fossils? Fossil? Are you talking about the fossils of Mount Yujian? When Sakura heard Luo Yuan's question, considering that Luo Yuan came to Wallen City from Nibby City, she immediately thought of the fossils of Yujian Mountain. That's right, I have a batch of fossils I want to get rid of now. I don't know where there is a place to buy it in Wallen City. Acquisition. If you don't care about the price, you can go to the Wallen department store. There is a counter dedicated to buying these things, but the price is much lower. If you want to sell at a good price, you can post the sale news on the Wallen local forum. There are many collectors in Wallen City who are collecting these fossils. Sakura seemed to know more about this, and told Luo Yuan, thank you very much. Sakura waved her hand. It doesn't matter, it's just a little effort, and it's not some secret news. But thanks anyway, Luo Yuan said with a smile. Then, I'll say goodbye first. Then Luo Yuan left Wallen Daoist Hall. Walking on the road, Luo Yuan touched his chin with a contemplative look on his face. What should I do with this batch of fossils in my hand? If you sell it in the mall, it will be a huge loss, and you will lose a lot of money. If contacting buyers in the forum would be able to sell at a good price, but it would be too time consuming, so Luo Yuan couldn't stay in Wallen City for too long. Perhaps, I should try the third way. A light flashed in Luo Yuan's eyes. Thinking so, Luo Yuan dug out his address book, found a number from it and dialed it. Hey, number 3, it's me Luo Yuan. I want to ask, do you know how to get into the black market of Wallen Market? I want to sell something. The person called number 3 on the other side of the phone was an old friend of his, a black market businessman whom Luo Yuan knew when he was still working at Shaloof Company. At that time, Luo Yuan was still very rich, and he bought a lot of good things from that guy. Now Luo Yuan doesn't want to waste time or be exploited, so he can only choose to sell these fossils from the black market. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation. It should be on the shelves the day after tomorrow, and the moment to decide the fate of this book is coming soon. Please subscribe for support. Please everyone. Chapter 55 Black Market Merchant. Chapter 55 Black Market Merchant Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 55 Black Market Merchant. In the world of Pokemon, the Black Market Merchant lives on the dark side of the world. Some of them deal with some prey for the Dark Organization, some work in contact with Pokemon hunters, and many of them specialize in selling intelligence. They provide criminals with a way to sell their stolen goods and make money, so they are also known as breeding grounds for sin. Some people hate these things, but Luo Yuan never cares about them. Are you number 7? Luo Yuan raised his brows as he looked at the person in front of him. Yellow t-shirt, jeans, dyed hair. What a bad youth. If it weren't for that shrewd look in his eyes, Luo Yuan would never have believed that the guy in front of him was actually a black market businessman. Of course, I'm number 7. The bad youth number 7 said. Number 7 is a black market businessman introduced by number 3 for Luo Yuan. Just by hearing the code name, you know that he and number 3 are in the same organization. You and number 3 look really different, Luo Yuan said. I've never gotten along with that guy. I don't know. What are you trying to sell this time? It's the please. While talking, Luo Yuan put the backpack on the table. Seeing Luo Yuan's backpack, number 7 exclaimed, "Oh, Sheriff's limited edition space bag. Cool." Luo Yuan ignored his weirdness, opened his backpack, and dumped the contents out. Clap la la. A large number of stones were piled up on the table, forming a hill in front of the two of them. "Sell the fossils and help me calculate the price." Luo Yuan smiled and rushed to number 7 road. "How many trainers did you rob to get so many fossils?" 7 was shocked. "So many fossils. It is amazing. It's true that fossils were found in Mount Tsukiyama, but the rare number. Even if dozens of trainers had dug for a month, it was estimated that there would not be as many fossils as Luo Yuan had placed in front of him." "Why do you have to ask the source of the goods now?" Luo Yuan asked back. Realizing his mistake, number 7 quickly apologized. Sorry, it's purely personal curiosity. There are many taboos in the business of black market merchant, and one of them is the inability to inquire about the source of customers' item. But it doesn't matter. These fossils come from a legitimate source. I dug them all by myself. There's nothing I can't say. Dig it yourself." Number 7 glanced at Luo Yuan's slender hands without any calluses, and pouted. "You have to find a credible reason for lying." Anyway, he believed that these fossils were snatched by Luo Yuan. But as he said before, the black market merchant never asks where the goods come from, and he doesn't think much about it. "You are an old customer of number 3. Then, according to the convention, the price of fossil recycling is 80% of the market price, which is 20% higher than that of shopping malls. You have no doubt." "Yes, you heard it right. The price of recycled fossils in shopping malls is only 60% of the market price for a fossil with a real value of 100,000 yuan, while in department store is only willing to spend 60,000 yuan to recycle it. This is also the reason why a lazy person like Luo Yuan did not go to the mall to sell, but wasted time and deliberately asked black market merchants to sell." The 40% euphemistically called the handling fee, but Luo Yuan felt that it was more accurate to call it the IQ tax. "No doubt, you calculate the price and we too check it." "Okay." A whole backpack, hundreds of kilograms of Eujantian fossils were all disposed of by Luo Yuan, and none of them remained. These fossils brought Luo Yuan a full 8 million in income. Then 7 looked at the 2 remaining stones on the table. One was a strangely shaped meteorite, and he wasn't interested. But another piece. "If you're going to sell this moonstone, I'll pay a lot for it." Number 7 saw that Luo Yuan was about to take back the moonstone, and said quickly, "With the continuous mining of the moonstone ore veins in Mount Yujian, the production of moonstone has declined year by year. However, because the moonstone is a necessary item for the evolution of many Pokémon, the price of the moonstone on the market has risen. If you hoard some moonstones now, there is a lot of room for future appreciation." Luo Yuan ignored him and put the moonstone directly into the bag. "The moonstone is not for sale. Maybe it will be sold in the future, but I have no idea of selling it yet." Luo Yuan, who sold the fossils, has solved the urgent need, and his research report on the power of Vibrant has been submitted to the Alliance through Dr. Damu, and the funds will be approved in a few days. In this case, selling the precious evolution stone like the moonstone is a very stupid thing. Moonstones are not cheap like fossils. "Okay." Number 7 laughed twice. Seeing that Luo Yuan was so determined, he didn't bother about it. "Hurry up to pay. One-handed delivery. What the good stuff lately?" Luo Yuan, who had money, couldn't hold back his soul, and asked number 7. Update. Today the code word is updated throughout the day. Ask for collection. Ask for flowers. Ask for evaluation. Chapter 56 Bluebird. Chapter 56 Bluebird Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 56 Bluebird. The nearest item. Let me find. Number 7 said, and pulled out a notebook from his pocket. Recently we have a new batch of learning devices. The new model produced by Devon is 30% more efficient than the one currently being sold by Shalou. If you're interested in the Pokemon in the Fangyuan area, we also have Pokemon that hunters are holding onto. There are Mushroom, Niu, and a more cherished Big Jawed Ant. They are all Pokemon that are captured by normal means and have excellent qualification. There are also a lot of messy things, such as evolution stones, and a bunch of Pokemon items that I don't know if they are useful or not. The Big Jawed Ant is okay. Here, Luo Yuan is most interested in it. Luo Yuan was still quite surprised that this group of guys was able to get the Big Jawed Ant. The Big Jawed Ants were considered genuine Pokemon in the Fangyuan area. The initial form of the Big Jawed Ant is not very valuable, but its evolutionary ultrasonic larva and the final evolutionary desert dragonfly are all ground plus dragon Pokemon. The flying Pokemon with the ground attribute and the dragon attribute can be said to be very popular in Fangyuan. Why are you interested in the mandible ant? When number 7 heard Luo Yuan's word, he hurriedly asked. He had a hard time saying that this batch of Fangyuan Pokemon had been in his hands for some time. Unfortunately, very few people and Kanto were interested in Fang Yuan Pokémon. These Pokémon can be said to be in his hand, occasionally attracted by the dragon attribute but also persuaded by the high price. I'm sure I'm interested, but I can't afford it. Luo Yuan shook his head, but the starting price of all Pokémon related to dragons starts at 1 million yuan. If the aptitude of this big jaw ant is as good as number 7 said, then the price is even higher. He already has the dragon-type Pokémon, Huailong, in his hand, and he is not so eager for other dragon-type Pokémon. Besides, the money is used to make ends meet. You can buy it, but you can't squander it all. Otherwise, people will starve to death. I want a learning device. In the disappointed eyes of number 7, Luo Yuan bought a learning device. After the transaction was over, the two naturally went back to their respective homes. Luo Yuan was playing with the learning device in his hand in the hotel at this time. Exploration. He throws an exploratory spell on the learning device. Learning device, made in German, by making the Pokemon carrying the device experience the battle in an immersive way. The combat experience will be improved, and the growth of the Pokemon will be promoted to a certain extent. Note: skill disc can be placed to help Pokemon master specific skills. Buggy as in the game. The learning device in Luo Yuan's hand is already the most advanced model in the world. However, it can only improve the combat experience of the Pokemon, and then integrate the function of the skill machine in the game. There is no way to directly improve the power of the Pokemon. Of course, Luo Yuan didn't plan to rely on learning devices to improve the level of Pokemon. The learning device is for the Pokémon Egg in his hand. Taking out the Pokémon eggs he had obtained at the Rangers Association, he fitted the learning device according to the instruction. It is said that learning starts with a baby. Luo Yuan felt that it was worth the money to buy this prenatal education device. The light blue patterned Pokémon egg trembled slightly, and I didn't know whether it was happiness or discomfort. Holding the Pokémon egg flat, Luo Yuan said, "My child, from the day you were born, the entire Kanto has been whispering this name." Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten one thing. "I don't seem to know what breed you are. It was inconvenient when I was in the Forest Rangers Association before, and later I forgot to use the exploration technique to identify what kind of egg it was." Exploration. Pokémon Egg. Species: bluebird. Attribute: flight type plus general type. Features: regardless of weather. Genetic skill: Dragon Star Swarm. Dragon Dance. Status: not hat. Evaluation: the Mian bird Pokémon, the offspring of the mysterious and powerful dragon type Pokémon and the Shishi blue bird, has an extremely powerful bloodline. Luo Yuan swallowed. This time, I really found a treasure. The result is not so awesome. When did your luck get so good? Check out this review. The descendants of the mighty dragon-type Pokémon and the Tanabata bluebird. A powerful dragon-type Pokémon. You don't have to think about it. It is absolutely impossible to be a quasi-god. Although the quasi-god is powerful, it cannot afford a strong evaluation in the system. Could it be that the father of this egg is a dragon-type mythical beast? Luo Yuan fell into deep thought. Makeup. Chapter 57 Training. Chapter 57 Training Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 57 Training. However, Luo Yuan still has doubts about this, because in the game, divine beasts cannot lay eggs. But this is the real world. Before there is definite evidence, he is not sure whether the settings in the game can be applied here. If it is not a divine beast, then who is the father of Qingmianiao? If it is a divine beast, which divine beast is it? Shaking his head, he threw all the messy thoughts out of his head, and Luo Yuan reloaded the egg of the green cotton bird. It's useless to think so much. These things are too far away from him. It's more realistic to think about how to incubate the green cotton bird. When will you hatch? Luo Yuan patted the warm eggshell and poured the power of vibrant pan into the egg, shaking tilde. It seemed that he felt Luo Yuan's expectation through the power of vibrant, and the egg shook in response to him. "Don't worry, we will fight together after you hatch." The trip is still going on. Luo Yuan, who has been renovating for a day in Wallen City, embarks on the journey again, but this time there is a large amount of food reserved, and he is not in a hurry. Abandoning the impetuousness and calming down to enjoy the roadside scenery, Luo Yuan felt that his mentality suddenly became much calmer. Maybe he should stop more during the journey to appreciate the world, but it doesn't matter if he appreciates the scenery. The wild Pokemon and trainers along the way will be killed. Wild Pokemon have turned into the experience points of Little Fire Dragon and Little Kirby in the Spark and Command Guild, and the passerby trainers have turned into Luo Yuan's ATM. As the number of trainers fighting against Luo Yuan increased, on the road from Wallen City to Deadly City, there was a legend about pocket money reapers gradually spread. There is a powerful trainer roaming this path. Legend has it that he controls the red and green elf, very powerful and almost omnipotent. He challenged any trainer he met, and then took the pocket money of the trainer he defeated as a winner, and no one could escape his clutches. Danger level: extremely dangerous. dangerous. It is recommended that new trainers avoid it. Luo Yuan didn't know that he had become a legendary figure. At this time, he is training Little Fire Dragon and Little Kirby on the outskirts of Wallen City by the lake. The Little Fire Dragon is holding a red fire stone with flame patterns and constantly spewing flame. Continue to increase the flame. Little Fire Dragon, don't limit yourself to the spark. Feel the feeling of breathing fire. Let your body get used to it. When your body fully remembers this feeling, that is when you learn to breathe fire. Luo Yuan said towards the Little Fire Dragon who was trying to shoot bark from his mouth. This is a training method he has only recently discovered. The fire stone contains a huge amount of flame energy. Holding the fire stone, the Little Fire Dragon has almost endless power. The stamina consumed by using spark can be replenished in a blink of an eye. Through this method, the Little Fire Dragon can continuously exercise its ability to breathe flame, and the progress of spraying flames is getting higher and higher. Wow, Xiao Huolong likes the feeling of getting stronger, and it doesn't feel boring even after a long workout. But there are positive examples, and of course there are negative examples. Little Kirby. Luo Yuan looked at Little Kirby who was putting snacks into his mouth, very helpless. It is very difficult to train a foodie into a powerful fighting Pokemon. Little Kirby, you can't rely too much on command skills. Command skills are just a means of attack. You have to exercise your body. Even if you can't be as agile as a monkey monster, you must also have the ability to avoid attacks when attacked. Kirby. Little Kirby tilted his head. Don't play stupid. From today onward, give me 1,000 repetitions of horizontal jumps every day. If I can't finish it, I won't have your dinner. The trick of pretending to be stupid has been used many times by Kirby, and Luo Yuan would have been puzzled at first, but now he can keep his face straight. Kirby. Little Kirby tilted his head, seeing that Luo Yuan couldn't be deceived, and he had a lifeless expression on his face. Luo Yuan was indifferent. Although it was not easy to do 1,000 repeated horizontal jump, it was definitely not difficult. In order to avoid the scene where Little Kirby is too fat and can't even walk, Luo Yuan must be ruthless. Little Kirby took a peek at Luo Yuan and found that his master was really indifferent, so he had to stand up obediently and start training. Training is nothing compared to dinner. Seeing Little Kirby and Little Fire Dragon entering the training state, Luo Yuan was very satisfied. Just as he was about to have a picnic, a voice rang in his ear. Are you the pocket money reaper circulating among the trainers around here? Dash 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 dash. Chapter 58 Provocation 1-6. Chapter 58 Provocation 1-6. Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 58 Provocation 1-6. Looking up, in front of him, a boy with pale green hair is staring at him with burning eyes. Although he did harvest a lot of children's pocket money, Luo Yuan was still very upset when he was told in person. Who are you? I don't seem to know you. Tilda. Luo Yuan felt uncomfortable being stared at by a young green killer like this. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Xiaoming, and everyone is called Xiaoming, the Mammoth Envoy. I'm a trainer who practices nearby. The miserable green boy said. The Mammoth Emissary. Xiaoming. Luo Yuan raised his brows. Hearing the title of middle school, he remembered it. This Mammoth Envoy Xiaoming seems to have appeared in the animation, and the Pokemon used seems to be a pangolin or something. It looks like he beat Xiaoji badly. Luo Yuan's memory was a little fuzzy. Of course, this is normal. Although he has a good memory, it is too hard for him to remember all the supporting characters in 1,000 episodes of Pokemon. Do you have anything to do with me? Luo Yuan asked. Asking this, he began to recall that he had had an intersection with the Xiaoming in front of him before. He probably didn't know this fierce beast emissary. Xiaoming. Luo Yuan felt inexplicable when someone suddenly came to the door. I heard from the trainers around me that a very strong guy came nearby and defeated many trainers, so I came to see. Having said that, Xiaoming looked at the Little Kirby and the Little Fire Dragon who were exercising, and made a disdainful expression. Right now, the rumors seem exaggerated. There are only 2 trainers of Pokemon, a Little Kirby who is very difficult to jump, and a Little Fire Dragon who can't even shoot fire. Can such a trainer be regarded as a legend? When did legends become so cheap? Quote. Quote. Looking at Xiaoming who was standing in front of him talking nonsense, Luo Yuan raised his brows. Is this guy here for trouble? Came here on purpose just to make fun of yourself? I said, you have no problem with your brain. Do you come to me just to talk about these nonsense? Luo Yuan said. Suddenly encountering a character in the plot, he ran up to him and mocked himself. What is this unfolding? Is there something wrong with your brain? No, I'm here to challenge you. Xiaoming said. Let's fight. Let you see the strength of a truly powerful trainer. The arrogant words came out of Xiaoming's mouth, but Luo Yuan didn't feel so angry, but felt a little bit of disobedience. Luo Yuan looked at Xiaoming carefully, and then asked, do you usually use this method to stimulate passing trainers to fight with you? What? He looked at Xiaoming. I said, your aggressive tactics are too clumsy. Luo Yuan has already understood. Just think about it. If a person provoke strangers as soon as they meet. He will never live so much. You want to use this method to stimulate me to accept your challenge. First provocation, then invite battle. If a simple-minded trainer would agree at once. This method is really dirty. Little Fire Dragon and Little Kirby also stopped training and stared at Xiaoming. According to the Alliance regulations, in addition to the gym challenge, when the other party does not agree, the challenge cannot be unilaterally launched. This provision is specially established to protect the interests of trainers. Because of the existence of the bonus system, if it is endlessly maliciously challenged by powerful trainers, a large number of low-level trainers will probably go bankrupt. So there is this rule. However, some trainers will use means such as provocation and deception to induce opponents to accept challenges for certain purposes. This is naturally not within the scope of the union's oversight. Xiaoming in front of him is using provocation, trying to make Luo Yuan accept his challenge through provocation. Hey, you found out. Since I came to this place as a trainer, I have experienced 93 consecutive victories so far. As long as I win 7 more games, it's time for me to start challenging the gym. Xiaoming didn't seem to have any self-consciousness to be dismantled, and said calmly, if I win you, my winning streak will continue to increase by 1. I'm really aggressive, but I still want to challenge you. Do you want to avoid the battle? It turned into an open and honest invitation to fight. Xiaoming seemed to be determined to fight Luo Yuan. 93 consecutive victories. In other words, has this guy defeated at least 93 trainers? Yes, I've won 93 games in a row. You won't be afraid. Xiaoming stood there and looked at Luo Yuan, as if Luo Yuan should not fight because he was afraid of him. In the face of successive provocation, Luo Yuan certainly would not remain indifferent. I'm in a very bad mood now that I was ridiculed inexplicably. Eyes narrowed. Of course there is no problem in fighting, but if you want to fight, why don't you bet something? Bet. Yes, bet something. Otherwise I have no interest in fighting with a guy like you. Dash 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 dash. First change. Ask for subscription. Ask for subscription. Ask for automatic. The update time will be scattered because all are written now. Chapter 59 Battle 2-6. Chapter 59 Battle 2-6. Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 59 versus 2-6. Bet. What do you want to bet? If it's just a simple battle, it doesn't matter if you lose, but when it comes to gambling, Xiaoming is a little wary. The bet is very simple. If you win, I will pay you 500,000 yuan. If you lose, you will also pay me 500,000 yuan. If you agree, I will accept your challenge. Luo Yuan smiled. It just so happened that I didn't have enough money. Today, I met a guy who came to provoke him. If he didn't kill you, who would he kill? This guy is so confident. Does he have anything to rely on? Xiaoming looked at Luo Yuan carefully and found that Luo Yuan had 2 Pokeballs hanging around his waist in addition to the Pokeballs with Little Kirby and Little Fire Dragon. Could it be that his reliance is that 967? He guessed, but he immediately shook his head to deny the idea. According to common sense, Usanjia is the first Pokemon of the rookie trainer, and it must be the strongest Pokemon. The Little Fire Dragon in front of him can't even spray flames, so the opponent's strength is definitely not wrong. With certainty in his heart, Xiaoming's tone became more and more arrogant. Are you going to send me money? Are you so sure that you will win? Luo Yuan asked. He had a playful smile on his face. HMPH. It's very easy to win you. Your bet, I promise. Xiaoming said. ... The two who negotiated the bet came to Xiaoming's personal gym. It is said to be a personal gym, but it is actually just a simple battlefield, a circle of fences, and a tent. The only thing that attracts people is the huge sign at the door that says 93 win. Because the targets of the battle were the recently famous Pocket Money Reaper, Luo Yuan, and the long-established Mammoth Envoy, Xiaoming, it attracted a large number of onlookers. Xiaoming's personal gym became very lively. One person looked at the 2 people on the stage. You said that the Pocket Money Reaper Luo Yuan and the Mammoth Envoy Xiaoming. Who is more powerful? I think it's Xiaoming. Xiaoming's pangolin is really terrible, said a person next to him. I think Luo Yuan is more powerful. His little Kirby is simply incomprehensible. Everyone was arguing in the audience as to which of the 2 was more powerful. The stage, Xiaoming said loudly. Luo Yuan, right, you are going to be the fertilizer for my 100 game winning streak today. Just listening to this tone gave people a sense of arrogance. Fertilizer? You really dare to say it. However, your arrogance is just setting off your ignorance. Luo Yuan's face was indifferent, and he was not affected by Xiaoming at all. Strength determines mentality. If he is just a pure rookie trainer, being ridiculed like this will definitely cause mood swings and reveal flaws. But Luo Yuan has Bangira and Kuailong only to be God. Hearing Xiaoming's ridicule at this time, he just felt a little funny. What's more, in his eyes, it is not the enemy, but 500,000 active people. Am I ignorant? You will know after the fight. Xiaoming waved his whip. The battle begins, and the bet is a bonus of 500 500,000 yuan. Please help be a witness. No problem. It's just such a small thing. Xiaoming, defeat this guy. The following group of booing trainers, many of whom were standing on Xiaoming's side. These are all local trainers. Xiaoming's time to practice here is not short because his strength is not weak. He has a group of hardcore fans in the local area. However, Luo Yuan is not alone. Although he has only been in this area for a few days, he also has supporters. Luo Yuan, we must win. I support you. Luo Yuan, kill this arrogant guy. Luo Yuan's supporters include trainers who brainwashed with poisonous chicken soup after being defeated by him, fans who are addicted because of his handsome look, and people who simply look at Xiaoming unhappy. The two sides have a clear stand, and the battle is about to break out. Then start the duel. Come on. Ba Dahu. Xiaoming flicked his whip, and then threw the Pokeball. The Pokeball opened, and a white-winged butterfly with short 4 legs appeared in the sky, constantly flapping its wings and hovering in the air. Obviously I know that I have a fire-type fire dragon, and I also use an insect-type big butterfly. Luo Yuan's face was a little strained. The bug-type Ba Dahu was completely restrained by the fire-type little fire dragon, so it was very unwise to send Ba Dahu. Xiaoming didn't care. Attributes are not everything. To deal with a small fire dragon that can't even spray flame, Ba Dahu is enough. For the first time, Luo Yuan heard the inverse attribute theory in the mouth of his opponent. Listen to you. Wouldn't I disappoint you if I didn't use little fire dragon? Luo Yuan threw the Pokeball in his hand. In this case, it's decided to be you, little fire dragon. Wow. The little fire dragon who appeared on the stage shouted at Ba Dahu, and his tail swung behind him with a burning flame of 0.3, and his imposing manner was even better than that of Ba Dahu. What the use of being strong? Xiaoming snorted coldly, flicked his whip, and blew the air out. Ba Dahu, use the typhoon. Ba Dahu received the order and flapped its wings frantically. A powerful storm brewed under its wings and attacked the little fire dragon. My big butterfly has been strictly trained. I don't know how many times stronger than your little fire dragon in a stalking state. Dash 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 dash. Update 2.6. Ask for subscription. Ask for flowers. Ask for automatic subscription. Chapter 60 Ba Big Butterfly vs Small Fire Dragon. Chapter 60 Ba Big Butterfly vs Small Fire Dragon Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 60 Ba Dahu vs Xiaohualong. Ba Dahu caused a violent storm in the air, but Xiaohualong was not panicked at all. The keen perception brings the little fire dragon a near predictive ability to predict. A second before the storm hit, without Luo Yuan's order, Xiaohualong jumped to the side to dodge, avoiding Ba Dahu's attack. Then it tumbled tactically on the ground, and with a flick of its tail, it threw a huge amount of sparks on Ba Dahu. The whole set of actions was smooth, and the eyes of the melon-eating crowd who watched onlookers shone. What a nimble little fire dragon. The timing of dodging is very precise. Ba Dahu will detect it earlier, and dodge later and be hit. The counterattack is also very skilled. This little fire dragon is very strong. The trainers onlookers praise 17 words. There is no shortage of trainers with excellent vision, and they can see the extraordinariness of the little fire dragon at a glance. In the stage of a rookie trainer, the little fire dragon can be trained to this level, which shows the extraordinariness of Luo Yuan as a trainer. Ba Butterfly, run away. Compared with Xiaohualong, Ba Dahu's reaction was more than a beat slower, and his autonomy was much poorer. He didn't mean to avoid the spark at the first time. Fortunately, relying on Xiaoming's instructions and the command of the whip, Ba Dahu avoided the moment the spark came to him. Luo Yuan raised his brows, relying on the whip to command Pokemon. I remember that this seems to be forbidden in the Quartz Conference. The Core Conference in Kanto has strict regulations on carrying Pokemon, in order to ensure fairness and prevent rich people from taking advantage of props to defeat their opponent. The Alliance stipulates that in the official game, each Pokemon can only carry one item or tree fruit, and the trainer is prohibited from using any auxiliary items including wound medicine. So it's a pity that Xiaoming's method is forbidden in the Core Conference. Long-winded. This is not a Core Conference. Of course I know. I just want to remind you that if you are going to challenge the gym and participate in the Core Conference in the future, it is best to change this habit. Luo Yuan reminded with a smile. Xiaoming snorted. Ba Dahu, let go. Use paralysis powder. This time, he didn't swing the whip again. The Ba Da butterfly in the sky heard the command, spread its wings and flew into the sky. The wings vibrated at a high frequency, and a large amount of paralysis powder shook down. The sky is dyed yellow. The little fire dragon covered under the paralysis powder seemed to have no way to escape. The little fire dragon is dangerous now. The onlookers were not optimistic about the little fire dragon. Compared with the mobility, the little fire dragon can't compare to the big butterfly at all, and the paralysis powder covers a wide enough range. The agility advantage that the little fire dragon just showed was severely limited. Once hit by the paralysis powder and fall into paralysis, the little fire dragon will definitely lose. This is the advantage of the flight department, Xiaoming said with a smile on his face. Even if the insect-type Badahu is restrained by the little fire dragon, but if it can't be beaten, the attribute is meaningless at all. It seems that I have to win first. Win? What are you talking about? Luo Yuan didn't panic at all. Since you can't dodge, there's no need to dodge. Little fire dragon, use spark. In the final analysis, paralysis powder is a grass-type trick, and fire-type spark can effectively restrain the paralysis powder. Under the command of Luo Yuan, a large amount of paralysis powder was burned into fly ash by the spark bit out by the little fire dragon. Occasionally, the paralysis powder that floated to the front was also burned by the tail of the little fire dragon. If the move can't be hit, it doesn't make any sense. Luo Yuan smiled and returned the original word. Damn. Xiaoming was about to attack again, but Luo Yuan was not satisfied with being beaten passively. It was foolish to crack the opponent's moves every time. He had to change from passive to active. Little fire dragon, use the smoke green. I saw a large amount of black smoke bit out of the little fire dragon's mouth, covering the small half of the competition field, and the little fire dragon was hiding in the smoke. Badahu and Xiaoming lost the little fire dragon. Losing an enemy's trail in the middle of a fight is a very dangerous sign because you can't defend against enemy attack because you don't know what your opponent is doing. Badahu, use the strong wind to disperse the smoke. Xiaoming gave orders subconsciously. Ba, 440 inches. In order to maximize the effect of the strong wind, Badahu had to lower his height. Luo Yuan grabbed the moment when Badahu's height dropped, and then, little fire dragon, jump up and grab it. A red figure suddenly jumped out of the smoke, and a black smoke trail was vaguely visible behind it, and the muscles of the little fire dragon's legs were stretched out of high tension. With his arms outstretched, his entire body fluttered towards Badahu in a large shape. Based on the whereabouts of the little fire dragon and the position of Badahu, Luo Yuan quickly calculated the possibility of the little fire dragon grabbing Badahu. Stable. As soon as the words fell, the little fire dragon swooped on Badahu and grabbed Badahu's wings. A heavy object suddenly hung on one side of the wing. No matter how good Badahu's balance was, he could not maintain his balance at this time. Dash 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 dash. Chapter 61 vs Mountain Rat. 4-6 Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 61 vs Mountain Rat. 4-6 Bada Butterfly flapped one of his wings desperately, but it didn't help at all, because the little fire dragon firmly grasped its other wing, but did not let go. The thrust of its flapping wings made it spin in the air, but it turned so badly that Badahu was dizzy. Badahu's situation is not good. Anyone can see that Badahu was caught by the little fire dragon's weakness. Boom! The little fire dragon smashed to the ground together with Badahu. The witty little fire dragon also deliberately dragged Badahu as a cushion before landing, which greatly reduced the damage caused by falling from the air. Hearing the screams of Badahu was heart-wrenching. However, Luo Yuan had no sympathy at all. Little fire dragon, give it the last tile. Crack! Little fire dragon nodded. His left paw held down Badahu to prevent it from breaking free, and then stretched out his right paw and gestured on Badahu's head. In the end, under the terrified eyes of Badahu, he decisively smashed a tile on Badahu's head. Badahu lost his fighting ability, and his cry stopped abruptly. Suddenly, the whole world is lean. The little fire dragon actually won. The onlookers were still stunned. How long has it been since the little fire dragon was shrouded in paralysis powder? In just a few minutes, the little fire dragon turned from the disadvantage and won. The series of operations of the little fire dragon is so beautiful that the scalp is numb. From the point of view of these trainers, the recording of the battle just now can be sold to the Pokemon Research Institute as a practical textbook on how to defeat flying Pokemon. So strong, he actually used the little fire dragon to defeat the mammoth envoy Xiaoming's Badahu without taking any damage. Come on Luo Yuan. Hearing the cheers from the crowd, Luo Yuan was very calm. Yeah, as expected of a pocket money reaper. Really strong. Luo Yuan. This shit title. ... On the other side, Xiaoming took back Badahu, who was incapacitated to fight, and his face was a little ugly. He knew that he had underestimated the enemy before, and that he was deceived by the appearance of Little Fire Dragon and Little Kirby. There is no vacuous person under the reputation. Luo Yuan's strength in front of him is not only not weak, but very strong. At least none of the 93 trainers he had defeated before had the strength of Luo Yuan. How is it? How is my strength? Luo Yuan looked at Xiaoming with a playful expression. For provocation, the best counterattack is to slap the face with strength. He has now shown his strength. HMPH. Don't be too happy. I was the one who underestimated the enemy before, and our battle is not over yet. Xiaoming said loudly. This battle is based on the general battle rules, namely 2v2, so there is still a fight to be played. This is a game worth 500,000 yuan, and Xiaoming can't easily admit defeat. The most important point, that is that Xiaoming doesn't think he will lose because his aide, the mountain rat, hasn't played yet. As you wish. Luo Yuan said that he didn't care. In any case, in a battle of this level, it is impossible for him to lose. This is not a flag. Even if Xiaoming pulls out something strange in the next battle, Luo Yuan still has Huailong and Bangira. Chamfer, let go. Xiaoming throws another pokeball. A white light flashed, and a rolling mountain rat fell to the ground, and as soon as it appeared, it slammed into the little fire dragon. That the mountain rat. It's so fast. Appeared the trump card of the mammoth emissary Xiaoming, the mountain rat. This time there is no attribute restraint. Hearing everyone's discussion, Luo Yuan smiled slightly in the face of the rushing mountain rat. Just listen to what these people say. A truly qualified trainer will not be affected by the words of the onlookers. Little fire dragon, go up to the front and use the tiles with all your strength. With big stride, he rushed towards the mountain rat, and the little fire dragon's claws shone with dazzling white light. Boom! The small fire dragon's claws smashed the rolling pangolin, creating a faint wave of air in the field. There was a cloud of dust on the field. The little fire dragon dengadang stepped back 5 steps before stopping. The mountain rat was hit by the tile and flew out, turned somersaults in the air, and then released the force of the tile and fell to the ground. Quote. Ka-na. Little fire dragon rubbed his paws. In the previous battle, the little fire dragon's claws had a slight contusion. The pangolin wasn't feeling well either. The back was hit by the small fire dragon's tile slash, and it was also injured. At last it looks a bit like it. Luo Yuan smiled slightly. Compared to Ba Dahu, who was crushed by the little fire dragon before, the pangolin in front of him is the real opponent of the little fire dragon. Nano's cracked. Feeling that the opponent's strength is not weak, Xiao Hualong gets serious. It stared sharply at the pangolin, its muscles tense, and the flames on its tail burned more vigorously. Not to be outdone, the pangolin also glared back at the little fire dragon. Crack! The sound of the whip sounded again. Chamfer, let go. Use the sandpick. The little fire dragon dodges, goes around from the side, and releases the spark with all his strength. Smartly avoiding the sand splash by the mountain mouse, the little fire dragon Minato quickly approached the mountain mouse from the side, and then the sparks of the big tent shot at the mountain mouse. Update 4.6 Chapter 62 Evolution Fire Dinosaur Chapter 62 Evolution Fire Dinosaur Pokémon Achievement System Chapter 62 Evolution Fire Dinosaur. The mountain rat was enveloped in spark, but it didn't show any flustered expression. Snap! The sound of the whip cut through the air and fell into the ear of the pangolin. Then I saw the mountain rat shrink into a ball directly, passing through the spark in front of it, and crashing into the little fire dragon. Choose through the spark. Luo Yuan smiled slightly. But I'm not that guy Xiao Mao. After speaking, he waved his hand in front of him. Little fire dragon, increase the power of the spark. Nah! The little fire dragon shouted, and then the number of sparks suddenly increased. The flame on the tail burned more and more vigorously, and a large number of sparks bit out from the mouth of the little fire dragon, almost connecting into one piece. Eventually the spark coalesced into a torrent, and that's how. Spray flame. It throwing flame. Xiaoming was stunned. Did he remember that this little fire dragon couldn't shoot flames? So what's the situation now? But no matter what, the small fire dragon's jet flame has already been used, and it will not help to entangle this. 450. The key now is the mountain rat. Not good. Thinking of the mountain mouse, Xiaoming suddenly remembered that the mountain mouse continued to rush forward. Previously, he gave the order to cross the spark to attack the little fire dragon, because the small fire dragon's spark caused limited damage to the pangolin. But jet flames are different. Jet flame is a fire-type signature move. At the level of the pangolin, once hit by the jet flame, it is likely to suffer serious injury. The mountain rat must be made to change direction. Xiaoming quickly waved his whip to issue an order. Mouse, turn quickly and avoid the jet flame. Hearing Xiaoming's command, the mountain mouse quickly changed direction. But neither Xiaoming nor the mountain mouse knew that they had a senior named Carlo and his Rumble Rock. If they knew the painful price Carlo had paid, he would definitely not choose to forcibly turn the direction paw. The pang mouse that hastily changed direction was like a wild horse running away, rolling towards the side of the field. Get out of the way. The mountain rat hit me. The crowd of onlookers saw the pangolin rushing over and quickly moved away, for fear of being hit by the pangolin. Fortunately, although the mountain rat was out of control, it was still conscious. It kept twisting its body, forcibly changing its rolling trajectory, and traversing the S-shaped curve on the field. In the end, he rubbed the edge of the field and rolled back into the field. It dangerous. Xiaoming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If he really bumped into someone, I'm afraid he would have to pay a large amount of medical expenses, and I'm afraid all of his family assets would have to be included. Before Xiaoming could breathe a sigh of relief, a scorching flame flashed with fiery red light. The heat of the flame distorted the air, and then enveloped the pangolin. After the mountain rat screamed, it was blasted out by the jet flame and lay down on the field. Chamfer. The battle has twists and turns, and the climax climaxes are repeated, making the surrounding people who eat melons feel like a roller coaster. It wasn't until the mountain rat was blown away that Luo Yuan's voice slowly entered the ears of everyone present. Little fire dragon, shoot flame. Under the jet flame of the little fire dragon, the pangolin fell to the ground in pitch black. The injury caused by the tile split before, the physical strength consumed by forcibly changing the direction, and the burning damage based on the jet flame. The three are superimposed, and there is no possibility that the mountain rat will be spared. The little fire dragon was panting heavily, standing in the field with his chest raised up. The mountain mouse lost its ability to fight, and the little fire dragon won. The onlookers were in an uproar. Did they finally lose? Xiaoming's 93-game winning streak has come to an end. Look, that! A trainer exclaimed, pointing at the little fire dragon in the field. Everyone looked at them together, only to see the dazzling rays of light blooming from the little fire dragon. It's a sign of evolution. The little fire dragon obviously can't flash this skill, so it can only be evolution. Compared to the surprise of the onlookers, Luo Yuan was not surprised at all. Finally evolved. Since Xiao Huolong set off with him, he has solved an unknown number of shorts along the way, and the accumulation of experience is enough. Before Luo Yuan found out that the little fire dragon had signs of evolution, he just took the opportunity of Xiaoming's provocation to stimulate the little fire dragon to evolve. The dazzling white light lasted for more than 10 seconds, and then I saw a crimson fire dinosaur that was several times bigger than the little fire dragon standing in the field. Roar! A powerful roar. The limbs have well-developed muscle group. The claws are flashing with cold light, and the fire dinosaur with sharper eyes stands in the center of the field, spewing a flame into the sky. That little fire dragon actually evolved into a fire dinosaur. Doesn't that mean it's more powerful? The onlookers looked at each other and swallowed. They made up their minds that they would never accept Luo Yuan's challenge in the future. There is no chance of winning. The evolved fire dinosaur returned to stand beside Luo Yuan, and together with Luo Yuan, looked at Xiaoming, who was a little dumbfounded. I should have won this game. Update 5. Ask for subscription. Ask for collection. The big guy who is ready to fatten up and click on the automatic subscription tilde. Chapter 63 Fast Dragon. Chapter 63 Fast Dragon Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 63 Fast Dragon. Why does the little fire dragon use jet flame? Until now, Xiaoming didn't understand. How could the little fire dragon, which had not been able to spray flames before, suddenly be able to spray flame, and even smear the face of the pangolin? It really didn't happen before. Maybe it was a breakthrough on the spot. Maybe I suddenly learned to spray flames when I suddenly got inspiration. Luo Yuan replied, quote. It took Xiaoming a long time to calm down his mentality that was about to explode. My pangolin is almost cooked, but you actually told me that your little fire dragon learned it on the spot. Here you are. It's a bet. Throwing 500,000 yuan to Luo Yuan, Xiaoming's eyes became firm. This time he failed, but he will definitely win back in the future. The gap between the pangolin and the little fire dragon is not big. He firmly believes that as long as his pangolin evolves into the pangolin, even the fire dinosaur can't win against him. Luo Yuan ignored what Xiaoming was thinking. The biggest benefit of this battle is 500,000 yuan. As for teaching Xiaoming, it is only incidental. Luo Yuan. Oh, the surrounding trainers cheered, and a group of fans who admired Luo Yuan was about to come around. If Luo Yuan is Xiao Mao, then he may be standing here enjoying the admiration of many trainers, but he is not Xiao Mao. He grabbed a Pokeball from his waist and threw it. Call. Howling wind. A yellow-skinned, fleshy-looking dragon with tentacles and short horns appeared in the field. The gust of wind lifted by the wings pushed away the fans who were about to come around. The fast dragon who appeared in this world for the first time looked at the surrounding humans curiously. He waved at the onlookers, and then Luo Yuan jumped to Kuailong's back. Kailong, let go. Ow tilde. Kuailong recognized his master, let out a joyful cry, and then fluttered his wings. Accelerating suddenly, the huge body of the fast dragon, driven by two small wings, soared into the sky in violation of the rules of physics, and quickly disappeared. The place was silent, followed by a commotion. It's actually a fast dragon. Could it be that in the previous battle, he hasn't done his best? Kailong is so cool. Luo Yuan suddenly threw out the fast dragon, causing an exclamation. Xiaoming stared blankly at the direction in which the fast dragon disappeared in the sky, holding his Pokeball tightly in his hand, and then let it go after a long time. The gap is too big. Only now did Xiaoming know how strong Luo Yuan's true strength was. Little fire dragon, throwing flame. That's not worth mentioning at all. Defeat Luo Yuan. Xiaoming felt that even if it was possible, it would take 10 years as a unit and continuous effort to have such a glimmer of hope. Let's set off to challenge the gym today. Even a powerhouse like Luo Yuan was challenging the gym. Xiaoming realized that his 100-game winning streak here was nothing but grandstanding. The strong have already embarked on the journey. What reason does the weak one have to stop? Luo Yuan didn't know that the scene where he released the fast dragon to pretend changed Xiaoming's mind. After getting rid of these trainers, he was stopped on his way to Deadleaf City. Standing on Kuailong, Luo Yuan looked at the two trainers in uniform and riding a statue in front of him. He was sitting on Kuailong just now admiring the scenery, and suddenly two people rushed out and stopped him. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, Kuailong would have slowed down, and he might have staged a car accident in the air. So, who are you? Why did you stop me? Luo Yuan didn't have a good temper when suddenly stopped. Opposite Luo Yuan, the two trainers looked at the fast dragon under Luo Yuan's feet and swallowed. This is a fast dragon. That's right, it's Kuailong. Seeing the fast dragon, the two trainers were a little nervous, but they answered their duty. We are the guards of the Pokemon School. Pokemon Academy. I've heard of it. Then what are you doing to stop me? The Pokemon Academy is naturally the private academy that appeared in the animation. It is famous for its high tuition fees and the ability to directly participate in the core conference without challenging the gym after graduation. Hearing Luo Yuan's question, the two guards looked at each other and said bravely, "Sorry, this gentleman." Ahead is the scope of the Pokemon Research School, where actual combat exercises are taking place. This airspace has been blocked and prohibited from passing. Block the sky and forbid passage. Luo Yuan raised his brows. Who gave you right? Whether it was in the past or this life, Luo Yuan had never heard that the world of Pokemon had blocked the sky. Only Junsha can do card blocking. Now you tell me that the security of the two schools is like blocking a sky. Just funny. This was decided by the school board. In order to ensure the safety of the school, this sky was specially blocked. The two security guards bit the bullet and said dash 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 dash. Supplement 6. I fell asleep last night when I was typing in bed. As people get older, they get more sleepy. There are 4 more updates today. Please subscribe. Chapter 64 Block the Way. Chapter 64 Block the Way Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 64 Block the Way. Does the Pokemon Academy's board have enforcement power? Luo Yuan asked the two guards. But this is the Pokemon Academy. It's private territory. The guard has to explain. That's not right. Isn't the Pokemon school over there? Is this mountain contracted by you? Luo Yuan pointed to the distance. A school was located in a mountain call, and the classical style school building looked very classy. Guard. MMP. How do you know everything? Luo Yuan mentioned the key point in one sentence. If this is the Pokemon Academy, then the school has the right to prohibit the magical 920 baby from flying in the sky. But for this field combat training, they deliberately chose the open plain as the venue. And here, they have no right to block the sky. In the sky, the atmosphere was a little stiff. At this time, the students of the Pokemon Academy in the distance were already looking this way. After all, Luo Yuan's big fast dragon was placed here, and it was difficult not to attract attention. Luo Yuan ignored the onlookers. He looked at the two statues in front of him, and at the fast dragon under him, as if he was thinking about something. Damn, isn't this guy trying to rush over? Seeing Luo Yuan's thinking, the two guards on the opposite side unconsciously thought of this, and then shuddered. The other party has the strength to force through the path, and it does not have to bear any responsibility. They also don't know what the other party will do without being bound by legal liability, especially when the other party is still so young. Young people generally do things without considering the consequences. The more they think about it, the more cowardly they are. If it weren't for this bullshit order, would we meet such a strong man? They couldn't help but complain about the school manager who gave the order. There are only two types of people who can ride a fast dragon in Kanto. One is a powerful trainer, and the other is a powerful trainer with a deep background. No matter what kind of Luo Yuan it is, cleaning them up is as simple as cleaning up the green caterpillars on the roadside. Actually, the guard was right. Luo Yuan was indeed calculating the impact of rushing over. You guys, are you really not letting go? Luo Yuan asked seriously. According to the calculation just now, if Huailong rushes over forcibly, once it hits two people, I am afraid that they will not even have time to react. Falling from a high altitude and falling into hemiplegia is the best result. We want to. The guards lamented in their heart. It is natural to let it, but as the guards who have worked in the Pokemon school for many years, they know how careful the school board members are. In their opinion, you can let people pass through the sky today, and tomorrow when the school is under attack, you can let the enemy pass. It seems that this way of thinking seems illogical, but in fact, for a group of wealthy people with persecution delusions, this brain circuit is very normal. So just get out of the way and they are fired for sure. To keep this well-paying job, they can't let it go. Even if you are defeated, you must show a stubborn attitude to the end. Sorry, we can't get out of the way. The two guards looked at each other, intending to fight to the end. Luo Yuan frowned. He found that the development of things made him more and more uncomfortable. Do you want me to avoid you? He asked. Quote. The guard didn't answer. Luo Yuan snorted snorted when he saw that they were a little moved. If he avoids it, doesn't it mean that he has counseled this group of people? Cowardly is not Luo Yuan style. He didn't hesitate in the face of Team Rocket. He was just a noble school with the name of Pokemon School in front of him. Don't worry, just break through. Do it if you don't agree. Since Yu Jianshan, Luo Yuan has become more and more fond of using violence to solve problems. Just then, a dark shadow approached in the distance. What are you two doing there? A voice full of anger sounded. Luo Yuan looked up and saw a middle-aged man in sportswear being grabbed by a bat and flew over. The middle-aged man is strong and muscular. The cross-haired bat behind him can barely maintain its flying height by flapping its wings frantically. This bat looked pathetic. This thought flashed through his mind. Luo Yuan looked at the thin body of the cross-shaped bat and the muscular man in front of him again, and his heart was full of disobedience. I'm a teacher at Pokemon Academy. Who are you? 0.9. The strong man looked at Luo Yuan and the fast dragon under him, frowning tightly. I'm just a passerby, but the guards at your school seem to be blocking my way. Luo Yuan looked at him, waiting for an explanation. If the other party wants to hug him. Luo Yuan touched the pokeball at his waist. Then there must be a fight. Dash 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 dash. Update 1/4. Calvin has been stuck for 2 hours, and it seems that today may not be finished, and it looks like he owes more. I try my best to code. Please collect. Chapter 65 Dry Leaf. Chapter 65 Dry Leaf Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 65 Deadleaf City. The expected conflict did not materialize. After learning the cause and effect, the middle-aged man who claimed to be a teacher had a humble attitude. It's us who caused trouble to your excellency. I am very sorry, but please don't take it to heart. Under the circumstance that the other party made a 90-degree bow and apologized, Luo Yuan couldn't get angry even if he wanted to. Actually cowardly. It seems incredible, because they have been very tough before. According to Luo Yuan's expectation, he should have a fight with these 3 people first, and then let out the school manager or the principal, etc., and then fight again, and finally leave in shock. This is the way a normal novel is written. But in fact, teachers who can teach in aristocratic schools are not weak at observing words. Luo Yuan and Kuailong were not easy to mess with at first glance. If there was no conflict of interest, he would have a conflict with Luo Yuan unless something went wrong with his mind. Luo Yuan was a little regretful that he couldn't pretend to be this coercive, but he didn't think it was a bad thing that no one stopped him. If that's the case, then this is the way it is. 17. The other party apologizes, and he has faith. If he makes way for himself, he also has the inside. You have all the faith, and if you don't give in, then you're not doing things properly. Thinking of this, Luo Yuan glanced at the students of the Pokemon Academy who were looking this way in the distance. They were looking this way with a curious look on their faces, and when their eyes fell on Kuailong, they couldn't help but exclaim. Obviously this group of rich kids had never seen Kuailong before. Shaking his head, Luo Yuan ignored them. Kuailong, let go. Touching his fat head, he fluttered his wings, accelerated in the air, and quickly disappeared in front of everyone. This scene caused a burst of acclamations from the academy students who were watching from a distance. This fast dragon is so fast and flexible. Looked like a very high class. I also want a fast dragon, but unfortunately the fast dragon is too precious, and the capture rate is poor. The students of Pokemon Academy are full of envy. No one doesn't love Kuailong, but if you want, you can't get it, and the number of fast dragons is rare. Otherwise, a few years ago, there would not have been a scene where a large number of trainers flocked to the Pokemon Wilderness area where there was only news of a suspected mini dragon. Yuhiro sensei, did you just let him pass? The 2 guards hesitated. What do you want if you don't let people pass by? Yuhiro glanced at the 2 guards. Or do you think you can stop each other? But Yuhiro sensei, you. The 2 guards looked at Yuhiro and his crossbat. Isn't this also you? I know what you mean, but Yuhiro shook his head. That trainer is very strong, and I'm not an opponent. You're not even your opponent. The guards looked at each other and saw the shock in the other's eyes. Yuhiro sensei isn't telling the truth. In front of him, Yuhiro is an elite trainer recognized by the Alliance, a powerful trainer who has entered the quarterfinals of the core tournament for 3 consecutive years. It was only because he was old that he came to the Pokemon Academy as a teacher, but Yuhiro's strength has become stronger with age. The Rockets who attacked the Academy a few years ago were killed by Yuhiro without even getting in. Now even he said he couldn't beat the opponent. That fast dragon is very strong. If there is a fight in the entire Academy, I am afraid that only the principal can barely compete with the opponent. Yuhiro said solemnly, my bat is no match for him yet. Fake it. The other party is so young. Even if there is a fast dragon, it is not that strong. The guards still didn't believe it. This really subverts their worldview. Strength has nothing to do with age. I remember that the King of Heaven also showed great strength when he he was very young. Yuhiro didn't explain more here. Okay, don't think too much. Do your job well, and if anyone else passes by, let me know first. Yuhiro glanced at the students who were agitated by the appearance of the dragon, and left after saying a word to the two of them. For Luo Yuan, the encounter with the Pokémon Academy was just an episode in the journey. At most, it was a little unpleasant, and he didn't take it to heart. In his eyes, the Pokémon Academy was not as impressive as Xiaoming. After all, the latter offered him a bonus of 500,000 yuan. He has reached Dryleaf City. The speed of the fast dragon is very fast. It should have taken a lot of time to reach the Deadly City, but the fast dragon only took less than half an hour. No wonder in the theatrical version, Xiaoming uses the fast dragon as a messenger. Thinking of this, Luo Yuan stepped into Dryleaf City. Q City is an important port city in Kanto with several deep water ports. Due to its location at the junction of several shipping routes, the annual flow of ship brings a large amount of goods to the city of Deadly. Every day, a large number of cargo ships and passenger ships dock in the port or leave the port full of goods and passengers, so the trade here is very prosperous. And it's not just for trade. Q City is also a tourist resort at the same time. Standing by the seaside of Deadly City, Luo Yuan looked at the beach, waves and bikinis of Q City. Although Deadly City's name sounds twilight, the city is surprisingly dynamic. Feeling the sea breeze blowing, I breathed in the slightly salty air. The taste of the sea. Luo Yuan opened his arm, and little Kirby next to him followed suit. Kirby, however, it seemed that he leaned his head back, and little Kirby stood unsteadily and shot the whole thing on the beach. Phew, that little Kirby looks so cute. Its trainer is so handsome. Little Kirby's cuteness attracted the attention of a group of bikini beauties, but then their eyes fell on the more attractive Luo Yuan. It turns out that little Kirby still has such a purpose, Luo Yuan said while rubbing his chin. Update Chapter 1. The 3 chapters you owe will be released first, and today's will be paid first. If you owe more every day, I am afraid that you will owe it all the time. Finally, ask for a subscription. Chapter 66 Chapter 66 Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 66 Quest Pokémon Center. Luo Yuan, who asked Miss Bikini, is on a routine call with Dr. Damu. Dr. Damu, I have already arrived at Deadwood City. Luo Yuan, have you been to Deadwood City? It seems that you are the fastest person who started from Junshin Town this year, said Dr. Damu. The fastest? Could it be that Xiao Mao and the others haven't arrived yet? Luo Yuan was a little strange. He had been dawdling around Wallen City for so long. It stands to reason that Xiao Mao should have arrived in Wallen City long ago. Xiao Mao? He didn't arrive. I'm also very surprised. He left Wallen City before, and he hasn't arrived in Deadwood City yet, so I don't know what happened to him. If you have time, Luo Yuan, please help me pay attention to it. As that's so. Luo Yuan nodded. He wasn't worried about what would happen to Xiao Mao. In addition to the more frequent appearances of the rockets in Kanto, the law and order is still very good. As for Xiaoji, they did not mention Xiaoji at the same time, just the speed of Xiaoji's travel. Don't think he will always be the slowest one. However, I said Luo Yuan, you need to catch more Pokemon too. Xiao Mao has already sent back many Pokemon, and only you and Xiaoji have only a few Pokemon. Dr. Ogi said in a persuasive tone. I want to, but I can't afford it. Luo Yuan sighed. Dr. Damu, you know, little Kirby and Bangira are both big eaters. I recently added another heavyweight Pokemon, and I really can't afford it. Diaresis, do you think I don't want to catch more Pokemon? If nothing else, just take this achievement system of your own as an example. Luo Yuan can be sure that collecting all kinds of Pokemon must be a big achievement, and it is even very likely that collecting all Pokemon in a region will have an achievement reward. But he really can't afford it. Quote. Dr. Damu was also silent because he knew how edible Luo Yuan's Pokemon were. He didn't force Luo Yuan, so he changed the subject. By the way, the San Anu will stop at Deadleaf City recently. You know that. Saint Anne, of course. The famous sunken cruise ship, the Saint Anne. Of course, the still unsinkable San Anuo is a world-famous luxury cruiser that cruises around the world. It stays in the Kanto city of Hue for about half a month every year. Because it was carrying trainers and passengers from his brother's area, every time the San Anuo dock would attract a large number of trainers and rich people. Luo Yuan just caught up with the day when the San Anuo was about to arrive in Kanto. That's right, I have 2 hospitality coupons for the San Anu here. Both of them are for you. You help me give the other one to Xiao Mao. Dr. Damu smiled and waved the ticket in his hand at Luo Yuan. Quote. Are you trying to kill me, Dr. Damu? Also, Dr. Jungwei near Deadleaf City is investigating a mysterious Pokemon. He posted a quest on the Alliance's internal website. He needs a trainer who understands research to help. If you have time, you may wish to go and see it. Look. Quote. This is my death, and I need to make up for for it. Of course, Luo Yuan knew that Dr. Damu would definitely not harm himself. After all, no one knows that after so many years on the sea, the San Anu, which is known as an unsinkable cruise ship, is actually silent. No one knew that the mysterious Pokemon that Dr. Jungwei had been researching for so many years without a result could actually be a huge fast dragon the size of a hill. Seeing that Luo Yuan didn't seem to care much, Dr. Damu added, Jungwei seems to have given a lot of research funds as a reward, and it seems to be several million. It should be able to solve your urgent need. Hearing this, Luo Yuan immediately corrected his attitude. I will go and see. Isn't it a giant fast dragon? It's just a bigger dragon. Making money matters. At the Pokemon Center, he left a message for Xiaomao to wait for him here. Luo Yuan was on his way to Jungwei Lighthouse. He took over the task that Dr. Jungwei posted on the Alliance website, and Dr. Jungwei was overjoyed when he heard that Luo Yuan, a little famous in the academic field, came to assist him, and hoped that Luo Yuan would arrive as soon as possible. Excuse me, is that Mr. Luo Yuan? While Luo Yuan was on his way, a crisp voice sounded beside him. Luo Yuan turned his head to look over, and found that the speaker was a woman with black hair and rimless glasses. Yes, I'm Luo Yuan. Who are you? Wang Nujiao suddenly stopped. Luo Yuan was a little puzzled. He vaguely felt that the woman in front of him was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her. Luo Yuan didn't think much about it. After all, there are so many characters in the Pokemon world. Maybe this one is a less important character. Hello, my name is True Bird, the woman said. Maybe you haven't heard the name, but that's okay. I think you've seen this one. Saying that, the real bird turned over the neckline, and a bright red R logo shone on the neckline. Update second. Keep going. Please subscribe. Chapter 67 Invite. Chapter 67 Invite Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 67 Invite. Team Rocket. The red R logo indicates the identity of the rocket. Luo Yuan looked at the real bird in front of him, and he finally remembered who this woman was. This woman should be Sakaji's secretary. You came to see me? Luo Yuan asked, secretly holding the Pokeball in his hand. Although he asked that question, Luo Yuan already had the answer in his heart. Being able to stop himself here accurately doesn't look like a chance encounter. The other party is definitely looking for him specifically. Of course I'm here to find you, said True Bird. Beside her stood a natural bird, staring at Luo Yuan with its eyes. I should have nothing to talk about with your rocket. Luo Yuan looked at the natural bird, and the vigilance in his heart was raised to the highest level. Super-type Pokemon are very troublesome. Whether it is hypnosis, psychic power, or petrochemical power 160, they are all very powerful moves in actual combat. His fingers were already on the button of the Pokemon ball, and as long as the opponent moved, he could release Bangira. Needless to say, nonsense. What is the purpose of your rocket finding me? Luo Yuan's thinking turned quickly. What did the rockets plan to do when they found him? To avenge the Cadres who were arrested before, or eyeing your own Pokemon? These are all possible, but Luo Yuan always feels that these reasons are not the case. If it is for these reasons, it should not be Sakaji's secretary who shot. I want to invite you to join our rocket team. Huh? Are you kidding me? Luo Yuan was stunned for a moment. What's happening here? I'm here to formally invite you to join our rocket team. Quote ellipsis quote. Luo Yuan is very suspicious of whether there is something wrong with his ears. Inviting himself to join the rocket. Sakaji's brain is funny. Let's not mention the two scoundrels who were sent to the police station by Viridian. Let's talk about the conflict in Ujanshan, because I caused a middle-level cadre in the rockets to be arrested. Under such circumstances, the rockets would invite myself to join. Could it be? Is there any conspiracy? Luo Yuan secretly asked. But since the other party has spoken, let's talk. I remember it didn't seem like we were having a good time. More than unpleasant. I've beaten you to death before. The damage he caused to the rockets was not small. Hearing what Luo Yuan said, there was a rare expression of anger on the real bird face. What happened before is just a little conflict. Don't take it to heart. I sincerely invite you, Mr. Luo Yuan, to join our rocket. When talking, the real bird was very calm, as if there was no contradiction between the two parties before. Seeing her appearance, Luo Yuan was a little convinced. Sakaji's secretary came in person, and it was unlikely that he would seek revenge. Why did you invite me to join the rocket? This is also a place that Luo Yuan is very curious about. Ever since the rockets monitored him, Luo Yuan had this question in his heart. Actually, we have been following you for a long time, BHBE, said True Bird. As for why you were invited to join the rocket, because our rockets need scientific research talents like Mr. Luo Yuan. Having said that, Zheniao paused and added, at the same time, a powerful trainer joined. Did you see my research talent? Half of the real bird's word praising his own strength is obviously added, and the first half is the key point. In other words, it was their own research that attracted the rocket. As long as you join our rocket team. We will provide you with enough research funds every month, and what happened to Shaloof will not happen to you again. Luo Yuan got a lot of information from the words of the real bird. What is it that what happened to Sheriff Company won't happen to you? Others don't know, but Luo Yuan is very clear that there has always been an unclear relationship between Shaloof and the rocket. In the game, Team Rocket can easily invade the Shaloof Company building. He would not believe if there were no rockets in Shaloof Company. Now the rockets want to recruit themselves as a researcher, and combined with their predecessors, they were dismissed by Sheriff Company. Looks like there's an inside story about the predecessor being fired. Seeing that Luo Yuan didn't answer, Bird thought he was still thinking. You don't have to make a decision now. If you agree, contact us through this. Zheniao was very understanding and took out a business card and threw it to Luo Yuan. Then she moved away instantly, without any hesitation. This woman is not weak, and the natural bird is of high rank. Luo Yuan looked at the place where the real bird disappeared. Super-type Pokemon can teleport well, but very few people can teleport. From the beginning to the end of the conversation, the two of them communicated for only 5 or 6 minutes in total, and it seemed inexplicable. But Luo Yuan already understood the other party's purpose. Invite me to join the rocket. Renew. Yesterday, I didn't complete 4 chapters, and I feel guilty inside. Ask for a subscription. Chapter 68 Zhengwei Lighthouse. Chapter 68 Zhengwei Lighthouse Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 68 Zhengwei Lighthouse. Luo Yuan looked at the business card in his hand. This is a solid black card with a metallic finish. Card looked very simple, with a string of phone numbers written on the front and an R sign on the back. Luo Yuan's eyes flickered, hesitant for a moment, and finally he put the business card in his arm. The invitation from the rocket. No matter what the purpose is, accept it for now. There are no eternal enemies in the world, only eternal interest. Luo Yuan couldn't guarantee that he would never deal with the rockets in his life, so he accepted the business card for now. Dry leave. One of Team Rocket's secret bases. Boss Sakagi. The business card has been handed over to Luo Yuan, but he seems to have a lot of doubts and has not responded positively. Ma Bird, who had just teleported away, was reporting the situation to Sakagi. She held a mint in her mouth to relieve the after effects of teleportation, dizziness. Sakagi was not surprised, as expected, continued to pay attention to him. The real bird nodded, but there was some confusion on his face. What the problem? Sakagi saw Matori's doubts and asked. As the head of the rocket, Sakagi is well aware of the impact of emotions on a person, and he does not allow his secretary to enter work with doubt. I still can't understand why you changed your mind and decided to recruit Luo Yuan. Zheniao is very puzzled. Previously, Sakagi's attitude towards Luo Yuan was to keep a distance and focus on observation. What influenced Sakagi's decision? Yes, the real bird didn't know the reason why Sakagi recruited Luo Yuan. Everything she said to Luo Yuan before was made up casually. Hearing his secretary's doubts, Sakagi didn't hide anything. Because of Mewtwo, Sakagi said. The Mewtwo project has now reached a bottleneck. The researchers at Nijima have no way to solve the problem of the instability of Mewtwo, and the last step in creating Mewtwo has never been completed, so we need new opportunities. Speaking of which, Sakagi looked solemn. But what does this have to do with Luo Yuan? The real bird still can't figure it out. Although Luo Yuan is well known in academia, many people in the rocket, such as Dr. Sangbo, are much more powerful than Luo Yuan. She didn't think that Luo Yuan, a researcher, could solve the problems that these doctors couldn't solve. It seems that you don't know about Luo Yuan's latest paper published in the Kanto Pokemon Academic Journal. Sakagi casually sent an email to True Bird. This is on the discovery and detailed explanation of the new type of special ability, the power of Vibrant. The real bird quickly flipped through it and became even more puzzled. Sakagi stroked the head of the cat boss. The power of Viking, this power that can heal Pokemon, may be the key to breaking through the bottleneck of research. As soon as he said that, the real bird understood. I understand. Boss Sakagi, you want to use the power of Vibrant that Luo Yuan discovered to assist the Mewtwo manufacturing plan. Sakagi nodded. So, I gave you the real bird and pulled Luo Yuan into the rocket. Yes, Boss Sakagi. Luo Yuan was unaware of the conversation between Sakagi and Maya. After a long journey, he is now standing in front of the Zhengwei Lighthouse. Luo Yuan looked at the building in front of him. The shape was very strange. It looked like a lighthouse and a house were connected together. I heard that this lighthouse was specially renovated by Dr. Zhengwei in order to study Pokemon. Dr. Zhengwei is relatively withdrawn by nature and concentrates on the research of Pokemon, so he deliberately found such a place to establish his own research institute. While recalling the information about Dr. Zhengwei in his heart, he rang the doorbell. Dr. Dr. Zhengwei, I am Luo Yuan, and I have arrived. Oh, Luo Yuan, you are finally here. Dr. Zhengwei's voice came from the communicator, and there was a crackling sound. Something seemed to be knocked over. After a while, the door opened with a bang. Dr. Zhengwei, who was wearing a dress and dark green hair, walked out quickly with a look of excitement. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Then Luo Yuan was welcomed into the lighthouse by the enthusiastic Dr. Zhengwei. Make a cup of hot tea. Luo Yuan and Zhengwei sat down. Dr. Zhengwei, the mission you posted on the Alliance's internal website has been claimed by me. If I read it correctly, it is to assist you in researching the mysterious Pokémon that appears in the fog on a foggy day. That's right, this is the task I posted, but I didn't expect you to receive my task, so I can be more sure. Zhengwei's face was full of joy, and he looked confident in Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan is a little confused. He should not know Zhengwei. Why is he so enthusiastic? And it is said that Zhengwei is not very lonely. Zhengwei smiled when he saw Luo Yuan's appearance. I saw your article about the power of Vibrant published in an academic newspaper before. I saw you described in the article that the power of Vibrant has the ability to communicate with Pokemon. You have the power of Vibrant, right? P.S. Dr. Sangbo is Dr. Nanbo. Chapter 69 Zhengwei's Research. Chapter 69 Zhengwei's Research Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 69 Zhengwei's Research. Zhengwei should have taken a fancy to the fact that he has the power of Vibrant and can communicate with Pokemon, and wants to see if he can communicate with that mysterious Pokemon. Sure enough, that great. Zhengwei was about to jump up. With your Vibrant power, the research progress will be very fast. It is very close to what Luo Yuan guessed. Zhengwei's research into an unknown giant mysterious Pokemon is deadlocked. He found that it is very difficult to study unknown Pokemon with his own strength, especially not a professional trainer, and there are many limitations in research. So he posted on the League's website the task of 770 inches looking for trainers who had done research to assist him. It just so happened that Luo Yuan appeared at this time. He was overjoyed after learning that Luo Yuan possessed the power of Vibrant Pan, a superpower that was extremely useful for researching unknown Pokemon. After that, naturally, there is this scene. Then Dr. Zhengwei, is there anything I can help you with? Although he knew that the mysterious Pokemon was a huge fast dragon, Luo Yuan wouldn't say it foolishly. First of all, I have no evidence to prove that it is Kuailong, and Zhengwei will definitely not believe it. Second, if I tell Zhengwei the result directly, who will pay me? Don't worry about the research. That mysterious Pokemon usually appears on foggy night. I'll show you my research institute first. Zhengwei stood up and took Luo Yuan to visit inside the lighthouse. As a person who lives alone all the year round and is engaged in research all day long, I finally had a guess from the institute, and of course I wanted to show my result. Luo Yuan naturally had no opinion, and followed Zhengwei's footsteps to visit the lighthouse. As you can see, these are the carvings of known Pokemon today. Dr. Zhengwei introduced to Luo Yuan. Under the bright light, many Pokemon designs can be seen carved into the wall. These are all known Pokemon today. Look fine. Luo Yuan told the truth. He didn't know who Zhengwei had hired to sculpt, and the relief came alive. It's not just these. Although they look like carvings, they are not just carvings. Saying that, Zhengwei pressed a carving, and saw that the lighthouse was completely darkened. The pattern was recessed into the wall, and then a ray of light shot out from it. Zhengwei said with a little pride, I stayed here for 5 years, did a lot of research on Pokemon, summarized a lot of Pokemon data, and built this set of devices. A holographically projected Pikachu image is projected onto the ground, and it is still three-dimensional. As long as you press the pattern on the wall, the corresponding Pokemon image will be projected. So far, more than 180 kinds of Pokemon images have been recorded here, including most of the known Pokemon in the Kanto region, Baby and some Pokemon in the Chengdu area. Quote, a total of 180 kind, 800 types of Pokemon. Before he crossed, the Pokemon had entered the Alola area with Ash's footstep, which was the message he got from the TV version of the animation. Of course, human energy is limited. Zhengwei himself is only a doctor in the Kanto region. It is already very good to be able to count the Pokemon in the Kanto region and some Pokemon in the Chengdu region. Zhengwei didn't know what Luo Yuan was thinking. He thought he was frightened, and continued with a smile. My system here also shares information with the Pokemon Pokédex system, so you can query Pokemon's information at the same time. In addition, I have restored many Pokemon leather cases based on these images and data, and when you wear them, you can experience the mood of Pokemon living on this planet. Saying that, Zhengwei took out a holster of a fossil helmet from the side and put it on his body. After a sound similar to Iron Man wearing steel armor, Zhengwei turned into a large fossil helmet. How is it? It look good. Luo Yuan, do you want to give it a try? No, that's fine. Looking at the large fossil helmet in front of him, Luo Yuan quickly shook his head. said. Luo Yuan felt that he would never feel anything other than suffocating himself when he put it on. It's a pity. If you experience it, you will definitely fall in love with this feeling. It is very interesting to experience the feeling of a Pokemon. Zhengwei looked regretful, as if Luo Yuan missed something wonderful. The atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Only the sound of Zhengwei 1.8 waving its claws in the holster of the fossil helmet remained. After a long time, Zhengwei suddenly said, "That, Luo Yuan. Huh, what's the matter? Can you help me press that button? The hand of the fossil helmet is too short. I can't reach that button myself, so I can't get out." Luo Yuan dash 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 dash. Update: a bit late today. Chapter 70 Zhengwei Story. Chapter 70 Zhengwei Story Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 70 Zhengwei Story. Luo Yuan. He felt that Zhengwei seemed a little stupid. However, with the example of Dr. Damu in front of him, he is not surprised. Maybe this is the doctor. Luo Yuan thought so, and then put these things behind him. The rescued Zhengwei blushed a little. The fact of being stuck in a holster and unable to get out is so embarrassing. But being stuck in the fossil helmet holster is purely an accident. This set of fossil helmet was ordered by him, and this happened because he hadn't tried it on. I got stuck in it because the holster had a design flaw. Zhengwei took off the fossil helmet coat and thanked Luo Yuan. "Thank to you, Luo Yuan. If you're not here, I'll try it on by myself. I don't know how long I'll be trapped by 17. Quote. Speaking of which, Zhengwei was also very scared. The location of the lighthouse is very remote, and sometimes it is normal that no one passes by for 10 days and a half month. If it wasn't Luo Yuan this time, but if he tried it on at the lighthouse alone, he would probably be trapped for a while. It's not impossible to even starve to death." Thinking of this, Zhengwei felt more grateful for his previous decision. "Hands up. I just pushed the button for you. Anyway, thank you very much." Zhengwei put away the holster. "Let's talk about your work. Sit by the fireplace in the lighthouse and listen to Zhengwei tell his story. "One evening about 4 or 5 years ago, when I was at the seaside studying the habits of water-type Pokemon, I heard a strange sound in the sea filled with dense fog. That's the voice of a Pokemon I've never heard before. I was very curious about that voice at the time, so I recorded it, and after a detailed comparison with the existing Pokemon voices, I didn't find any Pokemon with a similar voice. I think this must be a Pokemon that has never been seen before. So, in order to find out what this Pokemon is, I set up a research institute here. After my years of research, I have roughly deciphered the content of the cry, and the meaning of the sentence should be, 'I want to see you. I really want to see you.' I played that sound through the loudspeaker, trying to attract that Pokemon, waiting for it to come back here and see it for what it was. According to my research on various sources and legend, it should return to this place in the near future." Quote ellipsis quote. Zhengwei explained the relationship between him and the mysterious Pokemon. To put it simply, it is the story of a young researcher who heard a mysterious voice and set up a research institute by the sea to find out the owner of the voice, waiting for 5 years. Really perseverant. Luo Yuan admired Zhengwei for 5 years in one place in order to wait for a Pokemon. For him, whether he can stay here and wait for 5 days depends on how he feels. "So, Dr. Zhengwei, you've been playing that sound on your speaker." "That's right." Zhengwei nodded and pressed the remote control in his hand. "Listen, this is the voice." A long cry sounded. Luo Yuan listened carefully, and found that the voice was somewhat similar to Kuailong's cry, but there were more differences. Hearing this voice, Luo Yuan was suddenly stunned. It was strange to him before that with the professional level shown by Zhengwei, he should not be able to distinguish the cry of the fast dragon. Now listening to Zhengwei's recorded cry, if Zhengwei could hear that it was the voice of Kuailong, it would be strange, but it would be normal if he couldn't. But Luo Yuan has a doubt. Is that Pokemon really that stupid? Will be fished by its own voice? Can it not even hear its own voice? Thinking so, Luo Yuan didn't ask, "What do I need to do then?" "We need to wait for that mysterious Pokemon to arrive, and then use your vibrant power to communicate with it, and I'll be recording the data. Also, that Pokemon may be a little big, and it may be dangerous at that time. So, your personal safety is all in your hand," Zhengwei said solemnly. "Okay, I'll do it." Luo Yuan, who is dangerous, has long been prepared. Kuailong is gentle by nature. As long as he kills the troublesome rocket, there is no danger. Even if there is any accident, he also has a fast dragon, and the opponent is so big that he will definitely not be able to outrun him. The two reached a consensus and did not discuss compensation. The remuneration was negotiated before, and when this task is over, it will be credited to Luo Yuan's bank card online. At the same time, when Zhengwei publishes a paper on mysterious Pokemon, Luo Yuan will also sign on it as author, which is also a hidden benefit. Huge fast dragon. A little anticipation. The fast dragon is so strong. So how strong will the giant fast dragon be? How does it compare to fantasy? galaxy dash 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 dash. Chapter 71 Xiaomao and Xiaoji. Chapter 71 Xiaomao and Xiaoji Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 71 Xiaomao and Xiaoji. Ding dong. After Luo Yuan and Dr. Zhengwei were discussing the living habits of ancient Pokemon, the huge doorbell of Zhengwei Lighthouse suddenly rang. It's Olay who rang the doorbell. We're lost travelers. Sorry to disturb. Can we borrow the phone? Because we happen to be in a hurry. Hearing the voice from the microphone, Luo Yuan was done. Xiaoji. It was indeed the voices of Xiaoji and Xiaoging that came from the speakers. Are they coming so soon? Xiaoji's speed was much faster than he imagined. Originally, according to Luo Yuan's estimation, it would take a few days for Xiaoji to arrive at Deadly City no matter how fast he was, but he did not expect Xiaoji to be so fast. Who are you? I'm a trainer from Junqin Town. Xiaomao's voice came from the microphone. We want to spend the night here. Quote. When did Xiaomao meet with Xiaoji again? No wonder Xiaomao is so slow. After wandering on the road for so long, he is still slower than himself. Hearing the sleepover, Zhengwei frowned. As a researcher, he didn't like others to disturb him while he was doing research. Dr. Zhengwei, let them in. I know them. Luo Yuan said. Zhengwei glanced at Luo Yuan suspiciously. They are the rookie trainers who set out with me. There's also a grandson of Dr. Damu in it, Diaresis. Dr. Ogi's grandson. Let them in then. Zhengwei nodded. Since it was the trainer who set out with Luo Yuan and the grandson of Dr. Damu, he really should take care of him in the face of Dr. Damu and Luo Yuan. So, boom, the stone door opened, and the four of them were able to enter the Zhengwei Lighthouse. Luo Yuan. Xiaomao was startled when he saw Luo Yuan walking out of the shadows. Luo Yuan, why are you here? Are you lost too? Xiaoji cried out in surprise when he saw Luo Yuan. He was still very happy to meet Luo Yuan here. Lost? It doesn't exist. How could I get lost? Luo Yuan said. I'm here because I have something to do. But why are you here? Hearing his question, Xiaoji and the others explained in a fuss. After listening to it, Luo Yuan summed it up. The general plot is that Xiaoji and others met Xiaomao in Wallen City, and then they were catching up with the rockets to snatch Pikachu. Then, Chiu was affected, and Xiaomao's sport car was blown up by Meow Meow's RPG. Without the sport car, Xiaomao had no choice but to travel with Xiaoji, and then he got lost and came here logically. Luo Yuan. He found out that this guy, Ash, was really in conflict with the means of transportation. In the original animation, there were many bicycles that were chopped into scrap by Pikachu, and the San Annuo, which was sunk as soon as Xiaoji got on the ship. Now we have to add Xiaomao's sport car. Xiaomao also had a bad fate and was about to be abused by himself, and now the sports car has also been bombed. Xiaomao, you are so miserable. Patting Xiaomao on the shoulder, Luo Yuan comforted him. Xiaomao, what are you doing here? Luo Yuan. Xiaoji asked. I took a mission in the Alliance to assist Dr. Zhengwei in researching unknown mysterious Pokemon at the Zhengwei Lighthouse. Luo Yuan explained a little. With Xiaoji's IQ, I'm afraid it's difficult for him to understand the complicated word. Unknown mysterious Pokemon. Just as she was talking, Xiaosha suddenly screamed. Quote. That. What is that? Luo Yuan looked at the place Xiaosha pointed, and saw a huge spiny ammonite bee slowly crawling towards the crowd. It's a spiny ammonite, an ancient Pokemon that has already become extinct, but how did it appear here? As a humanoid encyclopedia, Xiaoging quickly gave an explanation. Quote. Quote. Luo Yuan. Dr. Zhengwei, why did you get in again? Help me. Luo Yuan. The spiny ammonite has no hand. A faint voice came from inside the spiny ammonite beast. Luo Yuan pressed the button on the back of the spiny ammonite beast, and then greeted Xiaoji and the others in shock. Hello, I'm the owner of this Zhengwei Lighthouse. Zhengwei. That was? Xiaomao asked, still very curious. You said just now, that's a Pokemon leather case that I specially made. By dressing up as Pokemon, I can experience their inner thoughts. Quote. Quote. However, the batch I customized recently doesn't seem to be very good. It still has buttons outside the body. It seems that I have to change the cooperative supplier. Dash 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 dash. The third shift, the fourth shift tomorrow. Thanks for the big 100-point reward. I forgot to thank you before. I'm very sorry. Chapter 72 Giant Dragon. Chapter 72 Giant Dragon Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 72 Huge Dragon. Not to mention Zhengwei there complaining about the flawed design of his Pokemon holster. Ash and others temporarily settled in the Zhengwei Lighthouse. Xiaoji is also here today. It seems that the arrival of the giant fast dragon will be tonight. In Luo Yuan's view, Xiaoji is equivalent to an event trigger. Let's take the matter of the rockets trio. At the Pokemon Center, it was Luo Yuan who shot and repelled the rocket, but the rockets were still eyeing Xiaoji. Even in Wallen City, Xiaomao lost his sport car. Luo Yuan had reason to believe that as long as Xiaoji came to the Zhengwei Lighthouse, the rockets and the giant dragons would definitely follow. It was getting late. The sea breeze was cool, and a thick fog rose from the sea. The lights on the lighthouse give directions to ships at sea. Zhengwei and Luo Yuan came to the top of the lighthouse, and Xiaoji and others watched from behind. Luo Yuan, are you all ready? Zhengwei looked at Luo Yuan, 500 heavier than himself. Luo Yuan is responsible for the most dangerous and critical part of communicating with the mysterious Pokémon. No mistakes are allowed in this link, otherwise the efforts of Zhengwei for many years will be in vain. They are also very dangerous if attacked by mysterious Pokémon. No problem. Luo Yuan patted the Pokeball on his waist. It's all ready. Not to mention Fire Dinosaur and Little Kabi. The state of Bangira and Fast Dragon has been adjusted to the best state after a full meal. The quasi-god level rewarded by these two systems is not low. Some confident. Zhengwei nodded, then looked at Xiaoji, Xiaomao and the others. Why don't you guys hide for a while? Xiaomao raised his head. Don't underestimate us. Although we are not as good as Luo Yuan, we are also trainers with 2 badges. Xiaoji also wanted to show off his badge, but BHCC was directly knocked to the ground by Xiaosha with an iron fist. Then, all start. Zhengwei didn't say much. In his prediction, the chance of conflict with unknown Pokemon is very small. After all, what he wants is not to capture each other, but to communicate equally. With Luo Yuan's power of Vibrant in the center, there shouldn't be a problem. Taking a deep breath, Zhengwei pressed the remote control. In an instant, the originally white searchlight became colored, and a whining sound rang out from the lighthouse's loudspeaker. According to my research, colored lights have a strong attraction to Pokemon, and with the sound I recorded, as long as the mysterious Pokemon is nearby, it will definitely be attracted. Zhengwei explained. Xiaoji and others are not aware of it, and although I don't understand it, they feel that they are very powerful. Ignoring them, Luo Yuan took out his Pokeball. Quick Dragon, look under the cliff, and if there are any, get rid of them. He didn't want the rockets to spoil his good deed. Quick Dragon. Xiaomao looked at the fast dragon flying towards the bottom of the cliff with a face full of question mark. It's only been a few days since he hadn't seen him. How did Luo Yuan catch another fast dragon? Before he could think about it, the roar of the fast dragon, the explosion that destroyed the death light, and 3 screams came from below the cliff. Anyway, let people finish the opening remark. We'll be back. Meow. Hearing this voice, Ash and the others looked at each other. The person who was just kicked off seems to be Team Rocket. Zhengwei, that was. Luo Yuan explained. 3 more troublesome guys. In order to prevent them from making trouble for a while, we have to deal with them first. The Rocket Trio were not wrong, but they were good at adding chaos, so Luo Yuan eliminated them ahead of time. Suddenly, a strange sound came from a distance. The conversation of several people stopped, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Zhengwei said excitedly, Luo Yuan, it's here. Luo Yuan didn't reply. He put his hand on the elf ball around his waist, and stared at the depths of the thick fog. In the face of the huge fast dragon, it is necessary to maintain a high degree of tension. Ah! A long cry came from the thick fog. The voice was like a cry, with a hint of sadness and a strange rhythm that made people addicted. Such a wonderful voice. Xiaogang and Xiaosha are addicted to it. Zhengwei was also intoxicated. Xiaomao and Xiaoji have no musical skills. Their faces are confused, and they are unclear. Only Luo Yuan could hear the meaning of this voice clearly because of the power of Vivian. But the meaning of this voice does not seem to be so beautiful. He looked into the depths of the thick fog, where a huge dark shadow was gradually approaching. Luo Yuan looked strange. Dr. Zhengwei, the situation seems to be a little bad. What's wrong? I seem to understand what that Pokemon said. Zhengwei asked eagerly. What did it say? Luo Yuan, he said, dash 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 dash. Update tilde. Chapter 73 Giant Dragon 2. Chapter 73 Giant Dragon 2 Pokemon Achievement System Chapter 73 Giant Fast Dragon 2. It seems to say, who is disturbing my sleep? Luo Yuan said. Zhengwei. It's not clear how terrifying the Pokemon that was disturbed to sleep is Zhengwei, but he knows that he will be very angry if he is called up from behind while he is sleeping. However, its voice sounds good. It doesn't look very angry. Xiaosha said. Tilde voice of the giant dragon is intoxicating. No, each Pokemon has a different pronunciation, so you can't tell what the other person means based on whether it sounds good or not. Zhengwei explained. For example, in the Alola region, there is a Pokemon called the Wearing Bear. It makes a nice sound and waves when it warns, but if it really feels like a friendly gesture, it will learn a hard lesson. Pokemon linguistics is a very advanced subject. Although humans and Pokemon have coexisted harmoniously for so many years, Pokemon trainers can use the expressions, movement, and pronunciation habits of Pokemon to understand what Pokemon needs in their daily life. The meaning expressed. There is no way to judge whether the other party is kind or not just by the sound. Sorry, Dr. Zhengwei, I interrupted your popular science. What should we do now? Luo Yuan pointed to the huge fast dragon dragon that was already very close in front of him and asked, "I think we should withdraw first." Xiaomao expresses his opinion. It's not that he is cowardly. The mysterious Pokemon that is so big look terrifying at first glance. He is just watching the fun, and he can't take his life. Zhengwei looked up at the Pokemon who seemed to be taller than waiting for him, a little scared but not reconciled. "Luo Yuan, can you guarantee the safety of the two of us?" Zhengwei said solemnly. "No problem." Luo Yuan still has this confidence. The fast dragon next to him also roared, indicating to hand it over. Luo Yuan didn't want to withdraw. If he withdraws this trip, wouldn't he be running in vain? Who does he ask for compensation? "Then you withdraw first. Luo Yuan and I are here to try to communicate with this Pokemon," Zhengwei said. Xiaoji and the others looked at each other. "Then we'll leave first. Continuing to be here is obviously a nuisance. They're not the kind of people who like to cause trouble for others. Well, stay away. It's coming." Luo Yuan watched the figure of the giant fast dragon getting closer and clearer, already able to clearly see the outline of the huge fast dragon. Xiaoji and others left quickly, leaving only Luo Yuan and Zhengwei standing on the lighthouse. "What should I do?" Zhengwei looked at Luo Yuan. "I'm here to communicate with it. You are responsible for the record," Luo Yuan said. All his energy was placed on Kuailong. Although Kuailong was gentle by nature, Luo Yuan felt that he had to be more careful when communicating with a huge Kuailong who had the air of getting up. Holding Zhengwei and jumping onto the fast dragon, Luo Yuan tried his best to mobilize the power of Viridian. "In the night sky, I saw a shadowy figure riding a fast dragon, flying towards the huge black shadow on the sea. Quick dragon, use the strong wind." "Out tilde." The dragon roared. The wings fluttered, driving the airflow to sweep, and the wind suddenly rose. The dense fog was dispersed by the wind. Appeared. Zhengwei's eyes were fixed on the front, for fear of missing any detail. The thick fog dissipated, and I saw a huge fast dragon that was exactly the same as the fast dragon, but it was magnified by an unknown number of times and appeared in front of Zhengwei and Luo Yuan. "This is a fast dragon." Zhengwei was stunned when he saw the Pokemon in front of him. "But this body type is too foul." Ash and the others who were watching from a distance were also stunned. Even Luo Yuan knew that this was a huge fast dragon, but what he saw in the animation was completely different from what he saw with his own eye. The huge fast dragon let out a whimper and looked down at the little guy in front of him. Luo Yuan understood the meaning of the giant fast dragon again. "Is it because you disturb my sleep all day?" Then Luo Yuan watched the huge fast dragon wave its wings, imitating the appearance of the fast dragon and setting off a storm. The wind howled like a typhoon, and huge waves broke out on the sea, and the lighthouse was swayed by the wind. "Quick dragon, avoid it." Luo Yuan rode the fast dragon to evade quickly. At the same time, the power of Vibrant was mobilized to communicate with the giant fast dragon, but the huge Kuailong, who was obviously emitting bed gas, couldn't hear it at all, and raised his arm and smashed it down at Luo Yuan and Kuailong. Damn! Seeing the smashing arm, Luo Yuan found that the huge fast dragon couldn't listen to him at all. Since peaceful communication is not enough, use force to communicate. The fast dragon circles to its eye. "Luo Yuan, what are you doing?" Zhengwei cried out in horror. He found that what Luo Yuan is doing now seems to be different from what he planned. Dash 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 dash. Second more. Thanks for the ordinary 2,500 points reward underscore Z angle underscore. Chapter 74 Giant Dragon 3. Chapter 74 Giant Dragon 3 Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 74 Huge Fast Dragon 3. Luo Yuan ignored Zhengwei's shouting and continued to command the fast dragon. "Quick dragon, let it calm down." "Luo Yuan, don't provoke it." Zhengwei looked worried. To be honest, after seeing the power of the giant fast dragon, he was very scared in his heart. If it wasn't for his research institute here, if it wasn't for his inner obsession, he would have run away long ago. It's obviously coming for the lighthouse, and if you don't stop it, the lighthouse will probably be destroyed. Judging from the meaning conveyed by the cry of the giant fast dragon, it is obvious that the giant fast dragon was awakened by the sound of Zhengwei lighthouse, so it ran over. Not that Yi Song Ju Sanchi in Zhengwei's imagination. Friend. In this way, in order to protect the lighthouse, Luo Yuan could only choose to fight Kuailong. "Fast dragon, use the destruction light." Kuailong nodded his head, opened his mouth, and white light condensed in Kuailong's mouth. The wings spread. The whole dragon rolled over to avoid the tail swept by the huge fast dragon, and then made a beautiful bend sideways, avoiding the huge claws that followed. The huge fast dragon's attacks were all easily avoided by the fast dragon. Although the strength is not as strong as the giant fast dragon, but in terms of flexibility, the giant fast dragon is far worse. After a few seconds of charging, ow! With the roar of the fast dragon, a destructive death light with a diameter of 1 meter and a thickness shot at the leg of the huge fast dragon at a speed that could not cover the ear. Feeling the threat, the giant fast dragon wanted to avoid it. However, the waving of the tail and the arm have shifted its center of gravity sideways, and now it is too too difficult for it to raise its legs to avoid the destruction of the dead light. Boom! The destruction light exploded in the legs of the giant dragon. Woo! The damage that destroyed the death light caused the giant fast dragon to scream in pain. The powerful thrust brought by the explosion made the huge fast dragon, whose center of gravity was unstable, swayed and sat down in the seawater. Boom! The tremors caused by the huge fast dragon falling to the ground were extremely violent. The water on the sea surface exploded and set off huge waves. The lighthouse on the shore shivered and almost collapsed. It's amazing. Whether it was Zhengwei who was also on Kuailong, or Xiaoji Xiaomao in the distance, they all saw Luo Yuan's terror. Even the huge fast dragon was shriveled in Luo Yuan's hand. Are these really the rookie trainers who just started this year? The effect is not bad. Luo Yuan looked at his victory and said, this blow is huge enough for the dragon to feel the pain, so he should wake up now. Luo Yuan never thought of defeating the giant fast dragon. With his two quasi-gods alone, it is very difficult to defeat the giant fast dragon, but if you want to beat it to calm it down, it is relatively easy, which is also Luo Yuan's goal. Ah! The roar came from the huge fast dragon's throat again. I saw the huge fast dragon below opened its mouth and spit out a yellow energy from its mouth. Kuailong saw the opportunity early, and one dodged the attack. The huge fast dragon turned his head and continued to attack the fast dragon, but with Luo Yuan's command, the fast dragon played fancy maneuvers in the sky, flexibly avoiding the huge fast dragon's attack so that it could not even touch the shadow. Still fighting, Luo Yuan raised his brows, looking at the huge fast dragon whose eyes are full of anger below. It is obviously not so easy to kill. In that case, quick dragon, use the dragon star group. The bright yellow energy in the fast dragon's mouth condensed, and then turned into a beam of light that shot straight into the air. The golden beam of light shines directly into the sky, making it extremely conspicuous in the night sky. A few seconds later, when the giant fast dragon was about to get up from the sea, dozens of meteorites with golden tail flames fell from the sky. The meteorite came in an instant and fell on the huge fast dragon like raindrop. Boom, boom, boom. After the meteorite hit the huge fast dragon's body, it burst open, and more than a dozen meteorites in a row smashed the entire coast into boiling water. Ow! The giant dragon roared in pain. The screams were deafening. The smoke dissipated, and the huge fast dragon lay in the sea with a painful expression. But this time it didn't do anything to Luo Yuan. He couldn't beat him, but he was beaten very painfully, and the giant fast dragon was not stupid. In this case, why would he find this skill? Besides, there is no hatred between it and Luo Yuan, just because it is more uncomfortable after being woken up. Ah! The giant fast dragon raised his hand to express his willingness to negotiate. Luo Yuan nodded and did not continue to order the attack. His goal of 2.6 was finally achieved. The huge size looked great, but inflexibility is its biggest disadvantage. It's okay to deal with some weak Pokémon, but in front of the normal-sized fast dragons of the same level, the weakness of the giant fast dragons was exposed, and he was beaten all the time in the battle with the fast dragon. Sitting in the sea, the huge fast dragon roared at Luo Yuan. Dash 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 dash. Third more. The next chapter will be updated in the morning. Chapter 75 Cause and Effect. Chapter 75 Cause and Effect Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 75 Cause and Effect. The sun rises. The beach next to Zhengwei Lighthouse. Zhengwei, Luo Yuan, Xiaoji Xiaomao and others, as well as the huge fast dragon, were sitting in a group, very harmonious, and it was completely impossible to see that there was conflict before. Only then did Luo Yuan have time to look at the huge fast dragon carefully. The appearance is the same as that of the fast dragon, that is, the body size is many times that of the fast dragon. The places he focused on observing were the places on the legs and body of the huge fast dragon that were destroyed by the death light and the places where the dragon stars were hit. As a result, he found that except for a little scratch, the giant fast dragon had hardly suffered any serious injury. It's really rough and meaty. The giant fast dragon is simply a natural meat shield. Exploration. Luo Yuan threw an exploration technique on the giant fast dragon. 17 Fast Dragon, Huge Special Edition. Gender, female. Feature, multiple scales. Skill, Dragon Fury, Destruction Death Light, Steel Tail, Dragon Claw, Megaton Punch. Features, Super Huge. Evaluation, born in ancient time, the fast dragon has a long lifespan and a huge body. Because it is a female, it will make a nice call. Gentle in temperament, but when awakened, it becomes very angry and destroys everything. Looking at the giant fast dragon with a cute appearance, it doesn't look like a Pokemon with a temperamental nature. I just said that Zhengwei's method of calling the fast dragon is very problematic. In the final analysis, this pot still has to fall on Zhengwei's head. Maybe 5 years ago, the voice that Zhengwei heard was indeed made by the giant fast dragon and fast dragon in order to find a companion. But Zhengwei responded to the giant fast dragon with the voice of the giant fast dragon. No matter how he looked at it, he was fooling the ghost. Although Pokémon are not human, they have no brain. It is harassed by Jungwei from time to time, and the giant fast dragon can endure it until now, and it has a good temper. Woo! The giant fast dragon also complained against Jungwei. She just went out for a walk 5 years ago to see if she could find a companion, and she didn't know who played her voice here every year. Because the fast dragon's auditory system is relatively specific, it is very sensitive to the sounds of the same kind, and it can hear these sounds even in the depths of the sea. This also leads to the fact that there are always more than 10 days every year when she falls asleep. She will be woken up by the voice of, "I want to see you. I really want to see you." The giant fast dragon is about to call the police. Finally yesterday, she couldn't bear it anymore and ran over to tear down this annoying lighthouse. In the end, he was beaten by Luo Yuan. The more I talked, the more aggrieved, and finally the huge fast dragon was about to cry. After Jungwei heard Luo Yuan's retelling, he also smiled awkwardly. "But I've never seen such a huge Pokemon before." Jungwei bluntly changed the subject. The giant fast dragon was very dissatisfied with Jungwei's change of topic. For 5 consecutive years, she couldn't sleep because of the noise made by Jungwei every year. "I'm so sorry." Jungwei bowed and apologized to the giant fast dragon. She said, "Forgive you." Luo Yuan, as a translator, relayed the meaning of the giant fast dragon. "What a gentle Pokemon." Xiaogang stared at the side. Xiaoji and Xiaosha next to them also agreed. As for Xiaomao, he is studying the giant fast dragon. With such a spirit of scientific research, it is no wonder that he will study Pokemon in the future. Okay, the recorded data has been recorded. Thank you, huge fast dragon. When the sunset gradually went down, Jungwei put away his notebook and said to Kuailong with a smile, "The 5-year wait paid off." Although the results were different from what he expected, Jungwei was already satisfied. The giant fast dragon wiped the food scraps at the corner of his mouth and let out a happy cry, meaning, "Thank you very much for the hospitality." Luo Yuan smacked his tongue a little. "It's really edible." The giant fast dragon ate the fast dragon's ration for 10 days in one meal. So, he also put out the idea of catching the huge fast dragon. Although it is tempting to capture the giant fast dragon, Luo Yuan also has to consider whether his wallet can afford the food of the giant fast dragon. 827 inches alas. Poverty limits my number of Pokemon. Luo Yuan pondered. His next Pokemon should choose a smaller food intake so as not to increase his financial burden as much as possible. If there is another big stomach king, he is afraid that he will sell his house in the Golden City to raise a Pokemon. "Do you really want to join the Rocket?" Luo Yuan remembered the business card. Immediately, he shook his head. He didn't know what the Rocket plan was, and he wouldn't make that call unless it was a last resort. The giant fast dragon feasted on a delicious Pokemon food. Jungwei also got what he wished, to have a certain understanding of the giant fast dragon's living habit, etc. Luo Yuan also received his own reward, and everyone was very happy. Finally, the huge fast dragon waded the sea water back to the depths of the sea. Everyone returned to the lighthouse and tasted the feast prepared by Xiaogang. Four more today. Chapter 76. Back to Deadleaf City. Chapter 76. Back to Deadleaf City. Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 76. Returning to Deadleaf City. The reward given by Jungwei was not Luo Yuan's only gain. This time, the system also gave a reward for unraveling the mystery of the giant fast dragon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the silver achievement, uncovering the truth behind the fog, and getting the silver reward. Dragon Ocarina. Dragon's Flute. A flute with magical powers. It will make a special sound after being played, which can be heard even if it is far away. Able to summon giant dragons to assist in battle. Note: the time required to summon the giant dragon varies according to the distance between the two parties. Good stuff. The reward obtained this time can be said to be very practical. With the flute of the dragon in hand, it means that Luo Yuan can summon a huge fast dragon to fight at any time in the future. The fighting power of the giant fast dragon has been shown before, although it is not used in high mobility battles. When it is used as a meat shield, or when it is used to cover an area, the role of the giant fast dragon is reflected. What moved Luo Yuan the most was that he didn't need to bear huge food expenses by summoning the giant fast dragon to help in the battle. This is equivalent to getting a free thug, and I can't praise it anymore. Get the dragon flute. Turning to look at Xiaoji Xiaomao. Are you going to Q City with me? I'm going back to Q City to challenge the gym. I'm going. Xiaomao quickly raised his hand. He was scared by Xiaoji. Obviously his sense of direction has always been very good, but following Xiaoji always gets lost for no reason. This feeling is really terrible. What about you, Xiaoji? Just as Xiaoji was about to refuse, both fists landed on his head. Yes, please take us to Deadleaf City. Please, Diaresis. Xiaosha and Xiaogang bowed together. Pikachu also akimbo nodded. Xiaoji tried to struggle but was violently suppressed by Xiaogang and Xiaoxia again. The minority obeys the majority, and Xiaoji's idea of going on the road alone was broken, so he had to follow Luo Yuan to Dead Leaf City. Dry Leaf City is still what it looked like when Luo Yuan left. To say that there is no change, it is that the flow of people on the street has increased significantly, which seems to be related to the arrival of the San Annuo to Hong Kong. Great! Finally arrived at Dead Leaf City. With a look of excitement, Xiaoji stood in the middle of the street and shouted. Passers-by looked at Xiaoji strangely. Are you guys so excited all the time? On the side, Xiaomao had an expression of, it's a shame to stand with you. Turned to Luo Yuan and said, Luo Yuan, I don't want to be with this idiot anymore. Let's go to challenge the gym together. What an idiot. I'm going to challenge the gym too. Xiaoji's face was full of dissatisfaction. Whoever stood on the road and yelled just now is an idiot. Xiaomao turned his head away from Xiaoji. Xiaomao, you bastard. Xiaoji, who was clawing his teeth and claws, was dragged away by Xiaoxia and Xiaogang. Luo Yuan looked at Xiaoji and Xiaomao, who were bickering, and was a little speechless. This kind of scene has happened many times on the road, but Xiaomao and Xiaoji were still enjoying it. I can't understand their brain circuits at all. I'll go to the Pokémon Center first. If you want to come with me, follow along. After speaking, Luo Yuan walked towards the direction of the Pokémon Center. Huailong was slightly injured during the battle before, so I need to treat it first. Please, in an emergency, please get out of the way. The Pokémon in Deadleaf City are still busy. There were trainers everywhere who came to ask for help with blackened Pokémon. What going on with these Pokémon? Ash had never seen so many Pokémon waiting for treatment. These are the trainers who challenged the Dry Leaf Gym. Because the challenge failed, they were labeled like this by the gym trainers of the Dry Leaf Gym. Luo Yuan replied from the side. Ma Zishi, a trainer at the gym in Deadleaf City, is good at electrical Pokémon. The main Pokémon is a Raichu, which is the evolution of Pikachu. The rate is less than 10%. Luo Yuan told the data he got. Gollum. Xiaoji swallowed. Less than 10%. So scary. The two gyms he has challenged, one is Xiaogang's Nibi Gym, the other is Wallen Gym, and he has not encountered any difficulty. Hearing Luo Yuan's word, he couldn't help being a little scared. Are you afraid? Xiaoji. Xiaomao threw the Pokeball with a stinky expression on his face. Not at all. Then why do you look scared? I'm just surprised. Surprise is not scared. Dao Zhao. Ash forcefully argued, but looking at his expression, it was obvious that his words were not convincing. Xiaoxia and Xiaogang next to them looked at Xiaoji, who had written all his thoughts on their faces, and couldn't help covering their faces and sighing. I feel that what I have entrusted to me is not human. Why did I travel with this guy Xiaoji? Okay, I'm going to challenge the gym. Do you two come together? Luo Yuan pinned the 4 Pokeballs to his waist in turn, and asked Xiaoji. Of course, the mere Dead Leaves Gym. Xiaomao looked disdainful. I'm coming too. I am going to prove myself today. Update. Chapter 77 Ma Zishi. Chapter 77 Ma Zishi Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 77 Ma Zishi. Dead Leaves Gym. On the battlefield, Xiaoji and Ma Zishi stood at opposite ends of the field. Mr. Ma Zishi, the gym trainer of the Dry Leaf Gym, against the trainer Xiaoji from Junxin Town. The competition system is 1v1. Raichu and Pikachu faced off on both sides of the field, and both sides were full of fighting spirit. Luo Yuan, Xiaomao, Xiaoxia and Xiaogang were all watching the game on the sidelines. Xiaoxia whispered to Luo Yuan, Xiaoji, it's okay for him to take the lead. Very problematic. Luo Yuan looked at the court. Ma Zishi's Raichu is much stronger than Ash's Pikachu. Ash's winning rate is not high in this battle. According to the exploration technique, Ma Zishi's Raichu level is 1 level higher than Ash's. If that's the case, why let him play first? Xiaomao asked. Although he and Xiaoji are usually noisy, but the two of them are friends since childhood, he still cares about Xiaoji very much. Can you stop him? Luo Yuan asked back. 860. Xiaoxia and Xiaomao recalled Xiaoji's confident appearance and shook their heads. So let him go. The previous 2 badges were too easy. It's time to let him suffer a little. Luo Yuan said no more here, and turned his head to look inside the arena. Pikachu and Raichu were constantly staggering on the field, and lightning flashed everywhere. However, in front of Ma Zishi's Raichu, Ash's Pikachu seems a bit unattractive. Has been suppressed by Raichu, and the disadvantage is getting bigger and bigger. Come on, Xiaoji, don't embarrass us. Xiaogang and Xiaoxia cheer for Xiaoji from behind. Pikachu, use 100,000 volt. Pishin jumped up, and the 2 power storage bags on his cheeks shot out a golden current, wrapped its body, and slashed straight at Raichu. Ma Zishi laughed. Baby's Pokemon is really baby. This level of electric shock is useless to Raichu. Raichu didn't move in place, and he was able to hold Pikachu's 100,000 volts with just his body. Nani? Ash was dumbfounded. He never thought that Pikachu's 100,000 volt would be useless to Raichu. You must know that even in the Nibi Gym, when facing the big rock snake, the 100,000 volts caused damage. Mazishi won't leave Ash with time to think. Raichu, solve the baby on the opposite side. Mazishi snapped his fingers, and then saw Raichu leaping high and sitting on Pikachu's body. There was no room for resistance, and Pikachu was stunned by Raichu. Pikachu loses his ability to fight. Raichu wins. The referee on the sidelines announced the result of the fight. Pikachu. Xiaoji hurried over to pick up Pikachu with a look of eagerness. Haha, baby, let us wait until he grows up to challenge again. Mazishi stretched his muscular arms and laughed. Saying that, Mazishi turned to look at Luo Yuan and Xiao Mao. Well, there are two more babies here. They should also be here to challenge my Dead Leaves Gym. Baby. Luo Yuan's head was full of black lines. This was the first time he was called baby. Although he knew about Maji BHCJ's urination, he couldn't help it. He felt an inexplicable discomfort in his heart. Luo Yuan, let me do it. Luo Yuan took off the pokeball from his waist and walked onto the field. Oh, it looked stronger than the baby named Ash just now Tilda. But in front of my Raichu, everything is useless. Ma Zishi said. Luo Yuan held the pokeball in his hand and twisted his neck, ignoring Ma Zishi's provocation. Take out your electric shock beast. I know that it is your true main force. If you don't show your true strength, otherwise you will lose very badly for a while. It is no secret that Ma Zishi has a very powerful electric shock beast. Hearing what Luo Yuan said, Ma Zishi laughed. Baby, I don't know where you heard the news that I have a shock beast, but if you think it's cool to do this, you're probably wrong. He thought that Luo Yuan just wanted to gain attention. Don't talk nonsense. Let's discharge the beast. Luo Yuan rubbed the pokeball in his hand. I have never heard such a strange request from a challenger, but since you strongly request, Ma Zishi said with a smile on the corner of his mouth, go ahead, my electric shock beast. Throwing the pokeball vigorously, a white light flashed, and a Pokemon appeared on the field. A black and yellow bipedal Pokemon, Denchkiman. The electric shock beast slammed its fists against the hammer, crackling, and thunder and lightning surging. The thunder and lightning spread out between the fists of the electric shock beast, showing the power of the electric shock beast. My electric shock beast is super strong. If you are not careful, your Pokemon will be electrocuted into coke. You have to be careful. Ma Zishi laughed. Luo Yuan threw an exploration technique at the electric shock beast. The electric shock beast level was indeed very high, but it was still within Luo Yuan's expectation. Throwing a pokeball. Fire dinosaur. It's you. Roar. The fire dinosaur rolled over and landed on the field, spewing flames into the sky. Come on and see who's baby. Following Luo Yuan's word, the flames on the fire dinosaur's tail were roaring, as if an accelerant had been added to the fire. Dash 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 dash. Second more. Chapter 78 Shock Beast. Chapter 78 Shock Beast Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 78 Electric Shock Beast. Electric Shock Beast. Gender, male. Trait, energetic. Skills, electric shock, electromagnetic wave, lightning fist, electric discharge, 100,000 volt. Tilda. Features, plenty of power. Evaluation. The electric shock beast grew up in an unmanned power plant. After being cultivated by Ma Zishi, it showed outstanding combat effectiveness. The powerful electricity is enough to make most of the electric Pokemon feel ashamed. When the power goes out, it can support the whole seat alone. Doubt the power generation of the pavilion work. The above is the information about the electric shock beast that Luo Yuan used his exploration technique to detect. To be honest, using fire dinosaurs against Ma Zishi's electric beasts is a risky thing to do. As the Pokemon that Luo Yuan got from Dr. Damu, the fire dinosaur is weaker than Bangira and Kuailong, but Luo Yuan still did it. Without him, it's just because Luo Yuan has confidence in himself and fire dinosaur. Luo Yuan believes that his strength is not just because of the Bangira and Kuailong given by the system. The official battle of the gym starts now. The two sides adopt a one-on-one battle rule. The gym trainer Ma Zishi uses the Pokemon Dagger, and the challenger Luo Yuan uses the Pokemon Fire Dinosaur. There is no time limit. The game begins. As the referee rang the bell, the game officially began. Go, electric shock beast. Let him taste our power. Ma Zishi waved his hand. Hey, underscore. The electric shock beast roared. His arms wrapped around thunder and lightning, and when he waved his arms, the thunder and lightning surged. Golden arcs crackled in the air. It looked at the fire dinosaur with fierce eyes. Hearing that Ma Zishi had been on the battlefield, Luo Yuan thought it was just a rumor, but now that Luo Yuan saw the electric shock beast, he knew that it was probably true. Electric shock beast eyes are not ordinary Pokemon can have. Fire dinosaur, take our faith and defeat it. Woo, underscore. The fire dinosaur leaned down, spit out a mouthful of flame, and swayed its flaming tail behind him. Its physical state adjusted to its peak state in a very short period of time. Looking at the ferocious eyes of the electric shock beast, the fire dinosaur has no fear, and it is not frightened. Come on Luo Luo Yuan. Xiao Mao waved the flag behind him and shouted, "Good eyes. Your fire dinosaur is very good." Ma Zishi looked at the appearance of the fire dinosaur, and his fighting spirit was also mobilized. Electrical beast. Use the electric shock. Hey! The electric shock beast stabbed its fists against the hammer, and with a stab, a thick golden electric current shot out from between the two fists and slashed straight down at the fire dinosaur. Avoid fire dinosaurs. Every day, I do left and right horizontal jumping training with little Kirby, and the dodging skills of the fire dinosaur have already reached the full level. Hearing Luo Yuan's order, Huo dinosaur press hard. In just one jump, he easily dodged the electric shock. Aim at the electric beast and use the jet flame. The fire dinosaur opened its mouth and spent 0.1 second brewing. Then a thick jet of flame pierced straight into the chest of the electric shock beast. Along the way, the ground was roasted black by the rolling heat wave, and even had a tendency to melt, enough to see the high temperature of the jet flame. Because it learned to spray flames in the form of the little fire dragon. When the little fire dragon evolved into a fire dinosaur, the spray flame was also fully strengthened. The power of this jet of flame is enough to exceed 99% of fire dinosaurs, and even some fire-breathing dragons can't use this level of jet flame. Electrical beast. Dodge, then use high-speed movement to rush over. Ma Zishi didn't dare to let the electric shock beast use his body to test whether the jet flame could scorch the electric shock beast. Avoiding the edge for a while, he ordered the shock beast to draw closer. Electric-type Pokémon like Denchkamon have a great advantage in close combat, because most of the electrical-type moves come with the negative state of paralysis. The paralyzed state can also be said to be the negative state that countless trainers hate the most. Fire dinosaur. Don't let it get close. Use the flame vortex. Of course Luo Yuan understood what Ma Zishi understood. A flame spewed out of the fire dinosaur's mouth, turning into a huge flame vortex 4 or 5 meters high and 2 meters in diameter in the air. The flames in the sky revolved around a point, blocking the direction of the electric shock beast. The flame vortex stopped in front of the electric shock beast, and the electric shock beast couldn't dodge and plunged into the flame vortex. Electrical beast. Break free. Don't get caught in the vortex of flame. Ma Zishi quickly ordered. Once entangled in a vortex of flame, few Pokemon can resist that kind of constant heat plus burn damage. He thought, well, but Luo Yuan finally seized this opportunity. How could he just watch the cooked duck fly away? Think beautifully. Fire dinosaur. Strengthen the flame output. The fire dinosaur's eyes lit up and immediately strengthened the output of the flame. The painful cry of the electric shock beast came from the vortex of flame. Electrical beast. Discharged. Smashed the flame vortex. Dash 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 dash. Third more. The fourth more routine will be up tomorrow. Chapter 79 Thunder and Fire. Chapter 79 Thunder and Fire Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 79 Thunder and Fire. The dazzling golden electric light penetrated the barrier of the flame vortex and bloomed in the field. A huge amount of electricity surged out from the body of the electric shock beast, tearing apart the vortex of flame. What a terrible electric shock beast. Xiaogang looked at the electric shock beast outside the field and exclaimed, I feel similar to Raichu. Ash held Pikachu with a, I'm so uncomfortable, don't touch me, expression, puzzled. No, this electric shock beast is much stronger than Raichu. Xiaogang said. Did you see the two balls on top of the shock beast's head? I see. How is that? That's the power storage location of the electric shock beast. The 480 inches electric energy of the electric shock beast is all stored there. Alliance research shows that the size of the conductor on the top of the head determines the amount of electricity stored by the electric shock beast. Xiaogang said. So what? Ash glanced at the two fist-sized balls on the top of the electric shock beast. With his knowledge reserve, he couldn't understand the meaning of Xiaogang's word. Idiot. This means that the electric shock of this beast is very strong. Xiao Mao covered his face. The electric conductor of this electric shock beast is twice the size of the ordinary electric shock beast, so it can destroy the flame vortex of the fire dinosaur with the electric discharge trick. Xiaogang looked serious. The fire dinosaur is in danger. Alas, the electric shock beast that ripped through the flame vortex stood on the field, with a blue-white thunder coat covering its body. Ho ho, my electric shock beast is excited. Luo Yuan baby, you have to get ready now. Ma Zishi laughed. After saying that, he clenched his fists and flexed his arm, and with the other hand, he squeezed his wrist and put on a fit shape. Electrical beast. Use thunderbolt fist. Alas, the electric beast took the same shape, and a ball of electric light shone on the electric beast fist. Come on, shock beast, tear your opponents apart. Stab it. The thunder and lightning broke through the air, and the electric shock beast turned into electric light, rushing towards the fire dinosaur at an extremely fast speed. Fire dinosaurs, let go too, with fire fist. Roar. Fire dinosaur's fist lit up with flame. This is not enough. I saw the fire dinosaur facing his fist, opening his mouth and spewing out a flame. Woo. The power of the flame fist increased greatly, and the flames ignited were as tall as one person. Fire dinosaur swung a fist the size of a sandbag and rushed up. Boom, boom. The electric shock beast punched the fire dinosaur's stomach, and the fire dinosaur backhand punched the electric shock beast's head. A laugh, roar, punching to the flesh, electric currents surged, sparks scattered, and the two Pokémon screamed in pain at the same time. But they didn't back down. Electric beast, use 100,000 volt, Ma Zishi shouted. The conductor on the top of the electric shock beast burst out with dazzling electric light. With the support of sufficient electricity, the electric shock beast shot out the electric current and slashed at the fire dinosaur. Fire dinosaur, flame vortex, trap it. Luo Yuan was not to be outdone. When the fire dinosaurs with the fierce fire characteristics are damaged, the power of the fire Titrix increases sharply. He opened his mouth and spit out a flame, forming a new flame vortex around himself and the electric shock beast. At the same time, the tail shines brightly. Dragon tail. The flaming tail shattered 100,000 volts, smashed into the belly of the electric shock beast, and smashed the entire electric shock beast into the air. The electric shock beast lingers in the air. Electric beast. It seems that the situation has returned to just now. A vortex of flames wrap fire dinosaurs and electric beasts in it, dealing damage continuously. But the fire dinosaur itself is a fire-type Pokémon, and its damage is far lower than that of the electric shock beast. Alas, shock beast wants to use the electric discharge to disperse the vortex of flames again. How could Luo Yuan and Huo Dinosaur give it this chance? Fire dinosaur, jump up and catch it. The fire dinosaur jumped high. With the rising thermal airflow generated by the continuous rotation of the flame vortex and the extraordinary jumping ability of the fire dinosaur grabbed the electric shock beast that flew into the air and rushed to a higher place. At this time, Ma Zishi finally felt bad. Electric shock beast, break free. With a burst of electricity, the shock beast desperately releases the stored electricity in its body. The electric current flows through his body and conduct to the body of the fire dinosaur, making the fire dinosaur go numb with electricity. But the fire dinosaur still firmly grasps the body of the electric shock beast. End him. Use the earth to cast, Luo Yuan said. When it reached the highest point, the fire dinosaur changed its previous movement, grabbing the electric shock beast and spinning in the air. At this moment, the flame vortex instantly collapsed. 3.3 The updraft that originally dragged the fire dinosaur and electric shock beast disappeared instantly. The fire dinosaur stubbornly pressed the electric shock beast below, falling from the sky. Electric beast, Ma Zishi shouted. Boom. The gym is shaking. The smoke is in the air. The smoke dissipated. The referee looked at the shattered ground and swallowed. The electric shock beast lost its ability to fight. The fire dinosaur wins, and the winner is Luo Yuan from Golden City. Update. Yesterday's fourth update. Continue 4 more today. Chapter 80 Orange Badge. Chapter 80 Orange Badge. Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 80 Orange Badge. The battlefield of Dead Leaves Gym was chaotic, and a large pit was smashed in the center. The electric shock beast was lying in the big pit, and its 2 eyes had turned into circles. On the earth of the fire dinosaur, he cast a fatal blow against the electric beast. Roar. The fire dinosaur staggered to his feet, spewing flames into the sky. It's showing off its victory. I didn't expect my electric shock beast to lose to you. With a hint of disbelief, Ma Zishi looked at Luo Yuan. For the first time, he seriously looked at the young man in front of him. It was also the first time he had encountered a trainer among rookie trainers who could defeat his shock beast. I said I would win. Luo Yuan squatted down and used the power of Vibrant to help Huo Dinosaur deal with the injury. The electric shock beast is indeed the main force of Ma Zishi. Even though Luo Yuan's fire dinosaur sees the opportunity to take it away with a 17 combo, the electric shock of the electric shock beast still left many wounds on the fire dinosaur. Haha, I apologize to you for what I said before. I agree with your strength. Ma Zishi laughed. He waved at the subordinate next to him. This is the orange badge of Deadleaf Gym, the proof that you beat me. Ma Zishi handed the badge to Luo Yuan. Unfortunately, I don't have a better prize here. Otherwise I will definitely give you a better prize. Although he was very rude when he spoke before, Ma Zishi's personality was surprisingly straightforward. Then I'll take it. Finally got the 3rd badge and pinned it to my chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the silver achievement, Deadleaf Gym, and getting the reward item, Advanced Mall Jetki. Advanced Mall Jetki, a jet scooter built with leading current technology, replenishing energy through solar energy, charging for 5 minutes and surfing for 2 hours, is a reliable sea travel partner. Note, this item is stored in the system space and can be accessed at any time when needed. This reward, is the system afraid that I will die on the San Anu? Luo Yuan thought about it, but after thinking about it, he shook his head in denial. He has a fast dragon in his hand. How could the mere San Antonio trap him? After the fire dinosaur's injuries have been roughly dealt with, the rest of the minor injuries have to be treated at the Pokemon Center. Ma Zishi also handed over the Pokeball of Denchkaman to his subordinate. He turned to look at Xiao Mao. The last challenger. Are you going to challenge too? But your electric shock beat. Xiao Mao hesitated. Don't underestimate me. My Raichu is also super strong. Ma Zishi was not affected by previous failures. Of course, this is what a qualified gym trainer should do. Like the Wallen Gym, if someone hadn't helped them bear the pressure, they would have been banned long ago. Since Ma Zishi said so, Xiao Mao gladly challenged. However, the venue here was no longer available, so everyone had to move to a spare venue. Caddy, come on. Xiao Mao's two strongest Pokemon are the Katy Dog and the Jenny Turtle, which has evolved into a Kami Turtle. But since the enemy is an electrical type Pokemon, I can only send Katy Dog on the field. Let go too. Raichu. Come on, Caddy, beat your opponent. Xiao Mao copied the pocket with one hand and threw the empty fairway with the other. The air of pretense came. Raichu and Caddy fight. Electric light flashed in the field, and flames rose. 10 minutes later, in the field, the Caddy Dog stood tired and swayed, looking like he was about to fall down at any time. However, on the opposite side of it was Raichu, who had passed out. Luo Yuan was not surprised by this result. Xiao Mao's fighting skills were very high. Although he was not as good as himself, it was enough to challenge the gym. The game is over. Raichu loses his ability to fight, and Katy wins. The winner is Xiao Mao from Junqin Town. What a wonderful battle. I didn't expect to meet two such excellent trainers in one day. This orange badge is for you. After Ma Zishi threw the badge to Xiao Mao, he did not forget Xiaoji. The baby on that side has to work hard. Ash. 057. Can we not mention this one? Overall, this gym challenge is over. Except for Xiaoji, who failed in the challenge, who had to wait until tomorrow to challenge again. Luo Yuan and Xiao Mao both passed the level easily. In this case, Xiao Mao and I will leave first. Luo Yuan rushed to Xiaoji and said to the three of them, where are you going? Are you leaving Deadly City? Xiaoji is a little confused. No, we. Before Luo Yuan could finish speaking, Xiao Mao said first, if you want to find us, you can come to the San Anu in the port. We should be there for a few days. Luo Yuan. Xiao Mao, you are doing something. Luo Yuan didn't want Xiaoji and the others to board the San Anu, which had a high chance of sinking. Chapter 81 Meet the Rockets Again. Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 81 Bye Bye Rocket. The Saint Anne. Xiaoging read the name again. Sounds like the name of a cruise ship. Xiaoxia said beside her. Okay, we've got it. Ash nodded. Luo Yuan, you should remember this quickly. But since Xiaoji had already known it, Luo Yuan didn't plan to hide Xiaoji. Originally, Luo Yuan wanted to stop Xiaoji from getting on the boat directly, and then find a reason to get Xiao Mao off the boat before sailing, so that they would have to experience the sinking of the boat. But it can't be stopped now, so they are left to go. The big deal is to help them when the ship sinks. And, with Luo Yuan around, the San Anu might not necessarily sink. Luo Yuan intends to try to save the San Anu, so that the cruise ship that was originally sunk in the plot can be saved from sinking, and the achievement will definitely be unlocked at that time. Deadly City is huge, but Luo Yuan, who has been here once before, is already familiar with it. Walking on the street, Xiao Mao studied the coupon in his hand with a puzzled expression. Why did Grandpa suddenly send a hospitality ticket? Xiao Mao had a question mark on his face. In his impression, besides staying in the research institute, his grandfather only went out to study Pokemon and participate in the Pokemon Senryu Club, with no other activities. It's hard to imagine that Grandpa could actually get a hospitality ticket for a luxury tanker. I heard from Dr. OGI. It seems that a fan who liked Dr. OGI Senryu specially mailed it. Luo Yuan said. Of course, this fan is 9 times out of 10 that the Rockets are pretending, so he won't say it. That's actually the case, but it's the first time that fans have mailed gifts. Xiao Mao didn't think much about it. In fact, it is also, where would a normal person think that Team Rocket would actually take action on a luxury cruise ship? The port is located on the east side of Hue City. This is a huge deep water port, where dozens of cruise ships have docked, but among them, the most famous and conspicuous one is the San Anu. While walking, 2 people suddenly sprang from both sides of the street. Luo Yuan glanced at it, and immediately became happy. Isn't this the Rocket Trio? Oh, no, Meow Meow isn't there. It should be the Rockets duo. I saw Musashi, who had been dressed in disguise, and Kojira, the women's clothing boss, hurried over. These 2 gentlemen, congratulations. Our store is holding a thank you event, and the 999th customer who passes by our store will receive 2 hospitality coupons for luxury oil tankers. It's a super luxury cruise ship, a hospitality coupon for the San Anuo. While they were talking, they looked at Luo Yuan and Xiao Mao, but at this sight, their faces immediately stiffened. They recognized Luo Yuan. Is there a coupon? Luo Yuan asked, pretending not to recognize them. Is that your shop over there? He said and pointed to a shop that was simply built with wooden boards by the roadside. Musashi and Kojiro didn't dare to speak for fear that their voices would reveal their identity. Damn, how did you meet this guy? Bangira, we won't be killed, Musashi and Kojiro complained, and Luo Yuan left a psychological shadow when he was at the Pokémon Center before. That mighty Bangira couldn't even have the coveted idea. We already have the ticket, don't need it, get out of the way. In the end, Xiaomao helped them out. The Rocket Duo stepped back stiffly. Xiaomao said as he walked, the current promotion is too arrogant. In the name of winning the lottery, in all likelihood, the product will give you the prize if you buy it, and in the end, it will cost far more than the value of the prize. Quote, Luo Yuan and Xiaomao went further and further. Musashi and Kojiro looked at their back. Quote, he probably didn't recognize us. Musashi hesitated. Kojiro said uncertainly, I probably didn't recognize it. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, Luo Yuan suddenly turned around and smiled at them. Ah, Kojiro and Musashi were so frightened that they hugged each other on the spot, and they were in perfect harmony. Of course, from the perspective of passers-by, it was two waitresses hugging each other in the street. Passers-by looked at the two with strange eyes. There were even a few women with strange eyes running over to ask them if they wanted to join their hobby club. After dismissing Zhao these people, Musashi and Kojiro hid in the grass. We won't be recognized. Kojiro recalled Luo Yuan's smile just now, and now he still has a creepy feeling. Anyway, this guy is not something we can deal with. Let's inform the boss first. There is a powerful guy on board, Musashi said. Meow, I agree too. Meow tilde. Meow Meow jumped out and said, boom. The two fists landed on Meow Meow's head together. Where did you go just now? Dash 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 dash. Update 2 quarters. Chapter 82 Saint Anne. Chapter 82 Saint Anne's Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 82 San Anu. When the Rocket Trio reported to Sakagi about Luo Yuan's infestation, Luo Yuan and Xiaomao had already arrived at the San Anu boarding place to check the ticket. Although it is not yet time to set sail for the San Anuo, it is ready to board. There is an endless stream of trainers boarding the ship with tickets. It was enough to see how big the banquet was. Luo Yuan and Xiaomao followed the crowd and boarded the boat. Luo Yuan found that the entire floor was covered by the rockets as a party venue. Who organized this party, entertaining so many trainers? It's really a big scene. Xiaomao was a little surprised when he looked at the countless trainers in the hall. He is also considered a rich second generation. Although because of the influence of Dr. Damu, he has lived with Dr. Damu since he was a child, and rarely participates in the banquets of the upper class. But he is not someone who has never seen the world. It was the first time he had seen a luxury cruise ship like the San Anuo that could be used as a party venue to entertain so many trainers. Who do you ask? I know that, Luo Yuan said while taking the juice from the cafeteria. Then who did you say organized it? When Xiaomao heard Luo Yuan say this, his eyes lit up and asked. He felt that Luo Yuan might have some inside information. Rocket. PFF. Xiaomao spit out the water from his mouth. Ignoring the strange eyes of the people around him, he lowered his voice and rushed to Luo far away. Are you kidding me? How could it be the Rocket? Xiaomao didn't believe Luo Yuan. The person who organized the gathering of trainers of this size would be the Rocket. Bending a whole layer of the San Anu under so many wallets to organize a trainer to hold a banquet. Has the Rocket transformed from a dark organization to a charity organization? Telling jokes should also follow basic logic. Luo Yuan smiled and shook his head. If you don't believe it, forget it. No one believes the truth these days. It's really a tragedy for the society. But Xiaomao still wanted to say something, but Luo Yuan had already left, and waved at Xiaomao. I'll go to the boat first. You can go for a walk by yourself. Xiaomao was stunned, and Luo Yuan had already disappeared from the crowd. Hello. Where can Xiaomao, who has recovered, find Luo Yuan? After confirming that Luo Yuan had really left, Xiaomao had an expression like a dog, and then he began to think about Luo Yuan's previous words. Team Rocket. Walking in the hall, you can see vendors setting up stalls everywhere. It was called a trainer gathering, but Luo Yuan felt that it was more like those comic exhibitions on Earth before he crossed. T-shirts with Pokemon print, and there are stalls selling some small souvenirs and Pokemon. Of course, Luo Yuan also saw the Uncle Carp King. He was brandishing a paper fan and hawking his Carp King, but no one was fooled. Looking at these hot booths, Luo Yuan clicked his tongue. I'm afraid Team Rocket also made a lot of money selling booth fees. He said that the Rockets are not for charity, and even if they have a conspiracy, it is impossible to rent such a large space on a luxury cruise ship like the San Anuo to hold a party. It's not the Rocket style to invest such a large sum of money without a return. Now it seems that the Rocket's really shrewd enough. The booth fee alone is estimated to be enough for the Rockets to pay for the reserved venue. If the Rockets also set up 2 booths to sell Pokémon here. It is estimated that there will be a surplus. Recover the cost by renting out the booth fee. And I don't know who came up with the idea. Sneeze. Kojira, who is picking up passengers at the port, sneeze. But the priority is not to study this. Now that Luo Yuan has decided to obtain the achievement of preventing the sinking of the San Anu, the first thing he has to do now is to investigate the truth of the San Anu's sinking. In the original plot, Team Rocket was bombed into the sky before the ship sank, and the ship sank in a storm. However, it's a bit strange that a luxury cruise ship sank because of a storm. Quote, normal ships have measures to avoid storms, and it makes no sense that a luxury cruise ship like the San Anuo is not prepared. And the captain in the original plot is also very strange. In the event of a storm, leaving passengers behind and fleeing first is not what a qualified captain should do. Moving on, trainers gathered in 2s and 3s, either showing off their Pokemon, or fighting trainers. But the level of these trainers is really worrying. Just looking at it twice, Luo Yuan can confirm that these guys are trainers who can't even get badges, and they are much weaker than Xiaoji. Seeing this, his hands were itchy and he wanted to harvest these leaves, but thinking that he had more important things, he had to hold back his thought. Let go to the deck first to see what's going on. Unlocking achievements is important. The reward given by the system are much more powerful than harvesting this group of trainers. Renew. Thanks for the 588 points rewarded by the book friend. Chapter 83 New Pokemon. Chapter 83 New Pokemon. Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 83 The Deck of the New Pokemon. San An is very spacious. In addition to the tourists from Kanto, there are many trainers who look different from Kanto. On the deck, as in the previous venue, there were stalls selling something. On the surface it looked peaceful. Luo Yuan swept around, and he really found a lot of suspicious things. For example, even though he was a sailor, his skin was as white as it looked, and there was no trace of wind and sun at all. Of course, if this can be explained by nature, but as a professional sailor, I don't even know how the ropes are knotted in sailing, and tying the rope used to fix them into slip knots is not a 310, a mistake a sailor should make. Luo Yuan touched his chin. There is a big problem with these sailors. San Anuo is a premium cruise ship and shouldn't employ sailors with no basic experience. Walking to a booth, Luo Yuan squatted down. Hello, I want to ask you some news, he asked the stall owner, an old woman dressed as a wizard. Alora, the witch mother-in-law, clasped her hands together and said, huh, the Alora. Luo Yuan was a little surprised, but politely returned the salute. Alola. Seeing Luo Yuan's return gift, the wizard's mother-in-law was a little surprised. This guest has ever been to Alora? Luo Yuan shook his head. I haven't been there. I just learned about Alora's customs from book. He can't say that he has seen it in the animation. Well, you just said you wanted to ask for news, asked the wizard mother-in-law. That's right, you should have traveled from Alola to Kanto with a boat. I want to ask you something. I don't offer free services here. The old woman dressed as a wizard pointed to the board next to her. Luo Yuan tilted his head to look, only to see, don't buy, do not disturb. If you want to ask me for news, buy something from me first. Luo Yuan. Are people so realistic now? He looked down at the merchandise on the booth. Bones of unknown creatures, gems that looked like broken glass, charred feathers. The prices listed one by one are not expensive, but Luo Yuan looked at these things and always felt that if he bought them, he would be a fool. Forget it, ask someone else. Thinking of this, Luo Yuan planned to leave. With such a big deck, couldn't he meet a few enthusiastic people? Just this is. His eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of something that looked like a puppet, and he stopped the steps he wanted to leave. What? Have the guests found something they like? The old lady smiled with a fold on her face. Luo Yuan ignored her declaration. He threw a probe at the rag doll that looked like a faded Pikachu in the booth. Mr. EQ. Gender. Female. Attribute. Fairy plus ghost. Feature. Painted skin. Move. Shadow clone. Shadow claw. Mimic. Nightmare. Curse. Features. Haunted by evil thought. Evaluation. A mysterious hue with great power. In the hope of becoming popular, the rag dressed as Pikachu try to disguise themselves as Pikachu to approach human, but because of its evil thought, after scaring 13 trainers away and scaring 2 trainers to death one after another, it became malicious to the world, but for some unknown reason, it is falling into a deeply mysterious hue. The real body is unknown. The appearance is a rag doll dressed in the appearance of Pikachu. The real body is hidden under the coat. According to rumors, as long as you see the real body of the mysterious hue, you will encounter unknown curse. It seems that some research scholars were directly frightened to death because of the research on the real body of Mimikyu. In Luo Yuan's view, this is a very interesting Pokemon. I didn't expect to encounter surprises. Luo Yuan never expected that he could find a Pokemon in the Alola region from a street stall. Mr. EQ. While others may fear it because of the introduction of the system, Luo Yuan is different. He likes the mysterious hue that is full of fantasy. I want this. He decided to subdue the mysterious hue. Not only because of hobby, Mr. EQ is the only type of Pokemon Pokémon with Fairy plus Ghost attribute, and it can be used a lot at certain time. Most importantly, eat less. Oh, do you want this Pikachu doll? Asked the wizard mother-in-law. That right. Benefit 5,000 yuan, said the old woman. After speaking, she stretched out her 3.9 skinny hand like chicken feet. It seems that the mysterious Hugh is not recognized at all. Here you are. 5,000 yuan for a quasi Hugh is a huge profit. Although this old woman dressed as a wizard is a little weird, Luo Yuan doesn't care. Anyway, he won't suffer. Thank you for your patronage. I don't know what news you want to inquire about. As long as I know, I must know everything. I'd like to ask about the San Antonio update. Chapter 2. Chapter 84 Conspiracy on the San Antonio. Chapter 84 Conspiracy on the San Antonio Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 84 Conspiracy aboard the San Antonio. If you have any question, just ask. As long as I know, I will definitely answer. The old woman seemed to be very happy with the sale of her wares. I want to ask something about the San Anu. Luo Yuan put the Mimikyu on his weight. Anyway, this guy is still asleep. The Saint Anne. Aren't we on it? What the point of that? No, what I want to ask is about those sailors. Luo Yuan vaguely pointed to the sailors who seemed to be busy on the deck but actually had nothing to do. I want to know, are these sailors the original sailors on this ship? In other words, when did these sailors board this ship? After speaking, he looked at the old woman. You have to ask this. Let me think about it. It seems that 2 days ago, the sailors before the San Annuo just arrived on duty were replaced by the current 17 sailors. So, has anything changed now and before? Of course there is. It seemed that she was talking about what she was interested in, and the old woman also came to the spirit. This group of sailors is much better than before. Okay. Luo Yuan was keenly aware of the word. Yeah, the previous batch of sailors were really annoying. I set up a stall on the deck, and people always came to tell me to leave, saying things that hindered the safety of navigation. The old lady said ramble. The corners of Luo Yuan's mouth twitched. They did the right thing. You are indeed hindering their work by setting up a stall here, and it very unsightly. Just listen to the old woman continue. These guys are different now. They just charge me a booth fee and don't care if we set up the booth on the deck. And sometimes they will patronize our booth, and they are better than the sailors before. I don't know how go. Speaking of this, the old woman has a very satisfied expression. Luo Yuan. It is now certain that these sailors are 100% masquerading as rockets. He said how the deck was like a morning market and they were allowed to set up stalls here. It turned out that the rockets moved the protection fee to the San Annuo. The previous group of dedicated and responsible sailors are estimated to have been controlled by the rocket. Only this group of people who don't know anything about the rockets pretending to be sailors pretending to be here. The water on this San Annuo is really deep. Luo Yuan took a deep breath, because replacing a few people alone would definitely expose them. So the sailors on the entire ship must be Team Rocket. Although technology is now advanced, many parts of ships are automated, but even then there were hundreds of sailors plus logisticians. That is to say, there are at least hundreds of rockets lurking on the entire San Annuo, and the people with hundreds of Team Rockets are no weaker than the Cadre who was sent to prison by himself. This is really good news. Luo Yuan now has the urge to turn around and leave, but after thinking about it, he gave up the idea. For one thing, Xiaoji might also board the San Antonio for a while, and secondly, after boarding the ship, the rockets might not let him leave easily. But he didn't need to leave. Anyway, he has both a fast dragon that can fly, and a jet ski that can continue to sail at sea, but there is no need to force him to leave now. First find out the purpose of the rocket, and knowing ourselves and our opponents can help us win 100 battles. The rockets didn't bring so many people to the San Antonio to kidnap a bunch of trainer Pokemon. They must have other purposes. Thinking of this, Luo Yuan seemed to see the achievement beckoning to him. Thank you so much. Thanks to the old woman, Luo Yuan got up and walked into the cabin. After Luo Yuan left, the two men in black came out of nowhere and walked to the old woman's side. This mother-in-law, what did that person ask you just now? The old woman did not answer, but pointed to the board on the booth. The two men in black looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and selected the stained glass that looked good from the booth and paid for it. 833 inches. He asked me something about the customs of Allura, and some legend. Do you want me to retell it to you? Receiving the money, the old woman grinned, the folds on her face folded together, revealing the jagged teeth in her mouth. Quote. The two men in black looked at the old woman, and then at the broken glass in their hand. Finally, he scolded and left. Looking at the man in black who left, the smile on the old woman's face subsided. Packed up the things in the booth, packed it on the back, put on the hood, and walked down to the boat with a cane. When passing the ticket gate, the waiter was about to speak, just seeing their eyes confused for a while, and then as if they didn't see the old woman, they let her leave without any hindrance. Third more. Chapter 85 Mystery Q. Chapter 85 Mystery Q Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 85 Mystery Q. Back in the cabin, Luo Yuan found his room according to the room number on the ticket. The room layout is very simple, only a bed and a table. It's not surprising to him that the Rocket can prepare rooms very well. You don't expect the Rockets to book luxury suite for all the trainers. Throwing the backpack on the bed, Luo Yuan sat in front of the table and placed Mimimi Q on the table. How should I wake it up? Luo Yuan put the mystery Q on the table, feeling that he had no idea what to do. According to the information displayed by the exploration technique, this mysterious Q seems to have fallen into a deep sleep, but how to wake it up is a big problem. Mimikyu is not an ordinary Pokemon, and obviously the usual method of awakening is useless. He tried to pat it on the head, but as Luo Yuan expected, there was no response, as if it was really just a tattered rag doll. Would you like to take a look at it clothes? Maybe it will get up when you open it. This idea suddenly popped into my mind. However, Luo Yuan quickly shook his head. So many seniors have used their lives to tell people not to try to spy on Mijiq's fate. But anyone who doesn't want to die doesn't do that. His desire to survive is very strong, and he will not die if he does not die. He understands this truth. In the end, Luo Yuan decided to try every method he could think of. Try the power of Vibrant first. A green light appeared from the palm of the hand, sticking to Mimikyu's body. The power of Viking is activated. After a while, Luo Yuan saw Mimikyu move. It works so well. Luo Yuan was also a little stunned. His vibrant power is really a panacea, and it can be used anywhere. Of course, Luo Yuan also discovered that this mysterious Q seems to have fallen asleep because of some previous injury. With the treatment of the power of Vibrant, it will naturally wake up after the injury recovered. As the power of Vibrant continued to act on Miyuq's body, Miyu stood up from the rag cover that was lying flat on the table, as if it were inflated. The pale yellow rag cover, the lightning-like tail of wood, the face, the eyes and the power storage bag are painted like crayon doodle. This is what Mimikyu looks like today. If you don't look closely, it is somewhat similar to Pikachu. Just ignore the head that suddenly slumped to one side. Looking at Mimikyu's head, Luo Yuan finally knew why this guy was not popular even if he was decorated in the appearance of Pikachu. The inferior coat is second, mainly because the head slumped aside. It is almost as if it was broken. It's strange that the Skalkachu is popular. Thinking this way, Luo Yuan looked at Mimikyu's stomach, where its eyes were. Mijikyu also stared at Luo Yuan. Mystery Q is obviously shrinking. It seemed that he wanted to thank Luo Yuan for his rescue, but he was afraid that he would scare Luo Yuan. One person and one Pokemon just stared at each other for several minutes. Then Luo Yuan took out a Pokeball from his pocket and placed it in front of Mijikyu. Want to be recognized? Want to travel with me? Be my Pokemon if you want. The sentence that was plagiarized from a certain One Piece was rewritten by Luo Yuan and said. Hearing that he was recognized, Mimikyu's eyes lit up obviously. Kika, _ you ask me why I'm not afraid of you. What there to be afraid of? Luo Yuan smiled. Fear of this emotion comes from the fear of the unknown. But in Luo Yuan's view, ghost-type Pokemon are also Pokemon. As long as they are Pokemon, there is nothing to fear. Mijikyu was very happy to hear Luo Yuan say this. Kik, are you saying yes? But hopefully I can provide you with the materials to make your coat in the future. Kika. Mystery Q nodded. No problem. This is not a problem at all. Even if he doesn't say it, Luo Yuan will also provide Miyuqu with materials for making skin. After getting Luo Yuan's answer, Mijikyu touched the button of the Pokeball with his tail. With a swoosh, he was put into the Pokeball. The sick Pokemon has been obtained. A smile appeared on Luo Yuan's face. Bangira, Fast Dragon, Fire Dinosaur, Little Kirby, Mystery Q, and the egg-shaped green cotton bird. He has already collected sick Pokemon. Now at least the number of Pokemon has reached the threshold of challenging the court conference. The next thing is to collect badges. Go out and see what the hell the Rockets are up to. Nuo Qian Zhao. With Mijikyu, a ghost plus fairy-type Pokemon, Luo Yuan's infiltration level rose to a new level, and he decided to go out to investigate Team Rocket conspiracy. Click. Luo Yuan let Mijikyu stand on his shoulders and pushed open the hat. Boom. The two men in black at the door were staggered by the sudden opening of the hat. 4 pairs of eyes, 8 eyes facing each other. Dash 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 dash. Thanks for the 100-point reward from the book friend, as well as the 100-point reward of Shira. The big change. Thank you very much for your support. The 4th update, the 10,000 reward plus update, will be added in the afternoon. I still owe 2 chapters the day before yesterday, and I will make it up when I get better from the cold. Chapter 86 Shadow Claw. Chapter 86 Shadow Claw. Pokemon Pokémon Achievement System Chapter 86 Shadow Claw. Damn. The men in black were the two who had asked the old woman about Luo Yuan's situation before. Because I didn't get any useful information, I had to squat outside the hatch to monitor Luo Yuan. But when they were about to stick to the wall to hear what Luo Yuan was doing, Luo Yuan just opened the door and bumped into them. 8 eyes are opposite. Luo Yuan looked surprised. The two men in black were guilty of being thieves. Seeing Luo Yuan's expression, they subconsciously thought they had been exposed and made up countless plots. So the two looked at each other and made a decisive move. The man in black on the left throws a Pokeball, big-mouthed bat, poison needle. The red light from the Pokeball shone, and a big-mouthed bat with a ferocious face spread its wings and rushed towards Luo Yuan. Swish swish. Chow. Luo Yuan shot a piece of poisonous needle. What the situation? Luo Yuan looked confused. He opened the door well, accidentally bumped into two people, just wanted to apologize. Why did he suddenly do it? Are people so irritable now? It is said that the world of Pokemon is very harmonious. Where does it seem to be harmonious now? 057. Of course, although he was a little stunned, his hands were not slow. Subconsciously, he pulled back and blocked the shot of the poisonous needle with the cabin door. Then give the order directly. Mystery Q. Shadowclaw. To have Mimikyu on his shoulders. Kika. _ Mimikyu indicated that he had received the order, then turned his head, and a giant black hand composed of ghost energy protruded from under its painted skin. The shadow claw passed through the gap in the hatch, swept the big-mouthed bat in the sky, and grabbed the big-mouthed bat. Gah! The big-mouthed bat screamed miserably, and was caught in his hand by Mimikyu with his shadow claws, pinching it into a ball. Damn, it's the shadow claw of the ghost type. The two men in black recognized this move. But how can Pikachu have a ghost-type move? They didn't recognize Mimikyu. They only thought Mimikyu was a rather odd-looking Pikachu. But they don't have time to think about all this mess. Mystery Q doesn't know what it means to be merciful, and the big-mouthed bat screams under the shadow claws. 3-in-1 magnet monster. Quickly use the electric shock to rescue the big-mouthed bat. Seeing that the companion's Pokemon was under control, the man in black next to him hurriedly threw his Pokemon. A half-human height 3-in-1 magnetite appeared in the cabin, with lightning flashing from its body, concentrating the current and slashing at the shadow claws that Miquan Q used. Seeing this, Mimikyu immediately made an evasion. Whoosh! Mystery Q quickly withdrew the shadow claw and pulled the big-mouthed bat into the room. The electric shock that was aimed at the shadow claw suddenly failed. The electric shock hit the metal bulkhead. It turned into countless fine electric currents that permeated the entire San Annuo. As a result, many passengers who were admiring the sea view while leaning on the railing felt numb all over, and felt an electric shock. Hearing a loud shout from outside the cabin, Luo Yuan frowned. The ship is full of rockets. Whether spotted by rockets or seen by other passengers will alert rockets so that his BHEC plan to detect rocket conspiracy goes bust. So the battle must be resolved as soon as possible. Mystery Q. Make a quick fight and don't cause a riot. Kick. Mimikyu nodded to show understanding. I saw Mimikyu's eyes flash, and a large amount of black ominous aura was entangled beside Mimikyu. Mysterious Q's momentum instantly improved several grades. This is. The two men in black on the opposite side were startled. In front of it, the shadow ball condensed in an instant, aiming at the 3-in-1 magnetism and shooting it out. Crackle. The 3-in-1 Magneto wanted to dodge when it saw it, but it forgot that the current battlefield was a narrow cabin, and the 3-in-1 Magneto directly hit the bulkhead. Boom. With a muffled sound, the shadow ball hit the body of the 3-in-1 Magneto. Then another shadow claw protruded from under the painted skin of Mimikyu, grabbed the fainted 3-in-1 magnet monster and two men in black with terrified expression, and dragged them into the cabin. He also closed the door. From the shot to the solution of the battle, Mimikyu took less than 3 minutes. Q that he got, and that his own Q is not generally strong. Nice job. Q, who was back to normal, was very happy and shook his body. Then, the head drooped down again. Severed head Kachu reappeared. Quote. Luo Yuan helped to straighten Mijikyu's head, and turned to look at the two people on the ground who were still being controlled by shadow claws. After finding all the Pokeballs of the two of them, Luo Yuan moved a chair and sat in front of the two of them. Tell me, who are you? What are you doing outside my room? Give you a chance to confess. For the book friend Shira, change the reward and add more. This chapter is a plus, and there are 3 more chapters in the evening. Chapter 87 Conspiracy finally revealed. Chapter 87 Conspiracy finally revealed. Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 87 The Conspiracy finally revealed. Luo Yuan was sitting on a chair with Mimikyu standing on his shoulders. Mimikyu's shadow claws grabbed the two men in black. Quote. The man in black was silent, and no one answered Luo Yuan's question. Mystery Q. Give them some pain. Luo Yuan rushed to the mystery and pretended pretended to be Q. Click. Mysterious Q's shadow claw clenched a bit. The bones of the two men in black creaked, and their faces showed pained expressions, but still no one spoke. Luo Yuan had no sympathy. These two guys dared to use poisonous needles to deal with him directly. Luo Yuan didn't kill them directly. They all want to thank the harmonious society. Don't talk. I can guess if you don't talk, you should be from the rocket, Luo Yuan said. Hearing this, an unnatural look flashed on the faces of the two men in black, and Luo Yuan suddenly understood. Must be someone from the rocket. Didn't run. As for why he guessed that these two were the rockets before, it's actually quite simple. Use a simple rule of thumb. Since Luo Yuan crossed into this world, the only person who can be called his enemy is Team Rocket. Others, neither the League officials nor the Forest Rangers Association who had dealt with before, could send someone to follow him. So aren't these two guys from the rockets or who? Interesting. The rockets have been sending people to follow me. Did they find that I was investigating the San Anu? Luo Yuan speculated. Mystery Q. Stun the one on the left, then use Nightmare on him. Hearing Luo Yuan's word, the two men in black looked terrified. It's just that Miji Q didn't take them into consideration, and Miji Q jumped up and slashed his hail on the head of Team Rocket on the left, knocking him out. Then there was a flash of black light on his body, and a black energy shot into the head of Team Rocket. Tell me everything you know. If you are hit by a nightmare, it will easily leave a psychological shadow. You don't want to live in fear for the rest of your life. Luo Yuan threatened the remaining man in black. Luo Yuan's statement is a bit exaggerated, and the effect of nightmares is not so terrifying. Nightmares are also dreams. Although they may be scary when they are dreaming, after waking up, the things in the dream will be forgotten. Of course, MIMUQ's nightmare is still very powerful, and the consequences are still very serious. After such a sudden, no 10 days and a half months will definitely not recover. The other man in black was almost scared to pee. Don't continue to pretend to be a tough guy, and generally tell everything you know by pouring beans in a bamboo tube. Oh, it seems not. Luo Yuan learned the cause and effect from this guy's mouth. Yeah, if I knew I was investigating the San Antonio, Sakagi wouldn't have sent just the two of you here. From the rocket's mouth, Luo Yuan has roughly figured out what the two stalkers are all about. While in port, the rocket's trio spotted him and reported the news to Sakagi. Sakagi knew his rank. In order to prevent Luo Yuan from sabotaging his plan, he specially sent someone to stare at him to prevent Luo Yuan from making trouble while the plan was going on. That's why there are two men in black staring at him. I am careless. I knew earlier that I should avoid the rocket trio at the port, but these are irrelevant. What conspiracy did your rockets have on the San Anu? Luo Yuan continued to ask. This is what Luo Yuan is most concerned about. Originally, I wanted to infiltrate the lower deck of the San Anu to inquire, but now there is ready-made information delivered to the door. Wouldn't it be a pity not to? Hearing Luo Yuan's question, the rocket player looked horrified, as if he didn't understand how Luo Yuan knew about their plan. He also became hesitant to speak. This, Mr. EQ, Luo Yuan shouted at Miji Q. Don't, I said. The drooling, fool-like companion next to him has told him through his own experience that it is not an experience to use a human body to endure a nightmare. He didn't need to try it for himself. I heard that it was eyeing a cargo carried by the San Anuo. The rockets replied. Cargo? When did the San Antonio become a cargo ship? Luo Yuan looked at the guy in front of him. Aren't you kidding me? When will luxury cruise ships be able to act as cargo ship? I didn't lie. I really didn't lie. According to the Cadre, our target this time seems to be an instrument sent from the Devon Company in Fengyuan area. The luxury cruise ship Anu came to transport this instrument. This instrument was originally to be transported with the San Anu all the way to Sheriff Company in Golden City. Quote, it seemed that he was afraid that Luo Yuan would think that he was lying, and he also told Luo Yuan where the instrument came from and where it was delivered. Update 1 quarter, 2 more chapters. Chapter 88 German and Sheriff. Chapter 88 German and Sheriff Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 88 German and Sheriff. Instruments shipped from Devon to Sheriff. Luo Yuan smelled big news. His predecessor worked for Sheriff Company, and he has a very good understanding of related things in the industry. Shalufu Company located in Kanto and Devon Company located in Fengyuan area are giants that monopolize the production of technology product in the entire region. The two companies have a lot of business overlap in the fields of Pokeball manufacturing and field adventure equipment manufacturing, so they have been in a state of competition for years. Now there is an instrument ship from Devon to Sheriff. Luo Yuan almost suspected that something was wrong with his ear. What else do you know? Oh, sick. Oh, I really don't know. Really? The rockets exclaimed. He really said everything he knew. No, there is one more thing. You must know. Who is the top leader of your rockets team this time? Luo Yuan asked. It's Mato-sama, the secretary of Boss Sakagi. Real bird. Luo Yuan's mind came to the image image of the woman who followed the natural bird. I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go? The rocket player asked cautiously in a low voice. He looked so cowardly that he doesn't look like a rocket. Let you go. Luo Yuan looked strange. Why do you think I'll let you go? Is this guy living in a dream? Mr. EQ. Luo Yuan snapped his fingers. Then MIMUQ jumped up, knocking Team Rocket out with one tail as before. Add a buff to him. This one tap. It is impossible to let go. It is impossible to let go in this life, but because this guy has provided him a lot of help, Luo Yuan still decided to let him suffer less. The two were tied with rope. Broke the activation buttons on all their Pokeballs by the way. Luo Yuan closed the door, sorted out his clothes, and walked outside. It was at this moment that the whistle of the San Annuo was sounded. The huge luxury cruise ship is slowly moving, leaving the port and sailing. Trainer Banquet Hall. The atmosphere is still very warm. Ash, who boarded the San Annuo, was fighting a man who looked like a gentleman. Ba Dahu, use the strong wind. Lada, get out of the way. Rada jumped to the side, but the expected strong storm did not come. Being fooled, Ba Dahu used paralysis powder. Yellow paralysis powder sprinkled from the sky and landed on Rada. Ba Dahu, give him the last. Just as Ash was about to end the battle with a wing attack, the man dressed as a gentleman in a suit suddenly entered the arena and picked up Rada. Okay, let's count this fight as a draw. Xiaoji didn't expect the plot to develop like this at all, and was done there. Just as the gentleman was about to leave, a voice came from the crowd. I said, the end of the battle requires the consent of both parties to be considered over. Forcibly ending the battle when the opponent is about to win the battle. Your behavior is disgusting. The crowd gave way, and Luo Yuan walked out slowly. Luo Yuan. Xiaoji waved his hand happily. Luo Yuan smiled at the three of Xiaoji and continued to look at the gentleman. According to the rules of the league, the trainer who loses the game needs to pay a certain amount of bonus to the trainer who wins the game. And your current behavior. I can't think that you forcibly ending the losing game because of the bonus money. Quote, as soon as he said these words, the gentleman's face suddenly became very ugly. He is not short of money. The reason for terminating the game is only because his self-esteem does not allow him to fail. Luo Yuan's words are simply to nail him to the pillar of shame. The trainers around were looking at him. To be honest, they were also very upset. This guy in a suit had beaten quite a few of them before. This time it was his turn to be defeated, and he wanted to force the battle to be a draw. You have all the good things in this world. Being surrounded by so many people, the gentleman couldn't hold his face. The female companion next to him left directly. Money, just give it to you. After saying this, he threw the due bonus to Luo Yuan and left in anger. Tis, you can't afford to lose. Luo Yuan snorted and handed the prize to Xiaoji. You guys are too cowardly. Don't get used to him when you meet this kind of person. Luo Yuan said to the three of Xiaoji. 4.4. Haha. Xiaoji rubbed his head and smiled awkwardly. But why is it just the three of you? Xiao Mao. Luo Yuan asked. He didn't need to see Xiao Mao's figure around. Normally, when Xiaoji is fighting here, even if Xiao Mao doesn't come to cheer, he should come to mock him for a few words to brush his sense of existence. We didn't see Xiao Mao. Didn't he get on the boat with you? Luo Yuan. Xiaoji also looked confused. Update 2 quarters 1 more chapter. Chapter 89 Pikachu and Mr. EQ. Chapter 89 Pikachu and Mr. EQ Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 89 Pikachu and Mewtwo. After meeting with Xiaoji, Luo Yuan was embarrassed to find that Xiao Mao was gone, and he didn't know where he went. Luo Yuan was a little worried that Xiao Mao would not be controlled by Team Rocket. This possibility is not impossible. There are so many rocket teams on this ship, and it is normal to encounter one or two. But Xiaoji didn't know this. He was looking at the mysterious Yu on Luo Yuan's shoulder with a look of surprise. Luo Yuan, when did you catch Pikachu? In his opinion, Mimikyu is a rather odd-looking Pikachu. Pikachu also called out to Miku Q with a strange look on his face. Kika _ Mr. EQ saw Pikachu and said that he was very upset, originating from the resentment of disguising as Pikachu many years ago, but still being rejected by others. Every Mr. EQ wants to beat Pikachu. Don't make trouble, they are not enemy. Luo Yuan patted its head to reassure it. Luo Yuan's actions were kind to appease Mimikyu, but he forgot the characteristics of Mimikyu. Then in the next second, I saw Mimikyu's head slump to the side of the body. Ah, I accidentally bumped into Mimikyu's head again. Ah, my head is broken. Pick up. Pikachu and Ash jumped up in fright, especially Pishin. Seeing the head of a similar person twisted off by Luo Yuan in front of him, he was almost scared to pee. Holding his ears and cowardly behind Xiaoji, he didn't dare to move. Seeing Pikachu like this, Mimikyu let out a cry of joy, feeling that a great revenge had been paid. But to Ash and Pikachu, this is more like a dying struggle after a twisted neck. Is there a Pokemon Center on board? Hurry up and find Misty. joy. Kai Hurry scrambles around to find the Pokemon Center. Xiaoxia and Xiaogang also turned pale. Oh, it's okay. Sorry for scaring you. Luo Yuan straightened Mi Mimikyu's head apologetically. Let me introduce to you. This is my new Pokemon. Although it looks like a Pikachu, it's not a Pikachu but a mysterious you. It's not that the neck was broken just now. It's the clothes on it. Saying that, Luo Yuan fiddled with Mimikyu's head twice and finally made Xiaoji accept the fact that this Pokemon didn't die. Mr. EQ. Ash calmed down when he saw that the Pikachu-like Pokemon seemed to be okay. At the mysterious you. Beep beep. No data. Seeing Xiaoji's stupid face, Luo Yuan had to give him popular science. Mr. EQ is Alola's Pokemon. The picture book given by Dr. Damu can only identify Pokemon in the Kanto region, and Pokemon in other regions cannot be displayed. Quote, so it is. Xiaoji looked astonished. Luo Yuan didn't know whether he really understood or falsely understood. You stay here first, and I'll find Xiaomao. I'll go with you. Xiaoji hurriedly said. No, I'll go by myself. You can enjoy the party here. Luo Yuan refused. It's quite a trick to deal with the Rocket Trio, Satoshi, but it's not such funny characters as Musashi Kojira who are going to deal with them next. It is very inconvenient to bring Xiaoji, so it's better to go by yourself. See you then. Xiaoji thought that finding someone was not a difficult task, so he stopped insisting. Luo Yuan also waved at Xiaoji. See you later. I hope it's not after the ship sinks when we meet in a while. With a mysterious you, Luo Yuan went all the way down. If you encounter Team Rocket, you can easily solve it and stuff it into an unmanned cabin or trash can. As long as I kill the enemies I encounter, no one will be able to detect my infiltration. Luo Yuan's use of King's stealth method is superb. Once again, I asked Miji-Q to use the Shadow Claw to deal with a hapless rocket, knocking it out and throwing it into the trash can. Luo Yuan had already arrived at the bottom warehouse of the San Anu. This place was supposed to be used to load vehicles and some cargo, but it has now been controlled by the rocket. At a glance, there are at least dozens of Rocket 280 teams standing in the huge cabin. A group of sailors were gagged and bound together in the corner of the cargo hold. In the center, a few monsters laboriously moved a pitch-black container. The container should contain the instruments that the rockets want to get their hands on. Luo Yuan hid aside and saw the rocket's manpower situation was similar. There are 43 members of Team Rocket. 15 are dedicated to guarding sailors, 20 are directing Pokemon to carry containers, and the rest are in charge of vigilance. There were not many people in Team Rocket in the cargo bay. Luo Yuan speculated that most of them should have been scattered on the San Anu to serve as sailors and waiters. No one in the rockets would have thought that someone would have insight into their purpose, bypassing the guards arranged all over the San Anu all the way, and broke into the bottom of the cabin. And the leading real bird is not there. It seems to be a good opportunity to do it. Luo Yuan secretly said Update a bit late. Chapter 90 The reason behind the sinking. Chapter 90 The reason behind the sinking Pokemon achievement system. Chapter 90 The reason behind the sinking. It's just that he was about to start when the door of the cargo hold was suddenly opened. A group of Rocket came in. The team leader of Team Rocket, who was in the lead, was dressed in black and was fierce, and he didn't look like a good person at first glance. Next to him was a strange force, and the strange force was holding a man who was constantly writhing and struggling. Xiaomao. Luo Yuan twitched the corner of his mouth. The person being carried by the strange force, is it not Xiaomao or who? Xiaomao was tied into a zongzi with rope, and his mouth was gagged so he couldn't speak, and could only make a whimpering sound. How did he get into the hands of the rocket? No wonder I searched all the way down and couldn't find any trace of Xiaomao. It turned out to be caught by the rocket. The squad leader called over the two rockets and threw Xiaomao to them. Lock him up. Hearing that he was going to be locked up, Xiaomao struggled even more, but to no avail. Whereas Xiaomao's thin arms and thin legs the opponents of the two rocket burly men, the whole person was thrown into the corner of the cargo hold. How are you getting ready? The squad leader asked the rocket player. It has been prepared. The waterproof measures of the container have been done, and you can go to sea at any time. Go to sea. Luo Yuan had some bad guesses. He had a faint feeling that he might have found the reason why the San An sank. Wouldn't these guys just want to blow up a hole in the ship and transport the container out of the ship? Very good. Wait for the order of Mr. Ma Bird. Directly blow up the hull and send the container into the sea. The captain's word proved that Luo Yuan's guess was correct. Just as Luo Yuan expected, it really was like this. He said how the San Anu could have sunk because of a little storm. So the next step should be to defeat the rockets and then save the San Anu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the silver achievement, Truth of the Sunken, and discovering the secret behind the sinking of the San Anu. Obtained the silver reward blueprint. Advanced ball change. Drawing. Advanced ball change. A complete process drawing for manufacturing a new type prototype of Advanced Ball, including the principle, manual production method, and the entire content of the assembly line manufacturing method. Note: Advanced Ball changes an improved version of the Advanced Ball. The effect of capturing Pokémon is increased by 30% on the original basis, and the manufacturing cost is reduced to 70% of the original. Done. Why did you give me a reward before I saved the San Anu system? Luo Yuan was done. Isn't it supposed to wait for me to drop Team Rocket before the system pops up the achievement to reward me? Why can't you hold back the system just after I found out the reason for the sinking of the San Anu system? You don't play cards according to the routine. So here comes the question. Now Luo Yuan has a multiple choice question in front of him. Should I save this ship or not? There are naturally many benefits to catching a San Anu, not to mention the rewards of the Alliance. The company where the San Anu is located will definitely give him a lot of reward. However, this is bound to meet the rockets and become the focus of the rocket, and gain a lot of hatred. If not rescued, the San Anu sank. He had never seen a ship with a big hole in the bottom of it, and it was safe and sound. Of course he can leave easily, but Xiaomao and these sailors are probably going to be buried with the San Anu. Where is this multiple choice question? There is no choice at all. As Xiaomao's friend, I can't watch Xiaomao die. As for whether he could save the San Antonio from the rocket, he never thought he couldn't. Thinking so, Luo Yuan took out the Pokeball from his waist. Mystery Q, go and rescue that spiky-headed guy over there. Q on his shoulders. When Miji Q left, Luo Yuan quickly stood up from behind the bunker, and while the rockets were still in a daze, he threw the Pokeball with the Fast Dragon and Bangira. Quote. Pooh. Ow tilde. With two roars, Bangira and Fast Dragon appeared in the cabin. The two heavyweight Pokemon landed heavily on the ground, causing the metal ground under their feet to tremble and creak to make a distorted sound. Dragon, Bangira, kill those rockets. After going through the previous battle at Yujanshan, in order to avoid the embarrassing situation of being besieged in the future, Luo Yuan also summed up a set of group battle strategies to deal with the rocket. That is when they didn't react. Promise is good. They directly knocked out the rocket trainer. Eliminate opponents from the source. Roar. Bangira roared, and a sandstorm was raised from its body, blowing so much that people couldn't open their eyes. The rocket quickly covered their faces with their hands to prevent sand from blowing into their eyes. The sandstorm indirectly caused blindness. The Fast Dragon roared. The two tentacles above his head crackled. Dab _ 100,000 volts. Several thick currents fell from the top of the Fast Dragon's head, knocking a large piece of the rockets to the ground. Dash 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 dash. Renew. Chapter 91 3-minute fight. Chapter 91 3-minute fight. Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 91 3-minute battle. Dab. 100,000 volts swept around with the Fast Dragon as the center. Golden arc surging, and the rockets on the ground twitch. The rockets who were responsible for transporting containers and patrolling have been wiped out, leaving only the rocket guarding the sailors. Damn, who is it? In a panic, the rocket threw a lot of Pokeballs. Big-mouthed Bat, double bombing gas, and Arbor, the third oldest Pokemon of the rocket, appeared on the field. At the same time, there are many water-based Pokemon such as Kamui Turtle, Mosquito Coil Frog and so on. It seems that the rockets have already made plans to escape after the sinking of the San Antonio. Abercrombie, use the solution. Double egg gas, sludge bomb, big-mouthed bat, ultrasound, ... The entire cargo compartment suddenly became chaotic during the rocket's resistance. Dissolving fluid, dirty 767 mud bomb, and an ultrasonic mess. Because the command was not unified, coupled with hasty counterattacks and did not set up the formation, some of these rockets even hit their own people. Without the leadership of the Cadre, the rockets are a mob. Luo Yuan said with disdain. Originally, this group of rockets had 2 squad leaders, but Luo Yuan aimed at them when he started. The 2 squad leaders were killed before they even survived the first wave of 100,000 volts, so it's so confusing now. Of course, the rabble returned to the rabble, and the rocket counterattack was at least barely organized, although it's useless. A large number of attacks hit Bangira and Kuailong, but Bangira and Kuailong didn't even look at them. I saw Bangira striding forward, blocking her eyes with her arms, and rushing over her entire body against layers of attack. Under one move and slam, the BHEG rocket turned their back. Kuailong is not to be outdone. The wings fluttered, and the strong winds blew, blowing the rockets who were lucky enough to escape Bangira to the ground. Q, who came to Xiaomao's side, also shot. Kika _ jump into the air. 2 dark shadow claws protruded from under Mimu. Like ghost hands from the underworld turned into fists and slammed into the fallen rocket. Ka ka ka. In the sound of broken bones, Mimu made these rockets who were struggling to get up completely incapacitated. The entire battle took 2 minutes and 37 seconds, and in less than 3 minutes, Luo Yuan had defeated his opponent. Great, is someone finally here for us? Thank you, see God. Excuse me, are you the Alliance's Pokemon prosecutor? After seeing Luo Luo Yuan, the sailors cried with joy. But they heard the rocket's plan the whole time. If it weren't for Luo Yuan, they would all be buried at the bottom of the sea with the San Anu, which was about to be blown up by Team Rocket. Now being rescued, I can say that I am grateful to Luo Yuan. Xiao Mao, how are you? Luo Yuan walked up to Xiao Mao and asked him, took out a camping knife and slashed the rope on Xiao Mao's body. It's okay. How did you find this place? Xiao Mao tore off the rope from his body and asked. Seeing Luo Yuan, he let out a long breath. Just now, he really thought that he was going to die at the bottom of the sea today. I should have asked you this. How did you get caught here by the rocket? Luo Yuan asked. So many trainers in the hall are fine. Why is Xiao Mao arrested? After you left, I suddenly thought that you said that the party was organized by the rocket, so I went to inquire about the news. I found out that it was the case, and then I went to the ship to find the contact device, but the rockets blocked it. Quote, when it came to the end, Xiao Mao was a little embarrassed. Do you still blame me for saying that? Luo Yuan didn't take the blame. Throw the camping knife to Xiao Mao. Go and let everyone out. I'll go and control this group of rockets. Then he turned to collect the rocket Pokeball. After bagging all the rocket Pokeballs, the sailors were all free. Thank you so much for your help. I'm the first mate of this ship. A sturdy middle-aged man with bronze skin thanked Luo Yuan as a representative. He looked at Luo Yuan with awe in his eyes. As a sailor who has been sailing around the world all the year round, he can of course recognize that the two Pokemon before Luo Yuan are the quasi-gods of Kanto and Chengdu. Anyone at this age with a Pokemon of this level deserves his awe. Do you have any Pokemon? Luo Yuan didn't talk nonsense to them. I need to clean up Team Rocket on this ship. I need your help. The Rockets had a lot more people on the ship than sailors. Luo Yuan alone would be exhausted to deal with so many rockets, so he decided to use the strength of these sailors. No problem. We all have Pokemon that were taken away by the rockets and put in the storage room. Then go get your Pokemon and I'll take you to clean up Team Rocket. Renew. Chapter 92 OL. Chapter 92 OL. Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 92 OL. When Luo Yuan took a group of sailors to the storage room to fetch the Pokemon, the real bird in the captain's room had already got the news. A rocket team member reported the news to the real bird. Master Real Bird, we lost contact with the people in the lower cargo compartment just now. Gen Bird frowned slightly. Did you send someone to check it? Not yet. I just found out that the cargo hold is out of order. Approximately 20 minutes since the last report from the cargo compartment. There's no response to radio communications there, so there must be something went wrong. Quote, ... You won't succeed. In the corner of the wall, the captain of the San Anu, who was tied up with rope, sat on the ground and gritted his teeth. No one can stand in the way of our rocket. True Bird glanced at him, pushed the eyes on the bridge of his nose, and was expressionless. Notify our people in the party hall that it's time to act. The rocket team leader who reported to the real bird was a little stunned. But the cargo compartment below, I personally bring people over to help. True Bird said. As Sakaji's secretary, Mayori is very aware of the importance of this mission. Being sent to perform this important task means that this task cannot be missed. To be cautious, the real bird decided to go and see for herself. If something really happened in the cargo hold, she could respond as quickly as possible. Yes, since the real bird is personally involved, there is no problem. In the cargo hold on the bottom of the San Anuo, Luo Yuan, Xiao Mao and a group of sailors hid in the cargo hold and waited for the arrival of Team Rocket. We're waiting here. Will the rockets really come to the door? Xiao Mao asked. Of course someone will come. The container in the cargo compartment below is the main target of Team Rocket's operation. Luo Yuan was very calm. As long as Team Rocket still wants the contents of that box, they will definitely send someone here. Waiting for the rabbit. This is Luo Yuan's new plan. Originally his plan was not this. He originally planned to take the sailors all the way to counterattack directly, but he didn't expect these sailor Pokemon to be so weak. Of the hundreds of sailors, half of them had never even fought a regular Pokemon battle. The remaining half is somewhat combative. However, there are also Pokemon such as Horned Goldfish and Megalodon that cannot be fought on the ground. Those who can use it suddenly have a small part left. To say that Luo Yuan took so many people to deal with the rockets of a ship, Luo Yuan felt that he should not go to find it uncomfortable. So he changed his original plan of a full-scale counter-offensive and stayed here. When did you catch this Pokemon? Luo Yuan, really bored. Xiao Mao looked at the mysterious hue on Luo Yuan's shoulder and asked. It looked very strong. Xiao Mao was much more courageous than Xiao Ji, and was not frightened by Mimikyu, and he observed more carefully than Xiao Ji. He saw that Mimikyu was not Pikachu. Oh, you mean Mimikyu? Bought it from an old woman for $5,000 on the deck. Luo Yuan said truthfully. Cut, if you don't want to say it, forget it. Xiao Mao didn't believe it. In the hall of the party, even the Carp King was willing to sell it for 10,000 yuan. Now you tell me that 5,000 yuan bought such such a powerful Pokémon. Ghost letter. But I really only spent $5,000. Luo Yuan let out a long sigh. Every time he tells the truth, Xiaomao always doesn't believe it. Cut. Xiaomao was still waiting to open his mouth to speak when suddenly there was a burst of dense footsteps. Luo Yuan stretched out his hand to signal. The sailors and their Pokémon behind him held their breath. Boom. This is the sound of kicking the door. But the door leading to the cargo hold had long been blocked by Luo Yuan with a box, so naturally he couldn't open it with a kick. It was quiet for a while outside the door. Only the sound of heavy object falling to the ground was heard. Then there is the sound of thumping the ground. Boom. The door, along with the box that blocked it, was knocked away by King Nito one by one. Go. Seeing that the door was knocked open, Luo Yuan gave an order, and all the sailors directed their Pokémon to attack the door. Oh hell. Oh hell. Oh hell. Pure water cannon. Dozens of water cannons were fired at King Nito. Woo. King Nito was set on fire by the water cannon. His physical strength was cleared, and he was instantly dropped. This is just the beginning. The water flow generated by the water cannon, under the subsequent strong thrust of the water cannon, poured backwards towards the outside of the door. The turbulent water waves wrapped around the fainted King Nito, and rushed Team Rocket, who was about to enter the cargo hold, to overturn him. Damn. Quickly stop the water. Block the door. Block the door. There was noise outside the door, and the rockets were in chaos. Dash 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 dash. Sorry for the late update today. There should be 3 more chapters tonight. Chapter 93 vs. True Bird. Chapter 93 vs. True Bird Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 93 vs. True Bird. The sudden water cannon broke the rocket formation. The rockets had absolutely no idea that this would happen after opening the door. However, Team Rocket is a large-scale evil organization spanning the Kanto and Chengdu region, and its members are experienced. In the panic, several rocket players took out the Pokeball. Wonderful Frog Flower. Block the flow of water. Big Food Flower. To deal with water-type move, grass-type Pokemon is naturally required. In one-on-one battles, although there are often scenes of reverse attribute comeback due to tactics and other reasons. However, in this kind of actual combat, attribute restraint is a very effective means of blocking the opponent's attack. More than a dozen water cannons landed on the heads of Meowahua and Dashua. Not only did not cause them any decent damage, but made them more energetic. The appearance of the grass-type Pokemon blocked the impact of the current. The rockets who were swept away by the water finally stabilized their pace. The real bird wiped the water droplets on her temples, and the natural bird beside her silently retracted the transparent wall in front of her. Come on, let go in. True Bird said coldly. Myriad Frog Flower and Dashua stood up to the water cannon in front, and the rocket swarmed into the cargo hold. Exit the narrow passage and enter the cargo hold without opening the real bird. The rocket throw Pokemon themselves. Confront the sailors in the cabin. Luo Yuan, what should we do? Seeing Team Rocket rush in, Xiaomao turned to look at Luo Yuan. He was planted in the hands of the rockets before, but now seeing so many rockets appearing in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. What are you afraid of? Luo Yuan didn't panic at all. It's just Team Rocket. It's not like I haven't played before. Confidence comes from strength. Coincidentally, Luo Yuan's strength is very strong. In fact, if there is no Cadre to lead, let alone these rockets, even if the number of rockets is doubled, in front of Luo Yuan, who holds Bangira and Kuailong in his hand, it is only a matter of time before they are resolved. It's just that the Cadres are more troublesome. So from the beginning, his eyes have been staring at the only figure in the crowd dressed differently from the others, the real bird. Meet again so soon, Miss Ma Bird. Luo Yuan was the first to speak. The real bird frowned. She really didn't expect Luo Yuan to appear in front of her under such circumstances. She thought of the 2 elite rocket players who had been sent to track Luo Yuan before. Since they didn't send back any news, they should have been dealt with. This guy is really well deserved. Very strong. Luo Yuan, you have already decided that you want to be the enemy of our rocket. When she said this, she stared at Luo Yuan. She wanted to see Luo Yuan's expression. Although your conditions are very attractive, I can't just watch my boat sink by you. Luo Yuan replied with the same expression on his face. He wasn't frightened. The dream way. Beef. I am laughing with it. Also, you guys tied my friend. Luo Yuan pointed at Xiaomao. Do you know how badly your rockets beat him? I almost didn't recognize him. Quote. Xiaomao wanted to beat someone after hearing this. I, Doggy Shigeru, don't want to be embarrassed. However, the rockets are right in front of me, and the heroes don't suffer from immediate losses. Xiaomao endured it. It seems that you are planning to be our enemy. Zheniao ignored Luo Yuan's gag and said solemnly, if that's the case, then, natural bird, do it. The natural bird, whose head exuded a light of forgiveness suddenly turned to look at Luo Yuan with a blue light in his eyes. Hypnosis. Preemptive strike. As soon as the real bird shot, he wanted to solve the most troublesome Luo Yuan first. But will Luo Yuan be hit so easily? He had already been on guard against the real bird's hand. Mystery Q. Shadow Claw. Q on his shoulder, and the big hand stretched out, blocking Luo Yuan's entire back. The light wave of hypnotism touched the shadow claw composed of ghost energy, and it collapsed directly. Superpower type moves are restrained by ghost type move, and the same applies to this. Subsequently, Luo Yuan launched a counterattack. I saw him roar. Fast Dragon. Use the dragon's fury. Fast Dragon. Where are the dragon? Why didn't we see it? In the confused expressions of Team Rocket and others, the fast dragon located on the ceiling of the cargo compartment swooped down, spewing a yellow energy of 4.8 energy towards Team Rocket. Boom. The fury of the raging dragon is for the real bird. This time, the rocket, which are located near the real bird, have suffered. Although Kuailong's dragon fury was aimed at the real bird, it was an indiscriminate attack, and at least 6 or 7 rockets were directly blown away. This is still the result of Kuailong's fear of piercing the bottom of the ship and deliberately controlling its power. If Kuailong let go of his hands and feet, I'm afraid the whole ship would be sunk by it. Update. There are 2 more chapters. Chapter 94 Out of Control Plan. Chapter 94 Out of Control Plan Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 94 Out of Control Plan. The power of Dragon's Fury is obviously not enough to solve the real bird with one blow. The smoke from the explosion dissipated, and the natural bird stopped in front of the real bird, propping up a wall of light, blocking the fast dragon's attack. It's actually a fast dragon. Zheniao was stunned. There was no such thing as Luo Yuan's fast dragon in the information they collected about Luo Yuan, but it's useless to say that now. Natural bird. Strong mind. Behind the shattered wall of light, the natural bird's eyes are dazzling with blue light. The invisible mind power condensed on the natural bird, and then rushed towards the fast dragon in the sky like a huge wave. Mind power swept across, and the air hummed. Ow tilde. Kuailong shook his head and did not fight the natural bird head-on. Sideways dodged the strong mental thought, and then slashed down with 100,000 volts. 17. The golden lightning pierced the air, streaks a sharp trajectory, and slashed at the natural bird. 100,000 volts has a natural restraint on natural birds of the flight system. Natural birds do not dare to pick up hard, so they have to avoid its edge. Real bird throws her second Pokemon. Nonsense Re. Attack with sharp stone. The sharp stone cut off the 100,000 volts in the middle, and some of them were crushed by the 100,000 volts and turned into stone powder. The rest were shot toward Kuailong's chubby belly. Quick Dragon. Become round. It is true that there is a trick in the world to become round. I saw Kuailong straighten its belly, and then its belly bulge became more obvious. When the sharp stone attacked, when it stabbed the belly of Kuailong bye-bye, it was directly bounced off. Ow tilde. Kuailong let out a roar and swooped towards the nonsensory. When Luo Yuan was fighting with the real bird, the scene of the rockets grabbing the Pokemon was also staged at the scene of the trainer gathering above. The people in charge of the above plan are the trio of Musashi, Kojira, and Meow. It seems that Sakagi entrusted them with a very important task, but in fact it is not. The real situation is that the above action is just a cover for the actions of the rockets in the cargo compartment below. Grabbing the Pokemon is just incidental, and it is better if you can grab it, and you won't lose anything if you can't grab it. According to the original plan of the rocket, they used the riots above to attract everyone's attention, and then took the opportunity to blow up the bottom of the ship and threw the container into the sea to darken the warehouse. It's just that now the top is fighting, but the cargo compartment below is also fighting, and both sides of the battle are very bad. The trainers above, led by Ash, attacked the rocket. Because the number of trainers who came to the party exceeded expectations, the rockets could no longer control the situation and were beaten by the trainers. In the following battle, the real bird was suppressed by Luo Yuan's fast dragon. The rest of the rockets also showed their defeat in the attack of Bangira, Shigeru and the mariners. It's only a matter of time if you lose. Things have gotten out of the real bird control. Bangira, punch with 1,000,000 ton. Luo Yuan directed Bangira to help the sailors fight back against the rocket. Bangira's fight on the cruise ship is really inconvenient. Because of the need to prevent the Sand Anu from sinking, moves such as earthquake and destruction of death light cannot be used. Luo Yuan could only let Bangira use some fighting type move, or some controllable rock type moves to deal with the enemy. Although this is enough to deal with the group of vulnerable rocket, a large number of rockets fell under Bangira's fist, but this feeling of being tied up is very uncomfortable. Quick Dragon, resolve the battle as soon as possible. On the real bird's side, under the attack of the fast dragon, it has gone from being evenly matched to only being able to support it. As the quasi-god of Kanto, Kuailong has an advantage in terms of attribute. He is known to all quasi-gods for his 3 characteristics: gentleness, speed, and energy. The long-term high-intensity battle exhausted the natural bird psychic power. For natural bird, mind power is equivalent to physical strength. A natural bird whose psychic power is on the verge of exhaustion, let alone attacking, it is very difficult to even defend against a fast dragon's attack. On the other hand, Huailong still looked very energetic. The nonsense tree beside the real bird is very strong. S attacks were blocked by 230. What a hassle. If it weren't for the fear of sinking the ship, the fast dragon would not be able to use large-scale or particularly powerful move. This nonsense tree is estimated to be 3 meters high. I said, do you have any other Pokemon? Let me know if there are any. It's much more efficient to kill them together than to fight them one by one. Quote. The real bird didn't reply. In fact, she really only brought 3 Pokemon here this time. Apart from a Seathorn dragon that can't stand even in a battle without water, there are only 2 Pokemon, the Nonsensory and the natural bird. She originally thought that this operation would not have any high-intensity battle. If you knew what to say, you should bring Pokemon. Real birds are hard. Renew. It's 4 o'clock. I can't stand it anymore. I get up and do it again. Chapter 95 Emergency. Chapter 95 Emergencies Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 95 Unexpected Situation. Bangira, like a heavy tank, broke into the rocket team, clashed left and right, and crushed all the way. Huailong's seemingly fat body is very flexible. While avoiding the real bird's attack, it is so overwhelming that the real bird can't lift its head. The rocket's defeat is here. Everyone, retreat with me. Realizing that nothing could be done, Genbird gritted his teeth and ordered to retreat. The real bird is a person who can recognize the situation. Now the rockets have made it clear that they can't do anything about Luo Yuan. If you don't want to be caught by the people of the Alliance, retreating is a wise choice. The rocket, who were terrified by Bangira's orders, breathed a sigh of relief. Although the battle only lasted for more than 10 minutes, the fighting power displayed by Bangira made them all terrified. Can you imagine that scenario? The Pokemon they had cultivated for a year or even several years were beaten away almost without resistance in front of that monster. With every shot, Bangira can kill at least 1 Pokemon. Never miss out. And they have nothing to do with Bangira. That feeling made them feel hopeless from the bottom of their heart. Fortunately, this nightmare is finally over. The rockets wanted to escape, but they apparently forgot to ask Luo Yuan's opinion. How can you just run away like this? For Luo Yuan, these rockets are all money. He saved the San Antonio, of course, because he didn't let these sailors die at the bottom of the sea, but the same capture of the rockets was a huge benefit to him. There are league rules for rewarding trainers who are righteous and courageous, and the rockets that are captured can be discounted. Now he is finally close to defeating these rockets. The money is going to run out of his pocket. Have you ever asked him if he will answer? Quick dragon, use the tornado to stop them. Tilda. Ow. Huailong got rid of the entanglement of the nonsensory and flapped its wings. A small tornado was set off. Wherever the tornado passed, the rockets and their Pokemon were all caught in the tornado. Like a vacuum cleaner, it cleans up Team Rocket who wants to escape. Bangira was approaching from behind at the same time, putting a lot of pressure on the rocket trainer. Boom. Just then, a loud noise came from not far away. There was a violent explosion on one side of the cargo hold. A naughty egg has been detonated. The audience was silent, except for the sound of the explosion. Everyone turned to look at the explosion. Damn, who's the naughty bastard? Crazy. How dare you use a big bang in the cargo hold? It's over. Both the mariners and the rockets looked terrified. They fought back and forth before, but they all followed an unspoken rule that no one touched the hull. Because they were all on the boat, none of them could run when the boat sank. But now the boat has been blasted with a big hole. The cabin is flooded, and the boat is about to sink. Xiaomao was also stunned and exclaimed, who detonated the naughty egg? Crazy. Maybe it's a slippery hand. Luo Yuan told a cold joke, but no one laughed. The explosion of the naughty bomb blew out a hole nearly 2 meters in diameter in the cabin. Seawater is pouring into the cabin continuously. After a while, the seawater was over the instep. Just when everyone was still in a daze, the real bird who was fighting Huailong suddenly rushed out, and in the shock of everyone's expression, he rushed to the leak in the cabin. What is the real bird going to do? Everyone on the rockets was dumbfounded. So do sailors. Is she going to sacrifice herself to block the hole? Luo Yuan didn't react for a while, but the next second real bird's operation showed everyone's face. I saw that she threw the pokeball as she approached the water stream. A seahorse with pale blue skin and complex long horns appeared in her arms, holding the Thorn Dragon King. The real bird leapt into the rapid. Blue light flashed on the Dragon King's body, climbing the waterfall. Move your body flexibly. The Thorn Dragon King took the real bird all the way up the water that poured into the cabin, and disappeared after a while. Quote. Is there such an operation? Both the rockets and the mariners were stunned. The real bird's desire to survive can be said to be extremely strong. At the moment, several rockets are ready to escape like a bird. But how could Luo Yuan, who was on guard, give them this chance? Zhao, with a big wave of his hand, the fast-flying dragon patted a few guys who wanted to imitate birds into small cake. If you don't want to die, give me your head and lie down. Under the threatening gazes of Kuailong and Bangira, the rest of the rocket squatted down in fear. Without the real bird, they didn't have the courage to compete with Luo Yuan. What should I do about Luo Yuan? Is the ship going to sink? Xiao Mao look panic. Don't panic. Dash 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 dash. Update: make up for last night. Update: earlier today. Thanks for the 100-point reward from Bookfriend and everyone's monthly pass. Chapter 96 Shipwreck. Chapter 96 Shipwreck Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 96 Shipwreck. The ship hasn't sunk yet, Luo Yuan said. Luo Yuan took back Bangira. Bangira was afraid of water, and it was not suitable to stay outside now. Xiao Mao, tilde the ship hasn't sunk yet. He turned his head to look at the big hole on the side of the cabin, and the sea water that had not reached his calf. Are you kidding me? Don't panic. You go to the upper deck to find the captain first, and let him sail as close to the nearest port as possible. I will first try with Kuailong to see if this gap can be plugged. Now that the current is not big, it should be able to hold up to the port if it is blocked. Quote, hearing Luo Yuan's words, Xiao Mao and a group of sailors calmed down a bit. Since Luo Yuan said so, he should be really sure. Especially the sailors, each with a happy face. As a sailor, no one wants the ship they serve to sink. But I haven't waited for Luo Yuan to move. Boom. There was another loud noise, and the hull shook. I saw that the place where the steel plate was welded at the hole was stuck. The head of a Tyrannosaurus appeared where the big hole was. A pair of eyes the size of copper bells, and everyone in the cabin stared at them. The breach is blocked, a sailor exclaimed. The head of the Tyrannosaurus Carposaurus was just stuck in the position of the big hole, which was equivalent to plugging the big hole with a plug. Because the Tyrannosaurus blocked the water inlet, the water level in the cargo hold stopped rising, so the ship doesn't have to sink. No, it's a big trouble. Luo Yuan looked at the bloodshot tyrannical carp dragon who had apparently fallen into a rage. Quick dragon, hurry up and knock it out. Tyrannosaurus is a very grumpy Pokemon, and if caught in a rage, it will recklessly attack everything it sees. What can Tyrannosaurus eat now? There is only this ship besides them. If the tyrannical carp dragon is allowed to attack, the consequences will be disastrous. Out tilde. Kuailong flapped its wings and was about to fly over, but Tyrannosaurus is faster. Roar. The roar of the tyrannical carp dragon was deafening. The tyrannical carp dragon with its head stuck was very angry, roaring, and frantically twisting its body. Tyrannosaurus's struggle ripped apart the steel plates around his body. Creak. A metallic twisted sound entered everyone's ears. The hull was torn apart by the tyrannical carp dragon's struggle. This time the gap was several times larger than before, and more seawater poured into the cabin. It's over. Run. The ship is sinking. Whether it was Team Rocket or the sailors of the San Annuo, they could no longer remain calm at this time, and they rushed towards the exit of the cargo hold together. I knew it. Luo Yuan covered his face and looked at the cabin where the huge gap was torn open. Commanded the fast dragon. Kill it, fast dragon. Then you get out of the water. Killing a tyrannosaur is easy for the fast dragon, and the fast dragon can swim, so there is no need to worry about the safety of the fast dragon. Out tilde. Kuailong nodded to Luo Yuan and made an okay gesture. After Luo Yuan finished speaking, he ran towards the top with Xiao Mao. At this time, a large number of people had gathered on the deck. The sailors dressed as Team Rocket saw that the situation was not going well in the morning and immediately put down their survival boats and ran away. As a result, many of the remaining passengers had no survival boat to sit on, and the deck was a mess. Sailors from below tried to maintain order, but to no avail. Luo Yuan, what should I do? Xiao Mao threw out his Kamui turtle, ready to abandon the ship at any time. It's not that Xiao Mao is desperate, but in this case, his ability is only to take care of himself. Don't panic. I think this ship can still be rescued. Luo Yuan said. How to rescue? The sound of the tyrannical carp dragon and the fast dragon fighting can be heard from time to time below. Every time it explodes, the speed of the ship sinking is 1 point faster. Look at me. Luo Yuan really felt that the ship could still be rescued. He pulled over a sailor. Are there any steel cables on the boat? Yes, it's all on the deck. The sailor saw Luo Yuan and pointed the way for him. At the front end of the deck, a large number of steel cables are piled up on the deck. Find a few people and fix the steel cable on the boat. Luo Yuan commanded. Leave it to us. A few sailors threw Pokeballs, and a few strange forces ran over to hold the steel cable with the thickness of the bowl and tied it to the boat. Then Luo Yuan took out a strange-looking flute from his backpack. What is this? Xiao Mao didn't understand the meaning of Luo Yuan's actions at all. The ocarina of the dragon. Are you still in the mood to play the flute at this time? Xiao Mao felt that Luo Yuan was really crazy. Luo Yuan ignored Xiao Mao and put the flute to his mouth. The melodious sound of the flute came from the flute. The fog rose and gradually thickened. Woo! A familiar voice came from the depths of the sea. This familiar fog and familiar voice made Xiao Mao stunned. Yes, as you think. Standing at the front of the deck, Luo Yuan looked at the huge black shadow flying over from the depths of the sea. Huge fast dragon, do me a favor. Update 1/5. 4 regular updates and 1 chapter supplement. Chapter 97 Fast Dragon and Tyrannosaurus. Chapter 97 Fast Dragon and Tyrannosaurus Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 97 Fast Dragon and Tyrannosaurus. Woo! Hearing Luo Yuan's loud voice, Kuailong subconsciously leaned over. Clear the fog. The huge fast dragon, which was originally just an unknown shadow, penetrated the fog to reveal its true colors, shocking countless people. Is this fast dragon? It's so big. Although it's not scary at all and the sound is great. The appearance of the giant fast dragon made people temporarily forget the fear that the ship was about to sink. Giant dragon, can you do me a favor? Help me tow this ship to a nearby port. Luo Yuan used the power of Viridian to speak to the huge fast dragon. Xiao Mao, who was next to him, was already shocked and said, 047. Let the giant fast dragon help pull the boat. Luo Yuan, you really dare to think. Sailors and passengers were also stunned. They didn't know the relationship between Luo Yuan and the giant fast dragon. They just knew that the giant fast dragon was hauled by Luo Yuan. Hearing what Luo Yuan said, they looked at the giant fast dragon with hopeful eyes. The giant dragon was the last straw for many of them. Woo! The giant dragon nodded. Perhaps because Luo Yuan fed it before, it had a very good impression of Luo Yuan. Or maybe it was the kind nature of the giant fast dragon that made it have good intentions, but in short, it agreed. Thank you so much then. Hearing the huge fast dragon agree, Luo Yuan smiled slightly. Huge arms grabbed the steel cables at the bow. The wings flapped. Hula. The wind was blowing, and the wings pushed the air to form a huge airflow around the sea. Jump. The steel cable was pulled with great force, and it collapsed. The steel cables tugged at the hull with a tooth-crunching sound. Kuailong's muscles tightened, and a pair of big, cute eyes showed a serious look. Call. The wings flapped rapidly. The slowly sinking San Annuo was pulled upward by the giant fast dragon, and the sinking trend suddenly slowed down. Get up. Are we saved? The passengers and trainers on deck were dreaming. They had no idea that a death crisis could be resolved so dramatically. Luo Yuan looked at the few sailors who were still stunned beside him. He ordered them, don't be in a daze. Go and inform your captain. Start the propeller. Beat up the Advance, and reach the nearby port before the ship sinks. Oh, yes. Several sailors woke up from a dream and hurried to the captain's room. Their captain said before that they would live and die with the San Anu, and they had to tell the captain the good news quickly. At this time, the sea beside the San Anu suddenly bulged. The fast dragon rushed out of the sea and landed on the deck. In his hand, he also held a huge Tyrannosaurus dragon. Bang! Kuailong threw the fainted Tyrannosaurus on the deck. That's the tyrannical carp dragon. How could it be caught by the fast dragon? Passengers who didn't know the situation looked confused. The tyrannical carp dragon was killed just like that. The sailors knew the cause and effect, and were only shocked. That was the violent carp dragon, and it was solved so easily. Out tilde. Kuailong shook his head for compliment. It has quite a few scratches on it. Obviously it took a lot of effort to solve this Tyrannosaurus. Thank you for your hard work. Luo Yuan patted Kuailong's big head, and then looked at the tyrannical carp dragon on the deck. How does this guy deal with it? This is the tyrannical carp dragon that can hurt the fast dragon. Obviously it is not weak. If it is released like this, it seems to be a pity. He still lacks a water-type Pokemon, and this Tyrannosaurus look pretty good. Get it? Then, Luo Yuan threw the Pokeball, and Luo Yuan subdued the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon. It's a bit speechless to take it so easily. When is it time for an ordinary trainer to take a Pokemon without a lot of effort? Take Xiaoji as an example. He has to be strong enough, play emotional card, and sometimes have to do pre-task. It can be said to be laborious and laborious. When he got to Luo Yuan, he threw out the fast dragon, and then everything was done. Give the boss a chair. Xiao Mao brought a sun lounger from nowhere. Luo Yuan was not polite at all, sitting on the chair that Xiao Mao had brought next to him, showing a relaxed and comfortable expression. Finally got it. It's really not easy to sit on the San Annuo this time. Debunked the Rockets conspiracy, fought a group fight, and even had to tug a boat. Fortunately, you are well prepared. Otherwise, if you change to ordinary people, you will not be able to die any longer. I don't know what incentives the 0.1 Dao Alliance will have. The reward from Yujian Mountain has not been handed out last time, but this time I have saved so many people on the San Anu. Thinking of this reward, Luo Yuan was looking forward to it. While thinking about it, he called out the reward given before to find out the reason for the sinking of the San Annuo. He finally had time to study this thing. Premium ball change. Business opportunity. Update 2/5. Thanks to the book friend the GJG ready for the 588-point reward. Chapter 98 Junsh's Admiration. Chapter 98 Junsh's Admiration. Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 98 Junsh's Admiration. After taking a closer look at this technique, Luo Yuan felt that he was finally going to become a rich man. With the vision of Luo Yuan's 2-year Shiru researcher, this thing can definitely have a violent impact on the existing high-end Pokeball market. Not only can it enhance the capture effect, it can also save manufacturing costs. The latter point, in particular, represents billions in annual profit margins for the Pokeball giant. Science and technology are primary productive forces. Find a time to write a paper and register the patent first. The Alliance has perfect protection laws for patented technology. If you want to sell or transfer this technology, patent registration is an essential link. At that time, I can't say that I will trouble Dr. Damu. The interests are moving, and at that time, I am afraid that the influence of Dr. Damu will be used to deter those speculators who come to hear the wind. However, Luo Yuan was a little embarrassed to trouble Dr. Damu many times. Maybe I should catch a few divine bees for Dr. Damu's research in the future. Those two birds 17 on Gemini Island seem to be pretty good. Luo Yuan touched his chin and thought. With the help of a giant fast dragon, the San Anu stumbled to a nearby port. Arriving in port, the San Anu looked miserable, half sunk to the bottom of the sea. A large number of passengers and trainers shivered from the sea breeze on the deck. The captain contacted the Alliance's marine ambulance team early in the morning, and there were several barges on standby at the port. When the San Anu arrived at the port, the ship was quickly fixed, and the San Anu was finally saved. Giant fast dragon, thank you for your help. Luo Yuan waved at the huge fast dragon. Thanks to the help of the huge fast dragon this time, it is hard to say how many people in this boat will survive. The huge fast dragon also waved to Luo Yuan, saying it was okay. Luo Yuan smiled slightly. Next time, please eat something delicious. The huge fast dragon let out a cheerful cry, plunged into the thick fog in the shock of everyone's eyes, and disappeared. Although I have seen it once before, it is still very shocking. Xiao Mao sighed as he looked at the direction in which the giant fast dragon was going away. Not to mention other passengers, they felt that this voyage was too fantastic. They were about to drown, but were rescued by a huge fast dragon. Maybe this voyage could be written into a novel. Some smart guys are ready to make money by writing this experience into a book. At this time, Junsha from the port has also arrived. Hello, Mr. Luo Yuan, Junsha said with respect in her eyes. I have learned about what happened before from the information I got. On behalf of the Alliance, I would like to express my gratitude to you for your courageous action. She was stunned when she heard that the San An was attacked by the rockets and was stopped by one person, especially when she learned that this man actually turned the tide and dragged the San Anu, which was about to sink, to the port. The word hero appeared in her mind involuntarily. Junsha's affection for Luo Yuan has reached the level of admiration. It's nothing, I'm used to doing this kind of thing when you see justice and courage, Luo Yuan said. When these words came out, the admiration for Luo Yuan from the surrounding passengers was as continuous as a surging river. What is the boundary? This is called the limit. This kind of thing has become a habit. This is simply the best candidate for the league contemporary outstanding youth trainer. Junsha was also stunned for a while, and it took a long time to react. Her cheeks were slightly red. Your sentiment is admirable. I came here to hope that you can cooperate with us and make a note. No problem, I'm familiar with it. After talking, I chatted with Junsha and walked to the port. Why does this guy Luo Yuan feel like he's better at flirting with girls than me? Xiao Mao looked at Luo Yuan, who was chatting and laughing with Junsha. He didn't understand that Luo Yuan, who was obviously a single dog, could actually flirt with girls better than himself. However, this thought was quickly thrown out of Xiao Mao's mind. What he thought more about was the strength that Luo Yuan showed. This time, Luo 840 Yuan showed terrifying combat effectiveness in the battle against Team Rocket. It was unimaginable for Xiao Mao to deal with a group of rockets by himself and to control his opponent stably. Caroline did it. I have to work hard to improve my strength, but I can't be left behind by you. Shaking his fist, Xiao Mao made up his mind. Xiao Mao. Just when Xiao Mao made up his mind, Xiaoji jumped and waved at him in the distance. Xiaoji, where have you been? I was knocked unconscious when I was fighting with Team Rocket in the cabin before, and I woke up. Xiaoji scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Then he turned his head and asked, where's Luo Yuan? Didn't he find you? It's complicated to say. As he walked, Xiao Mao tells the trio of ashes the cause and effect of this incident from his perspective. Update 3/5. Chapter 99 The Arrival of Dr. Oki. Chapter 99 The Arrival of Dr. Oki. Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 99 Dr. Oki is here. Thank you for your cooperation, Junsha said. Luo Yuan smiled and said, it's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. We will take serious care of the rockets captured this time, and we will also issue a wanted order for the real bird. Junsha said. Luo Yuan didn't care much about these things. All he caught were a bunch of scumbags, and even if they were released, it wouldn't pose any threat to him. Well, I'm curious, what is that instrument the rockets are trying to snag? That machine is a contraband, a device used for research related to cloning technology. We have sent an investigation letter to Sheriff and Devon to hold relevant personnel accountable. Speaking of this, Junsha was a little angry. She was obviously very dissatisfied with the actions of Sheriff and Devon. If they didn't do these things, this rocket's attack wouldn't involve so many innocent people. Clone. No wonder. Cloning technology is a technology that is strictly prohibited from research by the Alliance. Speaking of cloning technology, the most impressive thing in Pokémon is the Mewtwo theatrical version, the machine that can quickly clone and make copies of Pokémon. It is impossible to say that the prototype of that machine is the one that has been captured by the Alliance now. As for the private research of cloning technology by Shalufu Company and Devon Company, Luo Yuan, who has worked in Shalufu Company for 2 years, is very clear. Capitalists never have good things, and there are many things that are not visible in big companies. As long as they are not discovered, the Alliance tacitly approves the existence of these studies, but since it was discovered, there is nothing to say, and the responsibility that should be pursued must be pursued. This is the bottom line of justice for the League. Thank you for your clarification. It should be us who should say thank you. Junsha replied. In addition, the story of this incident has been uploaded to the Alliance, and your reward will be distributed in a few days. Okay, I'll keep an eye out. After leaving the police station, Luo Yuan walked on the streets of the port. Only at this time did he have the time to look at the port in front of him. Where is this place? Because the huge fast dragon came with the thick fog, Luo Yuan was a little confused about where he was now. The atmosphere here is very similar to that of EPUB City, but a little different. If EPUB City is dominated by business and supplemented by tourism, then this is a complete holiday island. This is Lamperchi, the famous holiday island. Xiao Mao suddenly jumped out from the side. Quote, Why are you everywhere? There's no way. This young master is everywhere, Xiao Mao said with a flutter of hair. Speak human word. Mr. EQ on Luo Yuan's shoulder tilted his head in an attacking stance. My grandfather is here and he wants me to come and find you, Xiao Mao said honestly. The mysterious you. Let go then. Dr. Damu actually came to Lampolchi, and I just wanted to talk to Dr. Damu about the improved version of the advance ball. Luo Yuan crossed the street and came to the beach, and in front of him was a resort hotel. Xiaoji, what are you doing? At a glance, he saw that Xiaoji and others were serving as guest attendants distributing flyers to passing tourists. They rammed the shop owner's boat, so they were working part-time to pay off their debt. Xiao Mao gloated. Xiao Mao, you bastard. The word, I'm very sad, were written all over Xiaoji's face. Xiaoji, you are still as careless as ever. Luo Yuan remembers that there seems to be this plot in the animation. It seems that even if he changed the fate of the sinking of the San Annuo, he could not change the fate of Xiaoji's part-time job. Xiaoji, Xiaoxia and Xiaoging were working in tears to pay off their debt. Luo Yuan and Xiao Mao had already entered the hotel. Dr. Ogi was sitting inside, and across from him was Ash's mother Hanako, and the two of them didn't know what they were discussing. Seeing Luo Yuan coming in, Dr. Damu had a smile on his face. Luo Yuan, you are here. Dr. Ogi and Aunt Hanako. Luo Yuan and Hanako also knew each other. They participated in the Pokémon summer camp when they were children. Luo Yuan also specially visited Xiaoji's house and ate Hanako's cooking. Luo Yuan, I have heard Xiao Mao say what happened on the San Anu before. You did a great job, said Dr. Damu. Thank you very much for taking such good care of our family. Xiaoji's mother Hua, Zhao Nuohao, also expressed her gratitude. I just did what I could. Luo Yuan once again took out his own set of rhetoric. Haha, you are too modest. Luo Yuan, Dr. Damu said with a smile. You can do so many earth-shattering things in less than 2 months as a trainer. The Kanto Alliance has been unable to find a better one than you. The new trainer is here. Luo Yuan smiled. Do you have anything to do with me? Dr. Damu. Update 4/5 written and so late again. Feel like I'm helpless. Thanks to book friend Yuan Zicheng for the 5089 flowers. Chapter 103 Options. Chapter 103 Options Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 103 Options. Haha, is this? Dr. Damu said. It's because the rewards from the previous alliance came down. Oh, it finally down. What, the League's reward? Luo Yuan had a little anticipation. This reward has been delayed for almost a month, and now it has finally come down, and I don't know what it will be. Well, the alliance has given you 3 choices for you to choose. Dr. Damu said. Is there a choice? Of course, the rocket cadre you captured earlier is also ranked high on the League's most wanted list. You have helped the league a lot, and the league is probably afraid that you will not be satisfied with their reward, so it gives you a few options. Let yourself choose. Dr. Damu knew the inside story very well and said Xiao Mao next to him was envious, but he was only envious. He still has a clear understanding of his own strength. He is naturally no problem to deal with a few rockets minion, but if he is to deal with a cadre, he will definitely be killed. Then what's the reward? There are 3 ways to reward the alliance. Dr. 927 Damu said. The first is a pure cash reward. The reward consists of the guy you caught and the additional subsidies from the alliance, totaling 30 million yuan. 30 million. Xiao Mao was shocked. Although he knew that there would be a lot of rewards for Luo Yuan, he did not expect that there would be so many. To know that his sport car only cost less than 5 million. Xiao Mao always thought he was rich, but now he found out that he was still poor. Poverty limits your imagination. Then what about one? Luo Yuan was very calm, and was not stimulated by the number of 30 million. 30 million is a lot. Luo Yuan would definitely choose this in the past, but with the improved technology of advanced balls, the money is just a string of numbers to him. Money is enough. 1. It's a Pokemon, said Dr. OGI. BHBB. Is it a Pokemon this time? The last Pokémon Egg made me a big bargain. What kind of Pokemon will the Alliance bring out this time? The reward given by the Alliance this time is a cub of a round land shark. As if he was afraid that Luo Yuan didn't know about the round land shark, Dr. Damu said. The round land shark is a Pokemon in the Shanao region, and the final evolution type is the quasi-Shenlai biting land shark in the Shanao region. Of course I know how to bite the land shark. The quasi-god in the Shenao area. How could he not know? In addition to the cool shape, Lu Shark's impression on Luo Yuan is that it is obviously a Pokemon with the ground plus dragon attribute, but it can fly at supersonic speed. The Alliance is really generous, and even the round land sharks are given as prizes. Quasi-god is rare. Even if an ordinary trainer gets a quasi-god, his strength will increase explosively. This time the Alliance is really bloody. What about the third option? The third option is the Union Prosecutor position granted by the Union Prosecutor's office. Make me a prosecutor. Luo Yuan pointed to himself. Dr. Damu, do you think I can be a prosecutor? Why not? I heard that you have a very good reputation within the Alliance, and even Du appreciates your action. Listening to what Dr. Damu said, it seems that Du has paid attention to himself. Maybe if you become a league prosecutor yourself, what kind of preferential treatment will you get? On these 3 options, you can choose one. Luo Yuan fell into deep thought. Xiao Mao on the side was also lost in thought. He was thinking about why he and Luo Yuan were on the same starting line since he was a child, and why the difference has become so big now. I definitely won't choose the first one. I'm more interested in Yuan Lu Shark. As for becoming an Alliance prosecutor, although being a prosecutor of the Alliance will have huge rights, but rights never exist alone, and rights are accompanied by obligation. Forget it. I am doing research, but I can't stand the Alliance. Luo Yuan shook his head and refused. Save the world is a hobby. He'll be bored when it's his job. And I heard that the Union Prosecutor has almost no vacation. He is still young and his hair is still very thick. Why do you have to make yourself uncomfortable? Xiao Mao on the side. Do you remember now that you were doing research? The 16-year-old genius researcher who ripped apart a giant fast dragon and swept the rocket. I, Shigeru OGI, have a saying about MMP. I don't know if I should say it or not. Then you chose round land shark. Luo Yuan also calculated. Huailong, the Shishi Qing now evolved from the Qingmian bird plus the round land shark. In the future, I will have 3 dragon-type Pokemon, and if we include the Tyrannosaurus and fire dinosaurs with dragons in their name, there will be 5. Maybe in the future, I can also mix with a Dragon King to do it. Luo Yuan was delighted. Chapter 101 The Rain is Coming Pokemon Achievement System Chapter 101 The Rain is Coming. I will send it to you after the Alliance sends the round land shark, Dr. Damu said. He then smiled again. You rescued the San Anu this time. The Alliance will probably have a headache to reward you. There is one more thing to trouble you, Dr. Damu. What the matter? I got a technology, and I want to apply for a patent for the Alliance. I hope Dr. Damu can help me submit it. What patent? Dr. OGI is a little strange. It's easy to file a patent, and this kind of thing shouldn't need his help. This technology is a bit hot. Luo Yuan did not hide the truth from Dr. Damu. This technology is an improvement of the existing Pokeball, which can improve the efficiency of the Pokeball's capture and reduce the manufacturing cost. Since he planned to ask Dr. Damu for help, Luo Yuan planned to be open and honest, and had nothing to hide from Dr. Damu. Quote exclamation mark. Hearing Luo Yuan's word, Damu was a little puzzled. The manufacture of the Pokeball. When did you start this research? Dr. Damu remembered that when Luo Yuan was at Shilufu, it should have been the research and development of Pokemon drug. When I have nothing to do, I studied the manufacturing process of the Pokeball, and now I have a complete advanced version of of the improved version of the manual manufacturing process and the design of the assembly line. According to rough estimate, my manufacturing technology can compress the advanced ball to the existing 70% of the high-level ball. The catch efficiency can be increased to 1.3 times the original. Quote, 70%. 1.3 times. Dr. Damu was done. What is this concept? There are three main types of poke balls on the market. The first is the ordinary red and white Pokeball, which mainly targets the low-end civilian market. The performance is average, but it is cheaper and the market is the largest. Is a super ball that is mainly for the mid-end market and is prepared for elite trainers who do not have enough money. The performance is much better than that of ordinary Pokeballs, and the price is 3 times that of ordinary Pokeball. The third type is the high-end ball that focuses on the high-end market, which is exclusive to the rich. For example, some wealthy gym trainers, senior league prosecutors, and Sakagi of the Rockets all use advanced balls, which perform very well and are the most expensive. Twice as expensive as Super Ball. The manufacturing technology of the three kinds of Pokeballs has been very mature, and there has been no breakthrough in new technology research. Now Luo Yuan suddenly throws out an advanced ball that costs only 70% of the cost, but has 1.3 times the performance of an advanced ball. It was a blast. This means that the existing premium balls on the market are completely uncompetitive, and even the Super Ball market will be severely squeezed. Sheriff, Devon and other Pokeball makers would go crazy. Luo Yuan, are you sure your data is correct? Dr. Damu asked seriously. He hoped that Luo Yuan was mistaken. This data is a bit scary. If what Luo Yuan said is true, as long as the news is released, it is guaranteed that the stock prices of the two major companies of Devon Sheriff will plummet the next day. Of course not wrong. The data and drawings given by the system are clearly written, and with the rigor of the system, there will be no mistake. Dr. Damu, if you don't believe it, I can make a finished product in a while. You can take it back and test it. Luo Yuan proposed a verification method. Hearing what Luo Yuan said, Dr. Damu knew that this technique was almost the same as what Luo Yuan said. He still knew Luo Yuan relatively well, and Luo Yuan was not the kind of person who was open-mouthed. This matter is very important. You have to be cautious. Put the technical information in your hands first. You will handcraft a high-level ball and give it to me, and then write a simple introduction by hand. I will go to the league first. Ventilate, Dr. Damu said seriously. The stakes are very important, and it involves the interests of many big financial groups. Dr. Damu, who is highly regarded in the alliance, should be more cautious. Seeing that Dr. Damu was so serious, Luo Yuan knew that he still underestimated the influence of this technology. Then I'll trouble you. Dr. Damu, nothing. If this technology can be applied, it will be a boon to all trainers, Dr. Damu said with a smile. Although the technological innovation is a shock to the Pokeball manufacturing industry, it is a major positive news for trainers. If you can buy advanced balls with better performance at a low price, more excellent trainers will emerge in the league in the future. This technology is simply revolutionary. If it can be realized, the Alliance will award you a doctorate. Luo Yuan shook his head. How easy is it to become a doctor? Which of the existing PhDs in the Alliance is not accumulated by a large number of papers and research results? He is too young to accumulate enough. On one side, Xiao Mao looked dazed. 70%, 30%. He was dizzy when he heard it. But he is sure of one thing. That is, Luo Yuan made another big news, and it's still very big. Dash 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 dash. Update 1/4. The errors from the previous chapter have been corrected. Chapter 102 Traditional Craft. Chapter 102 Traditional Craft Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 102 Traditional Craftsmanship. Since Dr. Damu agreed to help, Luo Yuan stopped thinking about it. There is nothing to worry about on the Union side. Anyway, he helped the Alliance save the San Anu, so he was a hero anyway, and even if he didn't take special care of himself in this matter, he wouldn't be a stumbling block. In addition, with the help of Dr. Omu, there should be no problem. Do you want Luo Yuan to go fishing? Xiao Mao got 2 pairs of fishing gear and a large bucket of Pokeballs from nowhere. I heard that you can catch mini dragons around here. Would you like to see who can catch them? Mini dragon? Are you serious? This kind of obvious 790s can no longer be obvious. You actually believe it? Luo Yuan was also speechless. Said, if you want to fish, you can go fishing yourself, and I also want to make advanced balls. Hearing that Luo Yuan wanted to make high-end balls, Xiao Mao had a very interested expression. Made premium balls, handcrafted. Although Xiao Mao has a lot of knowledge, he has never seen handmade Pokeballs. Yeah, would you like to watch how to make a Pokeball by hand? Of course. Xiao Mao was not polite at all. I knew you would say that. Luo Yuan smiled slightly and pushed Xiao Mao a list. Then go to the market, buy me some citrus fruit, and stop by the department store to buy the accessories and tools on it. Quote ellipsis quote. You've been waiting for me here, haven't you? Come on, I'm still waiting for dinner. In Luo Yuan's urging voice, Xiao Mao left with great discomfort. Luo Yuan, do you want to use the traditional method? Asked Dr. Damu. He noticed that Luo Yuan asked Xiaomao to buy round orange fruit. There are two ways to make a Pokeball. One is the production of alloy Pokeball. The other is a Pokeball made of round citrus fruit using traditional craftsmanship. That's right. Luo Yuan nodded. He has no professional instruments in his hand, only traditional handmade method. I remember that Mr. Iron and Steel from Hippie Town, Chengdu, is an expert in traditional manufacturing technique. Dr. Damu said with emotion. I didn't expect you to learn this skill. I heard that many people spend their whole lives on this skill in order to learn this skill. Can I say it was automatically instilled into my brain by the system? Of course, I can't say that. So Luo Yuan had to pretend to be forced. Maybe I have talent in this area. In short, I will learn it. Maybe this is genius. Hanako smiled aside. Rao Yi Luo Yuan's face listened to a little bit of shame, so he quickly changed the subject. I will write down the general situation about the advanced ball improvement first, and then hello Dr. Ogi will submit it to the league. As he spoke, he wrote quickly, excerpting some irrelevant things from the information in his mind and writing them down. Xiao Mao's speed was very fast, and he quickly bought all the things on Luo Yuan's list. This is a round orange fruit. I don't know which one you want, so I bought 10 of them. Xiao Mao put a sack of round orange fruit on the table. There are citrus fruits of various colors. I didn't say the type. I mean you can buy 2 at random. I don't have many requirements for this when making advanced balls. Although the production of various special Pokeballs requires different types of orange fruit, there are really no special requirements for high-level balls. PFF, didn't you tell me sooner? He carried such a sack of round oranges and returned to the hotel under the strange eyes of passers-by. For this bag of round oranges, he was handsome, and his image of being young and golden was ruined. Are you telling me now to just buy 2? Xiao Mao felt that his heart was aching. Fire dinosaur, come and help me dry the citrus fruit. I don't care about Xiao Mao. Luo Yuan released fire dinosaurs and began to process the round orange fruit. After an hour, it done. After spending an entire hour, with the help of fire dinosaur and Miji Q, Luo Yuan finally managed to make the advanced ball. Making a premium ball is more complicated than he imagined. This still relies on the power of Pokemon. If it is purely manual, it will take more time. Compared with the constant stream of Pokeballs that can be made in a few minutes on the assembly line, handmade has a slight advantage in quality, and the rest is completely crushed. So anything is eliminated for a reason. A black Pokeball with no patterns and a simple appearance of 1.6 points was placed on the table. Is this a senior ball? Xiao Mao picked it up. Luo Yuan made the high-end ball, looked at it over and over, but couldn't see the difference between it and the high-end ball sold in the market. Dr. Damu, I'll leave this to you. Handing the high-level ball to Dr. Damu, Luo Yuan stretched his waist. Don't worry, I'll keep it. Dr. Ogi solemnly accepted the Pokeball. Update 2 quarters, the code for the remaining 2 chapters. Chapter 103, The Duel of the Original Elves. Chapter 103, The Duel of the Original Elves Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 103, The Duel of the Initial Elves. Dr. Damu left, taking the advanced ball made by Luo Yuan. Said that he would be informed in half a month at the latest. Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Xiao Mao. Luo Yuan, do you want to have a battle with the original Pokemon? Xiao Mao didn't know what to think about, and challenged Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan agreed immediately. Of course there is no problem. Xiao Mao sent him to the door to find abuse. How could he let it go? Maybe Xiao Mao thought that he could win by restraining his fire dinosaur with the water-based Cami turtle. If you really think so, then Xiao Mao is still too young. Then I'll go to the referee. Luo Yuan and Xiao Mao stand on the beach. Xiaogang stood aside as the referee. The match between Xiao Mao from Junxin Town and Luo Yuan from Golden City is 1-on-1, and both sides can only use the initial Pokemon. Go, Cami! Xiao Mao raised his hand and threw the Pokeball of Kamui 17. Cami turtles, a head taller than Jenny turtles, appeared on the beach. Fire dinosaurs. Luo Yuan also threw the Pokeball of Fire Dinosaur. Woo! The fire dinosaur that appeared on the stage stepped on the soft sand and was a little uncomfortable. Seeing that there is a battle to watch here, a lot of onlookers gathered on the side. Fire dinosaurs versus Cami turtles. This kind of battle is unnecessary. The attribute advantage of Kamui turtle is too great. Yeah, how to fight like this? On the one hand, they all feel that Kamui Gui has a great fate, but Xiao Mao and Luo Yuan didn't take it seriously. Xiao Mao knew how strong Luo Yuan was, and Luo Yuan himself knew better that attribute restraint was not absolute. Luo Yuan, we must defeat the stinky little Mao. Come on, Luo Yuan. Xiaoji and Xiaoxia also missed work and came to cheer them on. The Pokemon on both sides are already in place. Now the game starts. Xiaogang waved his arm down. The voice just fell. Cami turtle, Water cannon. Xiao Mao made a preemptive strike. Kamui opened his mouth, and a water cannon shot at the fire dinosaur with a cracking sound. The turbulent water tore the air apart, looking powerful. Avoid. Fire dinosaurs. Fire dinosaurs, after evolution, inherited the small fire dragon's agility and fitness, and it is no problem to avoid the mere water cannon. He turned sideways and somersaulted, and after his body stood firm, he sprayed Kamui with flames in his mouth. Throw flame. The flames burned, and the flames swept over the beach, turning the sand into crystals and shooting at Kamui. Kami Turtle. Water tail. Xiao Mao didn't dare to underestimate the fire dinosaur's attack, and hurriedly ordered a counterattack. Kami _ The calm sea suddenly raised wave, and a current of water was pulled by the tail of Kami Turtle. As Kami Turtle waved its tail, it formed a torrent and smashed down towards the fire dinosaurs and jet flame. Woo! The fire dinosaur jumped up to avoid it, but was still drenched in water and was a little sluggish. Haha, well done Kami Turtle. Finally got the upper hand in the battle with Luo Yuan. Xiao Mao was a little excited. Fire dinosaur, are you alright? Luo Yuan asked. Even though he knew that fire dinosaurs couldn't be killed with one attack, Luo Yuan was still a little worried. Roar! The skin glowed red, and the fire dinosaur body said to Luo Yuan that he was fine. The water drenched on the fire dinosaur has turned into steam and dissipated in the sky under the high temperature of the fire dinosaur's body. It seems that you are still making some progress. Xiao Mao grasped the timing of this counterattack very accurately. If it weren't for the fire dinosaurs using jet flames at the time, this clumsy move would not even be able to touch the shadow of the fire dinosaur. Being praised by Luo Yuan, Xiao Mao was immediately triumphant. I have actually heard about hard training with Kamui these days. Since this is the case, then I will also show my true strength. Luo Yuan shouted at Huo Dinosaur. Huo Dinosaur, rush over and chop with tile. Although this fire dinosaur of his own has a very strong fire type move, his strength lies in the fighting type move. The agility and keen sense make the fire dinosaur all the best in close combat. So fast. Xiao Mao and Kao 3Mi Turtle only felt a red shadow flashing before their eyes, and Ka-Mi Turtle was split off. Kami Turtle, fight back quickly. Xiao Mao was a little confused. Fire dinosaur, move at high speed, catch up and continue kick. Luo Yuan did not intend to give Xiao Mao a chance to fight back. There was wind under the fire dinosaur's feet, and he actually caught up with the Kamui turtle that was split and flew out. Before the Kami turtle landed, I kicked it on its shell. Woo! Kami tortoise is up. The tortoise shell was spinning in the sky, making Kami dizzy. Very well, with a vortex of flame. While Kamui was powerless to resist in the sky, the fire dinosaur spit out flame, and a huge flame vortex rolled up in the center of the field. The scorching air waves swept around, and the sand in the center of the venue was scorched by the flame, and it had crystallized into turbid glass. As this flame vortex deviated, said a person next to him suddenly. Patch 3/4. Chapter 104 Flame Vortex. Chapter 104 Flame Vortex Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 104 Flame Vortex. The surrounding melon eaters watched the flame vortex created by the fire dinosaur. This flame vortex is off. A young man in swimming trunks looked at the position of the flame vortex and said, if the flame vortex is in this position, the Kamui turtle should fall outside the flame vortex. The people who eat melons looked up. It seems to be true. The position of the flame vortex seems to be really deviated from the position of the Kamui. Almost, only a few meters away. But the distance of these few meters is very important. If the turtle falls according to the current trajectory of the turtle will only land on the beach in the end. The sandy beach in Lamperchi is so soft that you won't do much damage from a fall. Xiao Mao also discovered this, and was overjoyed immediately. Kami Turtle, use the shrink shell and prepare for the shock. It was his mistake that caused Kami Turtle to be sent to the sky by a set of fire dinosaurs. Now what he has to do is to try to reduce the damage that Kami Turtle take from falling from a height. Xiao Mao, you are still not familiar with my fighting style. Luo Yuan's fighting style belongs to that violent style. Once you make up your mind to end the opponent, the offensive must be like a storm, and there will never be such a big omission. If Xiao Mao was familiar with Luo Yuan's fighting style, he would never have such illusion. The corner of Luo Yuan's mouth twitched into a smile. Shouted to Fire Dinosaur. Fire Dinosaur. Roar. The Fire Dinosaur understood and looked up at the Kami Turtle falling from the sky. The tail flashed with dazzling white light. The Fire Dinosaur leapt high, and then a 360-degree air barrel roll. Boom. The tail accurately hit the shell of the Kami Turtle. Before the Kamui Turtle could react, even the turtle with its shell was smashed into the vortex of flames by the Fire Dinosaur with a vigorous volley. Whoa. The crowd eating melons was in an uproar. This is too showy. Kami. The high temperature of the flame vortex was big, and the Kami Turtle was unbearable and made a painful cry. Kami Turtle, cool down with blisters. Xiao Mao shouted. Puff. There was a sound of water vapor evaporating in the flame vortex vortex, and the flame vortex became smaller. Roar. Fire dinosaur is unhappy. You are so ignorant. Have you asked my opinion? So the fire dinosaur added another fire outside. The flames were raging, and the flame vortex looked bigger than before. After about 10 seconds, boom, the flame vortex collapsed, and a 3 mature Kami turtle fell in the center of the original flame vortex with whirling eyes. Kami turtle. Xiao Mao slumped and hugged Kamui. Even if it was the Pokemon that he received from his grandfather at the same time, the gap between himself and Luo Yuan was huge. Xiao Mao's Kamui is incapacitated. Luo Yuan wins. Clap clap. The onlookers applauded. Inverse attribute crushing. This is definitely a wonderful duel. Leave it to me. Taking the Kamui turtle from Xiao Mao, Luo Yuan used the power of Vibrant to perform a simple treatment. By the way, he also pointed out Xiao Mao. If you train in the future, try to strengthen Kamui's training in water move. Your Kamui has a strong talent for water type move. If Kamui's water tail is stronger this time, or if he uses a powerful move like surfing instead of water tail, I am afraid that the loser will be my card. M.I. Turtle. What Luo Yuan said is not nonsense. It is all analysis based on the data given by the exploration technique. As that's so, Xiao Mao was thoughtful. He was the trainer of Kami Turtle and knew about Kami Turtle very well. It seems that his own Kamui Turtle is indeed very fast in learning water type move, but because of Luo Yuan's influence, he devoted more experience to training Kamui's physical skills. Luo Yuan now showed him a way, and Xiao Mao felt that the front was suddenly bright. Naro Yuan, what about my Pikachu? Ash squeezed Pikachu in his arm. Pikachu was also very excited. Pikachu. Luo Yuan was silent for a while. The end. I swallowed the phrase. However you practice, every version will be washed white. Your Pikachu is an all-rounder. You can train it any way you like. He so comforted Xiaoji. In fact, what he said is also true. Although Pishin will be washed in each version, the growth rate is extremely fast, and the plasticity has also exploded countless Pokemon. Good jows, Luo Yuan. How about my other Pokemon? Xiao Mao didn't care about saving face at this time, and rushed over. Go, do your own research. Luo Yuan quickly shook off Xiao Mao. He is not interested in being a full-time coach for Xiao Mao. While a few people were chatting, a group of people came over. You guys should be very powerful trainers. The update 4 quarters continue to code today. Can write a few chapters and count how many. Thanks to book friend 111,111 for the 200-point reward and the reminder for more tickets. Chapter 105 Angry Silver Granny. Chapter 105 Angry Silver Granny Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 105 The Angry Mother-in-Law Yin. Hearing someone questioning, Luo Yuan turned her head subconsciously. I saw an old lady who was over a meter tall and a few little white faces in suit. You can call me Granny Silver. Granny Yin said, I heard that you are both powerful trainers. I have a commission I want to give you now. I wonder if you are interested. Silver Granny. Luo Yuan remembered that she seemed to be a plot character in the no-print animation. It looks like it's with the giant fast dragon. What mission? Ash asked stupidly. I run a resort restaurant at sea, but these days there's a bunch of nasty agate jellyfish that hindering our construction. Even the boat carrying materials have sunk several. So I want to pay. Please help me with the agate jellyfish. As long as you guys can help me get rid of these pesky agate jellyfish, I'll give out $1 million plus a year's worth of hotel vouchers. Oh, Granny Yin said in a seductive voice. 1 year's coupon. 1 million. Ash said in shock. This is not a small amount. Xiao Mao's attitude is the exact opposite. Come on, it's only $1 million. Having seen Luo Yuan's 30 million bonus, a mere 1 million is already boring. What about this little brother? Granny Yin looked at Luo Yuan. Before she came here, she had done her homework, and in front of her was the powerful trainer who saved the San Annuo from an evil organization like Team Rocket. If you can ask Luo Yuan to take action, the mere agate jellyfish can definitely be easily solved. As if afraid of Luo Yuan's rejection, she also said specifically, if this gentleman can make a move, I can give out another 5 million bonus. Under the gaze of Granny Yin, Luo Yuan shook his head, not interested. Luo Yuan didn't intend to intervene in such matters involving people and nature. He has not forgotten that in the Alliance, there is also a group of people who take the protection of nature as their responsibility, the Forest Ranger Association. Although the sea is not a forest, who knows if they will be eyeing it here, or maybe there are some marine conservation associations in the Alliance. Besides, he was about to become a rich man with all kinds of evil, so he didn't intend to touch such hot money. In order to make money, it is not a wise thing to get into trouble. Are you really going to stop thinking about it? When Granny Yin heard Luo Yuan's refusal, her voice became sharp. Not interested. What about you? Granny Yin looked at the 3 of Xiaoji. She remembered that in the news she had inquired. The 3 of Xiaoji also pushed back the shelves on the San Anu. Forget it. Although Xiaoji has always always been stupid. He is still more discerning when it is critical. Xiaomao and Luo Yuan both refused. There must be some reason. Of course he wouldn't touch it. Very good. How dare you refuse me? Granny Yin was a little embarrassed after being rejected one after another. She waved as if the people behind her would give some color to the guys in front of her. Want to fight? BHCA. Luo Yuan gently pressed the button of the pokeball in his hand. Bang tilde. Bangira landed on the beach and stomped the sand out of a crater. Roar. Bangira let out a terrifying roar. She was stunned by the fright of Bangira, and it took a long time for Granny Yin to come back to her senses, and her face became even more gloomy. Do you think I can't find anyone else to help me besides you? Let go. Granny Yin snorted and left with her beautiful boy group. How dare you? I thought it was going to be a fight. Xiaomao pouted a little speechless, and then asked Luo Yuan, but why did you refuse? That's 6 million, not a small amount. Luo Yuan took back Bangira in the face of the acclamations of the trainers around him. If there are 2 reasons, which one do you want to hear? What the first reason? I'm going to be a rich man soon. 8 million drizzles, and I don't have to do things for others. What about 1? Ash. Second, I'm not interested in her proposal at all. Do you really think I'm a Pokemon hunter who does everything for money? As far as I know, the reason why agate jellyfish attacked her construction site was because of the sea. The manufacture of the hotel caused the agate jellyfish to lose their habitat. Quote, the agate jellyfish is so pitiful. Xiaosha has no resistance to water-type Pokemon. That's why I didn't accept this commission. I didn't expect Luo Yuan's consciousness to be so high. Xiaomao looked at him with admiration. My awareness has always been high. Then what shall we do next? If it doesn't matter, the Silver Mother-in-law will still find someone to shoot the agate jellyfish. Of course, to inform the Alliance. Luo Yuan said. Luo Yuan intends to contact the Forest Rangers Association. Even if they can't solve it, they will find someone to solve the problem of protecting the ecological environment. In fact, if this is not Kanto, but Fang Yuan, it may be more efficient to contact the water fleet. Renew. Chapter 100 Sick How to Handle. Chapter 100 Sick How to Handle Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 100 Sick Processing Method. I'm so mad at me. Granny Yin was very annoyed as she walked on the road. These little devils. How dare you refuse me? Granny, don't be angry. Mother-in-law, there are many other trainers in Ramperky. The little white faces in suits next to them rushed over, fanning and wiping sweat, looking like a dog's leg tilde. After serving with Granny Yin for many years, they have long been in control of Granny Yin's character, so they hurriedly comforted Dao. Granny Yin was very useful. Then why don't you hurry up and recruit people? Yes, Granny Silver. The men in suits looked at each other and hurried to recruit trainers. The other side. Pokemon Center. Luo Yuan called Heng Chuan, the former director of the Forest Rangers Association. Moses, this is Heng Chuan of the Forest Ranger Association. The picture of Heng Chuan appeared on the screen. Hello, Minister Heng Chuan. I'm Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan said, motioning for Xiaoji and the others beside him to be quiet. Oh, Luo Yuan, why did you suddenly call me? Minister Heng Chuan also recognized Luo Yuan a little strange at this time. Luo Yuan should be no longer in Vibrant City. Why did he suddenly call him? But he had no other idea. He has a wide range of news channels, and naturally he has heard of some of Luo Yuan's deeds, such as Yu Jianshan defeating a whole rocket team of nearly 100 people and an intermediate cadre alone. Then there is the recent abruptly retaking the sinking San Anu from the rocket, and dragging the San Anu back to the port with one's own strength, which are all very famous deeds. No one doesn't like to befriend such a talented young trainer. I have something I want to ask Minister Heng Chuan. Luo Yuan pondered the language. I wonder if you know that there is a sea resort hotel here in Lamperchi. Sea Resort Hotel. Minister Heng Chuan thought for a while. It seems to have some impressions. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with that sea resort hotel? As far as I know, the construction of this resort seems to have affected the ecological environment of the surrounding ocean, and large groups of agate jellyfish have been wandering around due to the destruction of their habitat, attacking passing boats and tourists by the sea. Luo Yuan explained the situation of the sea resort in short words. This sea resort has seriously damaged the ecological environment of the surrounding ocean. I'm afraid that if it continues, the agate jellyfish along the coast of Rampolchi will be attacked more frequently. Is there such a situation? Minister Heng Chuan frowned, and then smiled at Luo Yuan. I see. I will communicate with the people from the Rangers Association here in Lamperky. Thank you for your report. Hands up. By the way, did the last Pokémon egg hatch? I'm a little curious about which Pokémon is it. Not yet, but it should be hatching soon. Of course, Luo Yuan couldn't directly say that there was a green cotton bird inside, so he could only say that he didn't know. You must notify me when the time comes, Minister Heng Chuan said with a smile. After a few more chats, Luo Yuan hung up the phone. Has it been resolved? How? Asked Xiaoxia next to her. In the love of water-type Pokemon, she can be said to be the person who cares about this matter the most. It should be fine. Will there be a problem with that Granny Silver colluding with the Alliance officials? Xiao Mao asked while rubbing his chin. Different origins, different consideration. Getting used to the upper class, Xiao Mao knew that the Alliance was not as glamorous as it appeared on the surface. Although the essence of justice is still there are also many scumbags. Luo Yuan listened to Xiao Mao's worry and smiled. That's why I didn't report this matter directly to the Alliance, but contacted the Forest Ranger Association. Why? Xiao Mao was puzzled. Maybe it's because the people in the Forest Rangers Association are relatively pure. Xiaogang, who has been beside him, said, the people who can enter the Forest Rangers Association are pure environmentalists. Their belief is to protect the natural environment, and there is no such thing as being abused. Possibility of a buy-in by Silver Mother-in-law. Quote, Luo Yuan nodded. Xiaogang is right. Environmentalists are very difficult to deal with. Luo Yuan clapped his hand. Leave the Lamperkey matter to the Forest Rangers Association to settle it. Let's settle our dinner. Come on, I'll treat you. About to become a rich man, Luo Yuan became more generous. The preoccupations before were only forced by life, but in essence he was still a person who regarded money as dung. A treat. When did you become so generous? Xiao Mao didn't believe it. In his impression, since he became a trainer, Luo Yuan has been knocking on the door to death. I've always been generous. Are you going? It's fine if you don't go. Go, of course. Turning the grief and anger of failure into appetite, Xiao Mao vowed to eat Chang Luo Yuan today. Renew. Chapter 107 Sakagi Reaction. Chapter 107 Sakagi Reaction Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 107 Sakagi responded. In the end, Xiao Mao still failed to get Luo Yuan to go bankrupt. Not only did Luo Yuan not go bankrupt, but he also stretched his stomach overnight because of overeating. Early the next morning, Luo Yuan heard the news that Granny Yin's Maritime Resort Hotel was being investigated and punished for destroying the marine ecology. This incident caused a lot of uproar in Lamperkey. Granny Yin's Maritime Resort Hotel in Lamperkey was not small, and it was suddenly closed down, which caught people off guard. It seems that she was preparing to deal with the agate jellyfish along with a large number of trainers she hired, but was caught by the Rangers Association. The sea resort ordered to be demolished, but also a large fine on July 43. Granny Silver's vision of building a luxury sea resort has come to nothing. Because of the fine, she herself was chased by many investors and disappeared. Luo Yuan didn't care about this. Granny Yin's fate was her own fault. If she didn't die, the agate jellyfish would continue to harass tourists along the banks of Lampolchi. However, the efficiency of the Rangers Association is really high. Only yesterday I told Minister Hengchuan that the problem was solved today, and it is indeed an environmental protection organization whose combat effectiveness is comparable to that of extremist organizations. The Lampolchi affair has come to an end. Then where are you going next? Luo Yuan turned his head and asked. I'm going to take a communication ship, go to the Golden City, and challenge the Golden Gym. Xiao Ji said. Xiao Ji can be said to be very hardworking. Not like some guy who just wants to relax after working hard for 2 days. I'll leave in 2 days. My support team is coming to play recently. I want to accompany them. Xiao Mao looked triumphant. Luo Yuan glanced at Xiao Mao's pale face due to diarrhea, and his vain step. You are so vain. Can you do it? Of course. Halfway through, Xiao Mao didn't have any confidence and became dumbfounded. He had too much diarrhea last night, and now he's stepping on cotton under his feet. Of course, it is impossible to go back and forth, and his support team is already on its way. Seeing Xiao Mao's uncomfortable expression, Luo Yuan felt relieved and felt at ease. It is said that people's happiness is built on the pain of others, and this sentence is indeed true. Let's part here. Ah, Luo Yuan, won't you come with us? Xiao Ji asked. Xiao Ji thought Luo Yuan would go with them. The communication ship is too slow, and it takes a long way to detour. I will take the shortcut. If you go on a trip with Xiao Ji, the next stop will be Maiden Gourd, but Luo Yuan has no interest there, so he plans to go directly to Golden City. Shortcut. Xiao Ji was a little confused. Is it taking the fast dragon? He remembered that Luo Yuan had a fast dragon that could fly. No, Luo Yuan pointed to a black jet ski on the shore. I'll take this. Lamperkey and Golden City are not far away, just to experience the feeling of jet skiing provided by the system. Jet ski. Xiao Mao walked over and took a closer look. When did you buy it? Guess what? Cut. Forget it. Luo Yuan just ignored his aggressive tactic. Then, goodbye. Chang Xiao Mao, Xiao Ji and the others waved. Riding on a motorboat, a large water wave was set off, and Luo Yuan set off in the direction of the Golden City. At the same time, after a day-long trek in the sea, the mission failed. Truebird finally returned to Team Rocket Stronghold in embarrassment. Boss Sakagi, the mission failed. Before she had time to tidy up, Maki reported to Sakagi in wet clothes. As a result, I already know what exactly is going on. Although Sakagi learned the news of the failure of this mission from various channels, he did not know the specific process. This can only be understood from the mouth of the real bird. It was Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan discovered our plan, and then defeated the team guarding the sailors, and the sailors with the San Anu defeated us, and his subordinates also escaped by luck. And what about that machine? It fell on the San Anuo, and now it should fall into the hands of the Alliance. Gen Bird looked ashamed. As Sakagi's secretary, she doesn't often do missions, but that doesn't account for her failure. Sakagi's face was a little gloomy. That machine is related to Mewtwo's manufacturing plan, and now it is in the hands of the Alliance, which is very troublesome. For a while, I need the location of the warehouse where the Alliance stores contraband. Sakagi 2.3 stroked the head of the cat boss and said, after inquiring, grab the machine back, and I will send someone to support you. Sakagi's tone when he said these words is beyond doubt. Yes, True Bird replied on one knee. This mission cannot be allowed to fail. After saying this, Sakagi cut off the communication. Far in Joban City, in the dimly lit office, Sakagi stroked the cat boss's back. Luo Yuan dash 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 dash. Update: I have something to do tomorrow. I will go to bed earlier today, and tomorrow will be 4 more. Chapter 108 Golden City Shira Company. Chapter 108 Golden City Sheriff Company. Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 108 Golden City Sheriff Company. Golden City. As the economic hub of Kanto, Jinwang City has a direct train directly connecting Manjin City in Chengdu area. The headquarters of Shalouf Company, which monopolizes high-tech industries in Kanto and Chengdu area, is also located here. It can be said that Golden City is an international metropolis, and it is also the most prosperous city in the Kanto Union. Just don't meet again. I'm finally back again. Luo Yuan stretched his waist while standing on the street of Golden City. Right, little Kirby. It has been a few months since he left the Golden City, and when he returned to the place where he first crossed, Luo Yuan was still a little emotional. Little Kirby didn't have that much emotion, and was very excited to see the familiar Golden City. Then, bang! A 17 black hand grabbed Kirby from behind, and Kirby fell apart. Click tilde. MIQ looked at little Kirby, who couldn't figure it out, and snickered on Luo Yuan's shoulder. Watching the two Pokemon sparring, Luo Yuan smiled knowingly. Let go home first. Since I returned to Golden City, of course I couldn't stay in a hotel. I must go home and have a look. But he just took 2 steps when 2 men in suits suddenly appeared from the side of the street. Hello, Mr. Luo Yuan. The 2 blocked Luo Yuan's way. Who are you? Luo Yuan looked at the 2 meticulously dressed men in suits in front of him, and smelled a familiar smell from them. The 2 men in suits looked at each other, and when they walked in front of Luo Yuan, they bowed 90 degrees. Hello, Mr. Luo Yuan. We are sent by Shalufu Company and would like to invite you to visit Shalufu Company. Shira Company. Luo Yuan looked at the 2 and raised his brows. How could Sheriff Company find itself? He was swept out of the house at first, but Luo Yuan remembered the advanced ball improvement design he gave to Dr. Ogi to help operate, and vaguely had an answer in his heart, probably guessing the other party's purpose. Luo Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and spat out 3 words in the expectant eyes of the 2. Not interested. After talking, he passed the 2 and continued to walk forward with little Kirby. Although the predecessor was swept out of the house because of his own death, and there seems to be a shadow of the rockets in it, but Luo Yuan is just unhappy with Shalufu Company. If you have the ability, you bite me. Seeing Luo Yuan leave, the 2 men in suits wanted to reach out to stop him. On Luo Yuan's shoulder suddenly turned his head. 2 shadow claws protruded from under the painted skin, grabbed the ankles of the 2, and pulled gently. Boom, boom. The 2 of them slumped and stared at each other. When they finally recovered, and then got up, where is Luo Yuan's shadow? What should I do? The mission failed. A man in a suit looked ugly. This time, it was the task that the president personally explained, and we must invite Luo Yuan, the former Shalufu employee, to Shalufu Company. Call and report to the president. Another said, the other party is already a famous trainer. If he doesn't want to go, there is nothing we can do. Trainers are a symbol of force in the Pokemon world. Although the 2 of them also have Pokemon, they are only half-baked, and they can't compare to Luo Yuan. While the 2 were discussing how to report to the president, Luo Yuan had already returned home. After a simple cleaning, he was cooking lunch in the kitchen. The Shalu Company can get the news so quickly. The alliance has indeed become a bit rotten. Collusion between officials and businessmen is not uncommon, but only when he handed over the information to Dr. Damu on the front foot. Sheriff got the news on the back foot, and the alliance is really unreliable. But Luo Yuan didn't panic. When he threw out this technology, he had thought about what kind of trouble he would encounter. Sheriff was the trouble he expected, but with his own strength, Luo Yuan is not afraid of Shalufu's trick. After all, Luo Yuan is not false even for the rocket, and is he afraid that you are a regular company? But it been annoying recently. Luo Yuan tapped his head. Manufacturing circle is as big as 730. Here, Dr. OGI helped to apply for a patent was known by Shaloof Company. It is estimated that it will not take long for the whole world to know. At that time, not only Shaloof Company, Fengyuan's Devon Company, and the Pokeball manufacturing factory in the Carlos area, these Pokeball manufacturing giant, will all come to hear the news. Luo Yuan turned the steak in the frying pan, revealing the golden skin. The golden market may become very lively next. At the same time, in the Core Plateau, the headquarters of the Kanto Alliance, numerous researchers are conducting final analysis around the improved advanced ball made by Luo Yuan. Outside the isolation window, Dr. Damu stood with Du and President Damaranch. The short President Damaranch said to Dr. Damu, "Damu, you have caused me a lot of trouble this time. Update 1 quarter. 100-point reward of the book Friend Broken String Chin. Chapter 109 Nominate. Chapter 109 Nominate Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 109 Nomination." Hearing the words of President Damaranch, Dr. Damu smiled. This is also a boost for the level of the trainer of the Alliance. As an elder, he naturally speak for Luo Yuan. That's right, if the price of high-end balls can be reduced by 30% and the capture efficiency is higher, more excellent trainers will definitely be discovered. Du agreed with a face. Du is also very optimistic about Luo Yuan, and he feels that this technique is indeed very useful for training trainers. You too. President Damaranch looked a little dumbfounded when he looked at Dr. Tu and OMU who were standing on the united front. He turned his head to look at the passing researchers. Of course I know this is a good thing, but I'm worried about something else. Depending on where you are, what you can see is also different. What would Taru and Dr. OGI can see is the benefits that the improved premium ball brings to the trainers. But as the president of the Alliance, he has to consider more and more far-reaching things. This is the so-called butt decides the head. I'm worried about the shock of the Pokeball manufacturing. Both Dr. OGI and Du are trustworthy, and President Damaranch said frankly, this technology will have a serious impact on the existing Pokeball manufacturing industry, such as Shirov, Devon, or Carlos Pokeball. The manufacturing plant, their stocks were hit, and there would be no small impact on the union's economy. This is true. Not to mention the Pokeball manufacturing factory, whether it's Shirov or Devon, all walks of life in the league are involved. Once something goes wrong with them, it affects the whole world. The impact is certain, but it is also an opportunity, and it is a good thing in general. As the king of Kanto, Du also has his own opinion on this. Technical innovation will appear sooner or later, and it will always appear sooner or later. President Damaranch nodded. The technology is already in front of him, and he can't throw away this technology because of choking. At this time, a middle-aged man in a white research suit walked out of the research room. The test result came out, and the performance improved by 33%. As for the manufacturing cost, because it is handmade, it cannot be accurately obtained. The words of the middle-aged researcher are equivalent to confirming the authenticity of the technology. Damaranch smiled. It can not only repel the rockets to save the San Annuo, but also develop this revolutionary technology. I am more and more interested in Luo Yuan, who is called a genius researcher. That's right. With President Damaranch speaking, there will be absolutely no problem with patent. Before they could regain their senses, Damaranch continued. This technology is almost revolutionary. With this achievement and some previous research achievement, the title of researcher Dr. Yuan can be considered. Du Wenyan was shocked. Doctor, a PhD is arguably the highest compliment a researcher can give. How old is Luo Yuan to be nominated for a PhD? Dr. Damu had expected that this technological innovation was enough to support the name of a doctor, so he was not surprised by President Damaranch's word. But what is suspicious now is that Luo Yuan is too young, and qualifications are not a small problem. Didn't know he was actually nominated for a PhD. At this time, Luo Yuan, who was being missed by many bigwigs, was walking on his way to the Golden Temple. On his shoulder stood Mimikyu, and Kirby was tucked into a Pokeball. Because I'm afraid I won't be able to relax next time, Luo Yuan intends to get the Golden Badge first. The Golden Temple is really far away. After walking for almost half an hour, Luo was still far away from the Golden Temple. The main reason is that the Golden Road Museum is not located in the center of the Golden City, but is located in the southeast of the Golden City, close to the suburb, and its location is relatively remote. Luo Yuan heard that it was because of the land price. As an international city, Golden City can be said to be an inch of land. The place to build a gym is not small, and the Alliance will not be so extravagant as to grant a piece of land with great commercial value to the Golden Yellow Gym to build a gym. As for buying it myself, although the Golden Gym is said to be quite rich, it is still far from buying a piece of land in the city center to build a gym. Quote. It finally here. here. In front of you is a very distinctive building. Compared with the glass and steel structure of the Wallen Taoist Hall, the building of the golden yellow Taoist Hall is engraved with many patterns, which looks more mysterious. Maybe this is the superpower that the golden yellow Taoist Hall wants to show. Of mystery. Luo Yuan stopped and watched for a long time, but did not see anything special about the Golden Temple. Hello. A young man wearing a mask came over. Who are you? Luo Yuan turned his head. I'm here to challenge the gym. Take me to see Nazi. Do you want to see Miss Nazi? The masked man looked at Luo Yuan. Trainer with Pikachu. Come with me first. If you want to see Miss Nazi, you have to pass the test first. Update 2 quarters. Chapter 110 Nazi and Hootie. Chapter 110 Nazi and Hootie Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 110 Nazi and Hootie Test. Luo Yuan asked as he followed the masked man into the Golden Temple. There are a lot of people in the golden yellow Taoist Hall, all of them looking like a fanatic. That's right, it's a test. The masked man put on a frenzied expression. Then, he took a spoon out of his pocket. See this spoon? Look. Speaking of the mask, the man put the silver spoon upright in front of him, his eyes fixed on the spoon, his face flushed red. Quote. Luo Yuan looked at the constipated look of the masked man and didn't know what to say. However, out of courtesy, he did not interrupt the masked man's performance. Finally, when Luo Yuan was about to yawn and fall asleep, the spoon in front of the masked man finally bent a slight arc. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the masked man showed off his spoon to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan glanced at the inscrutable arc, and the corner of his mouth twitched. It's over. Luo Yuan asked. It's over. Then let me give you a suggestion. 293 inches. Luo Yuan patted the masked man on the shoulder and said, go catch a super type Pokemon. Of course, it may be a little difficult to catch. You can buy it. I can introduce someone to you. Quote. Hearing Luo Yuan's words, the masked man looked ashamed. Obviously he is not without self-knowledge, and he also knows that his superpowers are weak. That, the masked man was a little embarrassed. The one you said sells super type Pokemon. It true. Luo Yuan couldn't remember how long it had been since he had seen such an upright boy, but since he said it out, Luo Yuan didn't refuse. You write down the phone number. Then he gave the masked man the phone number of the black market businessman he knew. As for whether the masked man really wants to buy it or is fishing for law enforcement, number 3 has rich experience and can naturally judge. Then is there still a BHCH test now? No need. The masked man carefully put the paper with the phone number in his pocket and led Luo Yuan to the depths of the gym. After receiving the benefit, he naturally wouldn't embarrass Luo Yuan. It seems that he is very grateful to Luo Yuan, and he persuaded him while walking. Miss Nazi is very strong. It has been a long time that no one can defeat Miss Nazi. If you are not sure, I advise you to be prepared to come back. It's okay. I'm strong too. Luo Yuan waved his hand. The mysterious Q on Luo Yuan's shoulder also nodded, and then, go. The masked man in front of Luo Yuan jumped up when he saw the scene. Pikachu's neck is broken. When Luo Yuan heard the word, it turned out that he was using too much force when he nodded just now, and Mimikyu's head drooped down again. Oh, don't be afraid. The boy has a bad neck. Straightening Mimikyu's head, Luo Yuan explained. But no matter how Luo Yuan explained, the masked man didn't dare to look back at Luo Yuan. Quote. The two came to the battle arena. The training ground of the Golden Gym is located indoors and is a standard battlefield. Miss Nazi, the challenger, has been brought here. The masked man is half kneeling in front of a doll. The voice just fell. With a soft sound, Nazi, who had black waist-length hair and a slender figure, appeared on the seat and hugged the original doll on the seat. Teleport. Go down, Nazi said in a cold tone. Yes, Miss Nazi. The masked man didn't dare to look at Luo Yuan, especially the Pikachu on Luo Yuan's shoulder, who ran away quickly. I'm really timid. I've explained it to him, but I'm still so afraid. Luo Yuan smiled and said to Nazi, do you think so? Luo Yuan is still quite curious about Nazi. In the animation, Nazi's superpowers are amazing, but she doesn't know what it looks like in reality. Nazi was not affected. She still said in a cold tone, the ghost type restrains the superpower type, so it is normal for superpower users to be afraid of ghosts. It also makes sense. I'm here to challenge the gym today. Let's start now. Let's get started. Nazi's expression also became serious. In her superpower perception, Luo Yuan's breath was as vast as a forest, which made her a little uncertain about how strong Luo Yuan's strength was. But what is certain is that Luo Yuan is definitely a tough opponent. The game rules of the Golden Gym are the standard 1v1 rule. Only one Pokemon can be used in the battle between the two sides. Nazi said with a blue light flashing in her eyes. My Pokemon is it. A black high-level ball floated out from behind Nazi, and after the white light, a Hootie appeared on the field. Nazi used her strongest Pokemon. The opponent is Hootie. Mimikyu. I'll give it to you. Mimikyu Shigeru heard the word, jumped up, and with a flash of black light, his body appeared on the battlefield. Hoodie vs Mystery Q. A duel between superpowers and ghosts. In terms of attribute, Luo Yuan has the upper hand, but considering Nazi's incredible superpower, the outcome is not clear. Update 3/4. The next chapter is more customary. Chapter 111 Mystery Q vs Hoodie. Chapter 111 Mystery Q vs Hoodie Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 111 Migi Q vs Hoodie. Hoodie and Migi Q faced off on the field. The two Pokémon are tall and short, and the difference in size is huge, but Mimikyu's momentum is not weaker than Hoodie. If it is said that Hoodie exudes a mysterious atmosphere unique to super-type Pokémon, the mysterious hue represents terror. The black aura diffused from Mimikyu's body, which was terrifying. Nazi looked at Mimikyu, the Pokémon in the Alola region. Luo Yuan was a little surprised. He thought that the superpowers that Nazi said before were afraid of ghosts, but he just said it casually. That Nazi recognized Mimikyu. Alola is too far away from Kanto, and the communication with Kanto is far less than that of Feng Yuan. Chengdu and other places are frequent, so few people can recognize the mysterious Pokémon that represents unknown in Alola. Now that he was recognized, Luo Yuan didn't plan to cover it up. Yes, it's Mimikyu. Pokémon of the superpower type plus fairy type. It seems that you came prepared, but if you think you can pass the level easily, you will be disappointed. It seems that he has seen an equal opponent, or Luo Yuan has a similar trait to her. Nazi's words have become more and more. You think too much. Luo Yuan had a headache. Why did the trainers he encountered have so much inner drama? The same goes for Nazi, who looks like a girl without three. Mystery Q is really just at the right time, or I still have fast dragons here. Bangira, you pick one to fight. The battle begins. As soon as Nazi's voice fell, Miyu jumped up. Her body turned into a black light and shot towards Hoodie. The two shadow claws protruding from under the painted skin were like ghost claws from the nether hell, exuding a cold and terrifying aura, and grabbed Woody's head. Hoodie didn't panic at all when he saw this. Although an IQ of 5,000 might not make him smart, his reaction speed was indeed much faster than that of ordinary Pokémon. I saw a blue light flashing from the two spoons in Hoodie's hand. The body suddenly disappeared from the spot. Mysterious Hugh's shadow claws almost wiped Hoodie's body and hit the ground. Boom! The ground burst, and the place where Hoodie was standing turned into a big pit. Two shadow claws plunged into the ground like sharp blades. Nazi's face was unprecedentedly serious, and the power of Mimikyu's blow was beyond her imagination. It's a teleportation. Migi Q, pay attention to your surroundings. Seeing Hoodie disappear, Luo Yuan immediately reminded Migi Q. One of the great things about super-type Pokémon is their elusive teleportation. This move allows them to appear anywhere in the field at any time, making them easy to hit if the enemy is unguarded. Twitch. Hoodie appeared in midair. Psychic force makes its body float in midair. Hoodie, Phantom Light. Nazu chose to use ranged attack. I had seen the power of Mimikyu before, so when he came up, Hoodie directly used all his rank. Blue light bloomed in his eyes, and the two spoons in his hands vibrated at a high frequency, bending forward slightly. A 7-colored ring wave was launched from the center of Hoodie's eyebrows, covering the mysterious hue. The speed of the phantom light is not fast, but it seems to have a kind of power to confuse people, making people involuntarily look at the phantom light and become addicted to it, unable to extricate themselves. Luo Yuan's self-control is notoriously strong, and he didn't get caught at all. Really be careful. Hoodie didn't sneak attack from behind as Luo Yuan expected, but chose to attack him from the front. But fighting head-on, Luo Yuan has never been afraid of anyone. Mystery Q, with Shadow Ball. Crack. Mysterious Hugh's eyes flickered. Ghost energy gathered from the shadow to the front, and a shadow ball condensed in front of him. Woo! In the screaming sound of tearing the air, the shadow ball accelerated along a straight trajectory and shot towards Hoodie in the air. Even the shadow ball itself was twisted and deformed at a high speed, and was hurled into a long shape, and the speed had soared to the extreme. Boom! Like a cannonball bombardment, the shadow ball entwined with black gas collided with the psychedelic phantom light, causing a violent explosion in the air. The shock wave swayed in midair, and the sound wave and air wave shattered all the window glass in the venue in an instant. Luo Yuan's eardrums hurt from the shock, and he had a tinnitus, until he used the power of Viridian to offset these negative states. The explosion dissipated. Mysterious Hue were inserted into the ground to fix its body, and it didn't seem to be affected. Hoodie in the sky is not as lucky as Mimikyu. The explosion happened too suddenly, and the air wave threw it several somersaults in the air, before struggling to stabilize its body with thought power. Hoodie, how are you? Hoodie twisted his neck to indicate that he was fine. Nazi was relieved and looked at Mimikyu, who was still looking at her with her head tilted. Supplement 4 quarters continue to update. Chapter 112 Haunted by Evil Thought. Chapter 112 Haunted by Evil Thought Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 112 Haunted by Evil Thought. Your simulacrum Q is very good. Nazi still cherishes words like gold, but if you want to win me, it's not enough. Her thoughts were surging, connecting with the hoodie in the air, forming a subtle resonance state. The hoodie in the sky was revived and fell to the ground. The blue light in the two eyes shone. Hoodie's thought power was greatly increased, and a terrifying thought power wave was projected from Hoodie's body. Luo Yuan could feel that the entire golden yellow gem was trembling slightly. The Pokeball on his waist trembled slightly, and Bangira, Fast Dragon and Fire Dinosaur all sensed the danger Luo Yuan was facing and wanted to fight. 733 appeased Bangira and the others. This was still a gym battle after all. It is against the rules for group fight for young people like Luo Yuan in the new era of the Alliance. Awesome, what a terrifying thought power. After clapping his hand, Luo Yuan was amazed at Nazi's talent in superpowers. From what Luo Yuan felt, Nazi's superpowers had surpassed the natural birds he had seen before, and she could be called a humanoid Pokemon. Luo Yuan can foresee that Nazi might become the superpower king in the Kanto region with time. Are you ready? Nazi floated up and stood on the edge of the field, with war intent in her eyes. Facing Nazi who stood up, Luo Yuan's eyes stopped on her two slender legs, and then shifted to her face. He smiled and said, Mystery Q, show your real strength. Nazi is wrong. Is he weak? According to the results of the exploration technique, the mysterious you obtained from the unknown old woman is super powerful. Luo Yuan never thought that Miquan Q would lose. Hearing Luo Yuan's order, Mi Q's head shook slightly. Crack, underscore. A purplish black mist filled the surroundings of Miji Q, and there was a faint whistling sound. Mysterious U's body was filled with black mist, which was very terrifying. No matter who it is, as long as he sees Miji Q at this time, a tide of negative emotions will rise in his heart. Fear, anxiety, anger, depression, sadness, pain. The combination of negative emotions is enough to drive anyone crazy. Unique ability of this mysterious Q, haunted by evil thought. It is precisely because this mysterious Q has experienced more than 10 masters, but still has not been able to find a trainer who can accept it. Under the package of evil thought, the ability to simulate Q has been greatly improved. However, Mi Q didn't care about this. What it paid most attention to was Luo Yuan's attitude towards it. It turned its head and glanced, and found that Luo Yuan didn't look at him with fear and disgust like his owners before, and smiled happily. He completely accepted Luo Yuan from the bottom of his heart. Identify with him and accept everything he has. It's not just talking about it. Luo Yuan used his attitude to show his agreement with Miji Q. Mystery Q, Shadow Ball. Miji Q responded instantly to Luo Yuan's order. Whoosh! A shadow ball that was far more powerful than before cut through the air and hit Hoodie. Hoodie, keep your mind strong. In the face of the astonishing mimetic Nazi, he did not dare to underestimate her. A thought force pressed down against the shadow ball. Then after a burst of explosion, the psychic force and the shadow ball exploded into a cloud of fireworks in the air. Hoodie, what about Mi Q? Mi Q. Nazi was about to fight back, but found Mi Q was missing. Where did Miji Q go? Before I could use my mind power to determine the position of Mi Mimic Q, I saw Mi Q's figure suddenly jumped out from the explosion in the sky. The inferior ragdoll-like Pikachu coat, the facial features drawn by crayon, and the wooden tail, the slightly weird appearance was so terrifying to Hoodie at this time. Mystery Q, with a steel tail. Luo Yuan shouted loudly. When playing the shadow ball before, Mi Q followed the shadow ball and rushed towards Hoodie. It's just that the ghost-type energy fluctuations of the shadow ball block Nazi and Hoodie's sight and mind power exploration, so they can hide the sky and cross the sea. Mystery Q received the order and fought with one another in the sky. His tail lit up with white light, and he slashed down at Hoodie. Hoodie's body is very fragile. If he is hit directly by the steel tail, it is estimated that he will lose his ability to fight directly. Nazi also knew this. Hoodie used teleportation. In order to shorten the preparation time for Hoodie to teleport, she did not hesitate to directly help Hoodie locate the location of teleport with her own thought. Hoodie's 2 spoons glowed. Swish. 2.9. Nothing happened. How is that possible? Nazi felt incredible. She had already successfully teleported. Why hasn't Hoodie's position changed? It's not superpower. What was going on? Mi Q had already arrived in front of Hoodie and slashed down with her white light tail. A white light fell off. Beneath the white light was Hoodie's frightened expression. Dash 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 dash. Chapter 113 Come Back to Life. Chapter 113 Come Back to Life Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 113 Resurrection from the Dead. The steel tail slashed, and Hoodie was panic-stricken. As for why teleportation failed, I saw that at the feet of Hoodie, 2 black arms penetrated the soil and protruded from the ground, quietly entangling Hoodie's feet. It's Shadow Claw. Although teleportation can make Hoodie appear anywhere in an instant, but Shadow Claw is a ghost-type move, and the ghost-type energy on it interferes with the operation of mind power, so Hoodie's teleportation failed without any suspense. Hoodie is at stake. With Nazi on the side, it was naturally impossible to watch Hoodie get killed so easily. Mobilize your mind power and control Hoodie to launch move. A transparent wall silently appeared in front of Hoodie, standing in the middle of the two Pokemon. Mystery Q's tail just fell off and hit it. Bang! It only paused for a moment, and the transparent wall shattered without any suspense, but a momentary block was enough to react humbly. 17. The spoon in his hand vibrated with high frequency like a vibrator. Huge mind power was stimulated by Hoodie. Spirit Cutting. The superpower system's big move. The blade-like powerful thought force blade distorts the surrounding air, directly stabbed Mimikyu in the opposite direction. If you can't dodge, there is no need to dodge, and there is no problem in solving the opponent before being attacked. Mystery Q was directly hit by the mental cut, and it was thrown away like a rag doll. Hoodie smiled. The corners of Natsi's mouth also twitched slightly. It was the most thrilling battle she had ever fought, but in the end she won. As for why she is so sure, because she had played against Kana in the 4 Heavenly Kings before. Hoodie's mental cut did not even dare to take Kana hard. Mimikyu was hit by this move head-on. Luo Yuan laughed. The corners of Luo Yuan's mouth were also raised. It seems that you only know the name Mimikyu, but you don't know about Mimikyu. What? I mean, you only know a little about Mimikyu. Luo Yuan said, I admit that your Hoodie is very strong, but it's not that easy to defeat my Mimikyu. As soon as the voice fell, the black mist around the body of Mimikyu on the ground became more and more dense. In the billowing fog, Mimikyu swayed and stood up, with Pikachu's head drooping to one side on his shoulder. Mimikyu, as feature, drawing skin, it can avoid damage caused by an opponent's attack. Just now, Mimikyu was injured for the first time in this match. Looking at Natsi, Luo Yuan said, Q, who stood up again, slammed towards Hoodie. Hoodie was defenseless. The charged steel tail hit Hoodie's abdomen with precision. The abdomen suffered a heavy blow. Hoodie's facial features were twisted. The 2 spoons in his hands were released, and the whole body was pulled into the air by a steel tail. Hoodie, quickly distance yourself. Natsi had long ceased to be as cold as she had been at the beginning, and the dangerous battle made her involuntarily throw herself into it. She wanted to repeat the old tricks and use her mind to control Hoodie to deal with it, but Luo Yuan and Mimikyu would not give her this chance. Shadow Claw. The shadow claws protruding from under the hem of the cloth grabbed Hoodie's body tightly, breaking the link between Natsi and Hoodie, and at the same time pulling back its body that was flying backward. The shadow ball condensed in front of him at the same time, pulled directly in front of him by Mystery Q and smashed on the shadow ball. It looked like Mimikyu was holding Hoodie in his hand. There is still a shadow ball between Hoodie and Mimikyu. Boom! The shadow ball exploded. When Hoodie was blown to pieces by the shadow ball, Mimikyu seized the opportunity and pulled Hoodie's legs up like a windmill. A small whirlwind was formed centered on Mimikyu's thin body. It was as if Hoodie had been thrown into the front-loading washing machine and turned on the highest gear, and his brains were about to be thrown out. Natsi can't do anything about it. Although the Alliance allows trainers to use superpowers to assist Pokémon in battle, it is limited to side assistance and will never allow trainers to roll up their sleeves and directly fight. When the speed reached its peak, Mimikyu slammed into the air, lifted Hoodie high, and smashed it hard on the battlefield. Boom! 847 pit was smashed out of the venue, and the smoke and dust filled the air. Hoodie reached out from the pit tremblingly, trying to climb out. Crack! Mimikyu stood in front of the pit and looked down at Hoodie, who was dying. He lifted his leg and kicked it back. Boom! The head was hit hard again. Hoodie couldn't hold it any longer, and his eyes turned into circles. Hoodie is incapacitated. Mystery Q wins the game. Seeing Mimikyu's last action, Luo Yuan's eyes twitched, and his revenge for Mimikyu was still so heavy. Of course, who told Hoodie to break it again? I won this game. Natsi was silent, and the atmosphere became settled. Update sooner. Another 100-point reward, and thanks to the book friend 342501GY for the 588-point reward. Thank you very much. Chapter 114 NAS. Chapter 114 NAS Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 114 Natsi. The atmosphere became very settled. Hoodie fell into the field, but Natsi remained silent. The Golden Hall was so quiet. A blue light lit up on Nazi's body. Luo Yuan squinted his eyes, put his hands on the multifunctional belt around his waist, and raised his vigilance secretly. Natsi's condition looked a little abnormal. In the animation, the scene where Xiaoji and the others were turned into dolls for Natsi is still vivid in my mind. With Natsi's character, although he won the game, Luo Yuan was not sure if Nazi would become angry and turn him into a doll. Time passed minute by minute without the imagined conflict taking place. In the silent atmosphere, Nazi's thought power dissipated and slowly spoke. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Nazi's tone was no longer as cold as before. With a smile on her face, her voice sounded more in line with the image of a 17 or 18-year-old girl, and became more vivid. It doesn't matter if you wait a while, but are you alright? Luo Yuan asked. Nazi's situation is a bit strange. The current Nazi is completely different from the previous Nazi. There is a small problem with the power of mind. There is no problem. The battle just now was very exciting. This is your golden badge. A round golden badge floated away from Nazi's palm, flew towards Luo Yuan, floated on Luo Yuan's chest, and automatically pinned to Luo Yuan's body. After doing all this, Nazi was about to say something when suddenly the door was pushed open. I'm very sorry. Excuse me, is Mr. Luo Yuan here? A somewhat familiar voice came from behind Luo Yuan. Turning his head, he was still an acquaintance. I saw that the two men in suits who had stopped him before appeared again. I don't know how they found the Golden City Gym. Are these two your friend? Nazi asked Luo Yuan with a frown. It seems that they are very dissatisfied with the two who suddenly broke in. Luo Yuan shook his head. I don't know. The ghosts know these two people. They have met at most, and they are still 180,000 miles away from knowing each other. Nazi nodded, and then released her mind power. The two men in suits were instantly slapped on the wall, and their bodies were firmly locked. Luo. The two men in suits just opened their mouth, and before they could speak, they found that their mouth couldn't move. Then, without waiting for what they were thinking, when the two of them got dark, they didn't know anything. Seeing that Nazi used her thought power to put the two men in suits into uniform and knocked them unconscious, Luo Yuan stammered. Why are you so skilled? I don't know how many people Nazi killed to have this level of proficiency. Rid of the two flies, Nazi continued. Thank you. You brought me such a wonderful battle just now. I have a question to ask you. You say, my mind can feel the difference between you and others. Are you also a superpower? Nazi asked her doubt. From the time Luo Yuan entered the Golden Temple, she began to pay attention to Luo Yuan. The vast and natural aura on Luo Yuan's body aroused her great curiosity. Superpower. That's right, but it's different from your superpower. Luo Yuan didn't mind satisfying Nazi's curiosity. The superpower I have is not the power of mind. This power is called the power of Vibrant, which has the power of healing and communication. The specific ability shows that I published a paper on the power of Vibrant in the Alliance. If you are interested, you can go to check it out. The power of Vibrant is no longer a secret in the Alliance. When Luo Yuan just published his paper a while ago, there was a frenzy in the Alliance about finding the power of Vibrant. Unfortunately, in the end, it turned out that the power of Viridian was a special case of Luo Yuan, and was not universal. Nazi didn't pay attention to half of Luo Yuan's words. She only heard Luo Yuan say, be considered a superpower. A faint smile appeared on her face, and her mood instantly improved. Because of her superhuman talent, Nazi has been lonely since she was a child, and after her superpowers could easily demolish a house, no one dared to get in close contact with Nazi again, for fear that she would be demolished too, including those superpower fanatics in the gym. Yi Gonghaolong may be able to describe their relationship with Nazi. Now that she encounters someone like Luo Yuan who is not afraid of her, who can defeat her, and who is also a superpower, she will inevitably feel joy in her heart. Quote, let me introduce again. My name is Nazi, a gym trainer in the Golden City Gym, a superpower. Nazi floated to Luo Yuan and stretched out her white and tender palm. In the face of Nazi's goodwill, of course Luo Yuan did not refuse. Luo Yuan, a rookie trainer who is traveling with the goal of becoming a powerful trainer, is also a superpower. Holding Nazi's hand, her eyes swept across Nazi's body. Her slender figure looked unexpectedly unexpected, especially with tights and waist-length hair. It is very pleasing to the eye. Renew. Chapter 115 Handsome is Forever. Chapter 115 Handsome is Forever Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 115 Handsome is a lifetime thing. After a simple self-introduction, the two really got to know each other. After getting to know each other, the chatterbox was also open. After chatting with Nazi, he found that Nazi's cold appearance was all appearances. Inside, apart from being a little dark, she is actually quite friendly. It's just that the perennial loneliness has given her a shell that keeps people from thousands of miles away. Now that this layer of shell was shattered in front of Luo Yuan, naturally he couldn't maintain his cold image. Would you like to visit the Golden Temple? Nazi sent an invitation. Since Nazi has invited, Luo Yuan naturally has no reason to refuse. I'm curious about superpowers. Can you give me an introduction? Luo Yuan said with a smile. No problem. Come with me. When she heard superpower, her best field, Nazi's eyes lit up and she walked beside Luo Yuan. Walk, he said. Mind power willpower is currently the only superpower that can be awakened through exercise. 777 inches. Luo Yuan asks her some questions from time to time, all of which are what Nazi is good at. This is a small skill in chatting. Talking about the fields that the other party is good at, like, it is easier to promote the relationship between the two parties. Of course Nazi, who rarely interact with people, doesn't understand this. She just feels that chatting with Luo Yuan is very easy and comfortable. Coupled with Luo Yuan's gag from time to time, the atmosphere between the two became more and more harmonious. As a result, the trainers of the Golden Yellow Gym were horrified to discover that Miss Nazi, who is usually not fake, was actually chatting and laughing with a man in the gym. Is this the heck? Have we changed? Or has the world changed? On the spot, there were several superpowers who were trying to cultivate superpowers out of control, and object floating in the sky fell down, almost causing an accident. Fortunately, Nazi used her mind power to control the falling object in time so that no casualties were caused. The two chatted for a long time. It was not until the evening that the sky was getting dark that Luo Yuan had to leave the Golden Temple. At this time, he had time to check the system prompt. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the silver achievement, Golden Gym, and obtaining the silver level reward, Pressure. Oppression. Special ability. The effect is equivalent to the Pokemon's characteristic, Pressure, which can give people and Pokemon a lot of pressure. Because it is cast by human, the effect is weaker than that of Divine Beast. Sure enough, I challenge the reward superpower of the Golden Yellow Dojo system. The Golden City Gym is a superpower gym. After unlocking the achievement, it is not surprising that the system reward is superpower, but this sense of oppression is too casual. Luo Yuan complained while looking at the system's introduction to oppression. The role of the sense of pressure in the game is to double the consumption of the Pokemon's PP and the number of moves that can be used. PP setting in reality. Neither can it be used for combat like psychic power, nor can it heal Pokemon like vibrant power. Does this thing have any other uses besides enhancing one's own aura? Thought turned to this. Luo Yuan paused. BHDC, it seems to be good to enhance the aura. Being strong is a matter of one version, and being handsome is a matter of a lifetime. Whether the sense of oppression is strong or not is another matter, but it can certainly greatly improve his own compulsion. Imagine that at the court conference, when the opponent released a Pokemon, the feeling of oppression opened, the opponent shivered immediately, and the audience was silent for a moment. It was very emotional to think about it. It's worth the ticket price. Luo Yuan felt more comfortable when he thought so. However, I don't know what's going on with Dr. Damu. Now that even the news of the improvement of the advanced ball has leaked out, and Shilu Company is so urgent to invite itself to be a guest, presumably there should be news soon from the alliance. Just when Luo Yuan was about to contact Dr. Damu to inquire about the progress of the incident, someone suddenly stopped him behind him. This boy, please wait. A middle-aged uncle in sportswear standing behind Luo Yuan suddenly said, startling Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan responded subconsciously. A sense of oppression with his backhand slammed into it. A sense of oppression erupted from Luo Yuan's body and was crushed down. Because the invisible aura was concentrated by Luo Yuan and only targeted at one person, it became like the real thing. Kaka _. The marble floor let out an overwhelmed scream. Unprepared, the middle-aged uncle behind him softened his legs and almost gave Luo Yuan a kowtow. Fortunately, at the last moment, he held on. With superpower blue light on his body, the middle-aged uncle slowly stood up straight and said, young people today are really unfriendly. He was almost made to kneel by Luo Yuan, but there was no anger on his face, but a smile on his face. You are. Luo Yuan glanced at the person in front of him. He seemed to know the identity of the person in front of him. Update. One more chapter. Thanks for the 588-point reward from the book friend, and the 100-point reward for Bai Chinwu. Chapter 116 Superpower Association. Chapter 116 Superpower Association Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 116 Superpower Association. You are. Luo Yuan looked at the man in front of him. Although the other party hadn't introduced himself yet, he had probably guessed the other party's identity. Hello, I'm Natsi's father. The middle-aged man said. I've seen everything that happened in the Golden Temple before. Luo Yuan. This is very embarrassing. My daughter who is flirting with others is witnessed by others, and she is also called to the door. Is there anything worse than this in this world? Just when Luo Yuan was considering the language and trying to explain it, Natsi's father stepped forward and shook Luo Yuan's hand vigorously. Thank you very much. The imaginary questioning did not take place. Instead, they were thanked. Clam, am I so happy to flirt with your daughter? Luo Yuan was a little confused about Natsi's father's brain circuit. Seeing Luo Yuan's doubt, Natsi's father explained. Natsi was not like this when she was a child. Her talent in superpowers was terrible. After immersing herself in the world of superpowers, she gradually became became withdrawn and had no friend. Even as a father, I was with me. She barely communicated, especially since Natsu took over as the gym trainer at the Golden Gym. It was even worse. Natsu's father told Natsu's story. This story is similar to what Luo Yuan saw in the animation. In general, it is a story of a girl who gradually grows up, becomes withdrawn because of her addiction to superpowers, and her personality becomes more and more eccentric. In the end, Natsu's father looked at Luo Yuan gratefully. Thanks to you for defeating Natsu, she was able to walk out of her own little world and become cheerful. To be honest, I haven't seen Natsu smile for a long time. Really is very grateful. Quote, Luo Yuan got the idea of Natsu's father after listening. He should want to thank himself for letting Natsu come out of her small world and become cheerful. It's okay. I am also very happy to be her friend, Luo Yuan said. Making friends is a matter for both parties. In fact, I didn't make a special trip to express my thanks, but that's why Luo Yuan could see Natsu's father's concern for Natsu. Father nodded. The two guys who came to you just now should be from Shilufu Company. From the looks of those two people, it seems that they are not good people. If there is anything you need my uncle to help with, just speak up. Quote, then hand over a business card. Luo Yuan took a look at it. The president of the Kanto Superpower Association, the head of the Kanto Superpower Crime Response Department. I didn't expect Natsu's father to have such a background. Yes, I want to be a gym trainer in an international metropolis like Golden City and support such a big gym. In addition to its own strength requirement, the background is also indispensable. If there is no background, it will be strained. Seeing Luo Yuan accept the business card, Natsu's father continued, the aura you released just now, are you also a superpower? No matter how you look at it, the momentum just now does not seem like an ordinary person can release it. I have a power called the power of Viridian. Luo Yuan explained what he said to Natsu before and explained it again. The power of Vibrant. Are you the genius researcher Luo Yuan who awakened a brand new superpower, was kicked out of Shilu Company, and saved the San Anu? Natsu's father asked in surprise. Luo Yuan's head was full of black lines. Kicked out of Sheriff. When you're talking, why do you have to mention this every time someone talks about you? Don't you know this is black history? If it wasn't for Natsu's father in front of him, Luo Yuan would have to teach him how to be a human being. Of course, Natsu's father didn't notice. Yes, I am the Luo Yuan you said. Luo Yuan replied. Hearing what he said, Natsu's father looked at Luo Yuan even more satisfied. Young and promising, with a bright future and super strong strength. Even if he has bad intentions towards his daughter, he seems to be able to push the boat along the way. Coughing twice, Natsu's father looked at Luo Yuan. Then, Luo Yuan, do you have any idea of joining the Superpower Association? After finishing speaking, he was afraid that Luo Yuan would have concerns about not understanding the Association of Superpowers, so he explained it specially. The Association of Superpowers is a sympathetic organization. The association has no special requirements for members. It is only a place for superpowers to communicate and protect the rights and interests of superpowers. There is no obligation to join the Superpower Association. Of course, the association will also regularly announce some tasks. If you are interested, you can freely access and earn reward. Quote, dash 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 renew. Thank you for the 100-point reward from the bookfriend and the 200-point reward for the bookfriend Jujian. Thank you very much. The update has been a little slow recently. There will be more chapters tonight, and 4 more will be resumed tomorrow. Chapter 117 2 Good News. Chapter 117 2 Good News Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 117 2 Pieces of Good News. Listening to Natsu's father's description, this psychic association seems to be somewhat similar to Pokemon Hunters. Pokemon Hunters also capture corresponding Pokemon by taking quests to get paid, but compared to illegal Pokemon Hunters, the Superpower Association is legal. Luo Yuan thought about it, and there is no problem with joining. He hate bonded, but there seems to be nothing to lose by joining this kind of mutually beneficial club. But out of caution, he replied, I'll think about it later. If you go back and find out about this association, there is really no problem, and it is not too late to join. Although the other party was the father of Natsu, 913, Luo Yuan felt more cautious. Hearing Luo Yuan's word, Natsu's father was not dissatisfied but very happy, feeling that Luo Yuan's personality was calm and a person who could do great things. Well, if you think about it, you can call me then. Luo Yuan nodded. Okay, see you later then. Natsu's father smiled, waved his hand, blue light flashed on his body, and disappeared with a swoosh. Momentary movement. It's really convenient. Luo Yuan was a little envious. If the lottery draw was for mind power, it would be perfect, but unfortunately, At night, Luo Yuan's house, little Kirby was eating with his head in his food bowl, while Mystery Q sewed new skins with the fabric Luo Yuan bought for him. Luo Yuan was about to call Dr. Damu when suddenly the communicator beeped. Unexpectedly, Dr. Damu called him first. Moses, this is Luo Yuan. Good evening, Dr. Damu. Holding a bag of potato chip, Luo Yuan said, I wanted to call Dr. Damu just now, but I didn't expect you to contact me first. Then it seems that I played at the right time. Dr. Damu smiled, and then said, there are two good news to tell you. Do you want to guess what it is? Dr. Damu actually also sold Guanzi. Two good news. Luo Yuan was a little strange. I can guess one. What is good news? Dr. Damu's words surprised him. The first good news must be about the patent. After all, he only asked Dr. Omu for one thing. But good news is strange. He doesn't remember asking Dr. Damu to help him with other things. Damu laughed when he saw Luo Yuan's appearance. The first good news is that your patent application has been approved, and the patent notice will be issued in 2 days. Whether it is authorized use or direct sale of this technology, it will be protected by union law. Quote, Rao was guessing, but Luo Yuan was still shocked by the speed of the alliance's approval. So fast. Thank you so much, Dr. Damu. He certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to think that this bureaucratized league was so efficient. Therefore, it must be that Dr. Damu exerted a lot of strength in the middle. Haha, I just did some trivial work, mainly because President Damaranch took a fancy to your research, so the patent application was approved so quickly. Dr. Damu waved his hand. No, I still have to thank you. Hearing Dr. Damu's word, Luo Yuan was even more grateful for Dr. Damu's help. Luo Yuan has always been very self-aware. Although his technology is advanced enough to have a revolutionary impact on the lives of contemporary trainers, it still takes time to send it directly to President Damaranch. To be able to attract the attention of President Damaranch so quickly, the recommendation of Dr. Damu is definitely the main factor. I made up my mind that after realizing the patent, I must find a way to repay Dr. Ogi. Then Luo Yuan asked, Dr. Damu, what good news? Dr. Damu is also a person who has seen strong winds and waves. If he can be called good news by Dr. Damu, it will definitely not disappoint him. Second news. Dr. Damu smiled. Because of this technology, President Damaranch nominated you as a doctoral candidate, and in a few days, the alliance will organize doctors and parliamentarians to expand discuss. Dr. Luo Yuan was also shocked. Is it so exciting? Is it a little too fast? I don't seem to be qualified enough. Although he was pleasantly surprised, Luo Yuan didn't get carried away. He still thought calmly, which of the current doctors has not come step by step? Although he has made some achievement, he is too young to be a doctor at his age. Doing Pokemon academics is very serious. 3.7. His qualifications are not enough. It is very difficult to become a PhD. Don't be pessimistic. Your technology is revolutionary, and since President Damaranch proposed it, it won't be in vain. I talked to Du, and he seems to support you very much. It's still very good for you to become a doctor. Hopeful. Dr. Damu encouraged Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan nodded. Dr. Damu has been a doctor for many years. He said that there is hope, so he must be right. Renew. Chapter 118 President Shirov. Chapter 118 President Shirov Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 118 President Shirov. After chatting with Dr. Damu for a long time, Luo Yuan hung up the phone. Although it was very late at this time, he had no sleep at all. These two good news are like 2 injections of stimulant. How can this make him sleep well? Since the patent is about to come down, let's think about how to realize the patent. Luo Yuan secretly said. So Luo Yuan turned on the computer, used the information in his head to write a document introducing the advanced ball improvement, and a small part of the data used to verify the authenticity of the technology, and then sent it to major companies in various regions of the league in the form of email. The reason why Shaloof Company was so eager to invite itself to Shaloof Company before was obviously intending to take advantage of the information gap and take this technology into the bag at a certain price before everyone knew it. However, Luo Yuan saw through Shaloofu's plan. In the absence of competitors, no matter how good the technology is, the O9 cannot be sold at a good price, so Luo Yuan did not go to talk to Shaloof at all. Now that the patent certificate is in hand, it is time to find some competitors for Shirov, which is in his interest. It was already morning after all this was done, and Luo Yuan was so sleepy. Mute the communicator, then prepare a day's worth of food for Kirby and Mystery Q, and then fall back to sleep. Luo Yuan slept soundly here, unaware that the world had been turned upside down because of his few emails. Shira Corporation President's Office. The League officially confirmed that the new Pokeball technology has matured, and who will the new technology be used for? President Shirov sat at the table and looked at the headline of the newspaper in front of him with a gloomy look on his face. I gave you such a high salary, and now you can't even do this little thing. The two men in suit standing opposite the desk looked miserable. President, we did invite Luo Yuan, but the first time he didn't didn't listen to us at all. He just threw us away. Later, we found Jinwang Daoguan all the way, and before we spoke, we were told by Jinwang Daoguan, gym trainer stunned with superpowers. They are also suffering, but the other party obviously didn't want to talk about it. Well, no matter how hard they tried, it wouldn't help. Forget it. You go down. President Shigeru, with his black and white hair, waved his hand and dismissed the two. President, what should we do? The secretary on the side asked. Now that the news of the new technology has been developed, I am afraid that it will not be long before the Devon Company and Carlos Pokeball Manufacturing Factory will send people over. Enter the competition. Quote, I know, President Shigeru said. He knew this in his mind, but it was precisely because he knew what made him feel more difficult. When he learned of the new Pokeball technology from the Alliance, the investigation of the technology developer had already been launched. Then, of course, Luo Yuan's information was also placed on his desk. Alliance genius researcher, discoverer and owner of the power of Vibrant, an outstanding contemporary young trainer in Kanto, and an ex-employee of Shira Corporation. One can imagine how complicated President Shigeru felt when he saw this document. If he didn't vomit blood, he was considered to have a good mental quality. Have you checked it out? Who exactly kicked Luo Yuan out of our company? President Shigeru asked. It's been identified. Ikurasaki, the head of the Technology Research and Development Department. The secretary replied. Get him out of the way. For this kind of guy, dismissal is light. If this bastard hadn't stepped in, maybe it would be their sheriff company that would lead the Pokeball manufacturing industry for the next few decades. Why would he be so worried now? Thinking of this, President Shigeru said. In addition, prepare a generous gift, and I will visit in person. Go to the door in person. President this. The secretary raised his head suddenly. His eyes widened. Since he served as the president's secretary, he has never seen President Shigeru personally visit a researcher. Will it lose your identity? The secretary asked. It's worth it. As long as our Shilufu company can get this technology, it can not only stabilize our company's monopoly position in the Pokeball manufacturing industry in the Kanto region, but even open up new markets. It's not impossible. A gleam of light flashed in President Shigeru's eye. From this new technology developed by Luo Yuan, he smelled the opportunity of industrial transformation. Shilufu company has developed into a bottleneck in the Kanto and Chengdu region. If they want to go further, this is their opportunity. Have the address of Luo Yuan's residence. Yes, President. Let go now. We're going to get ahead of those guys at Devon. Yes, I will prepare the car immediately. The secretary said immediately. President Shigeru slowly got up, looked at the flow of people on the road outside the window, and felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Crisis and opportunity go hand in hand. If Devon Company or the Pokeball manufacturing factory take the lead this time, it will also be a major blow to Shiluf Company. Update 1 quarter. Chapter 119 Big News. Chapter 119 Big News Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 119 Big News. Dong dong dong. Luo Yuan was awakened from his sleep by a sudden knock on the door. Who will not let people live in peace? Early in the morning, get up from the bed and glance at the alarm clock. It's noon. Although he slept very late last night, he did not expect to sleep until noon. Dong dong dong. The knock sounded again, this time more urgent. Come. After taking care of his hair a little, it didn't look so messy. Wearing pajamas and slippers, Luo Yuan walked towards the door. Open the door. Click, click, click. The rapid shutter sounded, and the flashing flash almost blinded his eyes. Mr. Luo Yuan, can you tell us about your mental process of developing an improved version of the advanced ball? Mr. Luo Yuan, can you talk about the impact of the new version of the advanced ball on the existing Pokeball manufacturing industry? Mr. Luo Yuan, can you tell us your opinion on the limit down of the stocks of the three major Pokeball manufacturers, Shiluf, Devon, and Pokeball Manufacturing Factory? Luo Yuan, I'm Shigeru. A large number of microphones squeezed over, almost leaning on his face. Suddenly frightened, Luo Yuan, who was still a little confused, instantly woke up and slammed the door shut. Leaning against the door, he listened to the knock on the door outside. Why are there so many reporters here? Luo Yuan looked inexplicable. What's the situation? However, he seemed to have vaguely heard the words of advanced ball improvement before. After calming down a little, Luo Yuan turned on the computer and entered the Pokemon forum in the Kanto region. Enter the forum. Luo Yuan saw a piece of news that was put on the top at a glance. Luo Yuan, a new researcher in Kanto, developed a super ball improvement technology, and the front page is all about news about the new advanced ball technology. Just click into an article titled, New Advanced Ball, the Great Creation of League Genius Researcher tilde creation. The article uses very grandiose language to describe the relevant information about the advanced ball improvement. At the same time, he gave a very detailed introduction to Luo Yuan, the inventor. The article was full of compliment, describing him as one of the best contemporary researchers in the Alliance. Even Luo Luo Yuan, who has always considered himself a thick-skinned person, felt a little bit can't stand it. There is a comment below the article. Demented silly beast. Advanced ball improvement. Although the manufacturing cost has been reduced, it is still unaffordable. Philosopher Wei Li. I think it's not bad. I often use advanced balls, and the price is not important, but it is said that the efficiency of capture has increased by 30%. I like this. Target is the gym trainer. Advanced balls are often used. Upstairs local tyrant. Golden market stock expert. Although it is indeed a very powerful invention, the stocks of those companies involved in the manufacturing of Pokeballs all plummeted today and suffered heavy losses. After reading a few more posts, whether it is an article or a comment, they all praise the advanced ball technology innovation one-sidedly. Whether you can afford it or not, this is a real benefit for trainers who need to subdue a large number of Pokemon. The group of reporters outside must have seen the development of advanced ball improvement technology and came to interview them, find out the source of the trouble, but Luo Yuan has no good solution. How to do? Who let him make such a big news by himself? Can you keep your mouth shut so people don't talk about it? Troublesome. Luo Yuan had a headache and was blocked by the group of reporters outside the door, making it impossible to go out. At this time, the communicator suddenly rang, and when I saw the caller ID, it was Dr. Damu. Hello, Dr. Oki. Across the screen, Dr. Oki showed a smile. Luo Yuan, you have become a celebrity. Apparently, Dr. Damu also saw the news on the forum. I would rather not be this celebrity. Luo Yuan expressed that he was very uncomfortable, obviously only thinking about making a fortune in silence. How did he become a cutting-edge scientist in the Kanto region? Don't worry too much, just wait for this craze to pass. Damu nodded. Also, I'm relieved to see you like this. Quote question mark. Luo Yuan has a question mark on his face. What does this mean? I thought you would be out of balance after you became famous overnight, but now it seems that I think too much, and you are much calmer than I thought. Dr. Damu said with relief. Since this is the case, I have something to do, so I will hang up first. And we talk later. Good one. Quote. Looking at the black screen, Luo Yuan was speechless. Dr. Damu, can't you just ignore it? But the top priority is not to think about it, and it's not a problem to be stuck at home all the time. We have to find a way to get rid of these reporters first. Luo Yuan doesn't want to be entangled by these troublesome guys. After thinking about it carefully, Luo Yuan really came up with a solution. Turning on the phone, Luo Yuan dialed Natsu's phone number. Hello, Natsu, I have something I want you to help with. Update 2 quarters. Chapter 120 Sakaji's Plan. Chapter 120 Sakaji's Plan. Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 120 Sakaji's Plan. Swish. A blue light flashed, and Luo Yuan and Nazi appeared in the Golden Hall. Thank you, Nazi. If it weren't for you, I don't know when I'd be blocked by these guys. Surrounded by so many reporters, Luo Yuan also had an idea that he could use Nazi's super ability to teleport to avoid these reporters. That's why he called Nazi on purpose before. Nazi was curious. Why are you blocked at home by so many reporters? She found that a lot of things seemed to happen to Luo Yuan, but she didn't know it, which made her a little unhappy. Luo Yuan was a little puzzled. You didn't read newspapers and news. What does it have to do with newspaper news? Nazi asked rhetorically. After gradually getting acquainted with Luo Yuan, Nazi's tone of speech unconsciously took a bit of a jump. Quote. Luo Yuan was speechless for a while, and then he said after organizing the language, well, how do you say it? Simply put, I have developed a technology that can improve the efficiency and manufacturing cost of advanced ball capture technology. And then the reporters came to the door one by one. Here he was talking. Nazi suddenly disappeared, and then suddenly appeared again. The difference was that she had a newspaper in her hand. A new type of advanced ball. A great creation by a talented researcher in the league. The homepage is exactly the title that Luo Yuan had seen on the forum before. That made him feel very ashamed. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Nazi looked at Luo Yuan in surprise. Although Luo Yuan had said that he had worked as a researcher in Shilu Company before, he did not expect Luo Yuan to be so powerful. Not everyone can use the word great. It's okay, Luo Yuan said modestly. Nazi ignored Luo Yuan. Everyone could see that he was very happy. Then what are you going to do next? Nazi asked. I think if you don't show up, those reporters will be blocking your door all the time. Who has worked as a gym trainer has a deep understanding of the virtues of those reporters. Before they get the news they want, they will stick to your body like dog skin plaster, and you can't get rid of them. Don't worry, it will take 2 days before the people I invited arrive. Who? The representatives of the companies I invited. I am going to sell this technology just in time to hold a press conference to get rid of these reporters, Luo Yuan said. As for these days, Luo Yuan intends to adjust the appetite of these people first, and then maintain a wave of enthusiasm. Although he doesn't like to be exposed to the spotlight, the heat helps him to demand a more reasonable offer. In his view, it is still necessary, since you have a plan. Nazi nodded. This is Luo Yuan's business. The two are still just friends, so it's hard to say too much. Although Nazi lacks social experience, she has done bad things these days. If she is smart, she will naturally not do those annoying things. But I have something to trouble you. Luo Yuan looked at Nazi. I may need to stay at your golden temple for 2 days recently. Overnight. Nazi was a little confused. Yes, stay overnight. Can I ask you for the next 2 days? Luo Yuan asked with a smile. Nazi was stunned for a moment, and then returned to normal, but she was a little uneasy. Yes. Jobin City. Rocket. Mato was reporting to Sakagi from behind. The last time the San Antonio plan failed, she was punished by Sakagi for this. Fortunately, she finally regained the machine from the Alliance, which restored Sakagi's trust. Boss Sakagi, I have received the exact news that the new advanced ball manufacturing technology was indeed developed by Luo Yuan. He showed this technology to Dr. Ogi in a restaurant in Lamperchi, and then asked Dr. Ogi to ask him apply for patent. At present, Shalufu Company in Kanto, Devon Manufacturing in Fangyuan, and Pokeball Factory in the Carlos area are all paying attention to this technology. Advanced ball improvement technology is currently the focus of attention of the entire league, and the Rockets have no reason to ignore it. I have been overestimating Luo Yuan, but every time it turns out I have been underestimating him, Sakagi said. Zheniao didn't answer. As Luo Yuan's defeated general, if it wasn't for her work needs, she would not be willing to talk about Luo Yuan. Keep an eye on Luo Yuan. I believe he won't let this technology rot in his hand. After he sells the technology, he will find a way to get it for me, Sakagi said. As a gradually normalized evil organization, of course Team Rocket wants to develop its own Pokeball. Although there has been good progress so far, if the advanced ball improvement technology in Luo Yuan's hands can be obtained, the quality of the Rocket Pokeballs will be improved by a lot. As for why he didn't grab it directly from Luo Yuan, he had to go around in circles. The reason is very simple, mainly because the Rockets have almost no manpower available, and there is no way to seize the technology from Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan's strength is not weak. In Sakagi's opinion, in order to deal with Luo Yuan, when the senior cadres of the Rockets are basically absent, I am afraid that he will have to take action himself to win Luo Yuan, and it also bears great danger. But dealing with those so-called big companies is different. Baiting, buying, dealing. The Rockets have been in this industry for decades, and they don't need much. Chapter 121 Pay a visit to Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 121 Come to visit. Sakagi is planning to get the advanced ball modification technology to improve the Rocket Pokeball technology, but he said that President Shirif, who had been waiting at Luo Yuan's door, was already a little impatient. Inside the car, isn't the door open yet? President Shirov asked the secretary who had just returned. Without the president, I've been knocking on the door for 3 hours, and there's no movement inside. The secretary rubbed his unsightly swollen hand. His hands were swollen like a pig trotter. President Shirif pondered for a long time and said, something's wrong. Luo Yuan may not be at home. Secretary looked puzzled. But he's not at home. Where else can he go? When Luo Yuan opened the door in the morning, it proved that he was at home. As for saying that Luo is far away, it is impossible. The surroundings are very empty. Even if you open the window, it is not realistic to want to hide so many eyes and leave silently. President Shirov remembered the golden dojo that the 2 people he sent out had mentioned before, and a flash of light flashed in his mind, and he blurted out, superpower. Teleportation can make him leave silently. Superpower. Could it be that the people from the Golden Gym are helping? President Shirif nodded. Let's go to the Golden Gym. Golden Temple. Luo Yuan and Nazi's father were sitting at the table drinking tea. Nazu went to meet the challenger. I didn't expect you to make such a big news. It really scared me, Nazi's father said. When he woke up early in the morning, he saw the overwhelming news about Luo Yuan, which shocked him. Even if I knew that Luo Yuan was young and promising, at his age, how many people can have such achievements as him? At least there seems to be only one crossing in Kanto that can rival Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan shook his head. I was actually taken aback too. I didn't expect such a big commotion. I have something to ask for your help this time. Haha, if you want me to help you, just say it. Nazi's father was very happy. I'd like to borrow the space of the Golden Hall, and I'm going to hold a press conference here. It's a trivial matter, of course. In his opinion, a young and promising young man like Luo Yuan should of course make more friends and invest. Now he is just borrowing the venue of the Golden Yellow Gym, and he naturally agreed. And it is also beneficial for him to lend the venue to Luo Yuan, which is equivalent to free advertising, which is very good for expanding the fame of the Golden Temple. Thank you so much then. To hold a press conference is usually held in a hotel, but the price of a hotel reservation is too scary, and he doesn't have much money. Before the patent is realized, he can still save a little bit. Don't be so polite, just borrow the venue. Natsu's father waved his hand. Thank you for being able to tolerate Natsu's bad temper. Quote. Luo Yuan was silent. Huh, why don't you speak? Luo Yuan stretched out his hand and pointed behind him. I didn't know when. Natsu suddenly appeared behind him. Quote. Natsu's father was left with a cold sweat on his forehead, and hurriedly said, Natsu, listen to my explanation. But before he finished speaking, Natsu waved his hand. Natsu's father was stopped, and then his body became smaller and smaller, and finally turned into a rag doll that Natsu held in his hand and threw it into a box on the side. Doing all this, Natsu smiled at Luo Yuanjan. Sorry, Luo Yuanjan, I was delayed by the challenger for a long time. Zero asked for flowers, as if nothing had happened. It doesn't matter. Luo Yuan finally knew why Natsu's father always said that Natsu was weird. Turning people into dolls at a single word of disagreement is not normal in any way, but in front of her, Natsu's character is not bad. Luo Yuan was still very happy about this. I have heard the conversation between you and your father just now, Luo Yuanjan. When the time comes, we will cooperate with you at the Golden Temple. Natsu said. Thank you so much then. While we were chatting, a superhuman student suddenly ran in. Miss Natsu, Mr. Luo Yuan, someone is looking outside. Who? Natsu asked. The people from Shaloof Company seem to be the president, the student said. Nazi looked at Luo Yuan. Let's meet. Luo Yuan got up. The president of the family is here, and although he is very unhappy with Shaloofu Company, he can't give the impression of being rude. As for whether to sell technology to them, it still depends on your mood. Thinking so, Luo Yuan and Nazi came to the reception room. Pushing open the door, an old man with black and white hair sat there, and a young man with spectacles stood beside him. Mr. Luo Yuan, I finally found you. Seeing Luo Yuan, President Shirof was very excited. Supplement 4 quarters continue to update. Thanks to Book Friend by Jin for the 100-point reward, and Book Friend Shangda Shangmer for the 100-point reward. Chapter 122 President Shirof's Sincerity. Chapter 122 President Shirof's Sincerity Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 122 President Shirof's Sincerity. In the reception room, the two sides were seated on either side of the table. Next to Luo Yuan is Nazi, and on his shoulders is a sleepy Mimikyu. Because of staying up late last night to sew painting skin, MIQ has been in low spirit today. Finally see you. President Shirif took a deep breath and calmed down his excitement. As the helm of Shirif, he quickly adjusted his mentality. It's really not easy to see Luo Yuan. First, he sent his men to invite him, and then he came to the door in person. Finally, he found the Golden Temple, and then met Luo Yuan. Is there anything President Shirif is looking for from me? Luo Yuan pretended to be stupid and said 080. Although he knew the purpose of the other party coming to him, he did not mention it first. In negotiations, the person who speaks first is often at a disadvantage, and Luo Yuan naturally would not make such a mistake. I have fired the former head of the Technology Research and Development Department. It is our Shaloofu Company's mistake to fire a researcher like Luo Yuan. President Shaloofu solemnly apologized. Hearing what he said, an inexplicable light flashed in Luo Yuan's eye. He understood the meaning of the other party. President Shirof should plan to ease the tense relationship between the two parties. After all, the fact that Luo Yuan was kicked out of Shirof Company was embarrassing for both parties. But it's done, and it's a little too late to make up for it now. This matter has already passed, so there is no need to mention it again. When I left the company, your company's severance pay was also very rich. Let's talk about the purpose of the president. The implication is that if you have any purpose, just say it directly. It is pointless to mention those things. Don't try to get too close. Hearing Luo Yuan's words, President Shirof felt even more resentment towards the guy who fired Luo Yuan. He has the heart to ease the relationship between the two sides, but the initiative is not up to him, so he has to cut to the chase. I am here this time, hoping to obtain the authorization to use the advanced ball improvement technology. As the largest Pokeball manufacturer in the Kanto-Chengdu area, Shaloofu Company hopes to reach a cooperation with you to carry forward this technology and give more training. Home brings benefit. Quote, some of the words are high-sounding. In general, they want to improve the technology of advanced balls. Well, President Shirof, you may be late. Luo Yuan said. What? President Shirof panicked a little after hearing this. He wasn't afraid of Luo Yuan's lion's big mouth, sitting on the ground to raise the price and pay back the money on the ground. Although there is no such sentence in the world of Pokemon, the basic principles are common. What he was most afraid of was that Luo Yuan would not talk to him. This technology is related to the Pokeball manufacturing industry, which is the lifeblood of the Shiroof Company, and must be won no matter what. But he didn't wait for him to speak. Listen to Luo Yuan continue. Last night, I have sent emails to major companies including your company, inviting them to discuss the issue of technology licensing together in a few days, so I am afraid there is no way to authorize Shalufu Company. Hearing this, President Shirof breathed a sigh of relief, but he was a little puzzled. Mail. Why don't I know? President Shirof was a little confused. Then he turned to look at his secretary, who also shook his head. I didn't receive it. If they received it, why would they go to Luo Yuan's door in the early morning to wait for Luo Yuan? They looked at Luo Yuan. Oh, the email I sent to Shaluf Company was sent directly to my former boss, the one who was fired by you. Luo Yuan patted his head and said zero. Quote. President Shiruf opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. So, if Shalufu Company is interested, please come to the Golden Gymnasium in 3 days. Luo Yuan got up and said, although he didn't like Shiruf Company, but seeing the sincere attitude of President Shiruf, he didn't care too much. Selling technology makes money. Shiruf has money. How could he have trouble living with money? Don't make money because you hate Shiruf. Luo Yuan's mind is fine. Leaving the Golden Path Gym, President Shiruf and his secretary sat in the car. What do you think of the conversation just now? President Shiruf asked. It seems that Luo Yuan has some grudges on us, but he doesn't have much influence. As long as we take out the corresponding benefit, there is still a good chance that he will be moved. Yes, this Luo Yuan is not simple. It is very rare to have such great achievements at this age without bringing personal emotions into his career. As long as we show the conditions that make the other party's heart, we still have hope. Under the 1.7 authorization of the patented technology, President Shiruf had a confident smile on his face. Luo Yuan is from Kanto. In this respect, our Shiruf Company has a unique advantage. The secretary nodded, and he thought so too. President Shiruf continued, go and find out who the Devon Company and the Pokeball manufacturing factory have sent. Although it is a home game, we can't underestimate the enemy. Yes. Update 1 quarter. Continue. Chapter 123 Press Conference. Chapter 123 Press Conference. Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 123 Press Conference. President Shirof left, and the Golden Dome returned to calm. At this time, the superpower students of the Golden Yellow Taoist Hall realized that Miss Natsy's friend was actually Luo Yuan, who had been in the headlines for the past 2 days. Knowing this, they were a little surprised. Sure enough, only geniuses can be friends with geniuses, and it's not easy to be friends with Miss Natsy. Luo Yuan didn't know that these superpower students had regarded themselves as geniuses. After he said hello to Dr. Damu, he quietly became a beautiful man and waited for the press conference 3 days later. 3 days go by in a flash. The Golden Gym Hall made an early announcement to decline the challenge today, but the Golden Gym did not become deserted because of this, but became more lively. News media from all over the world gather here to get first-hand news. Suddenly there was a commotion in the crowd. A reporter with a camera held high pointed to a slowly approaching car. Come on, it's from Shaluf. I don't know who they will send. Amid all the attention, the door of the car slowly opened, and President Shirof, whose hair was mixed in black and white, stepped out of the car. The reporters around were amazed. President Shiruf actually came in person. It seems that Shiruf is bound to acquire this technology, a reporter said excitedly, pressing the shutter repeatedly. The flash kept flashing. President Shirof was also someone who had seen the big world. He nodded to a group of reporters, and then stepped into the Golden Hall. Not long after President Shirof entered, suddenly there was a cry in the sky. A silver light flashed by, and a silver-winged, armored bird with metallic luster all over its body descended from the sky with a sonorous sound. Then a silver-haired youth jumped off the back of the armored bird. This is ... One person's eyes widened. ZVQI. Another reporter from Fangyuan area was shocked, and then his hand pressing on the camera shutter quickly pressed like an electric shock. Why did the Fangyuan champion come here? A reporter who didn't know much about Fangyuan was very surprised. The person next to him quickly gave him popular science. Zifuki Dao is the heir of the Zifuki family and the son of the current president of Devon Manufacturing Company Limited. I heard that the stock price of Devon Manufacturing has plummeted this time. He must also be for the senior. The ball transformation technology is here. Quote, a group of reporters were hooked. I didn't expect so many big names to come to a press conference. Don't worry about no news to write for a long time. Dao put away the armor bird, showed a smile to many reporters, waved his hand, and also walked towards the Golden Yellow Road Hall. The Shaluf Company, made in Devon, is now only the Pokeball factory in the Carlos area. A reporter said expectantly, I don't know who the Pokeball factory will send. As he was talking, he saw 2 men in suit squeezed out of the crowd. Just as he was about to enter the Jinwang Taoist Hall, he was stopped by the students on duty at the gate. Today, the Golden Gym refused to challenge. If you want to challenge, please come again tomorrow. We are representatives from the Carlos region, Vermilion, the Pokeball Factory. A man in a suit said, a representative of the Pokeball Factory. In the past there were President Shigeru and Dao's EVQI in front, but now seeing that the people from the Pokeball Factory only sent these two guys, there is a sense of difference in my heart, and it is inevitable that I can't believe it. That right, to be honest, the two of them also blushed a little. Both Shaloof Company and Devon Manufacturing sent big people to sit in person, and their Pokeball Factory sent their two little minion. But what can they do? The boss sent the two of them, and they had to bite the bullet. After checking the work hards of the two, the gatekeeper let them in with a strange expression. When the reporters surrounding the outside saw that the two guys actually entered, they began to whisper. They had no idea that these two guys were actually from the Pokeball Factory. The reporters from the Carlos region bowed their heads in shame, which is a bit embarrassing. If neither Sheriff and Devon Manufacturing take this technology seriously, or if only one does, the Pokeball Factory will be fine. But now that there are two, one is the chairman of the board, and the other is the heir of the company and is also the regional champion, the Pokeball Factory seems, alright, good, to be very out of sight. But reporters in other regions were very excited. Single quote. Today's headlines are here. The stark contrast between Sheriff Company, Devon Company and the Pokeball Factory must be a very eye-catching topic. This group of unscrupulous reporters has already planned to go back and diss the Pokeball Factory crazily, especially Kanto reporters. How dare you look down on the technology invented by our genius scientists in Kanto? If you can't kill you, I will not be a reporter in the future. They thought so. Supplement 2 quarters. Chapter 124 Three-way quotation. Chapter 124 Three-way quotation. Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 124 Three-way quotation. Representatives from the Pokeball Factory entered the Golden Gym, and the reporters were just about to put down their cameras. But I saw another bright yellow shadow descend from the sky. Anyone else? The reporters looked surprised. Haven't the three largest Pokeball manufacturers already entered? Why would anyone still come? As soon as this thought flashed through their mind, they heard the frantic shouting from the people next to them. Look at Huailong, that fairy, Guangdong Tianwang fairy. Toichi waved his cape and fell from the fast dragon. Many female reporters present had an idiotic expression, with stars in their eyes. Because of the personal image that Du has built in the alliance for many years, he has many admirers in the alliance, especially among women. But more people were surprised that Yudu also came to participate in this technology licensing meeting. The King of Heaven is also here. Could it be that the Yulong family also intends to get involved in the Pokeball manufacturing industry in 2020? Someone speculated. This speculation caused a heated discussion. Duan Tianwang, welcome. Luo Yuan stood at the door and waved to Du. This is a treatment that none of the previous three companies have. Because Du came this time not to participate in the competition for technical authorization, but as a special commissioner of the Kanto Alliance, responsible for safeguarding Luo Yuan's interests and preventing these companies from maliciously defrauding Luo Yuan. Before on the San Anu, thank you for standing up, Du said. Miao Zan, I just did what I should do. Please go to the King of Heaven. Luo Yuan led the way in front, and the two walked towards the inside of the Golden Temple. Inside the Golden Road, the battle for the authorization of advanced ball improvement technology has begun, and the atmosphere has become tense at the beginning. Our Pokeball manufacturing factory is willing to give 5% of the sales share for the exclusive authorization of advanced ball improvement technology. The two men in suit from the Pokeball manufacturing factory took the lead. As long as Mr. Luo Yuan licenses the technology to us, we will every selling a premium ball can take 5% of the sale as a licensing fee. Quote, 5% is the bottom line price the boss gave them before they came. This 5% represents a profit of billions of yuan, or a long-term profit every year. They are very smart. When they see that the other two are either the president or the heir to the president, they know that they are already at a disadvantage. If you don't get ahead and frighten your opponent, I'm afraid they will have little hope of obtaining authorization in the future. So they get a 5% share with one mouth, hoping to get the authorization in one go. Unfortunately, their ideas are doomed to fail. I saw Dao with a worn smile on his face, and said lightly, Mr. Luo Yuan, our German manufacturing also hope to obtain the authorization of advanced ball improvement technology. We can also provide the conditions of the Pokeball manufacturing factory. In addition, I heard that Mr. Luo Yuan, also a trainer we had made in Devon, will give you an extra iron dumbbell as a gift. Quote, hearing Daigo's word, the face of the Bassi Ball manufacturing factory immediately stiffened. Although Dao's offer was only one more iron dumbbell than theirs, it sounded like an immediate upgrade. Everyone knows that Dao, as the champion of Feng Yuan, has a powerful quasi-god giant gold monster in his hand. Now Daigo says to give away an iron dumbbell. Ordinary trainers can't refuse this temptation, and their information shows that Luo Yuan Yuan is also a very powerful trainer. The last person to speak was President Shilufu. Our Shilufu company can also give 5% of the share, but we can fund you to establish a personal research institute. If you need research funds in the future, you can pay less than 100 million yuan without it. Review direct payment. Quote, as soon as President Shirof said these words, even Du, who was silent on the side, couldn't help but glance at him. Setting up a research institute can be expensive. The most important point is a message revealed by President Shirof word. That is, President Shirif knew that Luo Yuan had been nominated as a doctor by President Amaranth. A researcher cannot use a personal research institute. Only a doctor can establish a personal research institute. At this time, Shilu company said that it would fund Luo Yuan to establish a personal research institute, which showed Shilufu's position. They supported Luo Yuan to become a new member of the alliance of doctor. This is a big deal. President Shirof smiled. In order to obtain authorization, Luo Yuan, who had had a bad relationship with Shilufu company, was drawn to him this time. Hearing the conditions of Shirif company, even Luo Yuan, who had been unhappy with Shirif company, felt the sincerity of President Shirif. Although he really wanted to agree, but unfortunately he had already planned this meeting, but he couldn't go according to their wishes. The representative of the Pokeball factory who interrupted what he wanted to say. Du exchanged glances, and Luo Yuan looked at the four people opposite and said, actually, regarding the authorization issue, I have a message to announce. Hearing Luo Yuan say this, the four held their breaths and listened carefully. Supplement 3/4 continue. Chapter 125 Daigo's Admiration. Chapter 125 Daigo's Admiration Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 125 Great Admiration. This time, I don't want to use an exclusive licensing method. I decided to license the advanced ball improvement technology with a 1% sales share price. What? As soon as these words came out, the four of them suddenly burst into an uproar. To give up 5% of the revenue from a separate license in favor of a much lower price public license. Whether it was President Shirif, Dao, or the two men in suit, Luo Yuan would say this, and their minds went blank for a while. Daigo was the first to react. Asked, Luo Yuanjin, are you sure? We will openly authorize the advanced ball improvement technology with a 1% share. That's right. Luo Yuan nodded. This has already been considered carefully. But, Rao is Dao, the champion of Feng Yuan, and he couldn't find an adjective to describe what Luo Yuan did. Give up 5% of the profit and instead charge 1% for each company, which adds up to only 3% of the income. What is the purpose of doing this? Mr. Dao, as the champion of Feng Yuan, you should understand that if you license it to a company alone, it will have a very big impact on the alliance's economy, and the loss will be immeasurable. Luo Yuan said. Luo Yuan only authorized the three companies with 1% of the sales share. Although the profit is slightly less, the benefits are many. One is reputation. Luo Yuan's doing this to gain a good reputation will gain the goodwill of many people, which will be of great help to his nomination as a doctor. On the other hand, separate authorization will cause stock price instability and economic crisis. Therefore, to authorize the three companies, it is also a favor for President Amaranth to nominate himself as a doctor. Dao only fully occupied the identity of the heir of German manufacturing, and he didn't change his position for a while, so he didn't think about it. After thinking for a while, he also understood. So it is. Then he looked at Luo Yuan with admiration. He was able to give up such a huge profit at this age, and looked at this issue from the height of the entire league. In this respect, he is not as good as Luo Yuan. President Shirof also figured out the joint, and looked at Luo Yuan with a slightly strange look. How stupid was that idiot before to kick this monster out of the company? He couldn't help but applaud his wisdom for decisively picking out the technical minister. If it weren't for his decisiveness, who knows how much loss that guy would bring to Shiluf company. This price, you should be able to accept it. Luo Yuan asked again, although he already knew the answer. No problem. If you don't accept it, there must be something wrong with your brain. Although it is a pity that the exclusive license has become shared by three companies, the price has also been reduced from 5% to 1%. The most important thing is that if you don't accept it and others accept it, you will be very passive. Luo Yuan, our Shira company's promise is still valid. If you want to establish a private research institute, our Shirif company can fund you. President Shira said. If it was said to have a transaction component in the past, then now it is simply because President Shirif is optimistic about Luo Yuan and invest. Dao also took out a high-level ball from his arms and said with a smile, as my personal thank you, this child will be yours. The two people from the Pokeball factory looked at each other, embarrassed. They didn't prepare gifts. They had no choice but to face their scalps and said, if Mr. Luo Yuan comes to the Carlos area in the future, we will definitely offer the warmest hospitality. Zero ask for flowers. Luo Yuan didn't embarrass them either. He turned to look at Du. Dragon King, please pass this news to the reporters outside. I don't want to be chased and intercepted by a group of reporters. Leave it to me. Often attending various press conferences, this is a trivial matter for do. All are satisfied. All in all, this time it can be said that everyone is happy. After everyone had left, and the Golden Hall regained its original quietness, Natsi stood beside Luo Yuan. She was a little puzzled. Luo Yuanjin, why didn't you choose an exclusive license? She didn't know much about this. If it is exclusively authorized, people will hate it. Luo Yuan said. Advanced ball improvement, while lucrative for him, is also a hot potato, and that fine for now. Natsi wasn't very interested in these things, so she didn't ask any further question. Then, Luo Yuanjin, are you going to leave the Golden City next? I should leave. I still have to challenge the gym. After all, my main job is a trainer. To participate in the core conference, I must collect all the badges. Luo Yuan replied after thinking for a while. Although the Golden City is very good, he doesn't plan to stay for too long, and he still has to attend the core conference. After being in the Golden City for so long, the next time may be a little nervous. Next up, Luo Yuan intends to go to Rainbow City. Speaking of Rainbow City, he couldn't help but think of the time he spent studying at Rainbow University. Patch 4 Quarter Chapter 126 Bluebird Hatching 1/5 Chapter 126 Bluebird Hatching 1/5 Pokémon Achievement System Chapter 126 Green Cotton Bird Hatching 1/5 Although he was about to leave the Golden City, Luo Yuan did not leave immediately. The first advance payment for the patent licensing fee has been received. As a person who regards money as dung, of course he buys it after he has money. As a result, Luo Yuan can be seen in all major shopping malls in Golden City. A portable energy block maker imported by Fangyuan. Buy. Skill machines with various moves. Have 1. New recovery medicine. Buy. Under the surprised eyes of the shop guide, Luo Yuan bought a large number of props. A large purchase almost spent 2/3 of the large sum of money that had just arrived. 730. But his harvest is also very rich. The first is the learning machine for mainstream skills on the market. He has already obtained all of them, and in the future. In addition, the supply is sufficient. According to his own estimation, even if he takes it in the wild for a year and a half, there will be no shortage of supply. Furthermore, Luo Yuan equipped his Pokemon with props to enhance the power of his skill. The fire dinosaur is given charcoal that can enhance the fire attribute move. The fast dragon hung a dragon tooth around his neck. Other props, such as the curse charm that increases the power of ghost type move, and the mysterious water droplets that increase the power of water type move, were not available because they were out of stock. Natsi, this is for you. Luo Yuan took out a brand new spoon and handed it to Nazi. This is a mind power spoon, which is said to have been used by a very powerful hoodie, which is of great help to superpowers and super type Pokemon. Luo Yuan is probably the only one in the world who goes shopping with a girl and uses a spoon as a gift, but Natsi is not a girl who can use common sense. Seeing the spoon with powerful thoughts on it, with a surprised look on his face, he obviously likes Luo Yuan's gift very much. Thank you. Natsi took the mind power spoon and put it away carefully. Apart from her parent, this is the first gift she received, which is very memorable. Luo Yuan was about to say something when suddenly the backpack behind him shook. Natsi looked at Luo Yuan's backpack suspiciously. It's an egg. I have a Pokémon egg to hatch, and the environment here is not suitable. Luo Yuan glanced at the crowd of people around him. It was noisy and obviously not suitable for an incubation place. Natsi, please. Now. Understood. Natsi nodded. Natsi pulled Luo Yuan. The blue light flashed. The two disappeared, and they reappeared at Luo Yuan's home. Sitting on the sofa, Luo Yuan placed the trembling Pokémon eggs on the coffee table. This is that egg. What kind of Pokémon? Natsi looked at the blue patterned elf egg curiously. The green light on his hands covered the shaking eggshells. Luo Yuan said, it's a green swollen bird. Qingmian bird. Natsi tilted her head and thought. The image of Qingmian bird appeared in her mind, and then she became more interested. She deliberately sat next to Luo Yuan, staring intently at the egg in front of her. Under the nourishment of the power of vibrant, the shaking of the egg became more and more violent. Every tremor is the determination of this life to break through the eggshell barrier and come to this world. Luo Yuan stared at the elf egg that kept shaking. Although he already owns many Pokemon, he has never seen a Pokemon hatch since he traveled to this world. In the flutter, fine cracks appeared on the surface of the eggshell. The higher the talent Pokemon, the thicker the eggshell. Naturally, the talent of Qingmian bird is not to mention. Its eggshell is very thick, and it takes a lot of effort to break out of the shell. Fortunately, Luo Yuan used the power of vibrant to warm the green cotton bird when he was free, so it would not be too difficult to break the eggshell. The cracks on the surface of the eggshell got bigger and bigger. A pale blue beak poked out of the eggshell, pecking at it. Until the end, The eggshell was finally broken into a hole large enough for the green croaker to pass through. The bluebird squeezed out of the eggshell with great effort. With a small light blue body and two white and soft cotton-like wings on the side, it looked very cute. The green cotton bird that had just climbed out of its shell saw Luo Yuan, and regardless of its own wings still stained with egg liquid, it jumped on Luo Yuan and clumsily crawled onto Luo Yuan's head and lay on it with satisfaction. Close your eyes and take a nap. It took a lot of stamina to break the eggshell just now. 4.2 is a little tired now. After being soaked in the egg liquid of Qingmian bird, Luo Yuan couldn't help laughing. So cute. Nazi looked at the green cotton bird nesting on Luo Yuan's head with envy. Her Hudike is not cute at all. Perhaps it would be a good choice to travel and see more Pokémon instead of being a trainer in this gym. Nazi had this idea for the first time in her heart. Update 1/5. Chapter 127 Start Again 2/5. Chapter 127 Start Again 2/5. Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 127 Set Off Again 2/5. The newly born green croaker is very cute. Luo Yuan used warm water to help Qingmianiao wash off the egg liquid from his body, and then dried it with a hair dryer, which made it even more cute. This time, the originally wrinkled wings became fluffy. They looked like clouds and felt soft. The two blue hairs on the top of the head were raised high and stood firmly on the head. It's just that Qingmian bird seemed to be particularly interested in Luo Yuan's head, and just after taking a bath, it flew to the top of Luo Yuan's head and refused to come down. No matter how Luo Yuan tempted it, Qingmian bird would not come down. Nazi, who was watching this scene, was overjoyed. This was time Luo Yuan saw Nazi smile so happily. Forget it, that's it. Luo Yuan was helpless to the green cotton bird occupying his head, so he could only let it lie there. Fortunately, the Qingmian bird's weight is not heavy, and it is like wearing a ball of cotton, which does not affect daily life. For Luo Yuan Lai 10, the hatching of the green cotton bird was an unexpected joy. However, due to the large number of Pokémon he carried, he had to send the Pokémon to Dr. Ogi. He has a total of 8 Pokémon, 2 A Spirit, Bangira and Fast Dragon, and then there are Fire Dinosaurs, Mystery Q, Green Cotton Bird, Tyrannosaurus, Little Kirby and the Iron Dumbbell that Dao gave him. Among them, Fire Dinosaurs, Green Cotton Bird, and Iron Dumbbell, he was going to take them with him to train them. Since he promised not to make them feel lonely, Miji Q must also bring them. Bangira and the Fast Dragons have to deal with the revenge of the Rockets at any time and bring them with them. So I had to send Little Kirby and the Tyrannosaurus to Dr. Bigwood. The Tyrannosaurus was originally obtained by accident and has no feeling. As for Little Kirby, as long as this guy has something to eat, he can live well anywhere, and he doesn't need to worry about it. As a result, the tyrannical carp dragon and Shauka were sent to the Letamu Research Institute. I hope Dr. Ogi can take good care of Tyrannosaurus and Kirby. These two Pokémon, one is grumpy and the other has an appetite like a bottomless pit, which is really a bit worrying. Dr. Damu is so experienced, there must be no problem. Luo Yuan comforted himself. Dr. Damu, who is far away in Junshin town, I have to say MMP. The bluebird above his head chirped. Luo Yuan was helpless, and took out the Pokémon food specially designed for infancy Pokémon from the side and fed it to the green cotton bird. He felt like he had transitioned from a Pokémon trainer to a full-time dad. After eating the delicious food, the green cotton bird flapped its wings happily. Fortunately, the bluebird doesn't shed its hair. If the green cotton bird loses its hair again, he is really desperate. The sudden breakage of the green cotton bird slightly disrupted Luo Yuan's original travel plan, but there was no major problem. His plan was a bit of a coincidence. Early the next morning, Luo Yuan stood at the door of his house, ready to go. So, you decided? He looked at Nazi, who was also dressed as a traveler. Yes, I want to go on a trip. I will ask Luo Yuanjin in the days to come, Nazi said with a smile. During these days with Luo Yuan, Nazi felt that she was far away from loneliness. Even the students of the gym said that the smile on Miss Nazi's face had recently increased. Nazi hates being alone. She doesn't know what she will be like after leaving Luo Yuan, so she chooses to travel with Luo Yuan. Then what about your gym? The Golden Gym is not a Jobin gym, and Sakaji's eyes are open to the sky, and even if he asks for leave every day to go out, no one will stop him. But as the official gym in the international city of Golden City, if Nazi wasn't there, the Alliance would be in trouble. The gym, leave it to someone else. Nazi wrote lightly. It's like throwing away a toy you don't like. Someone else. Luo Yuan was a little puzzled. The Golden Gym is inherited from Nazi's family. The only person who can take over the Golden Gym should be Nazi's father, but Nazi's father holds an important position. Not suitable. My mother, I changed her back to 470. Nazi continued. Quote. Luo Yuan then remembered that Nazi seemed to have a mother who she turned into a doll. Okay, then welcome. Luo Yuan stretched out his hand. I will be taken care of in the future. Nazi also smiled and reached out to hold Luo Yuan's hand. In this way, Luo Yuan has a green bird on his head, shoulders against the mysterious Yu, holding Nazi in his hand, and embarks on the journey. Not far from the two, Nazi's father held a woman and looked at the backs of Nazi and Luo Yuan. Nazi's mother said, thanks to this child, Nazi's character can gradually become normal. He has done something that we haven't done for more than 10 years. It seems that our method of educating Nazi is indeed very problematic. Nazi's father sighed. Forget the past, but the future is bright, and that's enough. Update 2/5 is more and more explosive. Chapter 128 Alicia 3/5. Chapter 128 Alicia 3/5 Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 128 Elijah 3/5 Rainbow City, known as the fashion capital of Kanto. It has the most complete brand stores in Kanto, the famous Pokémon beauty street in the world, and perfume stores with local characteristics. Of course, for someone like Luo Yuan who doesn't pay attention to fashion, the most impressive thing about Rainbow City is Rainbow University, Rainbow Gym, and Rainbow Game Hall, which was very addicted to his predecessor in college. Rainbow City, it looked great. Nazi looked at Rainbow City, which was quite different from the Golden City, with a happy expression on her face. As a standard superpower nerd, Nazi is either staying at home to exercise her superpowers, or dealing with challengers in the gym. This is the first time she has come to Rainbow City. I spent 4 years in college here. Luo Yuan also had memories on his face. The memory of his predecessor is very clear, and standing in Rainbow City now make him feel like he is there. Rainbow University. I've heard of this one. It seems to be the leading university in the Kanto region. Many people in the top 713 of the Alliance have graduated from this. Nazi said, yes, I'll show you around later. As the hottest scientist at the moment, doesn't it seem that he is not nostalgic if he doesn't go back to his alma mater? I'll take you to a place first. Where? You'll know when you go. Luo Yuan took Nazi and walked in one direction. After turning left and right along the street and walking for more than 10 minutes, Luo Yuan and Nazi stopped. What is this place? Nazi looked around. A large number of trees are planted on both sides of the street, and a huge building with a transparent dome in front of it is very eye-catching. Through the translucent glass, you can vaguely see that there are many plants growing in the gym. We're going to Rainbow Gym. BAFE. Nazi saw the words on the front sign and said, the road sign indicates that this is the Rainbow Gym. No, of course we are going to Rainbow Gym, but our first stop is not here. Luo Yuan took Nazi to the side of Rainbow Gym and stopped at the door of a shop. Here, it's here. Rainbow Perfume Shop. Nazi wondered, what are we doing in the perfume shop? As a house girl, although Nazi pays more attention to dressing, it is her first contact with perfume. Of course I'm here for shopping. Luo Yuan smiled and said, you helped me so much. It was too sloppy to only give you a spoon as a gift before. Of course I have to compensate you. Walking into the Rainbow Perfume Shop, there is a fragrance blowing in the face, and a clerk is introducing the perfume to the guest. Seeing Luo Yuan and Nazi, a clerk quickly greeted them. Welcome. Do you two want to buy perfume? The clerk looked at Luo Yuan and Nazi. I always thought the two looked familiar, but I couldn't remember it for a while. Luo Yuan nodded and shook his head again. I'm here to find Elijah. You tell her that Luo Yuan is looking for her. Hearing Luo Yuan's word, the clerk's eyes lit up. Immediately reacted. Are you Luo Yuan who developed an improved advanced ball technology? Luo Yuan's photos were published in major newspapers, so she recognized Luo Yuan. Her voice was not small, and it suddenly attracted the attention of everyone in the store. It's really Luo Yuan. That Luo Yuan who was on fire recently. It seems to be. Does Luo Yuan also like perfume? Sure enough, our Rainbow Gym perfume is the best. The topic unknowingly deviate from the original direction. Luo Yuan and Nazi next to them were a little speechless. From Luo Yuan's deviation to whether the perfume is good or not, it is also very powerful. A woman's thinking circuit is really hard to get. I'm looking for Elijah. Can you call her for me? Luo Yuan said again. Only at this time did the clerk react, with an apologetic expression on his face. Sorry, please wait a moment. It's definitely not acceptable for ordinary people to come in and say they want to see the store manager, but if it's Luo Yuan who is very hot right now, then there's no problem. But before she could take 2 steps, a short-haired girl in a pale yellow patterned kimono and a red ribbon stepped out from behind. Seeing Luo Yuan, her eyes lit up. Luo Yuan, why are you here? Because I have money recently. I will take care of your business. Luo Yuan said. He looked like he wasn't bad for money, but he didn't arouse the slightest disgust in Elika. Instead it made Elika laugh out loud. Who? Elijah covered her mouth with her long sleeve, unable to straighten her back with laughter. Luo Yuan, your look is really interesting. I forgot to mention that Elijah also graduated from Rainbow University University, and she and Luo Yuan were classmates at the same time, so the two knew each other long ago. That year, Elijah was 14 and Luo Yuan was 12. Update 3/5 birth. P.S. Skyfall and Young Taming. Let's choose one. Chapter 129 Pick 4/5. Chapter 129 Pick 4/5 Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 129 Pick 4/5. Elijah burst into laughter and took a long time to recover. Luo Yuan looked at her speechless. Is my appearance so funny? It's really funny. After speaking, Elijah covered her face with her sleeves again, her shoulders shaking. In the end, Elijah calmed down. Although her shoulders would shake twice from time to time, she seemed to have calmed down as a whole. Let me introduce. This is Nazi, who is currently traveling with me. Luo Yuan introduced Nazi to Elijah. Then he said to Nazi, this is Elijah, my classmate at Rainbow_University. The two of us have met. Elijah said, have you seen it? Luo Yuan was taken aback. Of course, I saw it in the video conference of all the gym trainers. Elijah explained. Nazi, the gym trainer of the Golden Gym. How could I not know it? Luo Yuan turned to look at Nazi, who also nodded. In front of others, Nazi put on that hard shell again, and the character thing really can't be reversed in a day or two. Okay, save me the effort to introduce. Luo Yuan also knew that he was negligent. They are both gym trainers in Kanto. How could they not know each other? Elijah asked. Luo Yuan, aren't you talking about technical cooperation in Golden City? Why did you suddenly come to Rainbow City? Obviously, Elijah is also paying attention to Luo Yuan's recent movement. Cooperation. We have already finished talking. Luo Yuan spread his hand. How can it be so fast? Although there was no cooperation negotiation of this scale, Elijah also knew something about those big companies. When it comes to interest, none of them are preoccupied with each other and will not give in an inch. It has only been a few days. How can cooperation be so easy to negotiate? Maybe it's because I'm more handsome. Luo Yuan touched his chin and said. Elijah didn't speak, but the expression on her face already showed her contempt for Luo Yuan's cheeky face. What are you doing in the perfume shop? Didn't you say it? Of course I'm taking care of your business. Buy perfume. Will you spray it? Alicia looked suspicious. Having been with Luo Yuan for 4 years, she still knows Luo Yuan very well. If Luo Yuan bought the perfume, I am afraid that after spraying it for 2 days, I would not know where it went. Of course it's not me. Luo Yuan took off the green cotton bird from his head and held it in his arm. He pointed to the mysterious hue on his shoulder, and Nazi next to him. Help me choose a perfume for these two children. And Nazi. I knew it. With such an expression as expected, Elijah took the soft green bird from Luo Yuan's arms and said, leave it to me. Then there are various trials. Elijah brought a lot of perfumes and placed them in front of one person and 2 elves, and started a long selection. Luo Yuan was dazzled by this process, but looking at Nazi's expression, he seemed to be enjoying it. All morning, Elijah has changed hundreds of perfume, and finally picked out the 3 most suitable ones from a large number of perfume. First of all, Nazi. I chose this fragrance made from stinky flower saliva and the spores of sleeping mushrooms in the Alola region, which can calm people and Pokemon, and concentrate more. Pokemon and psychic meditations are helpful. Quote, and then there is the green cotton bird. I chose this fragrance made from sweet bamboo saliva and a small amount of sleeping powder, because the child is still in the infancy stage. Sleep is very important, and this bottle of fragrance has the effect of improving sleep quality. Zero asked for flowers. Finally it's Mimi Q, said Mimi Q. Elijah frowned. I've only heard of Mimi Q. I don't know much about it. I just know that it's a fairy type plus ghost type Pokemon, so it's a bit tricky. Quote, hearing that Miji Q here is a little depressing, but that's okay. I see this kid looking like he wants to be popular, and this perfume of beautiful flower pollen and stinky saliva should help him. Elijah put a drop of perfume on Miu Q's body, and a very attractive aroma was introduced into Luo Yuan's nose, which smelled very good. Mysterious Hue moved his nose, then shook his body happily, and then, click, the neck is broken again. Of course, and the most important thing, Alicia finally took out a large bottle. Hey, I don't want perfume. Luo Yuan said, it's not that I hate men's fragrances, but even if I buy them, I will definitely put them aside because I am lazy. Relax, this is not for you. Elijah said with a smile. This is an aroma wash for these two kids. Aromatic cleaning liquid. What is that? Luo Yuan asked. In order to open up the trainer market and prevent the scent of perfume from causing flaws in Pokemon during battles, our store specially launched fragrance cleaning fluid. Ellie said. Update 4/5. Chapter 130 Unlucky Xiaomao 5/5. Chapter Chapter 130 Unlucky Xiaomao, 5/5 Pokémon Achievement System Chapter 130 Unlucky Xiaomao, 5/5 In order to open up the trainer market and prevent the smell of perfume from causing flaws in Pokémon during battles, our store has specially launched a fragrance cleaning solution. Ellie said just a single spray can wash off the fragrance of Pokémon to prevent perfume from affecting combat. Quote, amazing. Luo Yuan acclaimed sincerely. This is a remarkable invention for the perfume industry. It can be said that the market share of the perfume industry has been solidified until now. Although Rainbow Perfume Shop produces high-quality perfume, it is only limited to Rainbow City, and at most it is well known in Kanto. The current perfume market is mainly aimed at people, as well as a small number of pet gods. 723 Pokemon. There are enough perfumes for people. If you want to open up new market, you can only target Pokemon. The trainer group has the largest number of Pokemon, but because the scent may reveal the location of the Pokemon in battle, the trainers are aware of the various benefits of perfume for Pokemon, but they also stay away from it. But as soon as aroma cleansing liquid was released, the market for trainers, which had the largest number of Pokemon, was developed. This is a piece of virgin land, and it can be imagined how much profit it can bring. It may even become a world-renowned brand in one fell swoop. Looks like you're going to make a fortune too. Luo Yuan smiled. Elijah smiled and shook her head. Money doesn't matter. I just want to bring perfume to more people and let more people accept and like perfume. Luo Yuan finally knew what it was like to watch people pretending to be coercive in front of him. Of course, he also knew that Elijah was telling the truth. As one of the families with a long history in the Alliance, the family where Elijah belongs has extraordinary influence in Rainbow City, so she has no shortage of money. Anyway, congratulations. Luo Yuan took 3 bottles of perfume and the bottle of fragrance cleaning liquid from Elijah. How much are these? Chengwei, 10 million yuan. Ellie said with a smile. Because the fragrance cleaning solution is an experimental product and has not been mass-produced, the price is higher. It's expensive. Luo Yuan complained. The price is 1/3 of a round land shark. Perfume is really something only the rich can afford. Then he readily swiped his card. Rich people. He is rich now. What is the purpose of being rich? Still not enjoying the thrill of wanton shopping. Having no money and not spending is called frugality, and having money and not spending is called stingy. Hand the perfume to Nazi. Nazi sprayed a little on herself, and suddenly a breath of relief and peace came over her face. It suits you very well, Nazi, Luo Yuan said in admiration. This perfume is really suitable for Nazi. It adds 1/3 of freshness to Nazi's cold temperament, and subtly neutralizes Nazi's too cold personality. Nazi smelled the fragrance on her body, and felt that the use of mind power was smoother and more coherent, and she was also very happy. Thank you. She liked the gift very much. Elijah on the side looked at Nazi and Luo Yuan, guessing the relationship between the two couples. It doesn't seem like they are very similar. They thank each other and they are not that close. Friend, they are not very similar. If they are friend, they are too close. Above, tags of less than lover 0. I don't know why. I sighed in relief. She seemed to have somewhat different feelings for Luo Yuan, a classmate who had been in the same class for 4 years. Then Elijah got up and greeted the two of them. It's already afternoon. Let's go to the gym for afternoon tea together. Of course Luo Yuan and Nazi had no objections and went there happily. Golden City. Xiaomao looked at the trainer of the Golden Yellow Gym, who was old enough to be his aunt, with a confused expression on his face. No, doesn't the information show that the gym trainer of the Golden Gymnasium is a super-powered beautiful girl Nazi? How did she become a super-powered aunt? According to the information he collected from various channels, the gym trainer of the Golden Yellow Gym is a super-powered beautiful girl named Nazi, and the Pokemon used are generally disguised as Casey Yangjira. Why has it changed now? Not only is the person wrong, but even the Pokemon has changed from Yangjira to Jewel Starfish. Water element plus super energy element. Xiaomao looked at the gem starfish on the field, and at the wind speed dog that he evolved from the caddy dog. First time at 5.8. He regretted why he pretended to force the gym trainer to release Pokemon. But there is no way. The referee has announced the start of the game, and he can only bite the bullet. Game start. Update 5/5 will continue tomorrow with more specific chapters to be determined, although there are 5 chapters short. P.S. Regarding the female protagonist, there will not be a situation where the protagonist has a large group of female protagonists and I can't write it down, so the female protagonist will be appropriate, not a stallion. Everyone can rest assured. Finally, please order all of them. Tilda. Chapter 131 Elijah Invitation, 1/5. Chapter 131 Elijah Invitation, 1/5 Pokémon Achievement System Chapter 131 Elijah's Invitation to Battle, 1/5 Xiaomao's wailing cannot pass through the space barrier between Rainbow City and Golden City, so Luo Yuan didn't know that because he kidnapped Nazi, Xiaomao lost in the challenge of the Golden Dojo. Of course, even if he knew, it is estimated that the possibility of schadenfreude would be greater. At this moment, he, Nazi, and Elijah were sitting in the Rainbow Gym drinking tea. Elijah's tea art is very good. While the brewed tea is clear, it has a refreshing fragrance that is refreshing. Even someone like Luo Yuan who knows little about tea ceremony can perceive the extraordinary tea art of Elijah. Long time no see, Elijah, your craftsmanship is getting better and better, Luo Yuan said. Elijah smiled slightly and brought 2 cups of tea to Nazi and Luo Yuan respectively. Said, in the past few years, I have made great progress in tea art. After becoming a famous family, Elijah has been proficient in painting, calligraphy, tea art, and has an excellent talent in archery since childhood. It can be said that the comprehensive development of morality, intelligence, body, beauty and labor. Although she looks like an eldest young lady from the outside, if some criminals really regard her as an eldest lady who is not working hard, it will be a painful price to pay. The 3 talked about a lot of interesting things about the alliance and what happened during Luo Yuan's journey. When the 2 of them heard that Luo Yuan had actually seen the legendary Dream and then slapped the Dream, both of them were in disbelief. Dream is a legendary Pokemon. How can it be so easy to see? Said Elijah. Nazi nodded in agreement. Luo Yuan shrugged. I can't help you if you don't believe me. He really had a dream. Don't talk about this. Luo Yuan, you are challenging the gym, right? Elijah asked. Of course, if you want to participate in the court conference, you must challenge the gym. Elijah looked at Luo Yuan with bright eyes. So, Luo Yuan, are you coming to Rainbow City this time to challenge our Rainbow Gym? Well, this is indeed one of my goals. Luo Yuan nodded. He didn't know what Elika was going to do. Why don't you do it now? Elijah stood up. Let's have a 3-on-3 battle. She looked at Luo Yuan eagerly. In the 4 years of university, because her academic performance was crushed by Luo Yuan, she had tried many times to fight against Luo Yuan in dissatisfaction, but Luo Yuan rejected them all because she had no Pokemon. Now Luo Yuan has finally become a trainer, and she has finally found an opportunity to end this years of obsession. Although Luo Yuan is rumored to be super strong, as Luo Yuan's 4-year classmate, she has a very clear understanding of Luo Yuan. In Rainbow University, Luo Yuan is a typical example of being addicted to learning and unable to extricate himself, and he doesn't even have a Pokemon. In other words, Luo Yuan had only been in contact with Pokemon for 2 years at most. In contrast, she was exposed to Pokemon from an early age, learning how to be a good trainer. She felt she had a good chance of winning. In the face of Elijah's invitation, Luo Yuan certainly would not refuse. He himself came to Rainbow City to challenge the Rainbow Gym, and since Elika put it forward first, he will go with the flow. Come on, just let me see how strong you are. Luo Yuan also stood up. Nazi also followed Luo Yuan to get up and walk towards the battle arena together. The conversation between the 2 attracted many staff in the gym and tourists who came to the gym. The gym trainer of Rainbow Gym, the battle between their idol, Miss Alicia, and Luo Yuan, the hottest scientist in the alliance. Very powerful. Is there any wood? And it very rare. Everyone abandoned their work and swarmed into the battle arena of Rainbow Gym. So many people watching. It won't affect you. Alicia looked at the battlefield surrounded by circles with a bit of apology on her face. There are people watching, which will have a big impact on the trainer's command. She did not expect that the battle between the 2 would attract so many people. Do you want to change the venue? As a local noble family in Rainbow City, it is still very easy for Elijah to find a closed battle arena. It's okay. Luo Yuan waved his hand. He has seen a lot of scenes bigger than this, and the rockets are played like monkeys by him. What is this? Seeing that Luo Yuan's expression was not reluctant, Elijah felt relieved and waved to a staff member. Then, I will be the referee for this match. A staff member of Rainbow Gym stood at the referee's bench and raised his flag. The 2 sides in this game are Luo Yuan from Golden City and Elijah, a gym trainer from Rainbow Gym. The battle is a 3v3 unrestricted battle. When one side's Pokemon loses all combat power, the other side wins. Now, the game begins. The flag is waved, and the game officially begins. Update 1/5 continue to upload. Thanks to Book Friends for the overdue 100-point reward and Book Friends Satellia for the 100-point reward. Chapter 132 Iron Dumbbells vs Coconut Egg. Chapter 132 Iron Dumbbells vs Coconut Egg. Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 132 Iron Dumbbells vs Coconut. I'll come first. Luo Yuan grabbed a Pokeball around his waist and threw it into the field. Boom! A silver gray long Pokemon appeared in the field. A long body with 3 claws shining with cold light at the end of the body, a round head forward at the ball and socket joint at the front of the body, and a red one eye is very eye-catching. Although the league stipulates that gym trainers should send out Pokemon before challenger characters during gym challenges. This is not an ironclad rule. Many people, such as Xiao Mao, like to throw Pokemon one step ahead of the gym trainer to make themselves more powerful. Of course Luo Yuan is not a person who like to pretend, but he has to be a bit of a gentleman when fighting Elijah. Right. My first Pokemon, Iron Dumbbell. Luo Yuan said. Iron Dumbbell? What kind of Pokemon is that? Many people don't know about Iron Dumbbell. Fortunately, the professionalism of the staff in the Rainbow Gym is relatively good, and they quickly explained what a Pokemon Iron Dumbbell is. Initial form of the quasi-god giant gold monster of the superpower system plus steel system. If your opponent is an Iron Dumbbell, it's you. Coconut Egg Tree. Alika threw the Pokeball lightly, and a sturdy-looking coconut egg tree fell on the field. This coconut palm tree is very energetic. It does not have the lazy appearance of other coconut palm tree, and the leaves on its head are also very lush, which looks like it has been cultivated well. Egg Coconut. Good choice. Quote, according to the information he had previously learned on the Kanto Pokemon forum, there are many Pokemon in Elijah, but only 4 can be called the main Pokemon. Grass plus Poison Attribute Overlord Flower, Grass plus Poison Attribute Mouth Flower, Grass plus Poison Attribute Rana, and the Grass plus Superpower Attribute Coconut Egg Tree. The first 3 of the 4 Pokemon have the Poison Attribute, which is restrained by the Superpower Attribute. Only the Coconut Egg Tree, which also has the Superpower Attribute, will not be restrained. So Eligia's choice was all Luo Yuan affected. What? You say gentlemanly deceitful. How can you deceive people? At least Luo Yuan did not directly release Fire Dinosaur. Iron Dumbbell. This is your first gym battle. You have to show some energy tilde. Luo Yuan shouted. During the period from Golden City to Rainbow City, Luo Yuan not only took care of the green bird on his head but also worked with Iron Dumbbell. Now there is some tacit understanding between the two of them. The Iron Dumbbell nodded, and the fluctuations of his thoughts suddenly became violent, and Nazi, who was beside him, also looked at it. Coconut Egg Tree has 3 heads and 6 eyes, staring at the Iron Dumbbell with only 1 eye. Invisible thought clashed in the air. Who will win with Luo Yuan's Iron Dumbbell or the eldest lady's Coconut Egg Tree? Guessed a beautiful staff member onlooker. Next to him is a little girl who looked 15 or 16 years old, and is also in a tangle. So who are the gentlemen? Luo Yuan and Miss Eligia, who is very good to us. In this atmosphere, the battle begins. Elijah strike first. Coconut Egg Tree. Use the flying leaf knife. Swish. The coconut tree shook its head, and countless leaves fell off the top of the coconut tree, and then turned into sharp flying leaves that shot towards the Iron Dumbbells in the sky. Iron Dumbbells. Avoid. Luo Yuan said. After receiving the order, the Iron Dumbbell's eyes flashed red, and the mechanized horse started to run at high speed. But to the outside world, Iron Dumbbells seemed to be scared silly. Is Luo Yuan going to lose? Why don't you dodge? What's wrong with this Iron Dumbbell? No, I can't escape. Fei Kuei-Dao had already arrived in front of Iron Dumbbell, and the crowd of onlookers acclaimed. Some little girls even covered their eyes because they didn't want to see Luo Yuan lose as soon as he played. Elijah was also a little puzzled. Could it be that Luo Yuan was releasing water? But the next second, the action of the Iron Dumbbell made everyone dumb. I saw that at the moment when he was immediately hit by the flying leaf knife, the Iron Dumbbell's body shifted slightly to the upper left. Then a surprising scene appeared. More than a dozen flying leaf knives rubbed the Iron Dumbbell's body alternately and slashed to the ground. The position of the Iron Dumbbells is the biggest of the many flaws in the flying leaf knife, and it is absolutely safe at this point. The onlookers were stunned. The speed and orientation of the flying leaf knife is captured by the eyes, combined with the air humidity and resistance of the surrounding environment, and the trajectory of the flying leaf knife is calculated through a large Qian-Jiao-Hao calculation, and the flaws of the move are judged. This is the talent of this Iron Dumbbell that Luo Yuan got from Do. Iron Dumbbell. Gender. None. Feature. Immortal body. Skills. Iron Head Technique. Mind Hammer. Iron Wall. Mind Power. Specialty. Mechanical Mind. Comment. A rare Iron Dumbbell that learned the power of mind from somewhere. With a developed mechanical core, it can calculate the enemy's flaws by collecting data. The more data collected, the stronger it will be. Update 2/5 continues to upload. Chapter 133 Froggrass 3/5. Chapter 133 Froggrass 3/5 Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 133 Froggrass 3/5. With this talent and the training from Golden City to Rainbow City, it is very easy for Iron Dumbbell to calculate the trajectory of the flying blade. However, this talent is not without side effect. I saw the eyes of the Iron Dumbbells who avoided the flying leaf knife turn a little red. If you use a thermometer to measure the temperature of the Iron Dumbbells at this time, you will find that the body temperature of the Iron Dumbbells has quietly risen a few degrees. This high-speed operation will generate a lot of heat. Just like a computer, full-load operation will naturally generate high temperature. But compared to the advantages, this disadvantage is almost just negligible. Elygia didn't know how the iron dumbbell escaped the flying leaf knight, but that didn't prevent her from continuing to command the coconut egg tree attack. Coconut egg tree, use your mind power. The flying leaf knife has a shape and can be avoided, but the power of thought is invisible and cannot be avoided. Iron dumbbell, we also use mind power. If you can't dodge, you don't have to dodge. Since you can't dodge, then fight the front. Dodging is just an auxiliary means, and escaping all the time can't solve the problem. Two invisible thought collided in the air, creating a wonderful sight. 297. I saw that the air in the middle of the battlefield suddenly distorted, refracting the sunlight, emitting colorful rays of light, swaying layer by layer. So beautiful. A girl onlookers saw a ray of light spilling out in front of her, and she wanted to reach out and touch it, but was suddenly pulled away. Don't touch it, it's dangerous. The girl who was pulled away looked puzzled. This is the aftermath of the collision of mind power. It contains twisted mind power. If the human body touches it, it will cause damage to the spirit. Although it is not fatal, it is best not to touch it. Nazi explained aloud. Then with a wave of his hand, a psychic hood will buckle on the battlefield. Mind power is a very wonderful thing. It generally refers to the spiritual power of people and Pokemon. Since it is spiritual power, unauthorized contact will naturally cause damage to the spirit. Nazi watched the battle between the coconut palm tree and the iron dumbbell. Elygia is a trainer specializing in grass-type Pokemon, and she is not proficient in super-type move, while Luo Yuan's iron dumbbell is more than enough. But the iron dumbbell's mental power is not weak, but it is definitely not wrong. This round of confrontation between the two sides was barely a draw. Nazi made a judgment in her heart. Sure enough, there was a sudden explosion in the air. The mind power collapsed, and the coconut palm tree and the iron dumbbell retreated at the same time. At the moment when his thought power collapsed, Luo Yuan waved his hand. Iron dumbbell, use the mind hammer. The iron dumbbell suspended in midair turned into a silver-gray meteor and shot towards the coconut egg tree. Bang! Iron dumbbells hit the abdomen accurately. Even though the coconut palm tree is tall and strong, it was bumped and staggered. Coconut egg tree fight back. Use trample. Elijah did not expect that Luo Yuan would take this opportunity to change the passive defensive posture before and turn to attacking, and the order was delayed by a beat. Flow, this beat is fatal. Heck, the iron dumbbell turned his body, and then his sharp claws slid across coconut egg body, and coconut egg let out a scream. Under the pain, coconut egg tree desperately hit the iron dumbbell with his body, intending to drive the iron dumbbell away. For the oncoming attack, the iron dumbbells lightly avoided and went around the back of the coconut palm tree. Bump, bang, bop, dull sound. The coconut egg tree that was rushing forward was hit hard on the back, 3 feet off the ground, and actually flew out. Egg tree, Alicia exclaimed. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the iron dumbbell turned into a silver meteor and hit the coconut palm tree again. Bang, bang, bang. Another slam. Relying on his own talent, iron dumbbell deftly avoided the counterattack of the coconut palm tree, and then caused damage to the coconut palm tree. Egg tree loses its ability to fight. Iron dumbbell wins. The referee finally announced the result. The iron dumbbell hovered on the fallen coconut tree for a while, saved the data of this battle, and then Shigeru flew back to Luo Yuan. It used its dexterity advantage to consume coconut egg trees that were much higher in level than it alive, so that the advantages of coconut tree egg could not be brought into full play. Luo Yuan, your iron dumbbells are very powerful. Elygia rushed to Luo Yuan, without the frustration of failure at all on her face, but she was very happy to see Luo Yuan's iron dumbbells so strong. Of course, I have been specially trained, Luo Yuan said, but then you have to be careful. Elijah retracted the coconut egg tree and took out another Pokeball. Fana frog. Come on. A white light. Staring at the back is a bud. Dark green frog grass with irregular markings on its body. Compared to the apparently cute frog seed, the frog grass is slightly more mature, and it looks like it has grown from a young age to a youth. The frog grass stood on the field, with two eyes looking at Luo Yuan and Tai Debel. His eyes were wide and imposing. Come back, iron dumbbell. The frog grass is not like a coconut egg tree without even hand. It has a flexible vine whip, and it can't bully the frog grass with the previous trick. Go, Miku Q. Mystery Q turned over and jumped into the field from Luo Yuan's shoulder. Second round. Froggrass vs Mystery Q. Dash 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 dash. Update 3/5. Chapter 134 Melted Shadow Ball 4/5. Chapter 134 Melted Shadow Ball 4/5. Pokemon Achievement System Chapter 134 Melting Shadow Ball 4/5. After the warm-up of the first round of the fight came to be extremely intense. Frog Fauna, use the seed machine gun. Hearing Elijah's instruction, Frog Flower turned her body horizontally, her back arched high, and a series of seeds shot out from the buds and swept towards the mimic Tilda Q on the ground. Chug of the seed breaking through the air was lightly hard. However, the mysterious hue is different from the iron dumbbell. Its level is very high. Facing the sweat seed machine gun, MIMQ didn't blink. A shadow claw protruded from under the painted skin, grabbed the sweat seeds in his hand, and grabbed the dazed Froggrass. Wait, isn't this Pikachu? How did Pikachu use shadow claws? Someone on the edge of the field asked the question for the Froggrass. This should be Mystery Q, a unique Pokemon in the Alola region. The attributes are Ghost-type plus Fairy-type. Because it looked very similar to Pikachu, it is often mistaken for Pikachu by people who don't know it. A girl with glasses removed her hand from the mouth. In front of her, there is a laptop. The display is the introduction of MigiQ, and the link seems to be a local forum in the Alola area. Elijah knew about MigiQ for a long time, so she wasn't panicking. Seeing that the shadow claw is about to fall, Froggrass used the flying leaf knife to chop up the shadow claw. Swish. In the trust of the master, Fanacerata Face Fear shot a large number of flying leaf knives from the buds on its back, and slashed the shadow claws into shadows that filled the sky and dissipated in the air. Even if the Mimikyu is very strong, it still cannot block the seed machine guns and the flying blade knives of the Froggrass one after another. Elijah smiled and said, the Froggrass uses the Vine Whip. Crackle. The two Vine Whip blasted the air out of the air, and then bound to MIMQ along two different tracks. The previous surprise was only because it took MigiQ as a Pikachu. Now that the doubts have been lifted, there is no problem. Mystery Q, Steel Tail, don't get caught. The gleaming white tail slashed at the Vine Whip. Obviously, if it is hit, the Vine Whip of Froggrass will continue to be severely damaged, and the Vine Whip is part of its body. Return the Vine Whip and use the paralysis powder. On the spot, the buds on the back of the Froggrass swelled and spit, and a large amount of paralysis powder was sprayed out of it, which filled most of the battlefield. Trouble. Luo Yuan looked at the paralysis powder in the sky and felt troubled. If it is a Tyrannosaurus harp dragon, the paralysis powder can be washed away with water. If it is a fire dinosaur, it can be burned with a fire. If it is a fast dragon, the paralysis powder can be blown away in one breath. But there is really no way for MigiQ to take these paralysis powders. Mystery Q, keep a distance from Froggrass. Be careful not to be touched by the paralysis powder, and then use the shadow ball to strike remotely. In the end, Luo Yuan had no choice but to choose this stupid way to deal with the sky-high paralysis powder. The shadow ball was condensed in the hands of Miquan Q, and the Froggrass was not idle. Standing under the sun, the Froggrass Shiren began to condense the flames of the sun. Luo Yuan, shadow ball, sunshine flame. Both sides made moves almost simultaneously. Boom! The shadow ball of the ghost type collided with the sunshine flame of the grass type. The yellow energy flow hit the black shadow ball, and the shadow ball continued to disintegrate and disappear. Although the grass type and the ghost type have no restraint relationship, it is common sense that the ghost type is afraid of light. Under the flames of the sun, the shadow ball quickly disintegrated like the melting of ice and snow. Zero asking for flowers. The mysterious Q at the back had to add another shadow ball to survive, but the situation remains precarious. The end. MigiQ used 4 shadow balls in a row, and finally blocked the flames of the sun. That won't do. Q, who was lightly panting. Although MIMU didn't consume too much physical strength, if he didn't take it seriously, he might really lose this battle. Just now the weak won the strong and did not lose, but now the strong beat the weak but lost. That would be funny. Luo Yuan quickly searched for the moves that MIMQ knew before, as well as the move machine that she used for MIMIQ. His eyes lit up, and he rushed to MIMIQ and said, MIMIQ, sneak attack with shadows. Hearing this, MIMQ nodded, and the shadow under him suddenly elongated, connecting to the shadow of the Froggrass, then suddenly stood up behind the Froggrass. Froggrass, avoid it. When the Froggrass heard Elijah's word, it felt a little inexplicable. Isn't the opponent still standing far away and motionless? What to avoid now? It just didn't wait for it to continue to think, only to feel a chill behind him. A large black hand grabbed the butt of the Froggrass and pulled it back sharply. Seeing that the Froggrass was caught, Elika hurriedly said, the Froggrass, use the Vine Whip. 2 Vine Whip slapped the Shadow Claw. This Shadow Claw, which was used by the Shadow Sneak attack, shattered directly. The free Froggrass breathed a sigh of relief, looked up at the bright sun, and felt very comfortable. However, why does it feel a little wrong? What about the paralysis powder in the sky? Dash 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 dash. Update 4/5. Chapter 135 Overlord Flower, 5/5. Chapter 135 Overlord Flower, 5/5. Pokemon Achievement System Chapter 135 Overlord Flower, 5/5. Where's the numbing powder? Froggrass was stunned, but Mystery Q won't give it a chance to react. Isn't it just for this moment that it uses Shadow Claws to pull out the Froggrass? The Shadow Ball exploded under him, and MIMQ used the force of recoil to slam into the sky. 2 Shadow Claws stick out, one left and one right, grabbing Froggrass. Shadow Claws intertwined their fingers, sandwiching the frog flower in the middle, then raised it high, and slammed it down from the top of the head. Boom! The ground was smashed into a large hit several meters in diameter by the fist formed by the shadow claws. The battered shadow claw disintegrated into the air. The frog grass caught in the center exposed. 243. It's just that the frog grass at this time fainted and lost the ability to fight. Froggrass loses its ability to fight. Mijiku win. The referee raised the flag. It took a long time for the onlookers to acclaim in amazement. What a sharp counterattack. Is this the exhilaration of turning around against the trend? I feel like I'm in love with Luo Yuan. Everyone was shocked. Elijah is no exception. Although she knows that Mimuq is very strong, she did not expect to be turned over so neatly. There was no room for her to fight back. Luo Yuan, you are really strong. Only after seeing Luo Yuan's current fighting performance did Elijah know that the rumors were true. As for why someone who has never been exposed to trainer knowledge can become such a strong trainer after 2 years, maybe this is the genius Guabi. Then, the last battle. Alicia took a deep breath and smiled. In fact, both Elijah and Luo Yuan know that Luo Yuan has basically won this game, but since it is a game, he must finish 3 games. Next, it's mouth-watering flowers. Elijah threw the Pokeball. Not the Overlord flower. Luo Yuan was a little strange. In his impression, the Overlord flower should be the strongest Pokemon of Elijah. Why is the third one just a dumb flower? But Luo Yuan didn't think much about it. Mystery Q, it's over to you. Mouthflower, use the solution. The two figures staggered in the field. The battle process was very fierce. After 10 minutes of confrontation, the two sides finally decided the winner. Kuduhua lost his fighting ability. Mijiku won. So the final winner is Luo Yuan from Golden City. The referee pronounced the sentence. Q won the match as expected, but Kuduhua still couldn't beat Mijiku in the end. Caused a lot of trouble for Mijiku. The highly corrosive solution triggered Mimimiq's painted skin, making Mimimiq very embarrassed. And Mimuq was tattered because of the painted skin after he killed the mouth-watering flower, and he refused to come out after hiding in the Pokeball. Here, Luo Yuan, the rainbow badge. Elijah handed the badge to Luo Yuan. Then I'll be disrespectful. Luo Yuan pinned the rainbow badge to his chest. The system prompt sounded in his head. Luo Yuan asked Elijah while checking the system prompt. Why is your Overlord flower gone? I remember when I was in college, it was always behind your ass. Elijah's Overlord flower is her first Pokemon, and it is very powerful. It can be said that it is a Pokemon that has a tacit understanding with Elijah. And TC it in this battle, Luo Yuan was a little strange. Hearing Luo Yuan mentioning the Overlord flower, the smile on Elijah's face gradually disappeared, and her expression was a little sad. Bawangwa, it was injured by the rocket's high-tech weapons in a previous battle with the rocket. It is still under treatment, and I don't know when it will be able to recover. Luo Yuan was stunned when he heard this, but he didn't bother to check the system's prompt, and hurriedly asked, injured? What the matter? Why didn't you say it before? I just didn't want everyone to worry about me, so I didn't say it. Elijah said, I was invited by the Alliance to help investigate the rocket's base near Rainbow City. Because of the ambush, Overlord Flower was also injured. Has not recovered yet. Quote, can't the Pokemon Center solve it? The Pokemon Center is generally able to quickly heal most of the injuries caused by combat. But Wanghua's injury is obviously not light, otherwise it should be cured soon. It can be treated, but because the injury is too serious, the estimated treatment period given by the Pokemon Center is 6 to 12 months. Speaking of which, Elijah comforted Luo Yuan later. Don't worry too much, Bawangwa just needs to rest. It's been a while. 1.46 months is not long or short, but it is indeed good news that Bawangwa can recover, but there is no need to worry too much. But he had a better idea. Luo Yuan raised his head and looked at Elijah. If you believe me, take me to see the Overlord Flower. Maybe I can help you. Quote question mark. Elijah was a little confused. Luo Yuan smiled slightly. Have you heard of the power of victory? Dash 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 dash. Update 5/5. Another day of bursting has been completed, and it will continue tomorrow. Chapter 136 Joy Jing. Chapter 136 Joy Jing Pokemon Achievement System. Chapter 136 Joy Jing. The Power of Viking. Alicia repeated it with a puzzled look on her face. What is that? She's not a psychic, so she doesn't know much about the newly discovered superpower of Vibrant Power. Vivian's power is a superpower. Luo Yuan stretched out his hand while explaining, and a green light glowed on his hand. It has a good effect on treating injuries. Your Overlord Flower is injured, so, if you don't mind, take me to see it. Bar. He is still very confident in his Vibrant Power, knowing that even the Daka duck that was burned by the dead hare can grow back after being treated by the Vibrant Power. This is similar to the effect of rebirth from a severed limb. It is definitely no problem to use it to treat a tyrant flower. Seeing this miraculous scene, coupled with the fact that Elijah trusted Luo Yuan, she nodded. Come with me. 11. She believed that Luo Yuan would not aim at nothing. Since Luo Yuan said it, there is really a way to treat the Overlord Flower. The crowd was first. The three walked right along the street, walked out of the city to the suburb, and came to a Japanese-style building. It is surrounded by green trees, with white walls and gray tiles in the shade. Where is it? Natsu looked at the building complex in front of her. She didn't expect such a building around Rainbow City. This is my home, Elijah introduced, and the servants on both sides saluted when they saw Elijah's arrival. As a very influential family in the local area, the Elijah family could easily build a home in the suburb. Natsu's surprise is not to be mentioned. Here. The three of them came all the way to a room. Pushing the door and entering, the quaint architectural style inside and outside the house is completely different. The inside is very simple and full of medical equipment. In the center of the room, Bawangwa was lying on a medical bed with her eyes closed and her body filled with various infusion tubes. Beside the Overlord flower, Joey and Gili Egg in nurse uniforms are recording various data on the instrument, looking very busy. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed, one person and one elf turned to look at the door. It's me, Jing. Alicia walked to Joey's side and asked, how is the Overlord flower? Alika, you are back. At present, the child condition has gradually stabilized. As long as the treatment is maintained, he can gradually recover, but it may take a long time. Joey Jing looked at the medical record book in his hand and said with a smile, lucky. Gili Egg also nodded. Then I'm relieved. Elijah breathed a sigh of relief. She was relieved. She didn't ask much, as long as the Overlord Wa was well. Then who were these two? Chao Yijing turned to look at Luo Yuan and Nazi. She noticed Luo Yuan and Nazi when they first came in. This was the first time she saw Aligia bring others to the treatment room of Overlord Flower. In the past, Aligia would not allow others to trespass into the treatment room for fear that the treatment of Bawangwa would be disturbed. This is Luo Yuan, my college classmate, and this is Miss Nazi, a gym trainer in Jinwang City. Aligia introduced. They are here to help treat Overlord Flower. Chao Yijing was a little surprised when she heard that Aligia said she wanted to treat Overlord Flower, and then frowned. Although these two are classmates of Elijah and the gym trainer of the Golden Gym, but out of confidence in her own professionalism, she doesn't think Luo Yuan and Nazi can be of much help to the treatment. The current state of Bawangwa can't stand the toss. As a medical worker, she can't allow her patients to be tossed by others. However, the name Luo Yuan seems a little familiar. Chao Yijing looked at Luo Yuan's familiar face and thought. Soon, Chao Yijing suddenly seemed to think of something, and suddenly widened his eyes and said, are you the scientist who is very popular recently? She recognized Luo Yuan, which is not surprising. Luo Yuan is almost a household name in Kanto. At the same time, another message about Luo Yuan appeared in her mind at the same moment. Chao Yijing then asked, are you Luo Yuan, the owner and discoverer of the healing superpower 553 mentioned by my cousin? The hot scientist you mentioned should be me, but who is your cousin? At present, the only women who are more familiar with Luo Yuan are Natsi and Aligia, and Xiaosha is half of them. How come a cousin appeared again? Sorry, I forgot to mention that my cousin is Joey from Vibrant City. She told me about you and your vibrant power before, Joey Jing said. Hearing her say this, Luo Yuan also remembered that when he was in Vibrant City, he seemed to have talked to a Joey about his superpowers. Unexpectedly, she also mentioned it to others. Yes, it's me. Luo Yuan nodded and admitted. He saw that Joey in front of him seemed to be more resistant to others interfering in her treatment. If he wanted to convince her, the power of victory was a good reason. Update. Keep updating. Chapter 137 Bold Ideas. Chapter 137 Bold Ideas Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 137 Bold Idea. Really? Chao Yijing was also surprised. She wasn't sure whether Luo Yuan was the Luo Yuan her sister said. After all, the difference between a young trainer and a young scientist is too great. She just asked casually, but she didn't expect it to be true. Yes, it's me. Luo Yuan stretched out his hand. Activate the power of Vibrant, and the light of Yingying lights up in the palm of your hand. Chao Yijing has no more doubt, although she has never seen the power of Vivian, but this feeling of healing people's hearts is definitely the power of healing. Now, can you show me the Overlord flower? Luo Yuan asked. No problem. All she was worried about before was Luo Yuan's fooling around, making Bawangwa, whose injury had just stabilized, even more serious. But now that it is confirmed that it is the power of healing, it must be that Luo Yuan does not understand anything, so she will not stop it. As for the cure or not, according to my cousin who likes superpowers, the power of Vivian's power is very magical, very wonderful, and unimaginable. She couldn't believe it. How could the superpowers she obtained out of thin air compare to the medical skills she had worked so hard to cultivate since she was a child? Now I just come to see if the power of Vibrant is so magical. Luo Yuan didn't know that Joey, who had only met him once, had blown his Vibrant power into the sky. I don't know that Joey Jing, who is in front of him, has the meaning of competition. He turned his head and nodded to the nervous Elijah, then stepped forward and put his palm on the body that was about to be tied into a mummy. The power of Viking is activated. Lights up in the house. The house is filled with the fresh air of nature, and everyone feels as if they are in the forest. In particular, Elijah closed her eyes with enjoyment and felt it with her heart. Light green light poured into the wound of the Overlord flower. In Luo Yuan's perception, the faint breath of the Overlord flower was becoming stronger little by little, but the speed was a little slow. So he increased the output of Viridian's power, and the speed of the recovery of Bawanghua's injury also suddenly accelerated. Visible to the naked eye, the slight wounds exposed by the Overlord flower have closed and healed. The vital signs of Bawanghua have reached the normal standard. Diaresis. Looking at the Overlord flower lying on the hospital bed again, I saw that the dim petals above its head had become bright again, and the body that was withered from the coma had also become moist again. The light gradually dimmed. Luo Yuan retracted the palm that was attached to the Overlord flower, wiping the fine sweat on his forehead. It should be no problem. At the same time, Overlord flower slowly opened her eyes. La Fi. Two bean-like eyes kaba, with doubts in their eyes. Why is everyone staring at themselves? Thank you, Luo Yuan. Elijah hugged the Overlord flower. Her face flushed. Originally, she just had the idea of giving it a try, but she didn't expect Luo Yuan to really be able to cure the Overlord flower, and she silently kept this matter in her heart. It's a big effort, and as a classmate, of course I can't sit back and watch. Luo Yuan said. He really didn't take it as a big deal. Beside Elijah, Chao Yijing looked at the Overlord flower that had recovered, and her eyes flashed with amazement. This time, she can be said to be a complete defeat. Fortunately, she was just struggling in her own heart and didn't say anything, otherwise she would be lost. It's a very magical power. Mr. Luo Yuan, please forgive me for asking, can the power of Vibrant be obtained artificially? Chao Yijing admitted that she was moved. For a medical worker, what could be more attractive than this kind of power that can heal everything? With the power of Vibrant and medical skills, I am afraid there will be no incurable diseases and injuries. Single quote. I didn't find out about this. I once applied for a census in the league, but I was the only one in the league who had the power of Vibrant Pan. Luo Yuan said. He knew Chao Yijing's idea. After he submitted his paper on the power of Vibrant, it was not that no one tried the idea of the power of Vibrant, but in the end they all gave up. This is enough to see that the power of victory cannot be obtained artificially. Zhou Yijing pursed her lip, feeling a little lost. The power of Victory Pan is really envious, but he can't get it. An idea suddenly popped into her mind. Nuo Qinhao. Since it can't be obtained from other sources, then heredity. According to the genetic characteristics of Pokémon, offspring will inherit some skills and characteristics of their parent, which is a widely recognized theory. Is Vibrant power a skill? I heard that some scholars are studying the similarities between humans and Pokémon. Chao Yijing, who has studied the theory of Pokémon reproduction, has a bold idea. Zero for the 100-point reward and Tianwo S5 reminder ticket. Chapter 138 Rainbow Arcade. Chapter 138 Rainbow Arcade Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 138 Rainbow Game Hall. Even Zhou Yijing has bolder ideas. Luo Yuan couldn't walk into Chao Yijing's inner world, so he had no idea how terrifying this seemingly gentle and quiet Chao Yi was inside. However, Natsi may have vaguely noticed Chao Yijing's thought because of her power of thought. Then she silently distanced herself from Chao Yijing, as if she felt that she had not done enough, and Natsi stepped to Luo Yuan's side again. In order to thank Luo Yuan for his help and to celebrate the recovery of Overlord Flower, let's have dinner at my house tonight. Ali Jia invited. Then I'm sorry. Luo Yuan smiled, watching Elijah go to make arrangements for the dinner party. Luo Yuan only had time to check the previous system prompt. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the silver achievement, Rainbow Gym, and getting the silver reward Eternal Sleep Perfume. Eternal Sleep Perfume. Perfume with a long-lasting scent and an aurora spread. After spraying it on the body, all people who smell the perfume and 063 Pokemon will fall asleep. After being attacked, they can wake up. Wake up after hours. P.S. There is a bottle of antidote. Please take the antidote first, and then spray the perfume. Special note, this fragrance is only valid for non-divine beasts. The system, give it to me. Isn't this a drug? Don't think that I will treat it as a perfume after you put the name of a perfume. Luo Yuan spat. The word antidote reveals everything. How can there be a perfume that needs an antidote, and let the person who smells it sleep for a day? Luo Yuan has been unable to complain about the integrity of the system. System, why are you drugging me? Am I, Luo Yuan, the kind of person who can use drugs? Next morning, accompanied by BBEC, because of the business of the perfume shop and the Rainbow Gym. Natsi, you were weird last night. Nazi looked at Luo Yuan with a puzzled face. How do you say it? Do you have any opinion on Chao Yijing? You have been avoiding her on purpose since last night. Luo Yuan's senses are very keen. At the banquet at Elijah's house last night, although Natsu's movements to avoid Chao Yijing were hidden, Luo Yuan still discovered it. That Joey, I feel weird. Natsu hesitated but still said to Luo Yuan she felt that there was no need to hide anything from Luo Yuan. Chao Yijing gave her a strange feeling. Weird. Luo Yuan recalled. It seemed that the other party's eyes were a little too hot. Is Natsu jealous? Luo Yuan glanced at Nazi. It does seem a bit strange. So he nodded in agreement and then continued. Forget it. Don't think about this. Where are we going next? Luo Yuan unfolded the map. Rainbow University, Rainbow Mall, and Rainbow Game Hall. These three places are must-see places when you come to Rainbow City. Go to the nearest one first. Natsu pointed to the Rainbow Arcade closest to their location on the map. In this case, let's go to Rainbow Games first. Luo Yuan remembered the living expenses that his predecessor lost to Rainbow Games Hall when he was a student, and the rocket team base located in the basement of the game hall. It's time to avenge myself and Alicia. Let go. Natsu took the map and walked in the direction of the Rainbow Game Hall in front of Luo Yuan. Rainbow Arcade. On the surface, it is an ordinary game hall, but it is actually the rocket's money-seeking tool and the camouflage of the underground base. Underground in the game hall is one of the rocket's largest secret bases in Kanto. Luo Yuan and Nazi have now stepped into this game hall. Natsu, do you feel any abnormality in your mind power? Luo Yuan asked. Luo Yuan wanted to know what was going on in this rocket team's base under the psychic ant. I feel that my mind is blocked everywhere, Natsu said. She felt like her mind power had entered a swamp, and it was very difficult to operate. Then let's take back the mind power first. There should be a special anti-mind power device installed here. In this world where superpowers are everywhere, if there is no anti-cheating measure, opening a game arcade is equivalent to charity. Let go. Let's exchange game currency first. The meal should be eaten one bite at a time, and things should be done step by step. It's impossible for Luo Yuan to rush into the rocket base and kill the quartet. That would be too suspicious. After all, he has no source of information. How did he know that this was the rocket's secret base? Therefore, he has to wait for the rockets to show their sway before he can rationalize his next behavior. Then he casually put the hypnotic perfume rewarded by the system in his pocket, with a blue-eyed bird on his head, his shoulders resisting a mysterious hue, and his arms tied with the lucky headscarf he had taken from Kirby before, with Natsu striding towards the exchange go where the game currency goes. Third, continue to write. 588 points reward for your excellent academic performance. Thank you very much. Chapter 139 Slot Machine. Chapter 139 Slot Machine Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 139 Slot Machine. Give me 20,000 yuan in game currency. Like the games Luo Yuan had played before, the game coins here were 10,500,000. Luo Yuan only bought 1,000 game coins. Young man, 1,000 game coins are not enough. A middle-aged uncle next to him, holding a slowly dangling coin box, said with the appearance of a past person, if you want to win, you must first learn to spend money. You play this game, coins will soon be lost. Quote, judging from his appearance as a veteran, he obviously spent a lot of time in the Rainbow Game Hall. Luo Yuan agreed with his word. The predecessor also spent a lot of youth in the Rainbow Game Hall, and also paid a lot of tuition fee. The fastest time it took only 1 hour to spend thousands of game coin. It was also after that time that the predecessor came to his senses, picked up his studies again, became a genius researcher of the Alliance, and finally entered the Shilufu company to work. But he's not what he used to be. With the luck bonus of the lucky turban, Luo Yuan didn't think he would lose. I think these game coins are enough. After speaking, with a confident smile on his mouth, Luo Yuan told Nazi to sit in front of a slot machine. The middle-aged man shrugged. He reminded him because Luo Yuan was more pleasing to the eye. Since Luo Yuan didn't appreciate it, he had nothing to say. Just as he was about to be carried back to his seat with the coin box, he heard the sound of clattering, and he turned his head to look, conditioned reflexively. Sevens displayed on the 3 scroll wheels of the slot machine screen in front of Luo Yuan and Nazi. 777. First prize. The middle-aged man widened his eyes. Isn't this the 2 young people who have just been educated by themselves? How long did it take to turn out the first prize? This is also very lucky. Before he could continue to think, Luo Yuan pressed a game coin into the slot machine again. Click. Pull the joystick. Then I saw Luo Yuan pulling the joystick 3 times in a row, stopping all 3 rollers. The rudeness of the method made the middle-aged man frown. People who are skilled in playing slot machines will first pull the joystick to see the pattern of the first reel, and then continue the game according to the first pattern, so as to ensure that they win the lottery as much as possible. How could Luo Yuan be so rude, even pulling the joystick 3 times without even looking at it? It's a waste of money. The middle-aged man, who was a good teacher, hurriedly shouted, wait, slot machines are not like you. But before he could finish speaking, there was another sound from the slot machine. Clap la la. Another pile of coins fell from the slot machine. 777. First prize again. Only at this moment did Luo Yuan turn around and look at him. Is something wrong? My throat was choked all of a sudden. The middle-aged man opened his mouth and finally said helplessly, "It's okay, you go on, go on." The third time, Luo Yuan pulled the joystick, showing 3 completely different patterns, but did not win the prize. Aged man heaved a sigh of relief. Is this normal? It must have been just good luck just now. How can you still win the lottery with this kind of gameplay? Then, Luo Yuan won the 777 jackpot 5 times in a row. A full 700 coins were stacked on top of each other, and the coins below formed a small pile. And Luo Yuan only spent 8 coin. I% and percent at $%. Quote. The middle-aged man took a deep breath, turned and left. Don't watch it, it's so annoying. While walking, he muttered to himself, does it mean that my mouth is too open? Or is this method the highest winning rate? Sitting in his seat, the middle-aged man fell into deep thought, and even threw the coins aside. The entire process was captured on surveillance cameras below the ground in Team Rocket's base. This is the monitoring room, which is also the main control room for the slot machines in the casino. There is a problem with the 3 machine, and 7 first prizes have been won 8 times. Do you see any signs of manipulation? Said a Rocket Squad leader while staring at Luo Yuan on the screen. The body was not damaged by violence. It did not feel the magnetic force, and there was no trace of the invasion of mind power, and it was not manipulated. A team member checked the various insurance measures of the slot machine and reported later. 0. The team leader frowned when he heard the word. It's not being manipulated. You can lower the magnification to 1/10 of the original and take a look. As a gaming arcade with a dark organizational background, you can't expect it to operate legally. What? You say the Rockets have no work ethic and install backdoors in slot machine? Even ordinary casinos will install some backdoors in slot machines to reduce the winning rate. If you expect the Rockets not to play tricks in the slot machine, it is more realistic to expect Sakagi to step on dog shit while walking. Yes, the team members followed the order. The effect is immediate. Luo Yuan, who is able to win 9 first prizes in 10 games, has not won the first prize in more than 10 games in a row. The team leader breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that it wasn't the machine's problem, but the man's luck. Even if you're lucky, I'll change the magnification. Don't you want to eat my footwash? The squad leader laughed. Luo Yuan, who was sitting in front of the slot machine, looked at the slot machine in front of him and smiled. Dash 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 dash. Fourth update here today. Chapter 140 Lucky Turban. Chapter 140 Lucky Turban Pokémon Achievement System. Chapter 140 Lucky Turban. Do you think I can't do anything about it? Luo Yuan laughed, and in Natsu's puzzled eyes, he untied the lucky turban from his arm and tied it on his head. Since it is a headscarf, it is natural to wear it on the head to exert the greatest effect, and the effect on the arm is weaker. The Rocket Team captain in the monitoring room laughed disdainfully when he saw such a scene. Think you can win with a hood? If you don't lose all your money, I'll put a gas bomb in my stomach. Originally, the chance of winning the first prize was not high, and now he has adjusted it to 1/10 of the original. Anyway, he absolutely did not believe that Luo Yuan could still win the lottery. Luo Yuan stretched out his hand, and said in a 1067-7 manner, Nazi coin. Nazi put a coin in Luo Yuan's palm. Insert coins and pull the joystick in one go. Ka ka ka. Luo Yuan's set of 3 came down in a row. The pattern on the slot machine slowly stopped. Pedal. The first pattern. 7. The corner of Luo Yuan's mouth rose slightly. Team Rocket's eyelids jumped in the monitoring room, and he had a very bad premonition in his heart. Pedal. Wheel stop. Still 7. The corners of Luo Yuan's mouth twitched, and Team Rocket in the monitoring room felt his heart pounding and blood surging. The veins in the palm of the hand grasping the edge of the table are exposed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In agonizing waiting, the third pattern slowly appeared on the screen. Pikachu. It's half a grid away from the 7. In the end, 2 7s and 1 Pikachu missed the jackpot. The squad leader let out a long sigh. Then he laughed at the subordinate next to him. I just said, how could this guy still win the lottery? He seemed to want to cover up his nervousness just now with laughter. Tisk, is it a little short? Luo Yuan looked at the wheel, which was only a little short. Luo Yuan, we didn't win the lottery. Should we continue? Do we want to change to another machine? Nazi asked. She has not won the lottery for more than 10 consecutive games, and Nazi also faintly feels that they seem to be targeted. Of course, continue. Luo Yuan knew very well that with the Rockets manipulating the probability of winning the lottery in the background, it would be the same no matter which machine they went to. Although the multiplier of a slot machine can be changed, the pattern on the reel will not disappear, so no matter how low the winning probability is, it cannot be 0. As long as the odds are not 0, he wins. Then Luo Yuan stuffed another coin. Pull the joystick skillfully. The 3 rollers stop in sequence. 777. Wow wow wow. The familiar sound of coins echoed in his ear. Luo Yuan smiled at the monitor above, then continued to press coins into the slot machine. The monitoring room was dead silent, and the team leader of Team Rocket gritted his teeth. You, go and stare at him. The squad leader assigned a Rocket player to stare at Luo Yuan. He stared at Luo Yuan, who kept throwing coins and winning the lottery. He slammed his fist against the wall. Half the odds of winning. I don't believe you can keep winning like this. An hour later. In just 1 hour, Luo Yuan made 100 times as much as 1,000 coins. The game coins that he won have piled up into a hill next to him. Everyone in the game hall was attracted by the scene here. Looking at the mechanical repetition of the coin in, pulling the joystick, and winning the coin from the back, everyone had a high-spirited expression on their faces. Next to him is a numb Rocket player in a suit. He has tried many methods, but he still can't stop Luo Yuan's winning streak. No matter how much they adjusted the probability, Luo Yuan could always adapt in a short period of time and continue his winning streak, even after changing the machine. But as long as Luo Yuan's hand touches the joystick, the result must be the 777 jackpot. God of gamblers. This must be the god of gamblers. The former middle-aged uncle had turned into a fanatical admirer of Luo Yuan, standing in the crowd and shouting loudly. No one refuted it, and even the Rockets took it seriously. Playing slot machines can win 100 times the amount of coins in an hour. So is the god of gamblers. At this time, the walkie-talkie on Team Rocket, who was standing next to him, suddenly rang. Talk to the walkie-talkie. He stepped towards Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan glanced at this guy who had been looking for trouble for him since just now, and laughed secretly in his heart. The Rockets are finally unable to hold back. 100,000 coin. 2 million yuan is not much for the Rocket, but God knows if they continue to let Luo Yuan win, they will lose 0.0 less. Sir, we have a request from our manager. Wait until I finish losing these coins. Luo Yuan said. Quote. The Rocket player in the suit choked for a moment and said helplessly, Sir, you are joking. How can you lose so many coins? Okay. Luo Yuan put the coins in his hand into the slot machine and pulled down the joystick. There are a total of 103,483 coins. Help me pack up and pack them up. I'll go to the Alliance to complain to you if one is missing. Yes. Dash 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 dash.